Chapter 241 Engine and Truck. After Yenxing finished his first formal meeting with Carol, he returned to his eternal territory urgently the next day. The Principality is so confident about regaining control of the Windy Highlands, which is not a good thing for the eternal territory. Nuda City is in the hands of Earl Theodore. He is forced to give in to himself on many things under various pressures. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce's business is so prosperous, and the Eternal Grain Store's grain coupons are issued smoothly, which are all closely related to the policies given by Earl Theodore. If Nuda City is recontrolled by the Principality, his bargaining power will be very weak. Look at what Madame Carol did. Even if she is a foreign leader or a relative, she has to send a spy. There is no sincerity at all. If she controls Nuda City, there is a high possibility of war in the future. Yenxing knows that he cannot pin his hopes on Marquis Anderson and Earl Theodore. Eternal Territory must strengthen its military strength as soon as possible. When necessary, it must be able to send enough troops to protect the interests of Eternal Territory. When returning to Eternal Territory this time, Yenxing did not fly directly to the territory on a combat griffin as usual. Instead, he chose to ride a horse. Because the Fergana horse he commissioned the Goblin Alchemy Shop to cultivate finally completed its evolution and became a growing hero-level monster. Thinking about the money he spent on this horse, it was all a past that he could not bear to look back on. Training this horse is really like smashing rocks to strengthen equipment in a game. But you have to pour real money into it. Sometimes Yenxing doesn't even dare to think about his beloved horse, for fear of heartache. In the end, he was numb and gave as much money as the Goblin GAGA said he was short of money. The local alchemy shop informed him that his beloved horse had completed its evolution, which was a bit strange. But it was like the feeling when a piece of equipment was strengthened to the most perfect state. All kinds of satisfaction. I felt that the money was worth it. I felt so happy. The Fergana horse Feying was magicized by the air element. The Goblin Alchemy Shop maximized its magic potential through feeding and magic element conversion. Feying's body shape has not changed much. The white hair has become virtual due to the magic, and it has a silver luster. The mane and tail are completely air elemental. Between the entity and the virtual, the head to the front shoulder shows the element solidification phenomenon. The air element solidifies the cuticle, and the air element magic can greatly reduce the air resistance. The eyes have become completely silver, like two air element gems. Feying is arrogant just standing there, and the invisible pressure forms a force field around it similar to airflow. The Goblin Alchemy Shop also considers the Krypton customers, and specially made a set of alchemy saddles and armor for Feying. It is said to be able to assist Feying's magic power and give Krypton users a good riding experience. Yenxing didn't know what was so good about the riding experience, but thinking about the value of his beloved horse, he felt that the experience was already very good. Therefore, Yenxing decided to ride his beloved horse back to the territory, so that people along the way could see my awesome mount. In addition, after deciding to ride back to the territory, Yenxing also had the idea of investigating road construction and farmland reclamation. The construction of rammed earth roads is much simpler than that of cement roads. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce hired so many people to work, which made the road construction from Nuda City to Eternal Territory very fast. Now the main road is basically passable, and the hired labor is scattered on the east-west branch roads. Along the road, the original vast wilderness has all become cultivated land. The farmers hired from Nuda City are working in the cultivated land, and the water diversion canal runs through the middle of the field. There is a manor built at intervals on both sides of the road, and there are also a large number of manors built in the vast farmland. These manors are resting places for road construction workers and farmers. The smoke from cooking makes the place full of fireworks. Yenxing, who is wearing silver armor, rides Feying, who is also wearing silver armor, and marches north along the road under the protection of a large group of werewolf warriors. The high recognition allows the hired workers along the way to recognize that this is the boss of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Master Yenxing. The simple peasants retreated to both sides of the road and saluted respectfully to the generous and kind Master Yenxing. The residents of Nuda City all knew that without Master Yenxing recruiting a large number of workers and distributing food during the war, their lives would be absolutely unimaginably miserable. Yenxing rode on a tall horse and waved to the peasants he met, and occasionally looked at the Griffin Knights, who occasionally flew over from the sky. Although these Griffin Knights were all wearing the uniforms of the Nuda City Defense Force. According to the current situation in Nuda City, The Griffin Knights might not all obey the orders of Earl Theodore. During this period, aerial reconnaissance from Nuda City to Eternal Territory became more and more frequent. And the current air force of Eternal Territory is only the swamp poison flies. Swamp flies are good at ambushes in the swamp, but they are inferior to griffins in aerial confrontation. They can't beat them, catch up with them, or escape. They can only attack in groups to prevent the Griffin Knights from getting too close to the Eternal Territory. Fortunately, a batch of griffins were bought from Count Theodore, and they are all training to be upgraded to combat griffins. After the first batch of Griffin Knights complete their training, the sky of the Eternal Territory will be a little calmer. By the way, Chui, thinking of his own griffin, Yinxing asked Chui, how far has the physical development of the turbojet engine been? At the beginning, Chui was very enthusiastic to recommend her griffin transformation plan to Yinxing. The griffin is to be built into an air weapon platform. The core of this griffin air weapon platform is the turbocharged jet engine that has never been seen in reality. Now Yinxing not only bought a batch of griffins from Count Theodore, but the Eternal Territory is about to be upgraded to the 7th level territory. And then the Griffin Tower can be built to recruit griffins. Chui in the consciousness space changed into the clothes of a scientific researcher. A white coat, and large black framed glasses. Holding a pointer in his hand, a blackboard appeared beside him. The blackboard was full of formulas and decomposition diagrams. Report to the master. Chui has developed a physical experimental version of the turbocharged jet engine 2.0. The engine has been assembled in the alchemy laboratory and started to be tested. After I get the test data of the physical experimental version, I can develop the 2.1 physical experimental version. It is expected that after at least 20 more tests, the 2.0 final physical version can be finalized. Is it so slow? So many tests are needed. Although Yinxing knew that designing a new power engine must have a very long and repeated testing process. But he still felt that the test time was a bit long, and he was afraid that it would not be able to keep up with the needs of the war. This is already very fast. Chui explained to Yinxing from the perspective of scientific research. We have a lot of real data that can be used for reference, and a large amount of data can be obtained through virtual verification. It's just that the physical test procedures must be strictly followed. After all, sometimes data is just data, and the real situation will be biased. The development of the engine cannot be rushed, and the engine equipped for the Griffin is very different from the aircraft engine, so it cannot be copied completely. You develop according to your steps, and try to speed up. The war will not wait for us. Yinxing reminded Chui, and then asked, is there any progress in the project of cooperating with the goblins to develop a new type of truck? Now that the Eternal Territory has the Griffin, the air defense pressure is not too great, and the development of the flying engine can be slow. But the demand for trucks is imminent. After the road between the Eternal Territory and Nuda City was built, the Eternal Territory entered the transportation network of the Silvermane Principality. In the future, as the Eternal Territory continues to expand, its demand for materials will increase exponentially. The supply of materials in the real world will inevitably reach a bottleneck. At least, it is impossible for all buildings in a city to use bricks, cement and steel bars. The supply system of the territory will inevitably change from unified distribution to a market economy due to the increase in the number of subjects. In the future, the real world will only provide key materials, and all those that can be replaced in this world will be transferred to the supply. Now that the momentum of the issuance of grain coupons by the Eternal Grain Bank is so good, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce can use grain coupons to purchase various materials in large quantities. Moreover, if the territory is to develop quickly, the purchase volume must be very large. The high transportation cost in this world makes the price of an item soar after it is transported from one place to another. If you want to obtain materials relatively cheaply, you need a low energy, large capacity and fast speed transportation tool. Roads are the blood vessels of the economy, and cars are the blood that transports nutrients. Only when the car is good can the blood be healthy. If the blood vessels are not up to standard, the quality of the blood required is higher. The rammed earth roads all over the world determine that the trucks in the real world must be modified to run. If the Eternal Territory wants to develop without getting stuck, the new truck must be developed as soon as possible. Chui knocked on the blackboard with a pointer, and the words and patterns on the blackboard became things related to the new truck. Report to the master. The goblins have provided a set of magic engines for the new trucks, replacing our gasoline engines. It's just that their magic engines are very easy to break at high speeds due to material quality issues. I'm trying to find alternative materials from the real world to make this magic engine produce more power. Currently, customized parts of several materials are on the way. The Goblin technology can create an engine that drives gears through mechanical rotation. It's just that due to the limitations of material quality and finishing capabilities, it can only increase output power by increasing size and thickness, which consumes too much energy. To reduce energy consumption, more expensive alchemical materials and alchemy are needed. Therefore, it is difficult to use it widely. Magic and alchemy pursue expensive things that can achieve the ultimate properties. High-level alchemical items may have properties that are unimaginable in the real world, but they can never make cheap and easy-to-use things that are universal. It is normal that the things in the Goblin alchemy store are expensive. This is not a thing for ordinary people to consume. The Goblin Gaga is curious about the truck because he can see that this thing is definitely not a high-end alchemical item. Yanqing drove the car at high speed, which is not the way to treat a high-end alchemical item. Therefore, the Goblin Gaga is very sincere about the cooperation in developing a new truck this time, and brought out a lot of alchemical technologies that have been kept in the bottom of the box. The magic engine replaced the gasoline engine. After replacing the parts with current materials, although the power is still insufficient, the problem can be solved by reducing the tonnage of the truck. When there is experience and technology in the future, the magic engine can be optimized and modified, and more things can be provided with modern parts. Increase the power little by little. The load tonnage of the first generation of magic power trucks was set at 4 tons. The vehicle became lighter, and the requirements for the road were naturally not as high as those of trucks with a load of more than 10 tons. However, for some rammed earth roads, 4 tons is too heavy. If tracks are used, energy consumption will inevitably increase. Therefore, the Goblins took out another alchemical technology, which is to install a set of retractable legs under the truck chassis. It is a simplified version of the multi-legged truck used by heavy war puppets. When a truck gets stuck in the mud, it can use its multi-legged truck to get out of trouble. Although this technology cannot fundamentally solve the problem, it is at least an emergency solution. As for how to solve this problem in the end, the new Truck Research Institute needs to integrate the technologies of both parties and slowly find an optimal solution. Anyway, the original trucks are light and mainly run between Nuda City, Eternal Territory, and Thunder Swamp. The roads are all newly built, so there won't be too many problems. Even if the new truck breaks down due to technical problems, it can quickly contact the network information system of Eternal Territory and wait for rescue. Yanqing listened to Chui's explanation of the development progress of the new truck, and finally said, "Trucks are different from turbocharged jet engines. This is a thing with complete technology on both sides. A technology integration. I require to see the first prototype within 10 days, and put it into production immediately without any problem. Can you do it? If it is emergency production, there will be no problem." This time Chui answered very straightforwardly, "We can produce, test and modify at the same time. I will make a purchase list, and you can place an order according to the list." The new truck finally has a clue, and it does not need to burn gasoline, which greatly increases the adaptability of the new truck in this world. After the first batch of trucks are produced, Yongheng Territory will keep a part of them, and then sell a part to Yongheng Merchant Guild. Those merchants will definitely like this kind of good thing that can pull a lot, run fast, and does not need to eat and rest like animals. Thinking of the Merchant Guild, Yanqing asked Chu to call up the map. The Merchant Guild Mercenary training camp is not far from here. Since we are here, let's go and see what the situation is there now. Yanqing asked the accompanying werewolf warriors to continue to move forward along the road to Yongheng Territory, and he urged his baby horse Feiying to pass through the roadbed sideways. Feiying's 4 hooves are all wrapped in alchemical hoof boots, and the silver hoof boots are covered with magic patterns. The moment Feiying's front hooves stepped out of the road, its hooves stepped on the air, making a crisp sound like stepping on a steel plate. Dang 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 dang. Under Feiying's hooves, an air barrier as hard as steel was formed, and it ran on the air barrier, running higher and higher. Then, as Feiying let out a neigh, a pair of air wings, with a wingspan of 10 meters spread out from its shoulders. The air wings were swept back, driving the surrounding airflow to spray backwards, pushing Feiying to climb rapidly into the sky. Chapter 242 Parallax Mercenary Manor. Feiying's sudden burst of speed almost threw Yanqing off the saddle. Fortunately, The alchemical riding equipment equipped by the Goblin Alchemy Shop is ridiculously expensive. But the money is really worth it. After the riding equipment senses that Fei Ying has entered the flying state, it changes automatically to fix the rider's body. No matter what posture Fei Ying flies in, Yanqing can ride steadily on its back. For Yanqing, riding a combat Griffin and riding Fei Ying are two completely different experiences. The Griffin is a pure flying beast, and its flying power comes from the power generated by the flapping of its wings. Therefore, the flying speed of the Griffin is limited, and its flexibility is not so agile because of its large body. This is also a common disadvantage of large flying creatures. Fei Ying's flying power mainly comes from the air element, flying wings ejecting air backwards to generate forward thrust, and the straight line acceleration and speed are very fast. Moreover, the four hooves of the runner can generate air barriers, which allows Fei Ying to make some maneuvers in the air that are difficult for flying creatures to make. It can even stand directly in the air for a short time. In terms of flying speed alone, Fei Ying can reach the level of ordinary propeller aircraft, according to the Goblin Gaga, except for those abnormal ultimate creatures. It is basically difficult to find creatures that can match Fei Ying in speed. In short, Master Yanqing spent his money in place, and it was worth it. Regardless of whether the Goblin Gaga was suspected of boasting, Yanqing was very satisfied with his pet horse. Moreover, as a growing monster, this was Fei Ying's initial state, and it would definitely be even more awesome in the future. Ha ha ha. Yanqing was in a great mood riding his pet horse, but he had to land before he had enough fun. The pet horse flew so fast that it felt like it had just taken off and arrived at its destination. The Eternal Merchants Guild's mercenary training base and temporary headquarters were set up in a newly built manor about 20 kilometers north of Nuda City. A new east-west road passed in front of the manor, connecting Nuda City to the main road of Eternal Territory in the west. The manor has a simple earth wall to enclose an open training area. Farmers from Yongheng Territory are using newly delivered barbed wire to build a military isolation zone for the mercenary manor. In addition, a mercenary dormitory is under urgent expansion. Yanqing attaches great importance to this army, so all materials are allocated first. Even the first batch of trained and tamed chocobos have been transferred to the mercenary training camp for more than 100 to form the mercenary cavalry force. When Yanqing landed on the open space of the mercenary manor on Fei Ying, he saw the first batch of mercenaries lining up on the training ground. Yanqing planned that the initial strength of the mercenaries would be 3,000 people, and the source of soldiers would mainly be the children of the merchant families provided by the Merchant Guild. Now the mercenary army has recruited more than 1,000 people, and another group of soldiers are gathering in Nuda City from all over. It is estimated that the mercenary army can reach 2,200 to 2,600 merchants. The shortage will be filled by the soldiers of the Eternal Territory. Therefore, the Eternal Territory transferred 500 human archers and merchant children to receive musket training here. The person in charge of mercenary training is Eddie. Before Yanqing entered the Thunder Swamp, Eddie led an army to Nuda City for training, and after training to become a knight, he awakened and promoted to a hero. After returning from Nuda City, Yanqing asked Eddie to be responsible for the command of the troops to build an outpost fortress with Earl Theodore. This time, Yanqing needed a qualified commander to form a mercenary army, so he transferred Eddie from the outpost fortress to the mercenary manor to be responsible for the training and command of this newly formed army. The task of commanding the troops in the outpost fortress was given to another promoted human hero. As the population of the Eternal Territory increased, there were naturally more heroes, although there were not many who could be used. A bad hand of cards was still a card. It was better to have them than not. With more training, maybe we could dig out a crouching dragon or a phoenix child. Eddie knew that Yanqing was coming to inspect through the network communication system laid out by the Eternal Territory, so he waited in advance at the landing area of the flying unit. Yanqing rode his beloved horse and galloped from the sky, pulling a trail of white smoke. The wind wings spread out on Fei Ying's shoulders gradually shrank, and the speed decreased rapidly. However, since the mercenary training manor was newly built, and the ground was still land, the airflow caused by the slowing down Fei Ying raised a cloud of dust. Yanqing, who was riding on the horse, released an air magic at will, and the airflow swept all the dust away. Eddie, who was waiting on the side, immediately came to greet him and saluted Yanqing respectfully, saying, "Welcome to the Eternal Merchant Mercenary Manor." Yanqing jumped off Fei Ying's back, walked over and said with a smile, "I transferred you here to train soldiers. Are you used to it?" At this time, Eddie's appearance has changed a lot. He no longer looks like the one who blocked Yinxing with a dung fork. Although he didn't grow taller, his body grew a lot sideways, and he walked with a sense of arrogance. Therefore, Yinxing also measured the size of the armor he equipped for him, and then specially found someone to make it. The shiny armor on Eddie made him look like a brave general. It was very effective in shocking the children of merchants, who became slick after following the caravan. Yinxing walked towards the training ground, and Eddie immediately followed him and replied, "I am a servant picked up by the master. I will do whatever the master tells me to do. Besides, there are many more soldiers here than in the outpost fortress. It's just that I'm not used to wearing this armor. It looks good, but it's not as practical as the vest we have in Yunheng. It's not only heavy, but also not as convenient as those detachable protective plates. Bulletproof vests are standard protective equipment equipped by the regular main force of Yunheng territory, with various miscellaneous functional items. The cost is much more expensive than buying a set of armor. Yinxing does not allow this kind of equipment to flow out. Therefore, the protective equipment equipped for the mercenaries are all obsolete armor. A set of chainmail inside, and a half-body armor outside. The arms and legs are wrapped in leather armor, with iron plates embedded. There is also a helmet. The main opponent of the mercenaries is not the regular army, so such protective gear is enough to face bandits. Moreover, mercenaries need to maintain a certain degree of mobility, so they can be quickly dispatched, deployed, and participate in battles. So they cannot be equipped with too heavy protective gear. As the training commander of the mercenaries, Eddie must not wear the standard bulletproof vest of the Eternal Territory again. I really feel that the metal armor is not as convenient as the bulletproof vest when I put it on again. Hearing Eddie complaining about the armor, Yinxing laughed and scolded, "Don't be ungrateful. The material used to make this set of armor for you is the same platinum as the one I have. Miss Siebel used the trick of Angel Descends to get a set from me. Look how majestic you look when you wear it. And the protection is better than the vest with protective plates. Leading this mercenary army is different from our territory army. Their composition is too complicated. I don't know what accidents will happen in the future war. You have to know how to protect yourself." Eddie immediately said gratefully, "Thank you for your love, Master. I will never fail the responsibility entrusted to me by Master. Train well for Master, and take good care of this army." Yinxing said, "I put you here because I trust you. Please report the training of the mercenaries." At this time, Yinxing had already walked to the mercenary training ground. The newly recruited soldiers were receiving Q training under the command of the instructor Yunheng. In the real world, the main reason why muskets eventually eliminated cold weapons was that they were easy to train. There is no threshold for musket shooting. If a person is given a gun, he can learn to shoot in less than half a day. The difficulty of training a qualified musketeer is to make them accept discipline. Line shooting is the tactic used when muskets are equipped on a large scale. When the strength of the two sides is not the same, the competition is about discipline. See whose soldiers can still load and shoot according to the training steps when facing the bullets coming at them. Discipline is also one of the standards that a strong army must have. Since the establishment of the Eternal Army, Yinxing has put the discipline of the army in the first place. And the most effective project for training discipline is standing at attention and practicing marching. Therefore, the mercenaries, who have inherited the Eternal Army, were all pulled out to practice military posture before they even touched the gun. On the training ground, teams of soldiers stood according to the standard of military posture. The instructors from Yunheng territory patrolled with whips and electric batons. Those who stood improperly or moved around were whipped first and then scolded. Those who disobeyed were treated with electric batons. In order to make these slippery recruits obedient, Eddie also borrowed a group of werewolf warriors from Yinxing. These werewolves stood outside the field, staring at these recruits as if they were looking at a buffet. Although Eddie trained these recruits very hard, his report to Yinxing was full of praise for these soldiers. Merchants are willing to spend money on the training of their own family children. So the individual quality of these mercenary recruits is very good, basically above the 3rd level. Many of them have reached the standard of 7th level cavalry. Moreover, these mercenary soldiers have been following the caravans all year round, and have seen blood more or less. And some have even killed people. It can be said that if the soldiers of the same level of Yunheng are pulled over to fight them, they may not be able to win in a one-on-one battle. If they can complete the training, Eddie is very optimistic about the combat of this mercenary. But unfortunately, there are too few hero-level units. Magic Confrontation and Elite Confrontation will suffer a great loss. Yinxing watched the training of the mercenaries outside the field. And after listening to Eddie's report, he said, those merchants are definitely reluctant to send their hero-level family children here. But an army cannot be without a certain number of heroes. You calculate how many heroes are needed for the mercenary army, and I will arrange it for you. This hero will form a company for centralized use. If this hero company is needed to participate in the war, my consent must be obtained. Heroes can be trained by themselves, and wild heroes can be recruited through taverns. As long as the population of a territory reaches a certain scale and has a good degree of prosperity, there are still many channels for hero recruitment. Of course, most heroes are not powerful heroes, and some are just a little stronger than regular warriors. These heroes form the cornerstone of the lower and middle command levels of an army, serving as a squad-level magic support. They become the most basic offensive and defensive nodes. An army without enough heroes, no matter how well armed, is still a prey to be slaughtered. Since Eddie said that the mercenary army lacked heroes, Yinxing sent him heroes. Heroes were not decentralized to the grassroots, but used in a centralized manner, because musketeers were also used in a centralized manner. Inserting heroes into it may not have a good effect, but it will definitely affect the shooting efficiency of musketeers. Instead, it is better to concentrate heroes and form a strategic level force to become a fist that can decide the outcome of the war. Of course, Yinxing also knew that it was still unknown whether his idea was feasible. So he finally told Eddie, you can let the werewolf warriors here assist in training and find a tactic suitable for this new type of army. Eddie was also clueless about training this new type of army using brand new weapons. The training subjects were all given by the master. But since the master gave him such an important task, Eddie naturally promised repeatedly that he would do his best to train an army that could win the battle for the master. Then Yinxing felt that there was nothing to see. The training of the guild mercenaries had just begun, and the scene of volley shooting was a failure. Returning to the territory to check on his own army and supervise the construction of the territory was more important. So Yinxing prepared to leave after writing down the materials and personnel that Eddie needed. On the way back to Feiying stopped. Yinxing finally said to Eddie, you only have 1 month to train. In a month, anything could happen on the Windy Highlands. If the Eternal Territory has to intervene armed, the mercenaries are the most suitable to enter Nuda City in advance. Therefore, I will give you whatever you want. Chocobo, Griffin, demonized 3-horse. I will also give you the authority to directly call the drone bomber group. I just want to see an army that meets the combat requirements within a month. Eddie didn't expect Yinxing to regard such a non-direct army as so important. Thinking about it, he could understand the master's difficulties. The army directly under the Eternal Territory entered the territory of the Principality without the permission of the Silver Mane Principality, and it was considered an invasion no matter what the reason. Once there is any sudden change in Nuda City, the master may not be able to obtain the permission of the army from Count Theodore in time. Then this nominal Silver Mane Principality Merchant Guild armed force can intervene in the armed conflict in Nuda City in an emergency, buy precious time for the territory's response. Moreover, the master is so supportive of the establishment of the merchant mercenaries that he also requires them to form combat effectiveness within a month. It is enough to show how urgent the situation in Windy Highlands is. Please rest assured, sir, within a month, I promise to train an army for you that can attack at any time. The only thing I am worried about is your safety. I heard that the Assassins Guild in Nuda City organized an assassination against you. Although it failed. Since Nuda City is so chaotic, there will definitely be people who will take risks. You need to be more careful in Nuda City, and you must bring enough guards with you. Yinxing could hear the concern in the words of his old subordinate. He walked to Feiying's side, turned over, and landed lightly on the horse's back. You Eddie is no longer the Eddie of the past, and the master is no longer the master of the past. I won't say more. It's easy to set a flag. I will come to see you when I come back from Yongheng territory, and you must let me see the volley gun shooting. Chapter 243 Cabinet Meeting. After Yinxing rode Feiying and took off from the mercenary manor, he did not join his guards, but flew directly to Yongheng territory. It took less than 10 minutes to see his territory. Feiying's speed was extremely fast. From a distance, Yongheng territory was a territory whose city defense system could not keep up with the city expansion. Before the second city wall was completely repaired, there were many temporary houses and tents outside the second city wall. On the south side of the territory, along the newly repaired road, a large market was formed. These people stationed outside the city wall were not direct subjects of Yunheng territory. Some of them were werewolves who migrated from the Thunder Swamp. And some were merchants who came from the direction of Nuda City. For example, the werewolves in the Red Mud Wetland had already paid the war compensation. But they were unwilling to leave the Eternal Territory. So Duan Er shamelessly moved all his tribes here. The Red Mud Wetland gradually became militarized, and became the garrison of the Eternal Territory facing the Thunder Swamp. Li Zhua had already told Yin Xing about moving the tribe to the Eternal Territory. But Yin Xing did not reply at the time and later forgot about it because he was busy. As a result, Li Zhua saw that Duan Er moved his tribe here after completing the war compensation. So he followed suit and moved all the tribes in the Stinky Water Forest here. The Stinky Water Forest became a special military training ground for the Eternal Territory. Broken Ear and Sharp Claw were the two werewolf chieftains closest to Yin Xing. When other werewolf tribes saw the Red Mud Wetland werewolves and the Stinky Water Forest werewolves running to the Eternal Territory, they all thought that there must be some benefits. However, other werewolf chieftains were relatively restrained. They did not migrate their entire tribe, but sent many tribesmen to the Eternal Territory to circle the land. Let's take up a pit first. In addition, in the depths of the Thunder Swamp, those werewolf chieftains who yearned for the Eternal Territory also sent their subordinates to the Eternal Territory in order to admire the style of the Eternal Werewolf tribe. A large part of them settled down permanently. It can be said that the Eternal Territory, which has high-level werewolves and is rich and powerful, is gradually becoming a holy place for the Thunder Swamp werewolves. In this way, some werewolves left the swamp unknowingly and walked back into the grassland. In addition to the werewolves, the largest foreign population in the Eternal Territory is the humans from Nuda City. Before the road from the Eternal Territory to Nuda City was built, some adventurous merchants found the Eternal Territory. Yinxing positioned his territory as a commercial city. So he encouraged merchants to come and asked Gosper to give them some help. The hospitality of the Eternal Territory attracted more human merchants to come here. It happened that the werewolves also came to the vicinity of the Eternal Territory in large numbers. They brought herbs, animal skins, animal bones, and various specialties from the swamp. Human merchants brought cloth, wood, pottery, iron, oil. The market between the swamp and humans was naturally formed. And with the Eternal Territory maintaining order, the swamp people don't have to worry about humans cheating them. And humans don't have to worry about the swamp people stealing things. With the development of the Eternal Territory market and the construction of the Thunder Swamp Avenue, the number of lizardmen coming to the Eternal Territory is gradually increasing. The Eternal Territory is truly prosperous. The increase in prosperity has brought more refugees to join. In a short period of time, the number of human subjects directly under the Eternal Territory has exceeded 10,000. The number of werewolves directly under the Eternal Territory has also exceeded 5,000, including the werewolves and humans attached to the Eternal Territory. The population in Yinxing Territory has exceeded 20,000, and it is still increasing rapidly. Yin Xing looked at his territory from the air, and was happy for its vitality. He also felt that the city reform should be implemented as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the population increases, the reform will definitely cause big trouble. After riding Feiying around the territory, Yin Xing landed on the rooftop of the newly built City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is located in the center of Yunheng Territory, surrounded by the inner city wall. The main body is a 3-story U-shaped building with 4 towering towers at the 4 corners. Behind the City Lord's Mansion is a territory guard camp, Chui Chui's alchemy laboratory, a network information main computer room, an energy generator tower. These core facilities, along with the City Lord's Mansion, are all protected in the middle of the inner city wall. Yin Xing just jumped off Feiying's back and said to the guards, who greeted him, "Notify all the cabinet officials of the territory to meet in the Lord's Council Hall." Although Yin Xing's main focus during this period was in New Tower City, he also insisted on returning to the Eternal Territory for 1 or 2 days to handle territory affairs. The political heroes trained by the Territory Academy were appointed as officials of various departments in the territory. The awakened combat heroes and the magicians discovered by the Magic Tower also became commanders at all levels of the territory's army. There are also heroes recruited from the tavern to fill in the vacancies everywhere. The Lord's Council room was set up in a room on the 3rd floor of the City Lord's Mansion. The room was about the size of a classroom. The sunlight shone in through the wide glass windows, making the council room extremely bright. In the middle of the council room was an oval conference table. Yinxing sat in his seat, clicking on a laptop on the conference table with one finger, browsing the territory information on it. Alchemy puppet Laura was debugging several other laptops prepared for cabinet officials around the conference table, and a servant placed drinking water on the table. When Alchemy puppet Laura opened all the laptops and completed the debugging, she sat down in the empty seat next to Yinxing. Master, all the equipment in the meeting room is operating normally. This is not what Chuichu said through Laura. As the first humanoid alchemy puppet assembled by Yinxing himself, Laura's status is naturally unique. All the new technologies designed by Chuichu for the alchemy puppets and the new equipment purchased are given priority to Laura. At this time, Laura has replaced her smartphone with a more professional intelligent brain designed by Chuichu. The system is a modified primary artificial intelligence. Now most of the technical problems in the Eternal Territory are handled by Laura, who has shared a lot of work for Chuichu. Laura is the Chief Technical Officer of the Eternal Territory and a member of the Lord's Cabinet. She is responsible for the technology issues of the territory construction in the meeting room. After many upgrades, Laura is no longer the crude one that Yinxing created. After the humanoid alchemy puppet was created, the machine tools and equipment purchased from the real world were put into operation. With the processing capability, Chuichu's design can be realized. Laura's supporting skeleton was replaced with better metal, and the internal components and alchemy equipment had a more reasonable layout, and more space was freed up to install more components. There are also alchemy muscle fibers and neural induction elements. Because of the cooperation with the goblins, Chuichu's alchemy laboratory has more optional types. For the outer skin of the puppet, Chuichu found a better material than resin. After the magic treatment, it is not only wear resistant, but also more convenient for the work of the neural sensor. At this time, Laura is a robot with a sense of science fiction. If she is dressed, she can disguise herself as a person as long as she covers her appearance. In this magical world, there are alchemical puppets with self-awareness. So Laura does not need to disguise herself in the Eternal Territory. Yinxing did not say much to Laura. He continued to stare at his notebook and waited for his ministers and staff to arrive. Soon, the officials of the Eternal Territory who received the Lord's order arrived one after another. Gosper is the General Affairs Minister of the Territory, mainly responsible for the storage and allocation of materials in the territory. Lao Hans is the Minister of Taxation, mainly responsible for the taxation of the territory. Werewolf Steel Teeth is the Minister of Defense, mainly responsible for the defense of the territory. In addition to the three old men who followed him at the beginning, Yinxing also promoted some new officials for the operation of the territory. Some are responsible for the security of the territory. Some are responsible for the sanitation of the territory. Some are responsible for the enforcement of laws and regulations. Some are responsible for supervising officials. There is also Harrington, who is responsible for the operation of the magic tower of the abbot, and is now the chief magic consultant of the territory. Wood, who is in charge of the Territory Academy, is now the university scholar of the territory. Although one of them is an intermediate magician and the other is an intermediate bachelor, there are no magicians and bachelors higher than them in the territory, including most of the people in the meeting hall. Each of them is a novice in managing a territory, and they are probably not qualified to be low-level officials in Nuda City. But the Eternal Territory is now a foreign country recognized by the Silver Mane Principality. So these officials, who have just completed literacy, have a big official hat. Fortunately, the Eternal Territory has now completed the laying of the information network, with the assistance of the database, and the Lord is operating normally under their management. Otherwise, I don't know what the territory of 20,000 residents will be like. Among this group of cabinet officials in the Eternal Territory, there is also a very special existence. Elfaranda. She was the last one to enter the meeting hall and sat quietly at the end of the conference table. After everyone arrived, Yinxing scanned his ministers. There were primary intelligent robots, humans, werewolves, elves. It was quite a hodgepodge. Before Yinxing proposed his city reform plan, he first asked the ministers of each department to report their work to him. Every time Gosper held a meeting, he would first ask for supplies. The rapid development of the territory caused a shortage of everything. If you want to develop quickly, you can't lack anything. Yinxing said to Gosper, "Our market for Nuda City and Thunder Swamp is mature, and the roads are almost built. The technical factory of the territory will soon be able to produce trucks suitable for us, and the material needs of the territory will be obtained from our market as much as possible in the future. You are responsible for setting up the territory's finance department as soon as possible. And you will serve as the first finance minister. Now the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Store can be circulated in Nuda City. I will allocate 200 million kilograms of grain coupons and 300,000 gold coins to the Ministry of Finance for the financial expenses of the territory's financial transformation. Now the Eternal Territory has a unified distribution of materials, and Gosper is in charge of materials. In the future, if he is asked to use money to buy materials, he will feel a little guilty about whether he can do a good job. Master, I was promoted to a hero not long ago. You asked me to look after the warehouse, and I can do it. But you asked me to calculate the accounts, and I am afraid that I will calculate a confusing account for you. Or you can change a finance minister. I will still show you the warehouse. Yinxing was helpless. He pointed at the table full of civil and military officials and asked Gauspa, "Look at this room full of people. Is there anyone who can do the accounting clearly? It doesn't matter if you are confused about the accounting. Just put yourself in the right position and be a good official if you think about me." Laura, who was typing on the keyboard to take notes, replied, "Master, what do you want?" Equip Gauspa with a robot assistant to assist the territory's finance department in making bills. After Yinxing instructed Laura, he said to Gauspa, "The Eternal Territory is different now. There are many people and many things to do. You must share the pressure for me and build the Eternal Territory into the most magnificent city in the Windy Highlands. You are my finance minister. Don't always think about being a warehouse manager." Gosper immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I will definitely do the important task you gave me." Then it was Lao Hans. Lao Hans is the tax minister of Eternal Territory, and is also responsible for some personnel matters. Now the taxation of Eternal Territory is to collect taxes from farmers in the territory every week. Lao Hans already has a group of tax officials under him, and the collected money is naturally God-given gold coins. The weekly tax revenue of Eternal Territory is 7,564 God-given gold coins. As for regular taxes, due to the supply system of Eternal Territory, there are really not many. After listening to Lao Hans's report, Yinxing said, "You will hand over the personnel work to their various departments to increase the manpower of your tax department. I will ask the technical department to equip you with tax assistance robots. In the future, taxation must become the main source of revenue for the Eternal Territory, and it cannot just be collecting God-given gold coins." Lao Hans asked in surprise, "Master, our tax department is now fully staffed, and we collect taxes once a week." Yinxing said, "It will soon be insufficient. By the way, plan the South City market well, expand the venue, maintain order, and impose commercial taxes on them." Yes. Master Lao Hans felt that the master would definitely make some big moves, so he did not ask any more questions. Then Yinxing asked other officials about the current situation in the territory: public security, sanitation, training of magicians and scholars, relationship with werewolf tribes, and city defense. In general, there are no major problems in the Eternal Territory under the coordinated system, and the subjects are still relatively simple. With the coordination of the established information network, everyone is doing their job conscientiously. In addition, the territory has also made preparations for upgrading to a Level 7 territory. Level 7 territories can train and recruit Level 7 cavalry. They can build Griffin towers to recruit Griffins. Many buildings can be upgraded, and many buildings are unlocked. The territory will be more powerful. After Yinxing asked most officials about their work, he asked the elf Aranda, who was sitting at the end, "Aranda, report your work." Aranda was still responsible for the reception of the people who joined the Eternal Territory. However, as the work extended, the examination of the outsiders entering the territory gradually became her responsibility. She also had a group of people working under her. The werewolves who entered the territory were better. They were told the rules of the territory, and they were very honest in the city. The humans who entered the territory were a bit more diverse. Most of the humans who came were merchants. And then, there were mercenaries, who followed the merchants, as well as adventurers. Curious people. There were all kinds of people. Their purposes for coming to the Eternal Territory were also varied. There must be people who came to steal things, spy on intelligence, and do illegal activities. Chapter 244 Elf Minister. After her identity was exposed, Aranda has been under the surveillance system of the Eternal Territory, and has been serving a sentence for her mistakes. During this period, Aranda was very obedient, and even actively completed her work. Based on her own knowledge and expertise, she cracked several cases of intelligence infiltration from the outside world into the Eternal Territory. The Eternal Territory does not have such professional officials. The fact that Aranda could appear as a farmer for so long shows how weak the territory's defense capabilities in this regard are. Adding more functions to Aranda is also a helpless move by Yenching. For the current fast-growing Eternal Territory, it is better to have someone responsible when a problem is discovered than to have no one. But who could have thought that Aranda was so dedicated and responsible that she actually set up a department for the Eternal Territory that was responsible for managing new citizens in the territory, examining outsiders entering the city, and supervising counterintelligence. She managed the entire department in an orderly manner, which was many times better than the previous department that had only enthusiasm but no ability. From this, we can see how effective it is to put a capable hero in a professional place. There must be spies from all sides in the Eternal Territory now, but they definitely dare not act rampantly. Aranda was therefore selected as a member of the Eternal Territory Lord's Cabinet Minister, serving as the director of the Immigration and Foreign Personnel Reception Department. Yenching convened a cabinet meeting this time, and Aranda was naturally among the participants. In this meeting place, and even in the entire Eternal Territory, in terms of cognition, knowledge, qualifications, and experience of this world, Aranda should be second to none. It is precisely because she has a solidified cognition of this world that the impact of the development of the Eternal Territory is the greatest for her, especially during her imprisonment after she was discovered. She saw that the population growth made the city's development rise to a new speed. In theory, it is very difficult for a city to upgrade in the middle stage of development. The number of refugees coming to seek refuge will gradually decrease, and the territory will rely on its own accumulation to develop slowly. But for the Eternal Territory, this common sense seems to be non-existent. Now the Eternal Territory still has 100 or 200 refugees arriving every day, adding population and labor to the city. And those werewolves and outsiders who are relying on them are all contributing to the development of the territory. Aranda has seen what the Eternal Territory looked like when she first came to it. At that time, the small Eternal Territory showed a very strong development momentum. But she never thought that the Eternal Territory would become a city with a population of 20,000 in just a few months. And the city did not have too many problems due to its large size in a short period of time, which is simply a miracle. But after entering the management level, Aranda realized that it was not these half-baked officials who maintained the stability of the city's development, but because the Eternal Territory had an invisible system. The strange glowing magic imaging device in front of her was one of the tools to connect to the hidden system of the Eternal Territory. The technical officer, Laura, who was clearly an alchemical puppet but claimed to be a robot, called this alchemical device a computer. The computer that Aranda belonged to displayed the operating system of the department she was in charge of. From the system, various tasks of the Immigration and Foreign Personnel Reception Office can be easily completed. There are detailed information about the registered residents and foreign personnel in the territory. In order to prepare these things, Aranda and her subordinates were busy for many days and nights. When the data was produced, Aranda found that this thing really helped her work a lot. It can use a few people to complete the work that previously required a lot of people, and the error rate is very low. She can also use her own authority to let Laura add new practical functions to the system. It's really magical. It also makes Aranda feel a little scared. What on earth is this? Aranda. Yenching saw that Aranda was distracted and did not immediately respond to his question. So he shouted, "This is the highest level meeting of the Eternal Territory. Although you are a prisoner, you are also my cabinet minister. Have a serious meeting. Report the situation of your department. I have something important to announce." Okay. Aranda immediately retracted his scattered spirit, focused on the meeting and his computer, and reported to Yenching. Yenching can directly see many things in the Immigration and Foreign Reception Department. He is very satisfied with Aranda's work. The new subjects who join the territory have been well received and arranged. When foreigners encounter difficulties, Aranda's department will help them solve them very quickly. As for catching spies, that is icing on the cake. Aranda's job is mainly to receive people who come to the Eternal Territory for the first time and help them quickly adapt to this city that is completely different from other places. Finally, Aranda said to Yenching, "Lord, there are many foreign werewolves and humans who have requested to join the Eternal Territory and become your subjects. Since we have not received your consent, we have not accepted them. Recently, There are more werewolves and humans who have made such requests. I ask for your reply again. While restricting Aranda, the electronic anklet seems to have buried her hatred. Her state of mind has taken on a different state, and she is like an ordinary farmer again, contributing her own strength to the development of this territory. If you want revenge, you must wait for the moment to gain power. This is what Aranda said to herself. The Eternal Territory is developing so well now, and the welfare of its subjects is so high, which is very attractive to some outsiders. But since they are outsiders, they must have clear backgrounds. Most werewolves belong to a certain tribe, and humans must have their own territories. If the Eternal Territory accepts them, it will cause a lot of trouble. Yinxing thought about it and said to Aranda, the qualifications of the Eternal Territory subjects will definitely be open to the outside world. But not now, and they can't get it easily. I will formulate a standard for foreign immigrants and give it to you when the time is right. However, for those who are capable, this policy can be relaxed a bit. The number of such people should not be too large. Please submit a list and information. I will decide whether to approve it after reading it. Aranda nodded and replied, yes. Lord, there is one more thing. We have arrested some people with unknown intentions these days. They are most likely spies from other places. They are still in prison now. How should they be convicted? Yinxing closed his eyes and thought for a while, and said, sending spies to each other is a normal intelligence gathering behavior between different forces. I will definitely send spies to other regions to do the same thing in the future, as long as they don't cause substantial damage to the Eternal Territory. Warn them not to enter the Eternal Territory in the future, and then let them go. All released? Aranda couldn't believe that Yinxing would deal with these spies so carelessly. In other places, once the invading spies were found, they would be tortured and skinned even if they were not secretly executed. Yinxing smiled and said to Aranda, my Eternal Territory, and I have no hostility towards anyone or any race, except for some technical and military departments. My Eternal Territory has nothing to hide. It's a good thing that other forces want to know about me and the Eternal Territory. As long as they don't do anything excessive here, there's no need to make everyone nervous. Of course, we can't let them think that my territory is a sieve that can be entered and exited at will. And we can't relax in catching spies. Discovery, arrest, investigation follow the same process, as long as it does not violate the laws of the Eternal Territory. Warning and expulsion will be enough. During this period, we must treat them well and ask them if they are willing to earn some extra money and provide us with information. After consideration, Yinxing decided not to impose severe punishment on foreign spies, because of the existence of the information network controlled by Chui. All officials in the Eternal Territory are very simple officials. They have power, but not as much as the nobles in other places. Therefore, the intelligence collection and personnel infiltration of foreign spies cannot touch the real core of the Eternal Territory. It is impossible for the officials of the territory to bypass the territory data link and make transactions that endanger the security of the territory. As for other espionage activities, they are all to obtain things that have nothing to do with the territory. It doesn't matter if they know. The Eternal Territory makes itself too mysterious and executes the captured spies, which will trigger bad speculation from the outside world. Moreover, after these spies know the lenient policy of the Eternal Territory, they will not do extreme resistance when they are arrested, and will not cause damage to the territory and casualties. Everyone tacitly accepts this unspoken rule and cultivates a harmonious relationship, which may not be impossible to recruit a group of double-sided spies. It can definitely greatly increase the channels for the Eternal Territory to obtain intelligence from the outside world. Relaxing the treatment of spies will do more good than harm to the Eternal Territory. Of course, those insiders who sell intelligence to outsiders must be severely punished. Eat the Emperor's salary. Be loyal to the Emperor. The spies come to the Eternal Territory to collect intelligence as their job, and the insiders of the Eternal Territory dare to collude with outsiders to sell intelligence, which is eating from the inside. And as the Eternal Territory is about to implement reforms, the privatization of wealth will inevitably lead to such greedy people. However, dealing with such people is not the job of Aranda's department, so Yinxing did not say much to her in this regard. Aranda still has a half understanding of Yinxing's explanation. After all, she is a spy belonging to the Snow Elves, and knows what the consequences are for spies whose identities are exposed. Think about yourself again, as an elf assassin, or an assassin who intended to assassinate Yinxing. He could be forgiven, and even became a cabinet minister of the Eternal Territory. Aranda really didn't understand what kind of person this Master Yanxing was. But since the Lord gave the order, he just had to do it. Yes, Lord. I will investigate the arrested spies as soon as possible. And then release those with minor crimes? Yanxing nodded, without talking more about this small issue, and turned to tell his cabinet ministers about the reform plan of the Eternal Territory. Chapter 245, Attracting Investment. Yanxing proposed a reform plan for the Yongheng Territory's economic system, which is to transform the unified supply system into a market economy and transform part of the Lord's industry into tradable private industry. In short, there will be no more big pot meals. The Lord will pay wages to everyone who works for the territory. That is, the grain coupons of the Yongheng Grain Bank. In the future, the subjects will need to use grain coupons to buy anything they want. The more you work, the more you get. At the same time, Yongheng Territory also encourages its subjects to break away from the current territory production system and run individual businesses. To help these people, the Yongheng Grain Bank can provide them with a low-interest loan. The policies of the territory will also provide them with necessary help. Yanxing showed his officials a number of existing territory industries that can be sold and privately operated through the Territory Information Network system. The unified supply system of Yongheng Territory now allows us to concentrate our efforts on doing big things when there are few people. But when the population increases, various drawbacks emerge, and there is a huge waste of manpower and materials. The transformation of the territory supply system is the general trend, and I can't manage more and more industries that are growing in scale in the future. I will continue to keep the industries that protect the core interests of the territory in my hands. And there is nothing else that cannot be sold or contracted out. Let everyone who participates in the development of Yongheng Territory benefit. And let every smart and talented person have room for development. Yanxing's words and decisions were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the ministers present, and they felt at a loss, looking at the items of the estates that could be sold in the territory displayed on their laptops. The ministers were shocked and trembled all over. The master is selling 60% of the estates in the territory. Is the master crazy? No. The master is wise and far-sighted. How could he be crazy? It must be me who is crazy. But why did the master sell his private property for no reason? The master's wisdom is really like a vast galaxy, and we mortals can only look up and cannot guess. The whole venue was silent, and no one knew what to say. The territory reform proposed by Yanxing has exceeded their already low understanding ceiling. In their opinion, the master is just a super spendthrift. But no one dares to say it. Yanxing had long anticipated what would happen after he proposed the territory reform plan. It might be easy to understand that he would no longer manage the big pot meals of his subjects but pay wages. And selling industries in his hands should be very absurd. But they don't understand. Under the financial system of food stamps, did the master really sell these industries? The advantages and disadvantages of the unified supply system are obvious. The big pot meal will breed people's laziness and bury many talents in a low-competition environment. Market economy and privatization will allow talented people to unleash greater potential for their own happy lives, thereby creating much more wealth. Under the unique financial system of Yongheng Territory, these wealth are equivalent to the wealth of the territory. As long as Yanxing controls Yongheng Grain Store and the core industries of the territory, it doesn't matter who owns other industries. In this way, Yongheng Territory can transfer some burdens and put all its energy on the cutting edge. Just stabilize its own basic base and let private industries fight outward. Let the bosses earn more, so that they will have the motivation to expand the market. Yanxing was too lazy to explain to all the confused ministers. Anyway, it is hard to explain now. When they all taste the sweetness of this reform, the power of capital will naturally push them to do what they should do. Productivity determines production relations. Yanxing wants to create the first batch of capitalists. You don't need to understand the purpose of these reforms. Just do what I say. As my important ministers, I allow you to choose the projects you are willing to invest in from these industries for sale. Yongheng Grain Bank will give you the most favorable loans, and the technical department will give you the technology you need. As for the policy, you are all sitting in this position, so I don't need to teach you. Since Yanxing said so much, the ministers did not raise any opinions, and they could not raise any. They all carefully browsed the items of the property that the master was going to sell, and considered which project they should invest in based on their own abilities and resources. Yanxing did not really sell his property at the meeting. And he quickly brought the content of the meeting to the normal agenda. Territory economic reform cannot be implemented simply by talking about the outline. Once many details are not implemented, the people-friendly policies will become harsh policies that hurt the people. Yinxing explained the details of this territory economic reform in detail through the computer distributed to the ministers, and readjusted the various departments of the territory. Add what should be added, delete what should be deleted, all for the territory entering a new stage of development. In addition to the reform of the territory's economic system, Yinxing also planned the next development direction of the territory. Now that the road is open, it is more convenient for outsiders to reach the Eternal Territory. Yinxing proposed a plan to attract investment in the territory. The Eternal Territory has its own advantages, and the magic world has its own advantages. If the Eternal Territory can use its gradually formed industrial advantages to achieve large-scale production of the special items of the magic world, then the cost can make the goods produced in the Eternal Territory have strong market competitiveness. This will inevitably be very attractive to investors and technology masters. As long as the cooperation is successful, the technology will naturally remain in the Eternal Territory, especially some unique magic and alchemy techniques. These things cannot be obtained from books, nor can they be easily verified. Yinxing requires his officials to have an open mind. Be brave to accept all those who are willing to open factories and invest in the Eternal Territory. No race, no country, no power, only money and technology. As long as there are projects that complement the Eternal Territory industry, all departments must actively cooperate. It doesn't matter if the other party takes the bulk of the profits if the technology is advanced. The Eternal Territory is an open commercial city. We don't take the initiative to be enemies with anyone. I welcome anyone to the Eternal Territory. This point should be carried through in the future policies of the territory. We accept humans, and we also accept elves who are fighting with humans now. If orcs are willing to come to the Eternal Territory to do business, we will also warmly welcome them. Werewolves are one of the main races in the Eternal Territory. When we welcome werewolves, we will never exclude lizardmen who are hostile to werewolves. In the city, I saw traces of lizardmen. In this regard, the Immigration and Foreign Personnel Reception Department has done a very good job. Aranda, the road running through the north and south of Thunder Swamp will soon be connected. You can convey my goodwill to the elves to your people. Thunder Swamp does not allow the elves' army to pass through, but will protect your caravans from passing through. In the Eternal Territory, I will also provide you with the greatest protection. Aranda looked up at Yinxing. When she heard that the Thunder Swamp road was about to open, she was happy at first and then sad. Yes, Lord. I will write to the commander of the Snow Elf army stationed in the Windy Highlands to introduce your kindness and friendly Eternal Territory to my compatriots. But the elves may not believe it. Chapter 246 Armament Plan. After hearing Aranda's reply, Yinxing also knew that the racial hatred on the Windy Highlands was not so easy to resolve. No matter how the Snow Elves see me and the Eternal Territory, we must make our attitude clear to them. The road is there, and the door is always open. It is their choice to do what they want. Okay, if there is nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone should work harder these days to implement the reform of the Eternal Territory effectively. Ganya, stay, and we will continue the military meeting. The Eternal Territory cabinet meeting ended, and the ministers left their seats to salute Yinxing, and then walked out of the meeting hall one after another. Orf, Broken Ear, Claw and several werewolf heroes, who were waiting in the lounge next to them came in. The army of Eternal Territory had completed a reorganization during this period. The army uniforms were also unified. The combat equipment was naturally the modern equipment, and the daily uniforms were grass camouflage. They were all ready-made, cheap and affordable. The werewolf's clothes were slightly modified and cut to fit well. After his general sat down, Yinxing opened the territory military interface on the computer. The situation of the military units under the Eternal Territory, the garrisons, the armaments, were all displayed in detail one by one. At this time, the Eternal Territory still maintained the organization of the third-level military forces. They are Eternal Territory Direct Forces. This part now has about 2,000 people, half of which are human soldiers and half are werewolf soldiers. Some of the human soldiers are in the Eternal Merchant Mercenary Manor, following Eddie for musketeer training. Some human soldiers are in the Outpost Fortress, patrolling the western border with the Griffin Knights of Nuda City. The werewolf warriors are all in the Eternal Territory, responsible for the defense of the territory. the southern camp of the swamp in the Red Mud Wetland. This army is composed of conscripts provided by the werewolf tribe of Eternal Territory. Due to the increase in the number of werewolf tribes belonging to Yinxing, the number of conscripts has reached more than 4,000, and it has always maintained a considerable number of poison flies. The conscripts of the southern camp are equipped with steel armor and weapons provided by the Eternal Territory. Their mission is to patrol the existing control area of the Eternal Territory uninterruptedly to protect the werewolf tribe and the Eternal Territory's industry. Werewolf tribe. All swamp werewolves are soldiers. The number of werewolves attached to the Eternal Territory is close to 50,000, equipped with steel weapons and slingshots. The daily work of the werewolf tribe is to complete the production tasks assigned by the Eternal Territory and serve as a frontline warning force. When encountering a large-scale war, the Eternal Territory can recruit and arm them at any time. Therefore, if fully mobilized, the Eternal Territory can organize an army of 60,000 people in a short period of time. Although the quality is far inferior to that of the Windy Highlands Legion, the number is not much less than that of the Windy Highlands Legion, which is now seriously reduced in number, if the troops that he can influence and summon in the depths of Thunder Swamp are counted. This mob is also very intimidating. After browsing the military forces that Eternal Territory now has, Yinxing said to his generals, "The war in Windy Highlands will soon enter the final stage, and anything can happen during this period. Our army must be prepared in advance to deal with all emergencies. All military units under Eternal Territory immediately enter a state of combat readiness and be ready to fight at any time." "Yes, sir," the generals of Eternal Territory answered in unison. Yinxing asked Broken Ear and Claw how many chocobos and demonized warhorses have been domesticated. The Eternal Territory built a large chicken farm and horse farm, and asked the werewolves in Red Mud Wetland and Stinky Water Forest to raise chickens and horses. Broken Ear immediately reported to Yinxing, "Report to the master. We in Red Mud Wetland have domesticated a total of 756 chocobos and 369 carnivorous birds for you. The chicks you gave us grow really fast. They keep eating, and they become demonized quickly." Then Claw reported to Yinxing, "Report to the master. There are now 659 horses in the horse farm managed by the Stinky Water Forest tribe, of which 89 have become demonized with earth attributes. We are looking for new ways to see if we can increase the number of horses that can be demonized. We also hope that the master can provide us with more horses." Li Claw's answer was not as excited as Duan Air's. After all, in terms of quantity, the number of demonized chickens raised in the Red Mud Wetland exceeded 1,000, while the Stinky Water Forest only raised 89 demonized horses. Yinxing also wanted to give Li Claw more horses to raise. But in the real world, horses are different from chickens. Chicken seedlings can be bought in the thousands, but the number of horses is so small. Even if Yinxing has a private horse farm, he can't produce too many horses in a short time. Yinxing said, "I know. I will find a way to deal with the horses. Duan Hongi Shirton has raised chickens very well for the master, so I will give your tribe 9 carnivorous birds as a reward." Hearing that the master actually rewarded him with 9 carnivorous birds, Duana was even happier and said repeatedly, "Thank you for the reward, the master. In the future, my Hongi Shirton tribe will do its best to raise chickens for the master." Yinxing nodded and continued to say to Duaner, "The remaining 360 carnivorous birds, you can take them all to the werewolf tribe to exchange for their werewolf warriors. 1 carnivorous bird for 5 warriors. A fair trade. Tell those werewolf tribes that their warriors will join my eternal werewolf tribe and will become more powerful werewolves. It will also become the glory of their tribe." Now Yinxing only has more than 1,000 werewolf warriors under his direct command. In the case that Yongheng Territory does not recruit soldiers from peasants, the army that Yinxing can mobilize is these werewolves. Therefore, expanding the military strength of Yongheng Territory means expanding the number of this directly subordinate werewolf army. A 5th-level carnivore bird in exchange for 5 first-level werewolves. It is not a matter of who is making a profit. It is Yinxing and the swamp werewolves each seeking what they need. The werewolves in the Thunder Swamp obtain a killer weapon that can deal with poisonous insect monsters, and Yinxing obtains the much-needed source of soldiers. 360 carnivorous birds can be exchanged for 1,800 werewolves. And then through the Yongheng Territory werewolf training and advancement system, Yinxing will have 1,800 more mid-level werewolf warriors. After modernized armament, the combat effectiveness must be very impressive. It is the main force that Yinxing may interfere with the situation in Nuda City in the future. Hearing the task assigned to him by the master, Duanair immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Master, leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. I don't know how many werewolf chiefs asked me about carnivorous birds, but I ignored them. Now that you are willing to sell it, and it is so cheap, I guarantee that those werewolf tribes will fight for it. I'll leave it to you." Yinxing turned to Li Zhua and said, "What is the strength of the demonized horses now?" Li Zhua immediately replied to the master, "Due to the different types of horses you brought, the ranks of the demonized horses are distributed between the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. All demonized horses are earth-based, with increased strength, load-bearing capacity, and endurance, and can use war-trampling magic attacks. They are very powerful mounts. Levels 7, 8, and 9 are very powerful. If used to organize a heavy cavalry, it can really make the opponent feel great. However, the number of demonized horses is still too small, and there is no way to form a scale. And Yinxing doesn't know how far the heavy cavalry can go after he came to this world. This batch of demonized horses should be handed over to you, Shushulan, to be tamed well, and later as a reward, to be given to heroes and soldiers who have established military industry." Li Zhua replied, "Yes, sir. Master, be generous and kind." All the generals shouted, "Master, be generous and kind." These generals have seen this batch of demonized horses, and have been drooling over them for a long time. But the master has never said how to get a demonized horse. Now that the master has set the standard for obtaining a demonized horse, the werewolf heroes are rubbing their hands, and can't wait to find an enemy to beat him up. Yinxing is very satisfied with his subordinate's strong desire for war. Although he talked about peaceful development at the cabinet meeting, he knew that peace is not something that can be shouted out without force. Who will talk to you about peace? Some fights cannot be avoided with good intentions, and some stability can only be achieved through war. The Eternal Territory is advertised as a defensive army, but the army must always have the desire to attack. Yinxing calmed down the chaotic council hall with his hand, and then said to Orf, "When the chief of the Broken Ears has recruited the werewolves in the territory, you will immediately organize the training of these werewolves. This includes the task of advancing and completing the training of new recruits. In particular, you must conduct targeted offensive and defensive training inside and outside the city of Nuda, and protect the city lord's mansion and the related industries of the Eternal Territory. Laura can provide you with information support, and Claws and Steel Fangs will assist you in completing this training task." Orf, Claws, and Steel Fangs answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Yinxing continued to give Duanair tasks. The southern camp of the swamp should strengthen the security of the northern gate of the Eternal Territory. Place guards in the strongholds of each section of the Thunder Swamp Avenue, and closely monitor the movements of werewolves and lizardmen. Contact more friendly tribes to ensure that the Thunder Swamp will not pose a threat to us if there is an emergency in the south. I heard that Chief Taitu seems to be very dissatisfied with me. Be careful that he does something stupid." Duanair nodded and said, "I know, sir. Taitu is indeed very restless. He can't see the difference in strength between him and you. I will keep an eye on him." Yinxing nodded. "If the Eternal Territory intends to move to Nuda City, your southern camp will also be responsible for assisting the defense of the Eternal Territory. You have a heavy responsibility. Tell me what you need as soon as possible. I will find a way to satisfy you." Duanair replied, "Master, I will immediately mobilize the southern camp for war when I return to Hungi Wetland this time." Next, Yinxing and his generals discussed how the various armies should cooperate if Yonglin Territory had to participate in the war, how to defend Yonglin Territory, how to arm the soldiers mobilized for war, how to deal with emergencies from the north, west, and south, and asked Chui Chui to make a military exercise map, project it onto the conference table, and use the existing intelligence to conduct several military exercises. Yonglin Territory was carrying out economic reforms and military expansion, and Yinxing also held meetings every day to deal with problems that arose. The territory was successfully upgraded to level 7 during this period. Level 7 territories can build cavalry camps and cavalry training grounds, and can recruit and train level 7 human cavalry. Griffin towers can be built, and Griffins can be recruited to form the air force of the human forces. Level 7 territories are considered independent territories with certain self-protection capabilities. After the Eternal Territory was upgraded, Yinxing immediately used the God-given gold coins to directly build several important buildings, then recruit level 7 cavalry of the human race. Cavalry level 7 combat unit of the human race attack, 10 defense, 10 damage, 9 physical strength, 35 talent, force march. Level 7 is a medium armor combat unit of the human cavalry. With a layer of chain mail inside, and a layer of leather armor, with steel plates inlaid in important parts outside. The weapons are a spear, a steel sword, and a small round shield. The appearance of cavalry gave the human army, which values defense, a certain offensive capability. It stands to reason that cavalry should be very popular in the human army. But the fact is just the opposite. Human lords do not pay attention to the construction of cavalry, because in their eyes, cavalry is very useless. Below the cavalry, the 6th level guards have almost the same combat power as him, and do not need to be equipped with expensive war horses. Compared with the same level, the 7th level Griffin is an air unit, the glory of mankind. The little brilliance of the cavalry cannot be compared with the Griffin. Above is the 8th level Knight Squire, which is the initial level of the noble children, and follows the knight to act together. It is really uncomfortable for the cavalry to be caught in the middle. Moreover, the nobles do not want to see too many peasants promoted to knight squires, and compete with the nobles' children to be the followers of excellent knights. Because the tactics of the human army are generally based on excellent defensive capabilities and counterattacks. As a heavy cavalry unit, the knights are used to charge, either to turn the tide or to determine the victory. It is a good opportunity to compete for military merit. How many noble children rely on this kind of battle to be promoted to knights and become heroes? How can they be robbed of resources by civilian cavalry? It costs money. The combat effectiveness is not significantly improved, and it threatens the privileges of the nobles. Therefore, there are not many cavalry in the human army, and they basically serve as land scouts of the army. However, cavalry is very popular in the mercenary industry. Combat power is the ceiling of civilian professions except heroes. Some heroes may not be as good as an excellent cavalry. The cavalry's military talent is rapid march, which is conducive to traveling and support. A lightly armored cavalry does not necessarily need to ride a warhorse. A better horse is enough to deal with the battles faced by mercenaries. And once the cavalry awakens as a hero, it must be a powerful knight hero. The difference in combat power between the troop type and the warrior hero awakened by the 6th level guard is not a little bit. Therefore, some mercenary groups with money will spend a lot of money to buy cavalry from the Lord. There is a significant improvement in the strength and remuneration price of the mercenary group. In this way, the mediocre cavalry, which was not favored by the nobles, appeared widely in the mercenary team. Yinching bought all the cavalry waiting to be recruited from the newly built cavalry camp. The cavalry recruited at the beginning only had weapons and armor, but no mounts. The war horses of the cavalry needed to be equipped separately. The recruitment cost of cavalry was 240 gold, and the recruitment cost of a griffin was 250 gold. Without horses, it would be better to add some money to get a griffin than to recruit cavalry. No wonder cavalry was not favored by human lords. Not all lords had the ability to make money like Yinching. A territory only had so many God-given gold coins per week. After deducting the city operation expenses and the share of money paid to the great lord, every God-given gold coin had to be carefully calculated. The recruitment cost of a 6th level guard was only 160 gold, and there was no need to equip a war horse. Chapter 247: The feasibility of breeding griffins in reality. 6 7th level cavalrymen were recruited in 1 week. Yinching equipped each of them with a chocobo and let them join the army directly under the Eternal Territory, becoming the first cavalry team in the territory. Then Yinching threw a group of 6th level human guards and a group of 6th level werewolf warriors into the cavalry training ground to train the cavalry to upgrade their ranks. Yinching has been looking forward to cavalry for a long time. There are many reasons why those human lords do not pay attention to cavalry. There is the noble status at work, and it is also related to the characteristics and tactics of the human arms. Because the human race lacks a 1st level arm, it cannot play the human wave tactic. The tactics are conservative, emphasizing steady defense and step-by-step, and arranging offensive and defensive tactics around the military formation. Therefore, when Yinching was studying the history of human wars in the city lord's mansion of Count Theodore, he found that there were few examples of wars in which the human race participated that focused on mobility. On the contrary, the Orcs like to use their own wolf cavalry to fight some mobile surprise attacks. But because the wolf cavalry is only at the 3rd level, it has a large number, but cannot achieve very good results. Yinching knows how awesome the large Dieter tactics are. The 7th level cavalry of the human race is average in offense and defense. If it is replaced with the equipment distributed by the Eternal Territory to the direct army, the offensive and defensive capabilities can be greatly improved, and its own weight can be reduced a lot. The natural rapid march exists for the execution of mobile warfare. The reason why cavalry can do so well in the mercenary industry is because they can change places quickly. The drone system in Yinxing's hands is now relatively mature, which can provide early warning and marching guidance for the cavalry groups on the move, ensuring that they can appear in the right place at the right time. Therefore, the cavalry, which is not valued by other human lords, is a killer branch in Yinxing's eyes. In large-scale wars, cavalry plays a greater role than heavy knights. With the cavalry training ground, Yinxing immediately began to form his own cavalry group. After looking at his cavalry, Yinxing went to see the newly built Griffin Tower. Just like what we saw in New Tower City, the Griffin Tower is a tall tower surrounded by a large courtyard. There are many holes on the walls of the tower for the griffins to enter and exit. However, there are no griffins or people responsible for raising and training griffins in this Griffin Tower, which makes it seem a bit quiet. Yinxing, who came here, did not rush into the Griffin Tower, but took out a building drawing under the tower. Griffin Tower. Building on the Griffin Tower can increase the Griffin production of the Griffin Tower by 100%. Requires 10,000 God-given gold coins. It is a bit expensive, but Yinxing chose to build it without hesitation. As the God-given gold coins in the Lord's God-given space decreased, another straight golden light shone on the upper part of the already tall Griffin Tower. When the golden light disappeared, the towering Griffin Tower almost reached the clouds. Yinxing stood at the bottom of the tower and looked at the top of the tower. He said to Chui, "The Griffin Tower is now the tallest building in our Eternal Territory. Let's see if we can install a signal tower on it to make the wireless signal coverage wider." "Yes, Master. I have recorded your order in my pending program. Also, the artificial breeding technology of griffins. Let's see if we can find something useful in the real world." Yinxing, who came from the cavalry camp, knew that the 7th level recruitment building only provided 6 units that could be recruited per week. So even if the Griffin Tower provided a production bonus, it would only be 12 griffins per week. Although the number of Griffin Towers can be increased as the territory is upgraded in the future, Yinxing has already felt the difficulty of upgrading the territory. If griffins are only recruited, it is difficult to form a scale in a short period of time. From a long-term perspective, the Eternal Territory wants to maintain its expanding trade routes, and the demand for griffins is greater. Some of the griffins in Nuda City are bred naturally. Yinxing wondered if he could rely on real-world technology to speed up the reproduction of griffins. After all, giant pandas have been raised from endangered species to vulnerable species. In a few dozen or hundreds of years, they may become domestic pets like cats and dogs. Griffins are easier to keep alive than giant pandas. After retrieving relevant data, Chui said to Yinxing, "Master, biological reproduction technology is a field that requires a lot of experience, and it is difficult to complete related research based on theoretical knowledge alone. This requires a large number of professionals, and some equipment is not available to us. If the Master wants to study the breeding technology of griffins, I suggest that the Master follow the example of Jurassic Park and conduct this research on an island in the real world." Chui's suggestion stopped Yinxing from entering the Griffin Tower. On an island somewhere in the real world, recruit professionals from the real world to study creatures in the magical world? Since owning the magic world, Yinxing has not gone abroad, and he doesn't even often leave his city. The reason is that going abroad is too troublesome. With the powerful logistics system in China, you can see bulk goods within a few days, even if you don't count the time spent on the journey. The time spent on buying things in an unfamiliar place is really up to fate. Maybe the things you want to buy are still sent from China. Yinxing, who wishes there were 48 hours in a day, really doesn't want to waste time on the journey and waiting. Even weapons. A small amount of weapons is not enough, and it is dangerous to have no way to get a large amount of weapons. And logistic support is also a big problem. Therefore, Yinxing, who needs to spend a lot of time in the magic world, takes root in Zhihai City and conducts independent research and development through the well-connected logistics network here. At least in the early stage of the territory's development and the complex situation of the Windy Highlands at this time, Yinxing can't run around casually. But when the territory develops to this scale, and the technology accumulates to this level, some things have to be faced. Funds have always been insufficient for the development speed of Yunhing territory. The sale of agarwood red wine, and a small amount of gold has begun to fail to meet Yonglin territory's demand for money. At the current stage of technology, many things cannot be bought on the internet platform. It's all about self-development. And I really don't know when it will be done. Although Chui is powerful, he is not omnipotent. At least not yet. Therefore, when Chui proposed to raise griffins in the real world, Yanqing realized that although he was not very willing to do so, he had to take the step. It is a feasible plan to establish a Griffin Research Institute on an island in the ocean, following the example of Jurassic Park. If the legendary griffins can be cultivated on a large scale, tourism will be a very good source of wealth. At the same time, studying griffins can attract scholars from all over the world, and some high-tech equipment can be purchased in the name of studying griffins. In addition, having a public nationality will bring some troubles, but it can also bring a lot of convenience. Chapter 248 The Newborn Griffin. Yanqing listened to this bold idea carefully at the door of the Griffin Tower. The Griffin is not a magic beast. It is a kind of aerial beast in the magic world that can be comparable to the 7th level magic beast. Therefore, he is not afraid that the real world will discover the existence of magic through studying the Griffin. In addition, after knowing what magic is, Yanqing has sensed the magic elements in the real world. It was found that there are no free magic elements in the real world. So Yanqing can only consume his own magic power to release magic. The magic power in the real world is discounted, but rare alchemical resources can be used to form a temporary magic environment through magic arrays. That is to say, as long as you are willing to spend money, the magic power can still reach the full value. It is precisely because there are no magic elements in the real world that griffins cannot absorb magic elements and transform into royal griffins. And the secrets of the magic world can be kept forever. There is another advantage of breeding griffins in the real world. In the magic world, griffins are a kind of domesticated creature that coexists with humans. After this symbiotic relationship is established, griffins generally do not actively attack people. Instead, they will get close to those who are kind to them and obey those who are stronger than them. Therefore, the probability of griffins hurting people in the real world is very low. They look majestic and fierce, but they are warm men who love their families at heart, and they are blessed by ancient myths. Griffins are definitely a money-making artifact in the real world. The important thing is that griffins regard ordinary people as partners, and regard those who are stronger than them as leaders. There is probably no one in the real world that a griffin can regard as a leader. So no matter how many griffins there are in the real world, Yanqing has the first control over them. As for what troubles will be caused by the appearance of griffins in the real world, Yanqing believes that he is no longer the same person he was a few months ago. Some troubles are no longer troubles for him now. In this world, fighting is a way to improve the strength of heroes, and daily practice is more important. Every meditation, every perception, and every practice will gain experience. When the strength reaches a certain level, the level will also increase accordingly. Yanqing human level, 31 occupation, Night Lord. Attack, 34 defense, 45 intelligence, 34 knowledge, 34 hero specialty. Popularity increases the attractiveness of human farmers and increases the efficiency of governance. Encouragement, increase the morale of the subjects and the army. Hero specialty. Primary training, primary leadership. Primary offensive. Primary air magic, primary fire magic, primary wisdom. Primary holy power skills / magic. Charge collision prayer hot blood contempt sky break. Swift strike. Strength of solid wall, shield strike angels descend auxiliary magic air electromagnetic cannon. Magic lightning attack acceleration. Atmosphere shield fireball chain fireball. Equipment, deep space whisperer magic book. Warrior medal. Werewolf king shield. Tamer ring. Achievement, the first step of the Wild Hunter Guide. Reputation, 104,000. Yanqing opened his attribute panel and found that his level had crossed level 30. Zybel said that level 30 is the beginning of a mature hero. The path of cultivation has been clarified, and we know what the power of a hero is. Crossing this threshold is the starting point for becoming powerful. Comprehend intermediate skills. Comprehend advanced skills. Challenge yourself, and challenge this heroic path. Yanqing can feel the change in his state of mind. When he first owned this magical world, he was nervous. He was afraid that his secret would be discovered. So he was very cautious. He was afraid of getting into trouble and being pointed at his head by someone of unknown identity. Now Yanqing has not only improved his strength, he is also the owner of a city with a population of 20,000. There are more than 60,000 people living in the territory, and his power circle has expanded to the entire Thunder Swamp. He is regarded as a threat by the Silvermane Principality. But all parties have to play tricks with him. The state of mind is different. And the way of looking at some things is also different. Isn't it just raising a griffin? I will find a place to raise it in the real world. Yanxing stepped into the Griffin Tower. Inside the Griffin Tower is a shaft that leads directly to the top of the tower. Along the wall of the shaft, there are steps around and nests for griffins to live. In the nest at the bottom, there are 12 griffins in a phantom state waiting to be recruited. The recruitment fee is 250 gold per head. Griffin level 7 of human race attack, 11 defense, 11 damage, 9 stamina, 35 talent, flying. Dive. You can accurately attack the target during a dive, and quickly get away before Yanxing could take a closer look at the attributes of the griffin. The cry of an eagle resounded throughout the empty Griffin Tower. The 12 griffins stood up from their nests, stretching their waists, flapping their wings, and curiously looking at this new world with their golden eyes. They saw Yanxing. Seeing humans for the first time made them very cautious. They tilted their heads to observe, then half opened their wings and jumped from the not-so-high nest to the ground. The griffins did not cry, but made a purring sound in their throats. This is the sound that griffins make when they are close to people. A bit like being spoiled. All the newborn griffins are adults. They are large in size, and have good IQs. Their closeness and curiosity about people made them slowly approach Yanxing, and rub their heads against Yanxing's body. They even deliberately used force to test the strength of this person. Yanxing could feel that the griffin's temper was much better than that of the advanced combat griffin, which was very conducive to artificial breeding. Then, Yanxing let the werewolves outside in. Werewolf trainers are good at taming wild beasts and magical beasts. They can establish a spiritual connection with griffins, and understand the needs of griffins better. Therefore, Yanxing did not let humans manage the Griffin Tower, but chose a werewolf hero. Yanxing, who has the ring of the trainer, also has the ability to tame beasts. He and the werewolf trainer conducted a comprehensive examination of the newborn griffins, and selected 3 pairs of griffins for more detailed care, bathing and drying, combing feathers, and carefully checking skin and bones, facial features, limbs, anus. Check for common parasites and diseases on various griffins, and make a separate inspection record for each griffin. These are the procedures for checking griffins that Yanxing learned in New Tower City. Each griffin must undergo regular health checks. Wealthy lords also have some potions to maintain the feathers of griffins, make them look more beautiful. The treatment of griffins is very different from that of cavalrymen of the same rank. After Yanxing personally participated in the health check and feather maintenance of 3 pairs of griffins, he asked the werewolf trainer in charge of the Griffin Tower to take other werewolves to maintain the other 6 griffins. He took the 3 pairs of griffins to the wilderness far away from the city, and took out his mobile phone to take various photos of the griffins. He named each griffin and asked Chuichu to create their files separately, then print and bind them all into books. After all the necessary information was prepared, Yanxing sent the 6 griffins back to the Griffin Tower. He crossed the space with the griffins' information and returned to the real world from the magic world. Chapter 249, Selling Gold. After Yanxing returned to his apartment in Zhihai City from the magic world, he called Chinshur and asked him to meet at a restaurant in the evening. Then Yanxing took a taxi to his Yongling Trading Company. In his office, he dealt with the crowded work in the past few days, and then sent the things that needed to be purchased to various departments through office software. Chuichu. Yanxing looked at the Griffin file on the table and asked Chuichu, "I want to contact Renluin Investment Bank. Pay attention to network security." "Yes, Master." Chuichu is on standby to ensure the Master's network security. In the consciousness space, Chuichu changed into a programmer's outfit, put his hands on the virtual keyboard in front of him, and looked serious and ready. In front of her, on the open deep space whisper magic book, data strips composed of magic runes flowed. Yanxing was still very confident in Chuichu's network technology. He put on headphones and dialed the network phone of Renluin Investment Bank through the computer. "I am Sir Laming. I have a batch of gold to sell." Yanxing's voice was converted into English and sent out. Chuichu, who combined magic and data, mixed very well in the real network, except for some places with very strict network defense. Most of the network space was like walking in his own backyard for Chuichu. This brought a lot of convenience to Yanxing. For example, Yanxing resold a lot of gold shipped from the magic world through Chuichu. The money from reselling gold will be deposited into an anonymous overseas account opened by Chichui. This money will eventually be gathered in Yanqing's hands through various means, and then transformed into materials to add bricks and tiles to the construction of Yongjing territory. Renluen Investment Bank is a buyer that Yanqing met during these gold reselling times. The other party paid the money very quickly, which made Yanqing very fond of this investment bank. Chichui investigated the background of Renluen Investment Bank, but was soon discovered and tracked back by the other party. Fortunately, Chichui's hacking skills are unique, so Yanqing was not exposed. This time Yanqing needs a large sum of money to breed griffins in the real world, so he thought about selling another sum of gold to Renluen Investment Bank. Yanqing's call was quickly responded to. It was a female customer service representative with a nice voice, and her English pronunciation was the same dialect as Yanqing's fake spoken language. Hello, Sir Lei Ming. The first two cooperations were very pleasant, and we are very satisfied with your credit. We look forward to you selling more gold to us. At this time, Chue sounded the alarm. Master, the other party is trying to track us. Yanqing said to the customer service representative of Renluen Investment Bank, I am also very satisfied with the first two transactions, and this time I also brought full sincerity. But you seem very unfriendly. Excessive exploration of my secrets will only cause you to suffer losses. Gold? In this world, many people like it. Yanqing's threat soon worked, and the pursuit of Chue stopped. The customer service lady also said to Yanqing in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, Sir Lei Ming. This is our fault. I promise that such a situation will never happen again. Let's talk about business. How much gold do you plan to sell this time? 1 ton. Yanqing heard the other party cough violently. Obviously, the customer service lady was scared by this unit. The first 2 times Yanqing sold them gold were 100 kilograms and 150 kilograms. This time he directly raised it to 1 ton, and the tone was as if he was selling cabbage. The customer service lady took a breath and asked, Sir Lei Ming, are you sure you have a ton of gold to sell to us? I'm sure, Yanqing said. I just don't know if you have the ability to take this batch of gold. If you don't have the ability, I can find a few more buyers. No. The customer service lady hurriedly said, Sir Lei Ming, please believe in the strength of our Renluen Investment Bank. We can give you a very fair price to take this batch of goods. Even if there is more gold, we can take it. Can we take more gold? The customer's tone means that he has more gold in his hands. And the customer service lady can't stay calm anymore. Who did I meet? A gold smuggler. Where did he get so much gold? There was no news in the international community. It stands to reason that with so much gold, there must be some clues. Sir Lei Ming, do you still have a lot of gold? Yanqing said, well, I still have a few tons of gold, and there will be more in a while. If 1 ton of gold is not a burden for your Renluen Investment Bank, I will sell you 2 tons this time. Is it difficult? With a few words, 1 ton of gold became 2 tons of gold. They really treat it like cabbage. The customer service lady felt that she was almost stunned. Did she encounter an international scammer? But if it was true, this batch of gold must not slip away from under her nose. No problem, Sir Lei Ming. The customer service lady seemed to have asked for instructions, and after waiting for a while, she replied to Yanqing, we want all 2 tons of gold, but we require that this batch of gold is still delivered within our country. After we verify the quantity and authenticity, we will transfer the corresponding amount to your account. No problem, Yanqing replied very happily. Yanqing was most afraid of smuggling gold, and finally chose Renluen Investment Bank because they did not make too many small moves during the transaction. Other people had the idea of robbing gold, forcing Yanqing to use some means. Renluen Investment Bank has a deep background, which may reach the ears of the emperor. When doing things, you will naturally follow some rules. Even if these 2 tons of gold really arouse the greed of Renluen Investment Bank, Yanqing has the ability to keep this batch of gold. As long as this gold sales channel can be stabilized, there will be no shortage of money in the future. Yanqing agreed with the customer service lady of Renluen Investment Bank on the time and place of the transaction and ended the call. After being warned by Yanqing, the other party did not track the call again. Obviously, the business of 2 tons of gold scared them, and it was smuggled in. After ending the call with Renluen Investment Bank, Yanqing leaned on the office chair and fell into deep thought. He seriously considered whether his decision to put himself in the open was right. He spread out his palm, and a lightning ball solidified, and electric sparks flowed between his fingertips. With another thought, a fireball solidified. The lightning ball and the fireball entangled and rotated with each other. The lightning ball turned pale due to the increase in power, and the fireball also turned indigo. At this time, the office door knocked. Yinxing shook hands, and the lightning ball and the fireball burst and dissipated like bubbles. Come in. The office door opened, and Tong Yitong walked in from outside. Boss, I just saw your message on the company's internal system. What do you want to talk to me about? Chapter 250 Tacit Understanding. Yinxing installed a set of office software for the company to facilitate remote work. In this way, he does not need to be in the company, and can arrange various tasks in the apartment. When he was arranging the work just now, he asked Tong Yitong to come to the office to find him when she has time. Sit down. Yinxing pointed to the chair opposite the desk, and said to Tong Yitong. After she sat down, he said, Xiaotong, I am usually very busy and often not in the company, and I don't have time to manage. The company can run so well, and the relationship between colleagues is very harmonious. I know you have made a great contribution. You are also very capable. Tong Yitong just saw the boss suddenly looking for her in the office system, and she was still a little nervous. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that my boss, who has always been elusive, came to the company today and specifically asked to see me. Now it seems to be a good thing. The nervous Tong Yitong immediately relaxed. Boss, you are so kind to us, even letting us drink such expensive red wine. Of course we have to work hard for the company. Boss, you praise me so much. Are you going to give me a promotion and a raise? Tong Yitong looked expectant and energetic. Yinxing smiled and said, You guessed it right. I will indeed give you a promotion and a raise. As for what position you will be promoted to, and how much salary you will get, you have to answer a few questions for me first. Tong Yitong was very happy to hear that it was really a promotion and salary increase. Boss? Asked. Yinxing asked. The company wants to develop an overseas business, and needs to be stationed abroad. Do you have the time? Does your family allow it? Do you have the willingness? Hearing that she had to be stationed overseas, Tong Yitong was stunned for a moment and asked, Boss, which country? What business? Yinxing replied, I can't tell you the specific business before you agree. In short, it is something that can cause a sensation in the world, and the initial investment should be billions of RMB or more. I need a representative to participate in the management of this project and monitor the progress of this project. As for the work location, it's on an island in the high seas. Life might be a little hard in the early stage, but with such a large investment, the island will surely be built into a resort very quickly. With billions of dollars or more of investment, this project is very attractive to Tong Yitong, and she is also responsible for the management of the project as the boss's representative. For a newcomer in the workplace, like Tong Yitong who just graduated not long ago, it is really a pie in the sky, a gold brick. From a low-level worker, she has jumped to a top worker. It's just that the work location is a little scary for girls. Boss, why is the work location still on a deserted island? Because this project must be carried out on a deserted island. Yinxing could see Tong Yitong's worry and said to her, Don't worry. This project is not harmful to the world. If you find out that I lied, you can quit at any time. If you agree to accept this job, I will also provide you with a private bodyguard. Of course, if you don't agree, I won't force you. You can still be promoted to the company's vice president. When I'm not here, you will be fully responsible for the operation of this company. For Tong Yitong, the vice president of Yonghing Trading is also a step up. But the overseas project that the boss mentioned is obviously a broader space. After thinking for a while, Tong Yitong asked Yinxing, Boss, why did you choose me? I have only been working for half a year. Aren't you afraid that I will mess up your investment? Yinxing shook his head helplessly. I don't want to choose you either. But I have no choice. The company only has these people. If you don't want to do it, I will ask someone else. Tong Yitong's face darkened. The boss is really careless in choosing people. Think about the red wine that the boss took out at the company party. Careless. It is in line with the boss's style. Oh my god. Tong Yitong didn't want to miss this opportunity, and didn't want to regret it in the future because of this refusal. I will persuade my family. It's just, how often can I come back? I won't come back for several years. Right? I'm not going to jail. Yinxing saw that Tong Yitong was still worried, and couldn't help but smile. As long as it doesn't affect work, you can come back anytime. When the island is fully equipped, You can bring your family over to play. Don't be affected by the images in those movies. We are not doing anything dangerous. Since you agreed, you will know what the project is in the evening. In the evening? In the evening. Yinxing replied, Do you have time in the evening? Tong Yitong quickly replied, Yes. 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 Then you can get off work and wait for me at restaurant in the evening. Okay. Tong Yitong, realizing that her life was about to undergo a major change, stood up and walked out in a daze. At this time, Yinxing stopped her and asked, Do people from the company next door still come here often these days? Tong Yitong turned around and replied, Well, their work is quite leisurely, and they often come to chat with us. They also invite us to go out and play. I see. Go and prepare. Yinxing asked Tong Yitong to leave the office. It seems that his large-scale purchases, and then making them disappear, have finally attracted some people's attention. These days, around the company's warehouse, should be found some suspicious people. If it weren't for Yinxing's strong anti-tracking ability, they would probably have found their residence. Yes, in the past few months, from small purchases to hundreds of thousands of tons of food, cement, and steel. Is it easy for me to develop my territory? With so many materials only entering but not leaving, and then disappearing out of thin air. It would be self-deception not to attract attention. Fortunately, the other party was just monitoring and did not take any action. So Yinxing continued to insist on large purchases, like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. This is also the reason why Yinxing dared to raise griffins in the real world. What else is there to hide after it has come to this point? Anyway, so many things just disappeared like a swish. Isn't it scary? If it were you, would you continue to observe? Or run out to ask what kind of magic this is? What if you run out to ask, and the person is gone? Yinxing felt that as long as he didn't do anything dangerous, this tacit understanding should be able to last for a while. When the Eternal Territory completes the economic transformation and finds substitutes for the development of materials, the dependence on the real world will be greatly reduced. If the two sides are really incompatible at that time, that means if I can't stay here, I will go somewhere else. There is no place in the world that I can't go. If I am damaged, I will cut off the current Eternal Trade Shell Company, and then let Chue design an identity for me, and then open a company in another place to continue to deal in materials. Another hero. Discovered again? Change the identity again. As for the overseas Griffin breeding island, the master is still your master. Who has the ability to snatch griffins from me? After thinking about this, Yinxing no longer cared about the company next door, and didn't even think about eavesdropping. Chapter 251. I have a friend. At night, Tong Yitong, who had dressed up specially, stood at the door of the restaurant where she had made an appointment with Yinxing. Her mood was extremely complicated. The boss asked me to come to discuss the company's overseas projects in the evening. Was it just to discuss the projects? Tong Yitong remembered some unspoken rules in the workplace that she had heard before. If a girl wants to climb up quickly, she always has to sacrifice something. She thought that even if she faced this situation, she would definitely be able to righteously criticize the boss like the heroine in the TV series, and then fire the boss without looking back. But when it really happened to her, she hesitated. Such an opportunity is not something you can come across casually. Once you miss it, you may never reach this height in your entire life. Tong Yitong looked at her own shadow reflected on the glass door of the restaurant. After get off work, she went to a luxury store and used her savings to buy herself a red hand-painted silk cotton dress with hanging dye. She put on black stockings and crystal high heels. She then spent more than an hour carefully drawing an exquisite evening dress for herself. The reflection of herself on the glass door was youthful, beautiful and energetic. Not much worse than those celebrities and socialites. The boss was so young and had such a big business. He was handsome and majestic, just like the overbearing president in the novel. Thinking of what might happen tonight, Tong Yitong's face turned red. Xiao Tong? Why are you here? A voice interrupted Tong Yitong's reverie. She turned around quickly and saw the man behind her and said hurriedly, Chun. Manager Chun. Good evening. I'm waiting for Mr. Yen. He asked me to come here to discuss work in the evening. The man who came was Chinshur. He looked Tong Yitong up and down and said with a smile, What kind of work do you have to dress like this? It's like filming a movie. Oh. Chinshur helped Yinxing sell agarwood and Earl of red wine. He often came to Yongying trade and saw Tong Yitong more often than Yinxing. He knew that Tong Yitong was not a girl who dressed up deliberately. So he was a little surprised to see Tong Yitong here. Then he showed a smile that said, "I understand." Tong Yitong quickly explained, "Manager Chen. It's not what you think. Mr. Yen and I really just came to discuss work." Tong Yitong's voice became smaller and smaller. And even she didn't believe what she said. Chincher smiled and said, "I don't know what work you and your boss are discussing. But your boss also asked me to come here to discuss something. Let's go. I have booked a room. And Mr. Yen will be here soon. Let's go order food first." "Ah. Mr. Yen also asked you out?" Tong Yitong saw that Chincher had already entered the restaurant and hurriedly followed him in. In order to get rid of the stalker, Yinxing took a long detour to the restaurant where he had an appointment with Tong Yitong and Chincher. When he entered the private room, Chincher had already ordered a table of food and wine. "Xiaotong, you are dressed so beautifully. Do you have a date for dinner tonight?" Yinxing put a stack of documents on the table and asked the amazed Tong Yitong beside him. "Ah." At this time, Tong Yitong was a little unsure whether the boss's purpose of asking her out was what she thought, and replied in panic, "No. No. No. I don't have a date tonight." "Oh. Then eat the food. Fill your stomach first, and then talk about things." Yinxing invited Chincher and Tong Yitong to dinner, and asked Chincher about the sales of agarwood and Earl Grey wine. Both of these are high-end items, sought after by celebrities. Some people even come from far away to wait in Zhihai City just to buy a piece of top-quality agarwood. Earl Grey red wine has also become a new favorite at various private banquets because of its excellent quality and mystery. Although Chincher publicly announced that only 1,000 bottles of Earl Grey wine are sold each year, the number of bottles sold has already exceeded 1,000 bottles, and it is still in short supply. And there are many overseas buyers. A few days ago, a member of the European royal family came to Zhihai City and asked me about this Earl Grey red wine. Chincher was so excited that he drank the white wine in the glass and continued, "I still want to see you and your friend." But I didn't agree. It seems that their royal heritage is not as authentic as your friends. They chose to live in seclusion, so they naturally kept a lot of good stuff. Yinxing explained casually, then asked, "Do you know anyone who owns a private island? It would be best if it is large enough, with fresh water, suitable for tourism development." Private island. This is not something that everyone can play with. Why are you asking this? Do you want to buy it? Yinxing picked up the food and ate it and said, "I have a project to make money now that needs to be carried out on a private island. I want to buy, but there is no suitable one. All the islands with good conditions that can be privately bought and sold are sold out. If you know someone who has such an island, invite him to come and talk about my money-making project." Chincher looked at Yinxing and said with a strange expression, "People who have such islands buy them for pleasure. They don't lack this little money. It's impossible for them to give up their own islands." Yinxing said, "I just asked if there is one, and you gave me a straightforward answer. Yes. Yes. Yes." Seeing that Yinxing's tone was a bit harsh, Chincher hurriedly said, "The Zhao family has a private island that meets your requirements. Our company's annual meeting was held there last year. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, and the seawater is as clear as if there is no water. It's a really good place." "Zhao family?" Yinxing thought for a moment and said, "I've never heard of it. Which company do they run?" Chincher smiled and said, "The companies directly controlled by the Zhao family are just like your Yonling trade, which looks small but has amazing turnover. And they also have shares in many large groups. They are the kind of invisible rich people. The Zhao family is usually very low-key, and ordinary people can't get in touch with them." Yinxing took out his mobile phone and put it on the table, and said to Chincher, "Where is the Zhao family's private island?" Chincher wiped his hands and picked up the mobile phone, looking for it on the satellite map and said, "In the northeastern waters of the Philippine Islands, here. It's called Bombardment Island Fictional." Chincher was looking for the Zhao family's private island, so he gave his phone to Yinxing. The island on the map is flat and runs north-south, with white sandy beaches on the east coast and dense jungles in the middle and west. There is a port and a small airport at the southern end of the island. You can also see a large villa. Yinxing looked at Bombardment Island and asked Chincher, "Is this island so big?" Chincher introduced, "Bombardment Island was formed in an underwater volcanic eruption 100 years ago. At that time, the fleet of the ancestors of the Zhao family happened to pass by here, and they took the lead in declaring the ownership of the island. Later, due to historical reasons, the ownership of the island fell into the hands of the Zhao family branch in the United States. Originally, Bombardment Island was not so big, but the volcano would erupt every once in a while. The island became bigger and bigger. Do you see the small islands and reefs around Bombardment Island? They were formed by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. It is expected that the next volcanic eruption will connect these islands and reefs. It has been 40 years since the last volcanic eruption on Bombardment Island. You know that volcanic eruptions are unpredictable. It may erupt tomorrow or never. Yinxing saw the volcano on Bombardment Island in the picture. At this time, it was completely covered by vegetation. In addition to having a volcano, Bombardment Island meets all of Yinxing's needs for a griffin breeding base. Being far away from the land can prevent the griffins from escaping from the island. Plants mean fresh water, and some animals can be raised for the griffins to hunt. The island is large enough for the griffins to have enough habitat. It is also convenient for the development of tourism. Thinking of what Xinshi just said, Yinxing asked, "You said that the ownership of this island is in the hands of the American branch of the Zhao family?" Xinshi replied, 100 years ago. The world was in chaos. The Zhao family knew that eggs should not be put in one basket. So at that time, every country that could be called a great power had a branch of the Zhao family. It was stipulated that the eldest son of the Zhao family in the mother country was the head of the Zhao family. And the heads of the branch families took turns to be the leaders of the Zhao family and manage this international family together with the head of the main family. Although the ownership of Bombardment Island is in the hands of the Zhao family in the United States, it is actually shared by the main family and the branch family in the United States. Yinxing, who listened to the story, really admired the ancestor of the Zhao family. One great power gave birth to a nest. 100 years later, it was still a family. Awesome. Awesome. Yinxing asked Xinshi again, "Can the main family of the Zhao family be the master of Bombardment Island?" Xinshi replied, "It must be discussed with the branch family in the United States." And the branch family in the United States has been the person in charge of the branch family of the Zhao family for many years. Mr. Yan, I don't think the Zhao family will agree to cooperate with you in business. Yinxing thought. Cooperating with such an international family is risky. But the convenience is also obvious. Anyway, my roots are in the magic world. And my only need is a griffin. As long as the Zhao family does not touch my bottom line, other interests can be discussed. Who is the head of the Zhao family? Can you arrange a meeting between me and him? The head of the Zhao family is Xiao Butai. Seeing that Yinxing was still thinking about Bombardment Island, Xinshi said, "What kind of profitable business makes you so confident? If you ask me to help you make an appointment with Xiao Butai, you have to let me tell him what you want to talk to him about. People of his status can't be made casually." Yinxing pointed at the documents on the table and said, "Look for yourself." With the examples of agarwood and Earl Grey wine, Xinshi was looking forward to what Yinxing showed him. He wiped his hands clean again, still with a bit of worship in his heart. Let's see what business Yinxing brought that would require the Zhao family's Bombardment Island. But when Xinshi opened the first page of the document, he almost couldn't breathe. "Come on. You are kidding." Xinshi turned to stare at Yinxing, with a little anger in his tone. "Are you going to cheat the Zhao family? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Besides, this thing, even if you say you have N-bomb in your hand, it's more reliable than this thing." Yinxing continued to eat the food and said calmly, "If I want to cheat the Zhao family, I will definitely say I have N-bomb in my hand. Not this thing in my hand." Xinshi still had a questioning look on his face. But seeing Yinxing's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "You mean, this thing really exists? This is not in line with science. And it doesn't conform to the theory of evolution." Yinxing took out his mobile phone and called up the Griffin video he shot, and handed it to Xinshi. "There are many things in this world that are not in line with science. And there are also many species that are not in line with the theory of evolution. In short, this thing really exists. You can take these images and photos to identify, but keep it confidential." Xinshi took the phone from Yinxing's hand and looked at it. Tong Yitong, who had been silent next to him, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, what is it?" Yinxing handed the file to Tong Yitong. "Look for yourself. Taking care of them is your new job." Xinshi stared blankly at the video on his phone. There were 6 griffins frolicking on the grass, and Yinxing was playing with them there. It can be seen that these griffins like Yinxing very much. They rubbed Yinxing with their bodies like big cats, and pushed him on their backs, trying to carry him. One of the griffins succeeded. It carried Yinxing and ran quickly on the grass, and the other griffins chased after them with cries. The griffin ran faster and faster, And at a certain moment, it suddenly spread its wings. The wings flapped quickly, and its 4 hooves gradually moved away from the ground. The griffins chasing behind also flew up. In the video, Yanxing rode a griffin in the sky, and the other 5 griffins flew around. The sound of eagles was endless. Qinshi looked at Yanxing in the picture, his eyes full of envy. What would it feel like if he rode a griffin? And as a manager of an auction house, Qinshi had a certain ability to distinguish the true from the false. Such a picture could not be made by a computer. And no matter how realistic the virtual image was, it could not restore the truth, unless this was a virtual technology one had never seen. Although he had already determined that this was true, his reason made him still dare not believe what he saw. The griffin carrying Yanxing landed quickly. Yanxing said, "A strong griffin can carry people, but it can't fly for a long time or high. Next time I'll take you for a ride." Before Qinshi could speak, Tong Yitong exclaimed, "Griffin! Griffin! Is this true? Isn't it a creature in ancient European mythology?" Seeing Qinshi, who had just finished watching the video, also looked over, Yanxing took a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "I don't know the origin of the griffin. Since it exists in ancient European mythology, it means it was very active in ancient times. These griffins were left by my friend's ancestors, due to various reasons. These few griffins are on the verge of extinction. My friend didn't want these beautiful creatures to become mythical species, so he entrusted me to bring out 6 griffins, and use the power of modern technology to save these griffins that are about to disappear. I have an almighty friend." Yanxing put all the blame on the friend who supplied the Earl's red wine. A mysterious ancient European noble who has an ancient wine recipe and keeps a few griffins should be able to explain it. Yanxing talked nonsense seriously. Qinshi's face was full of mixed expressions. "Are you telling the truth? Your friend really gave you 6 griffins? Where are they?" Yanxing replied, "Not giving, but breeding on behalf of others. My friend wants to own all the griffins that are bred, which is a requirement that any of our partners must agree to. If you agree to this request, I will take them to see the griffins, and then we will discuss the specific cooperation plan. If you have any problems with these projects in the future, and you can't find me, you can find Miss Tong Yitong. She is now the griffin caretaker I have entrusted." Chapter 252, Stealing a half day of leisure. Qinshi became excited. Now he was not worried that the Zhao family would refuse to provide Bombardment Island, because using your island to raise griffins is a sign of respect for you. Although there are not many private islands in the world, there are not too few. But griffins are definitely unique, and they are species that only exist in mythology. Raising griffins is something that can go down in history. Not to mention joining this cooperation project. Even if you just take advantage of it, you will gain both fame and fortune. Qinshi has already imagined what kind of sensation the news of the existence of griffins will cause around the world when it is made public. The stimulation made adrenaline soar, and Qinshi's body was shaking. "Are these 6 griffins in China?" Yanxing nodded. "In Zhihai City. Is it safe?" Qinshi was excited and worried when he heard that the griffins were in the city. Yanxing said, "Of course it is safe. No one knows where they are except me. I was entrusted by someone to breed griffins. You are needed to act as a matchmaker for the specific operation. If you are willing to serve as the CEO of this cooperation project, I will fully support you." Qinshi felt that he should go to the hospital to check his heart as soon as possible. His heart was beating too fast with stimulations one after another. As a successful manager, Qinshi is very clear about his position, and will never cross the red line of his profession. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about. Don't do things you shouldn't do. In the transaction of Qinxiang and Earl red wine, he only took his commission, and the other money had nothing to do with him. It is this kind of professional ethics that makes Qinshi have a very good reputation in the industry. Qinshi is of course tempted by the project of raising griffins, but he also knows that this kind of thing is not something he can participate in with his family background. He is very satisfied to be a runner in it. But Qinshi didn't expect that Yanxing actually proposed to let him be responsible for this project and be the executive president of the griffin raising plan. As the guardian of these 6 griffins, the organizer of the griffin raising plan, and the agent of the mysterious ancient European aristocratic forces, Yanxing made this suggestion, and any partner had to agree. Qinshi was a little confused, and his usually flexible mind was blank. "Boss Yan, why did you choose me to be the CEO of this project? I am just a manager of an investment bank. There are so many people in the world who are more suitable than me." Yanxing picked up the empty wine glass and asked Tong Yitong to pour the wine, and said, among the people I know. You are the only one who is suitable to manage this project. If you don't want to do it, I will let Xiaotong try. Ah! Tong Yitong, who was pouring the wine, shook her hand, and the wine spilled. She quickly took a tissue to wipe it and said, I can't do it. I don't know anything. Boss, don't scare me. Tong Yitong was so scared that she almost cried. Qinshi looked at Yanqing, then at Tong Yitong, and shook his head. Okay. Since President Yan trusts me so much, leave it to me. I will go to see Zhao Guotai, the head of the Zhao family, first, and then contact a few bosses with status and wealth. Only with more people cooperating, there will be enough power to protect the Griffins after they are made public. It will not give the Zhao family too much power in this project. After I contact the partners, can I see the Griffins at any time? Qinshi himself still had a little doubt about whether the Griffins existed. He didn't dare to take over the job without seeing it with his own eyes. Yanqing picked up the wine glass. I have been in Zhejiang City these days. Even if there is something, Xiaotong will notify you. I'll trouble you with this matter. Qinshi raised his glass and clinked it with Yanqing, and said with emotion, I should thank you for allowing me to participate in this project that is worthy of being recorded in history, and for trusting me to be the executive president of this project. Please rest assured, Mr. Yan, I will definitely protect your interests. After Yanqing and Qinshi finished their glasses, Tong Yitong immediately poured wine for them and said, Boss, thank you too. Although I don't know anything, I know that the boss is good to me and is my great benefactor. Seeing Tong Yitong holding up the toast, Yanqing took it and said to her, when we arrive at Bombardment Island, you will be my full representative. I don't have many tasks for you. Just keep an eye on my investment and my Griffin. No matter what the Zhao family, the Li family, or any international family, don't be afraid of them. Your boss is more powerful than them. In the future, discuss with Mr. Chen more about anything you encounter. Mr. Chen should also take more care to help me guide the newcomers. Mr. Chen confirmed Qinshi's position in this project. Qinshi replied, Mr. Yan, don't worry. Xiaotong is so smart. She will definitely be your good helper in the future. Emil was considered to have set up a team to cultivate Griffins. As for whether things can be accomplished, it still depends on practice. Anyway, if you don't do it, it will definitely not succeed. Failure would only result in the loss of 6 Griffins and a sum of gold. The three of them ate and chatted slowly. Based on his own experience and knowledge, Qinshi discussed his impromptu implementation plan with Yanqing. He also discussed the threats he could foresee and proposed appropriate solutions. In the early stages of training Griffins, it is necessary to keep secrets as much as possible, gather scientific researchers, purchase relevant equipment, and study the habits and physique of Griffins. At the same time, a complete defense system should be established on Bombardment Island to prevent people with bad intentions from stealing Griffins or harming them. Once the defense system is established, the existence of Griffins can be made public and used to attract cutting-edge talents, and reach relevant agreements with various countries and animal protection organizations to protect Griffins. With the internationally recognized Griffin Protection Framework, the number of people who can threaten Griffins will be greatly reduced. Listening to Qinshi's story, Yanqing felt that he had found the right person. If he did it himself, he really wouldn't have time to manage the territory of the magic world. Qinshi is very capable and self-disciplined, and he is a man who can do big things. After a full dinner, the tone for this Griffin breeding project was set. The specific implementation still needs to gather partners to discuss. After drinking a lot of wine, Qinshi was still in very good spirits. He took the Griffin file and copied the Griffin video and said goodbye to Yanqing. Tomorrow, I will meet Zhao Guotai of the Zhao family, and then meet a few bosses who can contribute to the Griffin project. In 2 or 3 days, Yanqing can arrange a meeting with them. Qinshi called a taxi and left. Yanqing supported the slightly drunk Tong Yitong. Xiaotong, where is your home? I'll take you back first. Tong Yitong leaned on Yanqing's shoulder, hugged his arm with both hands, and whispered, Boss, can I be your lover? Yanqing didn't expect Tong Yitong to say such words to him, and asked, You are drunk? What nonsense are you talking about? I am drunk, but I know what I am saying. I know that the boss is upright. But I don't know how to repay you. I will accompany you for 3 years. I will never talk about boyfriends in 3 years. I belong to you. Tong Yitong lowered her head, her voice as low as a mosquito. Yinxing said with a smile. Is this how you want to repay me? Well, Tong Yitong lowered her head even more. This time Yinxing thought seriously, feeling the soft body of the girl beside him. He asked, I didn't bring my ID card. Did you bring it? I brought it. The spring night is short, and the sun rises high. And the king will not attend the court early from now on. Since he started to run the Eternal Territory, Yinxing has been busy like a dog. And going to bed late, and getting up early is commonplace. Sometimes he would not sleep all night, and rely on meditation to recover his energy. Today, I slept until noon. The sun shone in from the window, and the patrol soldiers shouted outside. Yinxing was lying in the bedroom of the Lord's mansion of the Eternal Territory, with the arm of the woman beside him resting on his chest. Tong Yitong was still sleeping, and the sleep magic made her not know that she was no longer in the hotel. The crisis-ridden magic world made Yinxing dare not focus all his energy on the sound and color. In order to prevent any emergencies in the territory, he temporarily brought Tong Yitong to his territory, touching the hair of the woman beside the pillow. Yinxing asked Cui to report the status of the territory to him. The Eternal Territory, with a perfect management system, operates according to its own system. Instead, Cui pouted and looked very aggrieved when reporting. Yinxing immediately understood. She must have seen what happened last night. Alas, he was so absorbed that he forgot her existence. What is this? She was actually watched. Yinxing asked Cui to confirm. Did you see it all? I saw it. This is embarrassing. Can you not watch it in the future? I must protect the master's safety at all times. When you were doing that last night, someone was looking for you, and I fought off a wave of online searches. Master, it's great to have a body. I don't know when the master's strength will allow Cui to complete the condensation of magic energy. Yinxing then remembered that as the spirit of the Deep Space Whisperer magic book, Cui could materialize through magic. If she could materialize, then Yinxing quickly shook off the evil thoughts that suddenly popped up. It takes a lot of magic to condense and materialize magic energy. Your master is just getting started. You don't have to have any psychological burden about this matter. Just think of it as something that all living things will do to reproduce. As long as you can look at it correctly, you won't be affected by it. Yinxing gave Cui a lesson in physiology and hygiene at the right time. After all, Cui looks like an adult girl, but she is actually only a few months old. He absorbs knowledge very quickly, but his mind is still very immature. He changes dozens of sets of clothes a day, which is very childish. After Yinxing counseled Cui, he asked, is there any communication technology that connects the real world and the magic world? When I am in the real world, if there is anything here, you can notify me at any time. If there is something in the real world, you can also let me know in time. In the past, the real world was small, so it was no big problem for Yinxing not to return to the real world for a few days. But it will not work in the future. Whether actively or passively, he has attracted the attention of many parties. In the future, he will use the Griffin project to carry out other research, and the real world will become more and more important to him. If the two worlds can communicate, I can handle it in time. After Yinxing's guidance, Cui returned to normal. First, he changed into a communication engineer jacket, and holding a piece of network cable in his hand, he replied to Yinxing, report to the master. The master himself is the intermediary between the two worlds. When you shuttle between the two worlds, you will generate two corresponding coordinates. As the master's most capable secretary, I can use your magic to draw a line at the two coordinates, and then communicate through this line. It's just that at the beginning, complex communication cannot be carried out, and simple alarm signals can be sent. After I complete this line, data transmission can be realized. It can even open a portal between the two worlds. It's enough to give a warning. Yinxing didn't expect that what he thought was difficult could be easily solved by Cui. With this connection line, he can sleep wherever he wants in the future, without having to carry people to the magic world like last night. You know, species in the real world are easily affected by the magic elements of the magic world. It is unknown how much Tong Yitong has been demonized after sleeping here for a night. Alas, men are creatures who can't control their lower bodies. With a sigh, Yinxing hugged Tong Yitong and turned over and disappeared in the room. Back at the hotel, the bed and the floor were in a mess, and clothes were scattered all over the floor. Yinxing used magic to wake up the sleeping Tong Yitong, and said to her in a daze, wake up. The boss will accompany you to go shopping today. Buy whatever you like. Dress up beautifully. So that I, the boss, can be proud. In the real world, Yanqing took Tong Yitong shopping. In the magic world, in the alchemy laboratory of Yongheng Territory, the primary intelligent robot Laura gathered several modified primary robots. Miss Chichui just issued an order. She asked us to make a body for her. A body that is infinitely close to that of a human. Miss Chichui has saved her design plan in the Territory database. The Cloud Tower should have relevant alchemy technology. You can ask them when you are developing trucks with the goblins. Once you get something, upload it to the Territory database immediately. Master Chui will also implement the updated design plan. And all intelligent robots will update the data at any time. Chui wants to please the master. We must help Master Chui fulfill her wish. The intelligent robots replied, yes, Master Laura. We will definitely help Master Chui fulfill her wish to please the master. Get to work. Yanqing didn't know that Chui had a desire for the body that she had never had before because of the stimulation at night. In order to satisfy Chui's wish to please the master, the robots in the Territory burst out with a strong desire for alchemy. The Territory database performs high-density calculations on the bionic human body. Yanqing, who had worked hard for the Territory for half a year, accompanied Tong Yitong, temporarily put down all his burdens, and fully enjoyed his personal emotions. He stole half a day of leisure. He didn't know how much waves he had caused in this city. Qinsher visited the bosses with status in Zhihai City without stopping. No one refused him. After reading the document and video, everyone regarded him as their most distinguished guest. The mythical Griffin actually exists. And there are 6 of them in Zhihai City. You can see them by participating in this project. Chapter 253 Gold Trading. Yanqing, who had given himself a day off, quickly returned to work. Everything he has now is based on the Eternal Territory. And the surrounding environment does not allow him to live a life of revelry every night. Only when the Eternal Territory is no longer afraid of any challenges can he enjoy everything he has with peace of mind. As for Tong Yitong, although he nominally supports her, he has no feelings for this girl, which is a lie to himself. In the magic world, Yanqing's position determines that he dare not trust any woman. The longer he contacts those nobles, the more he can feel that he is becoming indifferent. He is always cautious towards anyone who approaches him. He is too weak for this extraordinary world. And he doesn't know what dangers are waiting for him. He doesn't know when death will come. This is why Yanqing chose to accept Tong Yitong's repayment to find a harbor for himself to stay for a short time. As for morality, Yanqing, who has power, found that he no longer regards humans as equal to himself. Perhaps life in the magic world has made him accustomed to being a lord hero who controls the life and death of ordinary people. Or perhaps this is the bad nature of human beings. Perhaps only saints can regard all beings as equal. Yanqing is not a saint. He can't do it, at least not yet. Let it be. After nightfall, Yanqing drove a small truck to a warehouse near the port of Zhihai City. It is in the suburbs, but you can still see the lights of the city shining into the sky. The sea breeze blew in from the open window, blowing on Yanqing's face with the coolness of the night. After parking the car, Yanqing opened the door and jumped out of the cab. Looking around, except for a few high-power street lights illuminating the storage area, no one else was seen. Yanqing found a leeward position to light a cigarette for himself, and asked Chui, take over the surveillance around, set up the RI, and see if the other party is playing tricks. This time Yanqing came here to conduct a private gold transaction with Renluan Investment Bank. 2 tons of gold bricks were loaded in a closed carriage. There were also 4 intelligent robots wearing masks and clothes disguised as humans in the carriage. In the previous transactions, Yanqing asked the robots to complete them. The quantity was small, and a few boxes could handle it. This time Yanqing decided to conduct the transaction in person. Not only because the amount of gold was too large, but also because he wanted to make friends with Renluan Investment Bank. Since they have a backstage and background, it is better to show that they have no malice first, so that they don't mess around and make everyone uncomfortable. After deciding to raise a Griffin in the real world, Yanqing had fewer concerns. Yanqing was spewing mist there. Chui took over the surrounding monitoring system, and the Eye of Air started real-time monitoring of the entire area. Master, the monitoring system has been found to have been invaded. The Eye of Air found that there were 7 drones monitoring us at different heights. The closest distance was 40 meters. 169 people were found in the entire storage area. 16 of whom were warehouse duty personnel, and they were all in various duty rooms. The identities of the other 153 people were unknown. Should we interfere? Yinxing looked around, and his magic perception also told him that there were many people nearby. Tell them to evacuate all irrelevant people. Otherwise, the transaction is cancelled. Yes, master. On the roof of a warehouse not far away, a woman in dark business suit was looking at Yinxing and his truck through a telescope. He parked the car in the brightest place and got out to smoke. It didn't look like he was going to trade 2 tons of gold, but rather a delivery driver. Sister Yu, a staff member operating a laptop next to the woman, suddenly said, the other party has taken over the surveillance system here and asked us to evacuate all irrelevant people. We were discovered by the other party. Another young man wearing the same business suit as the woman was also looking at the truck in front of him through a telescope, and sneered, they have entered our encirclement, and they still dare to ask us to withdraw. Sister Yu, I think we should just arrest him. The woman called Sister Yu observed Yinxing silently, and after a while she said, I said this man looks so familiar. I remember who he is. Yinxing, this is not someone we can mess with. Let our people withdraw. Send someone to search the surrounding area, and explain to those who follow Yinxing. Don't cause misunderstanding. Yes, Sister Yu. The young man didn't know why Sister Yu was so afraid of this gold smuggler, but he still gave the order to retreat through the intercom. At this time, Sister Yu had already climbed down from the roof along the ladder. The young man and the programmer followed him down. Chue reported to Yinxing, Master, some of the other side's people have withdrawn, and 3 people are coming towards us. I saw it. Yinxing threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out with his toes, and waved to the person coming. Excuse me, are you Sir Lei Ming, or Sir Lei Ming's representative? Sister Yu walked up to Yinxing and stretched out her hand, smiling and said, my name is Feng Tingyu, the account manager of Renluan Investment Bank, and I am talking to Sir Lei Ming. Hello, Manager Feng. Yinxing stretched out his hand and shook hands with Feng Tingyu, saying, my name is Yinxing, the legal person of Yongheng Trading. I am entrusted by Sir Lei Ming to trade with you with gold. I will also be responsible for future gold transactions, so please don't do any unfriendly tricks. This will greatly damage trust and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Feng Tingyu smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. We were too nervous. After all, we have to take some precautions for 2 tons of gold. Now all the irrelevant people have left, and the rest are our company's staff. Can we take a look at the gold? While the two were talking, a group of people came out of a nearby warehouse. They were pulling a weighing scale and carrying some instruments for checking gold. A truck was parked in reverse behind the truck driven by Yinxing. Some more people jumped down and drew the curtain to surround the trading point. There was a rotary-wing drone with a flashing red light in the air, providing an early warning for this transaction. Chue told Yinxing that the people who followed them had withdrawn after contacting Renluan Investment Bank. Okay, check the goods and trade early. I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. Yinxing took Feng Tingyu to the back of the truck and knocked on the compartment with his hand. The compartment of the truck was opened, and 4 people who wrapped themselves tightly stood inside, and between them was a pile of neatly stacked gold bricks. Under the light, it reflected a dazzling luster. The robot brought by Yinxing was responsible for unloading, and the people from Renluan Investment Bank were responsible for checking and weighing the goods. After verifying the authenticity of the gold, he moved it to the truck he drove. No one spoke during the whole process. Only the sound of gold bricks hitting the iron sheet of the car. Yinxing lit another cigarette for himself and asked Feng Tingyu standing next to him, do you want to smoke? Thank you. I don't. Looking at Yinxing, who looked relaxed, Feng Tingyu couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't you afraid that I will rob your gold bricks and not give you money in the end? Yinxing exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, the gold bricks are not mine, and the money is not mine either. You are dishonest. So naturally Sir Lei Ming negotiated with you. I personally believe in you very much. After all, this is not a one-time deal. Does Sir Lei Ming have a lot of gold? A lot. Feng Tingyu watched the gold being transported without any pause, indicating that the composition of this batch of gold was fine. He couldn't help but ask, I can't understand why Sir Lei Ming chose to go to such great lengths to transport this batch of gold to our country for sale. If this batch of gold is placed on the international market, there will definitely be many people rushing to sell it. Yinxing smiled and said, you should thank me for this. I persuaded Sir Lei Ming to transport the gold here. Sir Lei Ming and I are good friends. If there is such a good thing, I will take care of my family first. You are quite patriotic. Isn't patriotism part of your job? At this time, Yanxing had basically determined the background of Renluan Investment Bank. After a little consideration, he said to Feng Tingyu, let those who monitor me leave and stop interfering with my life in the future. We can develop deeper cooperation company to company. Trust can be slowly built, which is good for everyone. Feng Tingyu turned to look at Yanxing, who was smoking. She could recognize Yanxing, so she naturally knew some strange things that happened to him through internal channels. Originally, this was not the responsibility of Renluan Investment Bank, but this was an opportunity to contact him directly. And Yanxing could find the people who were following him and come to trade gold in person. Which means, he was willing to cooperate properly. If Yanxing was not an enemy, it would definitely be better to have a conversation than to secretly follow and monitor him. Besides, people knew about these tracking. It's not up to me to decide. I'll go back and ask the company's CEOs for instructions. Yanxing smiled and said, if you want to ask for instructions, do it now. Now? But now? I'll ask for instructions right away. Feng Tingyu wanted to say that the company's CEOs should have rested. But when she realized who she was facing, she immediately took out her phone and walked out of the curtain. Not long after, Feng Tingyu walked in from outside. Boss Yin, the matter is settled. No one from our side will monitor you in the future. Renluan Investment Bank and your Yongheng Trade are direct partners. Happy cooperation. Yanxing shook hands with Feng Tingyu. You are so efficient. Happy cooperation. The gold brought by Yanxing was of high quality and weight. The whole process of inspection and weighing was carried out without any pause. 2 tons of gold were moved from one car to another. The relevant funds were also deposited into an overseas account of Yanxing. After confirming that the money had arrived, Yanxing said to Feng Tingyu, come on, get in my car, and I'll take you to discuss a new cooperation project. Feng Tingyu didn't expect Yanxing to say that they would discuss the project right away, and jumped into the cab of the truck very straightforwardly. The 4 people in the truck closed the door, and the employees of Renluan Investment Bank removed the curtains and carried away the scales and equipment. Feng Tingyu said to the young colleague who followed him, President Yin and I are going to do something. You bring the gold back to the company, and you must personally watch them being loaded into the company's safe. I know. Sister Yu. The young man agreed, and looked at Yanxing, who had started the truck engine with caution, and whispered to Feng Tingyu, the other party can smuggle so much gold. He must be a very dangerous guy. It's too dangerous for you to follow him alone. Feng Tingyu patted the young man's shoulder and said, some risks are worth taking. Let's go. Be careful on the road. Don't send people to follow us. This matter is no longer within your authority to handle. Just keep an eye on this batch of gold. Sister Yu, you should be careful too. Let's go. Sister Yu said hello to her colleagues, and then jumped into the co-pilot of Yanxing's truck. Fasten your seatbelt. Yanxing reminded Feng Tingyu. Then stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel to drive the truck out of the warehouse area. Feng Tingyu fastened her seatbelt and observed Yanxing silently. She thought that she had taken on a 2-ton gold smuggling business, which was shocking enough. But she didn't expect to be involved in an even more mysterious and surprising incident. Watching the truck enter the road and drive towards the mountainous area far away from the city, she didn't know where her future was heading. Who is this man next to her who looks ordinary but has an extraordinary temperament? Or is he a human? Yanxing drove the car into a small road into the mountains. There were no street lights on both sides, and only the turned-on headlights illuminated the gray road not far ahead. The car started to shake. Yanxing glanced at Feng Tingyu, who had been silent all the time, and smiled. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to sell you out. If this deal can be negotiated, I guarantee that you will definitely have face in front of your boss. Would you like a drink? Yanxing took out a bottle of drink from the storage box and threw it to Feng Tingyu. Feng Tingyu opened the drink and took a sip, then said to Yanxing, I have a few questions. I don't know if I can ask them. Our cooperation is company to company. You can ask about business matters. Others, please respect my privacy. Keep a little distance. Keep a little mystery. This tacit understanding is good for all of us. In this world, not everything has to be figured out. Don't you think so? Feng Tingyu took another sip of the drink and said, Yes, it's better to cooperate with a little distance. It's not good for anyone to get to the bottom of things. Any other questions? Feng Tingyu shook her head and got rid of the burden in her heart. She said, "No. I just look forward to the cooperation project that President Yin took me to see." Yanqing smiled and stopped talking. He felt a lot more relaxed. It seems that the so-called relevant departments are not unkind. Yanqing drove the truck along the mountain path and stopped in the front yard of a mountaintop villa after passing through an open gate. The villa was lit up, and all kinds of luxury cars were parked outside. Feng Tingyu jumped out of the car, and just by glancing at the license plates, he knew that all the people who came were big shots in Zhihai City. They really came to discuss big business. Yanqing parked the truck among a group of luxury cars, and it felt like a crane standing out from the crowd. As soon as he closed the car door, the villa's security guards came over. Each of them was burly, and their suits were bulging. A bald man who looked like a leader looked at Feng Tingyu, who was dressed as an employee, and then looked at the truck driver Yanqing, and shouted at Feng Tingyu, "This is a private villa. Who are you, and how did you get in? What is in the car?" Looking at the security guards, who were ready to take action at any time, Feng Tingyu spread his hands and said, "I am here with Mr. Yin." "What are we here for? You can ask him." The security guards looked at Yanqing, who was on the phone. "I am here. Let them come out. We will talk about business after the show. I want to go home and sleep early." After hanging up the phone, Yanqing ignored the security guards, put his fingers in his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. The whistle broke the tranquility in the mountains. The security guards became more nervous. They knew who gathered in the villa. The two men who came were so strange and drove a closed truck. Some bad premonitions immediately stimulated their most sensitive nerves. The security guards showed their batons and warned Yanqing and Feng Tingyu, "Stand back and put your hands where we can see." Before the security guards finished speaking, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly came from the black sky. The sound was loud and echoed around the hill where the villa was located. Then the airflow rolled over, and the eagle cry appeared above their heads, and some huge figures could be vaguely seen flashing from the darkness. Now, everyone can feel that there is a group of very large eagles nearby. The security guards, who felt the danger, did not care about Yanqing and Feng Tingyu. They ran to the villa in panic and shouted loudly to the bosses, who had just come out of the villa. Let them hide in the villa quickly. But the bosses stood in front of the villa door and stared at the sky. At this time, those huge figures fell, landing in the front yard of the villa under the light. The airflow brought up a whirlwind, blowing away large leaves and grass branches. Under the light, there are 6 beasts with lion bodies and eagle heads. After landing, they folded their wings and looked around with sharp eyes. The unfamiliar environment and strangers made some aggressive griffins make warning sounds. If they didn't see humans, they would have attacked. The creatures from myths and legends, the griffins with the characteristics of birds of prey and beasts, stood in front of everyone alive. The power they exuded frightened the people here and made them stand still. Everyone showed a fearful expression, mixed with many emotions. Griffins really exist. Well, I've seen the griffins, and there will be plenty of opportunities to see them in the future. Yanqing walked through the group of griffins, and the griffins automatically retreated and lowered their heads in a gesture of submission. When Yanqing came to Qinshi, he patted Qinshi, who was in a daze, and turned to Feng Tingyu, who was also staying next to the truck, and shouted, "Manager Feng, come here. Walk slowly. They won't hurt anyone." Chapter 254 Elf Prince. Feng Tingyu was trained and had seen big scenes, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. Although Yanqing said that these griffins would not hurt people, these ferocious-looking guys were blocking the villa and the truck. If they wanted to get through, they had to pass through the griffins like Yanqing had just done. And when Yanqing passed by, the griffins blocked the road again. Their emotions calmed down a little, and they looked at the people here curiously, scratching the hard ground with their claws. The sharp eagle claws scratched the stone bricks one after another. Everyone outside the villa looked at the griffins and Feng Tingyu, and resisted the urge to hide in the room. Feng Tingyu, knowing that she had to go over, took up her courage, straightened her clothes, and then slowly walked towards the villa. She tried to smile as much as possible on her face, so that the griffins could feel her goodwill. Seeing someone approaching, the griffins immediately looked at Feng Tingyu, making a cooing sound in their throats. Being stared at by 6 griffins, Feng Tingyu stopped for a moment in fear. She glanced at Yanqing in front of her, took a deep breath, and continued to move forward. The griffins slowly stomped their feet to surround Feng Tingyu. Calm down. Calm down. Feng Tingyu kept reminding herself in her heart that she had to go over. At this time, Feng Tingyu felt that the griffin behind her had hit her back with its head, and she was so scared that the hairs on her body stood up. Then another griffin rubbed against her. At this time, Feng Tingyu had already walked out of the griffin's encirclement. She dodged the griffins and quickly walked up the steps of the villa, turning around and looking at the griffins panting heavily. She will never forget today's experience. Yanqing smiled and said to Feng Tingyu, "It seems that they like you very much. I believe you will get along very well in the future." They like me? Feng Tingyu was almost scared to death just now, for fear that she would be dismembered and eaten. How could she tell what the griffin wanted to do? Yeah, Yanqing said with certainty. If you have ever raised a cat, you will know that they really like you. Let's go. Let's finalize the griffin breeding project. Yanqing glanced at the big guys invited by Chinshi, smiled politely, and walked into the villa. It was like entering his own home. These big guys have never been treated so lightly, especially when the other party is still a young boy. The clever Chinshi immediately eased the atmosphere and asked the big guys to walk into the villa. Boss Yan's temper is a bit weird, but he invited you to participate in this plan with great sincerity. Please forgive me for some minor details. Let's go in. Let's finalize this project as soon as possible. You don't want any accidents in the middle. Although these big guys were a little angry because of Yanqing's neglect, they still walked into the villa one after another for the sake of the griffin. After arriving at the newly arranged meeting room, I found Yanqing already sitting in the main seat. And this main seat was originally prepared by Zhao Guotai, the owner of the villa, for himself. Whoever sits here naturally has the initiative in the meeting, and can strive for the greatest benefit for himself on the project. Chinshi sits here. Manager Feng sits here. And everyone else please take a seat. Yanqing patted the seats on both sides of him, which was considered to be the second and third in command of the future project. Zhao Guotai, who was standing at the door, looked even worse. The other big guys did not follow Yanqing's arrangement and sit down immediately. Once this order is determined, it will be difficult to change the right to speak in this project in the future. After Chinshi and Feng Tingyu sat down, Zhao Guotai asked, "Chinshi, we all know each other. Who is this lady?" Zhao Guotai is in his 50s, wearing a gray mouse suit, looks much younger, and has a sense of momentum in his words. Others also have the posture of big company bosses. Yanqing, who can chat and laugh with Count Theodore and Lady Carol, naturally doesn't take these people seriously. He has no friendship with them. So if there is no friendship, he will talk about interests. And if he talks about interests, he doesn't need to take care of his face. Manager Feng is the representative of Renluan Investment Bank. Today I decided to pull them into this project. Everyone, please don't waste my time. If you don't want to talk, you can leave. Or we can leave. When Feng Tingyu heard Yanqing mention raising griffins, she roughly guessed what the project was that attracted so many bigwigs. She said, "We, Renluan Investment Bank, can provide President Yan with all the funds, venues, personnel and equipment he needs. But we also respect President Yan's decision. Since President Yan invited you first, we will abide by the rules of the game." At this point, the bigwigs understood that although Yanqing looked young, he was not a person they could manipulate at will. For most of them, the key now is to occupy a position in this project. The size of the pit is not that important. The unsteady alliance collapsed in an instant. Someone took the lead and sat down, and others also found a seat for themselves. No one helped. Zhao Guotai could only temporarily give in and sit down in the empty seat next to Chinshi. "Mr. Yan, I think this is the first time you and all of us have met. I will introduce you to each other first, so that everyone can get to know each other and work together to contribute money and effort to this project in the future." Yanqing nodded in agreement. Zhao Guotai was very unhappy with the way he treated his subordinates. He was very unhappy since Yanqing appeared. Zhao Guotai arranged the venue of this meeting in his mountaintop villa in order to raise his status and take the initiative of this project by virtue of the advantage of providing the island for raising griffins. Cut a big piece of cake for the Zhao family. As a result, Yanqing took over the place as soon as he arrived, treating this place as his own home. Zhao Guotai calmed down his emotions and introduced the 14 COs who came to participate in the cooperation to Yanqing. Then he said, "We are all very grateful to Boss Yan for letting us participate in this project. And we sincerely want to make it a success and let the world appreciate the charm of mythical creatures as soon as possible. However, Boss Yan is still a little young, And I am afraid he underestimated the sensation that the Griffin would cause once it was made public. To solve troubles and dangers, it is not just a matter of money. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. What Chinchur talked about with us in advance was too fanciful. Immature. Empty talk. Hot-headed. All are inexperienced delusions. It is better to let me run these projects. We are not confident to hand over so much money to someone who does not have the ability. Yinxing turned to trade gold, and Chinchur came to the villa to talk to the CEOs who came to participate in the project. As the project executive president designated by Yinxing, Chinchur came up with a very comprehensive plan. But Zhao Guotai sneered. This time he saw that the Griffin really existed, and he was determined to get the position of project executive president. Yinxing read Chinchur's plan. Let's not talk about the plan first. The position of project executive president must be given to Chinchur. He knew that Zhao Guotai was eyeing this position, so he gave Zhao Guotai a warning as soon as he arrived. Now it seems that Zhao Guotai is not giving up. Yinxing replied, I provided the Griffin. I organized the cooperation. And I invited you. The priorities must be clearly distinguished. I don't have the leisure to engage in verbal disputes. And I don't think that I have the capital to bargain because I am old. The people sitting here, except me, no one can be replaced. So don't think that you have any special privileges and are qualified to point fingers in front of me. Seeing that Zhao Guotai wanted to speak, Yinxing stopped him and continued, wait until I finish speaking. There is no difficulty in raising Griffins. What you are worried about is that someone is spying on them. Leave the protection of Griffins to Renluan Investment Bank. We only need to take care of how to raise Griffins and make money from them. Manager Feng. Is it okay? Feng Tingyu immediately replied, no problem. Our company guarantees that we can protect every Griffin. Yinxing turned to Zhao Guotai and said, Mr. Zhao. To make money, only harmony can make money. Only by focusing on your own and not thinking about others can we have long-term cooperation. If Chinchur and I do something wrong, you can just remind us. Just don't cross the line. Zhao Guotai looked at Yinxing and immediately felt that this person was not simple. The words were sharp and carried an irrefutable momentum. The pressure created was heavier than facing 6 Griffins falling from the sky. Who is he? At this time, there were only 2 options before Zhao Guotai. Either continue to fight or retreat. In the end, Zhao Guotai chose to give in. He originally thought that Bombardment Island was his bargaining chip. But now it seems that this chip is not enough. First avoid the sharp edge. And after understanding this person's background, take the right medicine and slowly work it out. Mr. Yin is right. Young people. Making mistakes is to gain experience. With the help of people like us, Chinchur will definitely not have a big mess. Yinxing strongly suppressed the situation. This is to endorse Chinchur's executive power. If these people were to play tricks on him at the beginning of the cooperation, no one would listen to Chinchur's words after the project plan was implemented. Yinxing didn't lack the money in these people's hands, but needed their resources. The country is so big. Their resources are not irreplaceable. They also knew this. So except for Zhao Guotai who provided the island, everyone else was very quiet. Seeing them sitting upright, they didn't dare to put on the airs of business tycoons. Yinxing was very satisfied with the opening of the meeting. I guess you have all read the information about these 6 Griffins. By the way, Manager Feng hasn't read it yet. Chinchur, give Manager Feng a copy of the Griffin information. After Chinchur took out a copy of the information from his briefcase and pushed it to Feng Tingyu, Yinxing continued, I was entrusted by a friend to help him breed Griffins and bring them back from the endangered state. The first premise of this cooperation, all Griffins, including those bred in the future, belong to Sir Lei Ming. I think you all have no objection to this. While Yinxing was busy looking for partners in the real world to breed Griffins, New Tower City welcomed a group of special guests. They entered the city without alerting the city defense army, and then hid in a chaotic residential area under layers of protection. And soon they saw the person they were going to see. The simple house was bare. On either side of a table full of holes, in the middle sat 2 hooded people. The 2 groups stood behind the 2 people. Carol, dressed as a peasant woman, lifted her hood and greeted the visitor with a smile. Prince Alito, I really didn't expect you to come to Nuda City in person. I should have invited you to live in the Rose Court. But it's too dangerous. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Prince Alito also lifted his hood, revealing his elf face. He had a handsome face, elegant temperament, and his eyes revealed the arrogance of the elf royal family. Madam Carol. The north is bitterly cold. Although I am an elf prince, I have also suffered a lot. Life here is much better than that of the snow elves. I really envy you humans, who occupy the richest land in the world. I can also understand why the orcs always want to go south. Prince Alito took the lead in attacking just as the secret meeting began. He knew that the wild orcs were a big trouble for the Silvermane Principality. And now the orcs' troops were threatening Storm City. The Principality wanted to take advantage of the situation. It wanted to keep Storm City and seize the military power of Marquis Anderson. It had to rely on the cooperation of the Snow Elves. If it didn't take the opportunity to get enough benefits, it would be too sorry for taking such a big risk to come to Nuda City. Mrs. Carroll certainly knew what the elf prince meant by these words. The elves would certainly ask for a huge sum of money and kill the Silvermane Principality without hesitation. Yes, the orcs have always wanted to invade our land in the south. But we have fought with the orcs for so many years, and they have not gained any advantage. On the contrary, you, the Snow Elves, have lost a lot of land to them. The orcs have strong reproductive capacity, especially the big-eared monsters, who give birth to a large number of children, and they are considered adults when they are 3 or 4 years old. The orc lords can recruit big-eared monsters in the buildings instead of recruiting them in the territory. But they cannot control the big-eared monsters in the territory from giving birth. The rapid population growth brings about a food crisis. If there is no food, they can only rob. And they can also help themselves and neighboring countries consume the population. The human race has abundant land and has the money to build tall city walls. The orcs can only gain some small advantages in the war against the human race, but they cannot take away the land. But the northern elves live a hard life, with a small population and not enough money to build fortifications. So the border with the orcs becomes very vague. In summer, the orcs go north to seize the elves' land, and in winter, the elves take advantage of the climate to take it back. The winter supplies are not as much as the summer output, so the elves suffer a lot. But there is nothing they can do. Carol mentioned the grievances between the orcs and the elves, and created a common enemy of humans and elves, wanting to disintegrate the Orc-Elf alliance at this time and let the elves stand on her side. Prince Alito smiled and said, "The cold winter is a natural barrier for the Snow Elves, and the orcs cannot go too deep into the north. The threat of the orcs to the elves is far less than that to you, and the orc army is about to attack Storm City. Madam Carol, I know why you invited us to Nuda City. I just want to tell you one thing. The blood shed by the elves in the Windy Highlands cannot be shed in vain, including the blood shed now and in the past. The elves said that they could backstab the orcs, but the price must be paid. Start talking about business." Madam Carol took out a piece of paper from her private space, handed it to Prince Alito, and said, "Duke Silvermane prepared a gift for friends from the north, including gold, cloth, food, alchemical resources, herbs, to help you get through this cold winter. It also includes 200,000 sets of finished cotton-padded clothes and quilts." At this time, Mrs. Carroll's entourage brought a box and placed the cotton-padded clothes and quilts inside on the negotiation table. These are the samples of bedding that Yenching promised to give to Mrs. Carroll. At first, Prince Alito didn't think much of this gift, but he was stunned when he saw the cotton-padded clothes and quilts on the table. He grabbed the bedding and examined it carefully, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Mrs. Carroll kept smiling all the time. Thinking back, when she first saw this batch of bedding, she looked no better than this elf prince. Chapter 255 Prince of Coats. When Yenching took over the 200,000 bedding business from Mrs. Carroll, he boasted and promised to deliver the goods within a month. But after asking the bedding processing factory, he realized that he was a little too pretentious. The styles of clothes and quilts given by Mrs. Carroll are very different from those in the real world, so it takes much more time to cut and make clothes than usual. If you want to complete the order of 200,000 sets in a month, you have to pay more. Add 50 rush fees for each set. 200,000 sets is 10 million. Yenching thought that the rush fee would be a few million at most, but he didn't expect to pay so much more. I felt a little regretful about my pretentious behavior. However, the bedding processing factory gave me a solution. The cotton coat style given by Yenching was not high-end clothing at first glance. I don't know which country's traditional clothing it was. Yenching also customized this batch of bedding in the name of charity, saying that it was distributed to refugees. Since they are all refugees, it's okay to wear clothes that can keep warm. What's the point of being particular about the style? Few people wear early military coats now, but some clothing processing factories are squeezing a lot of inventory that can't be sold. If Yinxing wants it, we can sell it to him cheaply, and the price is lower than the cost. The same goes for cotton trousers. The army changed its uniforms, and the people's living standards improved. Many old cotton trousers became warehouse goods. Refugees don't need to care about whether it looks good or not, as long as it's warm. There are also quilts, because they are military. In order to facilitate marching and carrying, the military quilts of the Silvermane Principality are not thick. In addition, soldiers sleep in clothes in winter, so they cut corners on military quilts to reduce costs. When the quilt processing factories saw the style of the quilt, they knew that the refugees' main way to keep warm was still cotton clothes. They told Yinxing that it was better to use a thick blanket than this quilt. The blankets we buy now are all pure cotton and pure wool, and there are a lot of chemical fiber textile blankets produced in the past. The style is a little old, but thick enough. Not only warm, but also easy to clean. It can be used as a cover, a paving mat, and a cushion. It is more practical than a quilt. The most important thing is that it is cheap. What Yinxing values is cheapness. So when it came time to hand in samples, Yinxing brought 2 sets of quilts. One set was the style set by Mrs. Carroll, a military coat, old-fashioned cotton trousers, and a thick blanket. Mrs. Carroll didn't think much about it, and specified the second one. Looking at the volume and weight, you can know which one is more economical, which one is warmer, and which one is more attractive to elves. So the elf Prince Alito saw the military coat and blanket, and the cotton trousers were withheld by Mrs. Carroll. This quality of cotton trousers must be liked by nobles and gentry. Reselling this batch of cotton trousers may make back all the money from 200,000 sets of quilts. Prince Alito picked up the military coat and looked at it carefully. The color of the fabric was grass green, and it was obviously dyed specifically for the elves. Prince Alito also liked the style of the coat very much. It was thick and large enough to withstand the biting cold wind in the north, although it was hard to tell what animal fur the fur collar was made of. It must be made of the best animal fur for its softness. And this fabric, the weaving process was something the elf prince had never seen before. Anyway, the royal weavers of the elf royal family would never be able to weave such uniform and tight fabric. And the cutting of the clothes, what kind of superb sewing worker can sew such precise needlework? The value of this coat is inestimable. Prince Alito touched the military coat from top to bottom again, and the cotton filling was very solid. Not to mention cutting corners. It was as if the cotton was stuffed in without cost. It was sewn piece by piece with needle and thread to prevent the cotton inside from moving with the movement, ensuring the uniformity of the cotton coat. If this was a piece of clothing specially provided for human nobles, Prince Alito might just be surprised and would not be nervous. But Carol just said to herself that such a coat should be given to the snow elves 200,000 sets. 200,000 sets of coats exactly like this coat? Prince Alito, with a heavy face, put on the coat and felt the warmth surrounding him instantly. The coat fits him perfectly. Although it is heavy, the weight is well borne by the shoulders after putting it on, and it does not feel heavy or cumbersome. The fur collar is raised to wrap around his neck and cheeks, which makes him more comfortable. Then Prince Alito picked up the blanket on the table. Heavy means it is made of enough materials, and it must be warm. Take a closer look. Prince Alito found that this blanket was not made of coarse linen, but of wool that he had never seen before. The blanket is very thick, thicker than the blankets used by the elf royal family. It is very soft and breathable. It is so exquisite that even the elf prince is a little jealous. The strength behind this makes Prince Alito deeply afraid of the strength of the Silvermane Principality. Madame Carol. Prince Alito put the blanket back on the table, but was reluctant to take off his coat. He asked Carol, "Are all the 200,000 sets of bedding that the Silvermane Principality promised to give to the snow elves exactly the same as these two?" Prince Alito said as he buttoned up his coat, found that it was double-breasted. The Silvermane Principality was very sincere. Madame Carol really didn't want to give such a good thing to the elves, but it was difficult for her to come up with 200,000 sets of decent bedding for the elves within the time limit. She could only reply to Prince Alito with Yinxing's answer to herself. Of course, just 200,000 sets of this kind of bedding. If you need more, you can buy it from me. I have as much as you want. As she said this, Madame Carol spread the blanket on the table. The originally shabby table instantly became tall and elegant. Prince Alito felt that the snow elves must reevaluate the strength of the Silvermane Principality and reformulate their strategy towards the Principality. "Madam, I am amazed by the national strength of the Silvermane Principality. The help of these materials can indeed allow many elves to spend the winter safely. But, if you want us to help you after making such a great sacrifice, there must be something that can calm the anger of the elves. Madame Carol asked, what else do you want? Prince Alito said, Silvermane Principality promised to dismantle all military fortresses on Windy Heights. The strength of the Windy Heights Legion does not exceed 50,000. The areas originally controlled by the Orcs all belong to the elves, including the Orcs' High Mountain City. Silvermane Principality will give us a gift exactly like this one every year. I heard that the youngest daughter of Duke Silvermane is very beautiful and virtuous. And she is not married. And I am not married either. If our two countries can have a closer relationship because of this, it will be good for all of us. Mrs. Carroll did not expect that she would give such a big gift. But Prince Alito dared to ask for it. Your Highness, Silvermane Principality has not been defeated. And you are not qualified to ask for it from us as a victorious country. Chapter 256 Werewolf Riders. Prince Alito pulled the sleeves of his coat, adjusted his fur collar, and said to Carol with the most elegant smile, No, we did not ask for anything from the Silvermane Principality, as if we were a victorious country. I was thinking entirely for the Duke of Silvermane. If the Orcs-controlled area and the High Mountain City are given to us, we elves can gain a strategic advantage over the wild Orcs. It will not only prevent the Orcs from attacking us easily, but also curb the Orcs' ambition to go south to harass the Principality. We help you, so it's not too much to ask for some compensation. And since the Silvermane Principality is willing to maintain peace with the Snow Elves, there is no need to maintain a large army on the high ground. The marriage is to consolidate the relationship between our two countries. The elves guard the north for the Silvermane Principality, and the Duke can focus on other things. Prince Alito's words made Lady Carol silent. She didn't know whether the Elven Prince knew something or just guessed. Carol said to Prince Alito, Your Highness, you are not only thinking about us, but also about yourself. I heard that His Majesty the Elf King has been in poor health in recent years. After all, my father is old. Lady Carol and Prince Alito were in Nuda City, conducting rounds of negotiations for the interests of both parties. The Griffin breeding plan led by Yenching was also implemented step by step. Bombardment Island was renamed Griffin Island and officially became a Griffin breeding base. 6 Griffins arrived at their new home. Laming Company, named after Sir Laming, was established. Yenching owns 51% of the shares of Laming Company, and other families share the remaining 49%. Renluin Investment Bank obtained 10% of the shares. Qinshur took office as the company's executive president, and Tong Yitong lived on Griffin Island as Yenching's representative. The Zhao family's facilities on the island need to be expanded. The port needs to be expanded, and many things need to be done. But Yenching has no time to take care of the trivial matters of Laying Company, since the management was handed over to Qinshur. The security was handed over to Renluin Investment Bank, and the supervision was handed over to Tong Yitong. Yenching immediately became a hands-off chairman, and put his energy back into his own territory in the magic world. The 7th level werewolf training was completed. Cavalry is an offensive type of soldier. After Yenching equipped the human cavalry with chocobos, they became light cavalry suitable for roundabout tasks. The weapons of the human cavalry are suitable for close combat, so the werewolf cavalry must make up for the shortcomings of the human cavalry. Therefore, the weapons chosen by Yenching for the werewolf cavalry are bows and heavy sabers. When encountering a prepared enemy, the werewolf cavalry is responsible for kicking the door with bows and arrows, and the human cavalry is responsible for rushing in from the middle of the open door to kill. It combined with some griffins and drone bombers. The cavalry of the Eternal Territory will have the ability to fight independently at long distances. Yenching named his 7th level werewolf cavalry, Werewolf Cavalry. Werewolf Cavalry 7th level werewolf attack, 11 defense, 9 damage, 9 stamina, 35 talent, horse archery. Developed the 7th level werewolf troops, and rewards were also issued. You get the right to recruit the 7th level werewolf cavalry of the werewolf race. Your main quest progress increases. You get 100 werewolf cavalry drove into the Eternal City from outside the city. After obtaining 100 chocobos as mounts, they formed a cavalry square with the 50 werewolf cavalry who had just completed training and advanced to the square outside the Lord's mansion. Yenching, wearing full armor, stood on the steps of the Lord. Orf brought his beloved horse Feying to him, and Yenching turned over and rode on the horse's back. He drew out the newly acquired Glory Knight's sword and shouted to his cavalry, Let's go. Follow me to Nuda City. Yenching urged Feying to run to the city gate. Orf, riding a chocobo, led the werewolf cavalry to follow Yinxing, and galloped out of the city along the central avenue of Eternal City. Yesterday, Carol sent someone to Eternal Territory to deliver the news. Miss Ligeia has arrived in Nuda City. Yinxing was looking forward to meeting Ligeia. I wonder if she has found out where the Orcs' vault in Nuda City is. Writing Feiying, leading the cavalry to leave Eternal Territory. Yinxing was thinking about Nuda City while playing with the sword in his hand. Glory Knight Sword God-given equipment. Attack +4 Intelligence +2 Knowledge +2 Knight Combat Skills effect increased by 10% Killing damage to evil creatures increased by 10%. Subordinate Cavalry all attributes +1 Skill Glory Charge. When charging within 100 meters, the damage of cavalry soldiers of the same side increases by half, and the defense increases by 50%. After obtaining the Glory Knight Sword and seeing its attributes clearly, Yinxing simply abandoned the steel sword made in the real world. This sword is suitable for my identity. In addition to the Glory Knight Sword, Yinxing also got a special building blueprint in the reward of this main task, Roaring Hall. The werewolf was once a member of the Orcs, but was later excluded and joined the Swamp Forces. The werewolf's hero profession also changed from the Orcs Berserker to the Swamp's Tamer. However, even if the werewolves joined the Swamp Forces, some of them would still awaken the talents of the Orcs, the Roaring Combat Skills. Orf is a Berserker who has mastered the Roaring Combat Skills. The Roaring Hall is a special building for the werewolves to transfer jobs. The Werewolf Tamer can transform into a Berserker in it, and gain the Roaring Combat Skills while losing the Taming Skills. Roaring can increase the buff status for yourself and your subordinates, and can release the debuff status to the enemy. It is a very practical combat skill. When Yinxing left the Eternal Territory, he had already used the God-given gold to build the Roaring Hall and arranged for some werewolf tamers to change their jobs. In this way, the werewolves in the Eternal Territory have two exclusive hero professions, Tamer and Berserker. In addition, the acquisition of intermediate offensive skills marks that Yinxing has taken another step forward after becoming a mature hero. The mastery of intermediate hero skills means that the hero has entered a new level of power, and the strength has risen from primary heroes to intermediate heroes. In the entire magic world, primary heroes account for 85% of all heroes. Intermediate heroes can already be considered masters. The true strength of Yinxing still needs a real battle test. Chapter 257 Return to Nuda City. At this time, the gate of Nuda City is unobstructed for Yinxing. During the war, even the city defense army had a hard time. Earl Theodore had no money, and the military pay had been in arrears for a month. The army's food supply had also declined a lot. Everything was done to support the battlefield, causing the morale of the Nuda City defense army to be very low. Fortunately, the overdue military pay was finally paid, and it was paid together for 2 months. The soldiers who got the Yongheng grain store food coupons were very happy. A few days ago, they saw the Yongheng Chamber of Commerce's employees carrying large and small bags of food home. And these India soldiers wanted to work for Master Yinxing. With money, the spirit of the Nuda City Defense Army is very good. When they saw Yinxing entering the city with the guards, they lined up to salute and shouted, "Master Yinxing, generous and kind." Looking at the gorgeous armor of the werewolf warriors, they were extremely envious. Master Yinxing is really rich. Master Yinxing's warhorse is really majestic. Yinxing rode on Feiying and led the guards into the city smoothly, waving his hand to respond to the cheers of the city residents on both sides of the road. Like a general returning to the city in triumph, the city has accepted him, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and the Eternal Grain Store have penetrated into the hearts of the city residents. It also caused some people to be nervous. Although Yinxing also traveled between Nuda City and Eternal Territory these days, he was very low-key, riding a flying shadow. He hurriedly came and went in the air, and before anyone noticed, he returned to the Eternal Territory. This time, Yinxing entered the city with great fanfare from the north gate of Nuda City, and walked into the Thunder Swamp Special Envoy in a high-profile manner. Everyone saw the werewolf cavalry he brought with him. They were not infantrymen who rode on horses temporarily, but real cavalry. Moreover, the strength of the Thunder Swamp Special Envoy stationed in Nuda City reached 500, which was the maximum limit of the garrison given to Yinxing by Earl Theodore. Although 500 werewolf warriors were not many for Nuda City, they were also a force that should not be underestimated. For those who were already unable to sit still, it added a variable. One command after another was secretly transmitted from the temple in Nuda City. According to the information provided by the Imperial spies, Lady Carol, the special envoy of the Silver Mane Principality, was having a secret conversation with the elf envoy in Nuda City. No matter what they were talking about, it was not good for the Empire. Stop them. All mercenaries and noble private soldiers loyal to the Empire entered combat readiness, ready to cooperate with the temple to capture Nuda City at any time. Key attack targets: City Lord's Mansion, Rose Court, Giant Front Mercenary Group, and Thunder Swamp Special Envoy. At the same time, the Giant Front Mercenary Group was also mobilizing for war. Target: Temple. Lady Carol continued to talk to Prince Alito about dividing the Windy Highlands. In order to divert Yenshing's attention, she deliberately asked Lygia to come to Nuda City at this time. Earl Theodore had no time to care about other things because of the Storm City War. 2 of the 3 city fortresses blocking Storm City fell. Marquis Anderson led his army to defend the last fortress, and the war was in danger. Orc werewolf cavalry had already appeared near Storm City, and many supplies sent to the front line were damaged. His relatives were on the front line, which put a lot of pressure on the old Earl. He wanted to ask Thunder Swamp to send troops to support the front line several times, but he held back in the end. The power of Thunder Swamp cannot be allowed to expand any further. Otherwise the Theodore family will really leave a bad name in the history of the human race. Nuda City is the southern border of the power of Thunder Swamp. Although Yenshing, who returned to the embassy, did not know what the various parties in the city were doing, he could feel that the city's bowstring had been stretched tight and had reached the point where it had to be released. Analysis of big data information from the intelligence exchange. The mercenaries in the city were very well behaved. The Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group, which had been attacking each other, had tacitly ceased fighting for several days. The number of mercenaries who accepted tasks at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce also decreased, and an unknown sponsor offered a higher bounty to recruit them. Some people said that they saw elves. There were rumors that the Orcs were about to capture Storm City. There was news that the army of Thunder Swamp was about to attack Nuda City, and the evil Swamp tribe would kill and eat everyone in Nuda City. What kind of rumors are these? Should we reduce the credibility of rumormongers and those who slander the Thunder Swamp people, and ban them if the case is serious? You must be crazy to spread rumors in my intelligence exchange. At the same time, Yenshing also realized that since he had seen the rumors, it meant that these rumors that slandered the Swamp people and himself had been circulating in Nuda City for some time. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Rumors must be contained before they spread completely, and there must be a reason for the rumors to appear at this time. So Yenshing finally added to Chichui, "See if you can find out where these rumors came from." "Yes, Master. Something big is going to happen," Yenshing said to himself. "But now, let's meet Lygia first." Madame Carol still lives in the Thunder Swamp Embassy. Whenever she has free time, she walks around the embassy and observes everything she has never seen before. Sometimes she draws what she sees. Yenshing knows what Carol wants to do, but he doesn't stop her. Let her watch if she wants to watch, and let her draw if she wants to draw. If she sees too much, she will want to buy it. Yenshing meets Madame Carol again. At this time, she is drinking tea with Lygia, who has changed her clothes, under the parasol in the back garden of the embassy. Carol and Lygia wore court dresses of similar styles and lady hats. Mrs. Carol's dress was crimson purple, and Lygia's dress was light blue. One was rich, the other was elegant. After a few days of intensive training, Lygia's court etiquette was very effective. She held her stomach and chest, raised her chin slightly, held the teacup tray in one hand, and took a small spoonful of sugar from the sugar bowl on the table with a small silver spoon in the other hand, and sprinkled it evenly in the tea. Then she stirred slowly. Her little finger was slightly raised, looking very ladylike. Yenshing, who was wearing armor, strode over after seeing the two women, picked up the teapot and drank from the spout. After drinking half full, he put down the teapot and stared at Lygia. This must be Miss Lygia. She is even more beautiful in person than the magic image. Yenshing put on his own character, looking like a rough man, not hiding his love for beauty at all. Then Yenshing said to Mrs. Carol, "After I received the message from you, Carol, I rushed to Nuda City as fast as I could, just to see Miss Lygia as soon as possible. Please accept these food coupons, Carol, to express my gratitude for introducing Miss Lygia to me." Yenshing put a stack of food coupons on the table and continued to stare at Lygia, as if he wanted to see through her clothes. Mrs. Carroll looked at the stack of food coupons in front of her, and her face changed. Why do I feel like a brothel madam? But seeing Yinxing staring at Ligeia, it means that my beauty trap is working well. As long as Ligeia can drag Yinxing out and let him focus all his energy on women, Carroll can entertain Prince Alito boldly. If Ligeia can take Yinxing down and disintegrate his alliance with Count Theodore, Nuda City can smoothly return to the direct jurisdiction of the Principality. If I can find out Yinxing's secrets and take Thunder Swamp into my hands, Elves and Orcs have no place to stand in the Windy Highlands. Madame Carroll picked up the food coupons and put them away, and said to Yinxing, when I mentioned you, not Yinxing, to Ligeia. Ligeia was very interested in you. She was pursued by those noble sons in the capital of the Principality all day long. But she looked down on those dudes who relied on their ancestors' merits. Women, all like real heroes. I remembered that I still have some things to do. You guys chat here, and I will pick up Ligeia to the Rose Court later. Mrs. Carroll stood up and wanted to create a private space for Yinxing and Ligeia. Yinxing said, why leave? Stay at my place after dinner. My embassy has many rooms. The beds are big and soft, and the bathroom has hot water all day long. Mrs. Carroll knew that Yinxing was everywhere, and she was not afraid of him looking at her. But Ligeia was not. She was too young and easy to make mistakes. Not Yinxing. I am a widow. I am not afraid of gossip if I live with you. But Ligeia is a daughter of an important official of the Principality. You should go back to the Rose Court at night. Yinxing said regretfully, okay, Miss Ligeia. Go back to the Rose Court at night, and come to my place to play during the day. I have a lot of good things from the Thunder Swamp. Carroll, you can go now. Miss Ligeia can be left to me. Mrs. Carroll gave Ligeia a look and turned away. She had another negotiation with Prince Alito. Yinxing and Ligeia were the only ones left under the parasol in the back garden. He became silent instead. Yinxing continued to look at Ligeia. Ligeia felt the fiery gaze. And besides anger, she also felt shy, which made her ears red. The clothing of the nobles was very different from that of ordinary people. The neckline of the noble court women's clothing was very low, and a large area of skin was exposed outside, which made Ligeia, who was used to wearing civilian clothes, very uncomfortable. She already felt that the clothes were too revealing, and now she was stared at by a man. The embarrassment can be imagined. If it were someone else, Ligeia would have left in anger. But she had a mission. As a spy of the Principality, she was always ready to sacrifice herself for the Principality. Ligeia recalled the words that Lady Carroll taught her, and took the initiative to break the silence. Not Yinxing. Hush. Yinxing put his finger to her lips to stop her from talking, and then whispered, that's good. Don't break the scene. I'll sleep for a while. I'm really tired these days. After that, Yinxing turned the chair into a recliner and lay down, and then really fell asleep, leaving Ligeia alone sitting there, not knowing what to do. For this kind of scene, Mrs. Carroll didn't teach her. Ligeia had to sit there and wait obediently, and observe her mission target. A few days ago, I was planning with Tren how to assassinate him, but now it has become seducing him. But facing a person who sleeps lying down. How to seduce him? Yinxing was really sleepy. The magic world and the real world were running around, especially the establishment of Thunder Company, all of which needed to be done by himself. Then he went to Griffin Island. After sending the Griffin to the island, he also conducted a field survey of this island that he had only seen photos of. See if the island is suitable for the survival of Griffins. There are a lot of things to deal with in the territory every day, and the reorganization and training of the army are the top priorities. I don't know when I can have some free time. Ligeia sat for a while, and when she saw that Yinxing showed no signs of waking up, she also learned to move the chair and lie down. Ligeia was also very tired these days, and there were too many things to learn. In addition to the etiquette of the nobility, you also need to memorize the names, positions, and family backgrounds of the officials of the Principality, the roads and departments of the capital of the Principality, the members of the Elven family, their occupations, the family's territorial property, and even the income from farmland. Not to say that there are no loopholes, but you have to make sure that you can fool Yinxing. It's so comfortable, lying on the recliner. Ligeia felt that owning such a chair was definitely the luckiest thing. The whole body was wrapped in the chair, which was the most comfortable thing ever. It would be better if the corset could be looser. Ligeia put her hands on her abdomen, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the short relaxation. Then she fell asleep accidentally. When Ligeia opened her eyes again, there was a black sky outside the parasol. She immediately realized that she had made a mistake, and should not have fallen asleep here. Ligeia sat up suddenly. She looked around, and then looked at Yanqing. The couch was empty. Did he find something? Ligeia regretted it very much. It was not easy for Mrs. Carroll to reemploy her, and give her important duties. But she actually fell asleep during the mission. It was all because the couch was too comfortable. Now the situation is unclear. Yanqing is not here, and I don't know how to remedy it. Miss Ligeia. A female voice called beside her. Ligeia stood up, and a blanket covering her body slipped to the ground. She quickly picked up the blanket and held it in one hand, tidied her appearance, and then turned to the maid standing beside her and asked, "Sorry. I fell asleep. I don't know where Knight Yanqing is. I want to apologize to him." The maid smiled and saluted Ligeia, saying, "Miss Ligeia, Count Theodore asked my master to go to the city lord's mansion to discuss things. Before leaving, the master did not allow us to disturb your rest, and asked me to give you this photo when you wake up." "What is a photo?" Ligeia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yanqing was not here. Her mistake was too serious. Moreover, her heart was already confused, and she was afraid that she would make more mistakes when facing Yanqing. Mrs. Carroll's opinion of Yanqing is very high. Yes, since the Assassin's Guild has been tormented until now. We know that Yanqing is a person who looks rough, but is actually very resourceful. When facing him, we must be careful. Since he is not here, I will adjust my condition tomorrow. Ligeia took the palm-sized wooden frame from the maid, and then saw the photo in the wooden frame. It turned out to be a magic image. But why is this magic image so clear? It is as clear as a real person. In the photo, a woman in court women's clothes is leaning on a recliner and sleeping soundly. She turned her face to the side, closed her eyes, and slightly opened her mouth, sleeping so quietly. The light shone through the parasol and sprinkled on the woman's face and body, as if the world was still because of her. Chapter 258 Crisis. Ligeia held the photo in her hand, extremely shocked. The clarity of the magic image represents the magic power of the caster. The more powerful the magician, the higher the clarity of the magic image. The sleeping woman in this photo, even her hair is clearly visible, which shows how terrifying the magic power of the person who recorded the magic image is. The woman in the photo is herself, and the location of the photo is the chair where Yanqing sat. Ligeia imagined the scene of Yanqing using magic to record her sleeping state while she was sleeping, and felt that she was carrying out a mission that would lead to her death. Since Knight Yanqing is not here, I should go back. Thank you for your hospitality. Ligeia left in a hurry. When she got on the carriage for the return trip, she found that she was still holding the blanket. I don't know who covered her. Ligeia put the blanket on her legs and looked at the photo carefully with both hands. On the other side, Yanqing was indeed called to the city lord's mansion by Count Theodore. In a room with a lit fireplace, Count Theodore sat in a chair by the fireplace, with a glass of red wine in his hand. Yanqing sat opposite the old count, and watched the butler pour a glass of wine for himself. The old count said, "This kind of stone castle is very hard, but also very humid. If it is not dried in late autumn, it will be like an ice cave when it snows heavily in winter." Yanqing picked up the wine glass and said to the old Earl, "Then I will have someone roast my castle when I go back." "Teacher, you have aged a lot during this period." The obviously old Earl forced a smile on his face, shook his head and said, "It's good to be alive until now. As long as I can hold on until winter comes, I can have a good rest. Someone told me that you brought a group of werewolf cavalry into the city." Earl Theodore managed the logistics for the Windy Highland Legion and also had his own intelligence channels. Yanqing's troops in Nuda City have reached the upper limit of 500 people. There are about 400 guards from other Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Eternal Grain Store, and another 300 soldiers are receiving training in the Nuda City military camp. If we add the hidden military forces of the Eternal Intelligence Exchange and the families with related interests, the number of troops that Yanqing can mobilize in Nuda City is definitely not a small number. In addition, 3,000 people from the Eternal Trading Guild are trained in a manor in the north of Nuda City, and the weapons they use are muskets. The musket is a weapon used by goblins. However, the muskets equipped by Yanqing for the mercenaries of the Trading Guild are obviously more powerful than the muskets used by goblins. The firing rate is also much faster. News came from the Eternal Territory that the werewolf tribe attached to Yanqing showed signs of preparing for war. If the army of Thunder Swamp went south at this time, Nuda City could not withstand such an attack from both inside and outside. Some rumors about Thunder Swamp attacking Nuda City are spreading in the city. And some officials have also warned the old Earl to be wary of Yinqing, whose power has skyrocketed. The possible threat from the north made Earl Theodore very wary of Yinqing at this time. Yes, I brought a group of werewolf cavalry into the city today. Yinqing did not deny that he entered the city openly. He shook the red wine in the wine glass and continued, I think there will be major things happening in Nuda City these days. And I have so many industries in the city. I can't do without enough warriors to protect it. What news did you hear? Earl Theodore asked. Yinqing took a sip of wine and replied to the old Earl, Teacher, you should be more informed than me. Even I can feel the tense situation in Nuda City. You can't be unaware of it. Not only should you light a fire to dry out the moisture in your city lord's mansion, but you should also add guards to prevent the evil spirits from outside from coming in. After a lifetime of fighting and rich political experience, the old Earl knew that when the war is about to end, there will be chaos. Everyone wants to gain the greatest benefit for themselves at this point in time. A great chaos in Nuda City is imminent. And what role will Yinqing play in this chaos? The old Earl couldn't guess. So he called Yinqing here to judge him by what he said and did. But Yinqing has obviously grown a lot since the first meeting. At that time, he was already a little fox. Earl Theodore said, It is much easier to investigate your eternal territory than to investigate all parties in Nuda City. After all, your territory is there. And those people with bad intentions hide deeper than each other. Besides, Storm City has drawn too many people from me. And it is difficult for me to grasp the movements of those people now. Which is very dangerous. If you still think I am your ally, please tell me what you know. I have always been your ally and my mentor. Yinqing raised his glass to pay tribute to Earl Theodore. And then said, I have found out some things. The Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group have each gathered a large number of mercenaries. And there will be a large-scale gunfight in Nuda City in the near future. Behind them are the Short Gun and the Temple. The Short Gun is a mercenary organization that colludes with the Orcs. I don't know why the two families fought, but fighting in Nuda City will definitely cause chaos. Recently, there have been many rumors about Thunder Swamp in Nuda City, saying that we will attack Nuda City. I am investigating. At this time, Earl Theodore suddenly asked, Is this rumor true or false? The room suddenly became silent. The two looked at each other. Suddenly Yinqing laughed. Why do I have to capture Nuda City? Earl Theodore understood instantly. Land is not something that Yinqing needs urgently now. There are large areas in Thunder Swamp that have not been developed. What he needs is money. Money for developing Thunder Swamp and Eternal Territory. Nuda City is now Yinqing's window to make money. Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Eternal Grain Store are making a lot of money for him. After the war is over, the road between Windy Highlands and the mainland of the Principality will be unblocked. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce established by Yinqing will deliver more wealth to him. And if Thunder Swamp captures Nuda City, it will be a declaration of war on the Silver Mane Principality. He occupies a city whose wealth is quickly depleted and goes to war with the Silver Mane Principality, which is completely not worth the loss, unless Nuda City is controlled by someone who is hostile to Thunder Swamp. Thunder Swamp will never directly occupy Nuda City during the development period. After figuring this out, Count Theodore also laughed. I'm getting old. Old. I'm getting more and more confused. I was wrong to start doubting you after hearing a few rumors. I've also noticed the unusual movements of the mercenaries in recent days. If the Temple and the Short Gun are involved, I'm afraid some nobles' private soldiers will be involved. Behind the Temple is the Griffin Heart Empire. What our Emperor wants to see most is that the Silver Mane Principality completely loses the Windy Highlands. If they make a big move, it means they have discovered that the war situation in the Windy Highlands will develop in a direction that is unfavorable to the Empire. It's just, since the Short Gun serves the Orcs, why would he fight with the people in the Temple? Count Theodore couldn't figure it out. And neither could Yinqing. Logically, although the Short Gun and the Temple belong to different masters, they should cooperate because of their common interests. Ignore them for now, and let Chui continue to investigate. Then Yinqing told the old count about Carol's order of 200,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes and quilts from him. I don't know if Carol had other purposes in ordering 200,000 quilts from me, so I didn't tell you at the time. But when I gave her the quilt samples, she paid the deposit very straightforwardly. These quilts are really prepared for the future expansion of the Windy Highland Legion. Upon hearing this news, Count Theodore realized the seriousness of the problem. Expand the Windy Highland Corps. It is definitely not to expand the Windy Highland Corps controlled by Marquis Anderson. This shows that the Principality has already implemented a plan to seize power. And the success rate of this plan is very high. Count Theodore immediately stood up and walked to the Highland tactical map next to him. Yinxing also followed. The old Earl pointed to the city and logo on the map and said to Yinxing, Marquis Anderson is now in Anjik Castle to resist the main force of the Orcs. Behind Anjik Castle is Storm City. To the south of Storm City is the Highland Passage connecting the Principality to the mainland. At this time, the Principality's army has completed its assembly at the other end of the Highland Passage. This is an army ready to climb Windy Highland at any time and control the situation. How did Duke Silvermane plan to seize Marquis Anderson's military power? Assassination? Coup? Raid? At this time, Marquis Anderson's control over Storm City was at its lowest, and the Windy Highlands Legion was at its weakest and most unstable. Anything could happen. Yinxing looked at the map and thought. He didn't know how the Principality would attack Marquis Anderson. In this case, there are really too many methods that can be used. The success rate is very high. But, Yinxing looked at the battle map for a while, and said to Count Theodore, Teacher, no matter how the Silvermane Principality seizes Marquis Anderson's power, it will be difficult to defend Fort Anjik if it succeeds. Don't consider the process, only the result. The new commander of the Windy Highlands Corps first faced the Orc army at the gates of the city, and the reinforcements at the other end of the Highland Passage should not be able to enter Storm City in a short time. Earl Theodore was worried about the safety of Marquis Anderson and was confused. After hearing Yinxing's analysis, he immediately turned to consider, from a military perspective, how the Silvermane Principality could use the existing garrison to defend this important city after taking over Storm City. The Principality has not reduced its material support for the battlefield of Windy Highlands. The materials in Storm City are enough to resist the Orcs' attack for a period of time. But if the Orcs wipe out the defenders of Fort Anjik, the new commander will face a battle to defend the city with no one available. It is impossible for the reinforcements to support Storm City in a short time. And even if they enter Storm City, it is difficult to familiarize themselves with the city defense in a short time. The Orcs know that the commander of the Windy Highlands Legion has been temporarily replaced, and they will definitely seize the opportunity to attack Storm City with all their strength. If Storm City falls, the human race on Windy Highlands will lose contact with the mainland and will be destroyed sooner or later. It will be extremely difficult for the Principality to attack Windy Highlands again. Count Theodore used the worst possibility to analyze the direction of the war after Marquis Anderson was seized. It was found that the Silvermane Principality had a high probability of losing Storm City. Yinxing listened to Count Theodore's analysis and said, for the Principality, Storm City is definitely better in the hands of Marquis Anderson than in the hands of the Orcs. But they still insisted on seizing power and put it into action. So they must have made all the preparations. They can prevent the Orcs from conquering Storm City. Count Theodore frowned and looked at the native land of the savage Orcs. Conquering Storm City is of great significance to the savage Orcs. The Principality had to deploy heavy troops around the edge of the Windy Highlands to prevent the Orcs from rushing down. If the Orcs attacked the coastal cities of the Principality from the air again, the area that the Principality needed to defend would be increased again. This is a huge drain on national strength. The savage Orcs will never withdraw when they are about to conquer Storm City. Unless someone stabs the Orcs in the back at this time. Yinxing and Earl Theodore looked at the battlefield on the western front. The Elves have been somewhat invisible these days. Now the entire Windy Highlands is paying attention to the Storm City battlefield. The Orcs, who are bloodthirsty, are attacking regardless of losses in the face of a victory that is within reach. In order to stop the Orcs, the Windy Highlands Legion is also defending against them. Compared with the fierce battlefield on the eastern front, the battlefield on the western front, where the Elves are the main force, has become a little quiet. The Elves are also attacking, but compared with the fierce attack at the beginning of the war, the momentum is much worse. Often, just as the defenders are aroused, the Elves' army will take the initiative to retreat. At first, Earl Theodore didn't think there was anything wrong. The Snow Elves are much weaker than the Wild Orcs, and they don't think they are worthless. They have the spirit of sacrifice of the Orcs. They can launch such a fierce offensive in the early stage of the war, which is beyond everyone's understanding of the Snow Elves. The weak offensive in the middle and late stages due to losses and war weariness was originally in the strategic expectations arranged by Marquis Anderson. Especially when winter is about to come. The Elves who have to prepare winter supplies will not launch any decent offensive. Now that all possibilities have been eliminated, the Silvermane Principality wants to seize Marquis Anderson's military power and defend Storm City. So it can only ask the elves to stab the orcs in the back. However, the two sides are in a state of war, and the elves cannot be invited just because they want to. Count Theodore suddenly said to Yinxing, "The 200,000 sets of betting cannot be given to Carol." Looking at this tactical map and listening to the old Count's explanation, some of Yinxing's doubts suddenly became clear. However, Yinxing smiled and replied to Count Theodore's request, "That won't work. I have already given the samples and received the deposit, and the goods must be delivered. My family creed is to keep my word, and I don't think the most important thing now is to intercept the materials that Madame Carol uses to buy the elves, but to prevent Marquis Anderson from losing his military power. As long as the Windy Highlands Corps and Storm City are in the hands of Marquis Anderson, no matter how much materials Carol promised to give to the elves, it will be a piece of waste paper. If Marquis Anderson loses his military power, I want to ensure that I have a good start in diplomatic relations with the Silvermane Principality. The only thing I can do at that time is to protect your safety, and do my best to maintain your power in Nuda City." Chapter 259. On the eve of the rebellion, Earl Theodore knew that his request to Yinxing was a bit too much, and what Yinxing said was right. The most urgent task was to preserve the military power of Marquis Anderson, not to destroy Lady Carol's bribery of the elves. But the entire Windy Highland Corps had reached its limit, facing the Principality's power grab. Marquis Anderson really had no good response. Earl Theodore didn't know what to do, and it was even more impossible for him to leave Nuda City at this time to advise the Marquis. Now, the only thing he could do was to remind Marquis Anderson to take precautions. Then, by preserving Nuda City, he could preserve the foundation of the family after the worst result occurred. After thinking it over, Earl Theodore said to Yinxing, "If there is a rebellion in Nuda City, my people can control the unruly noble private soldiers. As for the mercenaries, can you handle it?" Yinxing replied, "With my power in Nuda City, I can only protect my property in the city. If you want to control the mercenaries, you must let the Eternal Traders Guild mercenaries enter the city. If you have to deal with other unknown emergencies, you must let the Eternal Territories army enter the city." Yinxing's answer made Earl Theodore fall into deep thought again. Although the Eternal Territory Traders Guild mercenaries have the background of the Eternal Territory, they are nominally the guards of the Silvermane Principality Traders Guild. It is a legitimate reason to allow them to enter the city in the name of protecting merchants. But letting the army of Eternal Territory enter the city has a different meaning. Finally, Earl Theodore said to Yinxing, "The mercenaries of the Merchant Guild can enter the city at any time. But the army of Eternal Territory, you can let your army gather at the border. If the situation is urgent, I will issue a request for help from allies." Yinxing wanted this sentence from Earl Theodore. As long as the army of Eternal Territory can gather at the border, the time to enter Nuda City will be greatly shortened. You must know that at a critical moment, entering the city a few minutes earlier may turn the situation around. Yes, Mentor. I promise that my army will not disturb the people after entering Nuda City, and will withdraw from Nuda City after the situation calms down. Occupying this city has never been my goal. I just need a space to develop the Eternal Territory in a stable manner. This meeting between Yinxing and Earl Theodore filled some gaps that had just appeared. External pressure and common interests made them close together. After leaving the city lord's mansion, with the permission of the old Earl, Yinxing's actions in Nuda City became more bold. As soon as he returned to his envoy's mansion, he ordered the Eternal Territory to deliver a batch of weapons to Nuda City. The armed forces of the Eternal Territory in Nuda City have to deal with the mercenaries. The proportion of hero units among the mercenaries is a bit high, although most of them are not powerful heroes. Heroes can cast some magic. Eternal Territory does not even have many high-level soldiers now, let alone hero units. Therefore, some special weapons are needed to deal with magic. Yinxing equipped the guards of the special embassy with flintlock pistols, with a bullet preloaded in the chamber, so that they can just draw the gun and shoot when encountering the enemy. As long as the shot is accurate, ordinary heroes will be killed before they can even complete the magic structure. However, the power of the flintlock pistol is not enough to kill heroes who release multiple defensive magic, so more powerful weapons are needed. At this time, the technology of Eternal Territory cannot produce two advanced weapons. Relying on the Griffin breeding program to build your own weapons laboratory is like a distant water that cannot quench your immediate thirst. The solution given by Chue Chue is to make the flintlock rifle rougher and bigger. Make a recoilless gun. To put it simply, Use seamless steel pipes to make a rocket launcher, and then stuff a large firecracker into it. Urban warfare does not require a long range, and a 100-meter level flight is enough. The main targets are mercenaries, so naturally there is no need for great power. Steel balls are installed in the warhead to ensure full deterrence. Such a rocket launcher is equivalent to a magic lightning, which can be released by any soldier. The rocket launcher can deal with gathered mercenaries and suppress hostile heroes. To attack some solid fortifications, more powerful artillery is needed. A steel tube is a qualified smoothbore gun barrel, with wheels and artillery. A cannon that fires solid shells is completed. The first generation of artillery in Yonghangling uses breech loading, caliber 88mm, and standard paper shell shells. There is an impact on the butt of the shell to ignite the primer, and the projectile is an iron ball. However, because the flight trajectory of the artillery shell is a parabola, professional artillery is needed to accurately bombard the target. These professional knowledge cannot be taught to the natives here in a short time. So Chue developed robot artillery according to the needs. Now, after receiving Yenxing's order, a batch of newly produced rocket launchers, artillery, and shells were packed into boxes, and then loaded into newly modified trucks, and sent to Nuda City. At the same time, the Eternal Intelligence Exchange increased the information bounty to attract more people to enter information into the intelligence database. In addition, Yenxing also sent a message to the shareholders of the grain bank overnight, asking them to be vigilant and protect their own industries, and prepare a certain amount of troops to accept the dispatch of the Eternal Grain Bank at any time. One order after another was issued from the Special Embassy. The actions of the Yenxing Special Embassy naturally could not be hidden from those who had been watching here. In fact, all parties in Nuda City are actively expanding their strength. At first, they were still hiding, but gradually, they all prepared for war openly. Gar of the Nuda City branch of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce publicly announced his resignation as the branch president, and then converted to the temple and became a priest of the temple. In order to express his piety, Gar also donated 80,000 gold coins and a large amount of supplies to the temple. The temple then donated these money and supplies to the believers and held large-scale gatherings again and again. The Foul Lion mercenary group was very active in these gatherings, shouting slogans to stimulate the atmosphere. They also spread the word that Earl Theodore had serious health problems and became very confused. Trusting a human from the Thunder Swamp, the interests of Nuda City were sold to the Swamp Tribe. The Foul Lion mercenary group, which had money and supplies, recruited soldiers and horses wantonly, and its rebellious intentions were obvious. Although the Giant Front mercenary group, which was opposed to the Foul Lion mercenary group, also gathered mercenaries to expand its strength. Its financial resources were obviously not as good as the Foul Lion mercenary group, which was supported by the temple. The Foul Lion mercenary group suffered a lot in the confrontation with the Giant Front mercenary group. But the more they fought, the more people they lost. It can be imagined that when the two sides are no longer an elite duel, but a full-scale conflict breaks out, the situation will definitely be very unfavorable to the Giant Front mercenary group. And at this time, a piece of news came out from some unknown channel. The Orcs set up a treasury in Nuda City, and there were a lot of gold coins in the treasury, which was used to bribe human traders to work for the Orcs. The news of the treasury was actually made public. Yenxing immediately made an appointment with Ligia, also known as the Blood Falcon, through the Grey Rat. Chapter 260 News from the Vault. These days, while Yenxing was busy preparing to deal with the chaos in Nuda City, his relationship with Ligia also heated up rapidly. Ligia comes to the embassy every day. Today to return the blanket, tomorrow to return the parasol, and then she doesn't need any reason, just to see you. When Yenxing was working, she was reading quietly beside him. When Yenxing talked to her, she smiled and listened carefully. Her eyes looked at the man in front of her, with a strong sense of obsession. Men like to be worshipped by beautiful women the most, which can give them great satisfaction. Then in order to continue to get this feeling, I can't leave you, but you have to be careful. Yenxing has a charm that ordinary nobles don't have. Don't get yourself caught up in it. Ligia, who changed her clothes, sat in the tea house that used to belong to her, thinking about what happened in the past few days. She didn't go to Yenxing's embassy today. Mrs. Carroll said that proper cooling and distance will make men like you more. The owner of this tavern seems to have changed. Yenxing, who also changed his clothes, sat down opposite Ligia and asked knowingly, I don't know where the girl named Ligia went. She's a pretty girl. I hope she won't be bought by someone. Ligeia lowered her hood, so I couldn't see her expression. She replied, "This has nothing to do with us." At this time, Grey Rat walked in from outside. He looked at the bar, then walked over and sat down with a disappointed look on his face. After Ligeia left, "I feel like the world has lost its color." Grey Rat sighed, then said to Yanqing, "Mr. Tran, you asked us to come here because of the leak of the Orcs' vault. I promise I haven't told anyone about it." Yanqing saw that everyone was there, and said, regarding the Orcs' vault, "I found that the news spread very quickly in Nuda City. Obviously someone is deliberately spreading the news. What is his purpose?" "Blood Falcon. What do you know?" "Blood Falcon." Ligeia was a little distracted, and when she heard the call again, she immediately replied, "I don't know. I had urgent business these days, and did not fulfill my duties. I apologize to you." Grey Mouse interrupted at this time. "I think it was the news spread by the Giant Front Mercenary Group." Yanqing and Ligeia asked at the same time, "How did you know?" Grey Mouse showed off his clothes and replied, "Do you see my clothes? I am now a member of the Giant Front Mercenary Group. A temporary member. The Giant Front Mercenary Group has been recruiting people like crazy these days, and they want everyone. But since they didn't give out money, many people were ready to join the Foul Lion Mercenary Corps. The Foul Lion Mercenary Corps gives out money as soon as you sign up. If I hadn't been trying to find out about the short gun, I would have." Yanqing interrupted Grey Rat. "Get to the point." Yes. 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 Just yesterday, the person who recruited us told us that we would be paid soon. Then the news about the Orc Vault spread in Nuda City. If the Giant Front Mercenary Corps had money, they would have given us money long ago. Now they are talking about giving out money, which must be a temporary way to get money. At this time, Nuda City is short of money, and the number of people who can give enough money to the Giant Front Mercenary Corps cannot be counted on one hand. Therefore, I think the Giant Front Mercenary Group is definitely preparing to rob the Orcs' vault." Ligeia retorted, "The Giant Front Mercenary Group is the people of Short Gun, and Short Gun is in the same group with the Orcs. How could the Giant Front Mercenary Group rob the Orcs' vault?" Yanqing said, "Blood Falcon, what's wrong with you today? I was distracted just now, and now I say such unprofessional words. The Giant Front Mercenary Group's confrontation with the Foul Lion Mercenary Group is obviously not in the interests of the Orcs. This shows that Short Gun and the Orcs are in a cooperative relationship, but not in the same group, at least in some aspects. They have different positions. Someone deliberately spread the news of the Orcs' vault, which means that he is ready to take action against the Orcs' vault. Otherwise, spreading this news would not benefit him, but would arouse the Orcs' vigilance. The lack of the location of the Orcs' vault in the news also proves my guess. Those who heard the news had no way to rob the Orcs' vault, but they would all be suspected of robbing the Orcs' vault. Those who were going to rob the vault had to expand the scope of suspects, and they also knew the location of the vault, which meant that it was an acquaintance who committed the crime. The Jufeng Mercenary Group was short of money. There was a motive and conditions. I think the Jufeng Mercenary Group was the one who spread the news and prepared to rob the Orcs' vault. Ligeia knew that she had become a little dazed because of the missions in the past few days, and she always unconsciously thought of things related to Yanqing. So I didn't analyze the clues given by Grey Rat in detail. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. Ligeia apologized and said, "So, the leak of the Orc Vault was done by the Giant Front Mercenary Group. They want to rob the Orc Vault and put the blame on others." Yanqing nodded and said, "This is a reasonable guess. But it's not the Giant Front Mercenary Group. We will know at night." Ligeia said, "You think the Giant Front Mercenary Group will take action at night?" Yanqing replied, "The Giant Front Mercenary Group must come up with money as soon as possible to stabilize the team, and also prevent the Orc Vault from transferring gold after receiving the news. For them, every day late means the risk increases exponentially. The Giant Front Mercenary Group can't wait. Tonight may not be the most suitable time, but it is the most suitable time." Ligeia felt that Yanqing's analysis made sense. She said, "At night, we will keep an eye on the Giant Front Mercenary Group and follow them to find the Orc Vault. But once a fight breaks out, it will definitely alert the City Defense Army. How can we quickly move the gold in the vault? I'm afraid we can't find a suitable and trustworthy person in a short time. Leave the moving of gold to me." Yanqing said confidently, "Let's gather here at night. I have sneaked into the Thunder Swamp Special Embassy several times and got a lot of good things. I will share some with you when the time comes. Legia asked, have you found out how the assassination plan of the Assassin's Guild was leaked? No. Yinqing shrugged and replied, Yinqing's embassy is different from the places I have been to before. There are hidden eyes everywhere. I have done my best to avoid being discovered. Don't ask me to find more useful things. I will slowly investigate after I am familiar with the environment inside. Legia said nothing. She stayed in the embassy with Yinqing these days. She knew that it was like another world. There were many things in it that she had never seen or recognized. Therefore, she had to be more cautious when sneaking in. Legia stood up and said, okay. You slowly investigate. See you in the evening. Yinqing replied, see you in the evening. But it can't be like this anymore. Otherwise, I will consider terminating my cooperation with you. I know what to do. Chapter 261 New Equipment. At night, Legia changed into a thief's outfit and quietly left the Rose Court. The characteristic of thief service is concealment, and they can do some extreme actions without restrictions. Therefore, thieves do not pursue good armor, and everything is comfortable. Most thieves wear an ordinary coat with a hood to cover their appearance. Then they use a belt to tie their waists. And there is a leather or cloth pocket on the belt to hold the small tools needed by thieves. The weapons are generally daggers or short blades, and there are some hidden weapons hidden somewhere. Legia did not tell Mrs. Carroll that the giant blade mercenary group was going to attack the Orc vault. After all, these are just guesses. Mrs. Carroll is now focusing all her energy on the elf emissary. It won't be too late to tell her after getting the gold. When Legia arrived at the agreed place, the tavern was closed. The narrow street was deserted, and the moonlight reflected cold light on the polished stone road surface. Ordinary city residents were reluctant to light candles at night, and the nights in Nuda City were always not peaceful. So they closed the doors early to rest. Occasionally, a flying bird flew quickly over the eaves. Blood falcon. A soft call came from the back of a house. Legia saw two figures there, and walked over carefully. Hiding in the shadows were Yinqing and Huishu. Yinqing wore a smock and a canvas backpack on his back. Huishu also took off the uniform of the giant front mercenary group, put on a smock, and covered his fat hood on his head. Everyone is here. I will give you some things from the Thunder Swamp. Yinqing took off his backpack and took out two small mechanical crossbows from it. When the crossbow is not in use, the crossbow arm is folded for easy carrying. When using it, you only need to press the switch to pop out the crossbow arm. Then pull the string to load the arrow and shoot. After Yinqing demonstrated how to use the crossbow, he gave each of them 5 crossbow arrows. These are special crossbow arrows, enchanted with air magic, which can accelerate the crossbow arrow again after it is shot out. There are very few crossbow arrows of this kind. I stole a small number, so I used them sparingly. Legia held the crossbow arrow to check. She just tried the strength of the hand crossbow. It was okay. However, the size of the hand crossbow determines its strength. The arrow shot out has a short acceleration time, so the lethality is not very good. The effective killing range of a hand crossbow is within 10 meters. If you want to increase the lethality of a hand crossbow, using alchemical crossbow arrows is a very effective way. As an excellent spy, Legia felt that the crossbow arrow was unusual as soon as she picked it up. The material of the arrow shaft is unknown, but it is very, very light. It stands to reason that such a light arrow shaft should be very fragile. But this arrow shaft is quite hard. Could this be some kind of alchemical material? Compared to the lightness of the arrow shaft, the arrowhead is heavier, much heavier than the arrowhead used for a normal hand crossbow. The 3-edged arrowhead has good flight stability and good penetration against armor. Originally, this arrow alone can greatly increase the lethality of the hand crossbow. After enchanting the crossbow arrow to increase its flight speed, Legia could not guess how powerful this small hand crossbow could be. Yinqing's things are really exquisite, Legia admired in her heart, and then put away the crossbow and put it on her belt together with the crossbow arrow. Although Grey Rat could not see the good of this hand crossbow and crossbow arrow, as long as it was related to alchemy and enchantment, it was definitely a good thing. And he also learned from Legia to put the things on his waist. Then Yinqing took out 2 pairs of shoes from his backpack. These don't pursue high defense armor, but they have very high requirements for shoes. You may not see anything at ordinary times, but when you are escaping, a pair of good shoes is a life. Yinqing naturally knows how important shoes are for high-speed and high-sensitivity professions. The Olympic 100-meter race is a test of physical fitness and high-tech running shoes. These are the shoes I've prepared for you. Try them on. If they fit, I'll give them to you. If they don't fit, give them back to me. Legia took the shoes given to her. The style of the shoes is very much in the style of the Eternal Collar. Then the feeling is light. Very, very light. The weight of the two shoes seems to be lighter than an egg. But it is very strong. What material is this made of? Is it another alchemical product from Thunder Swamp? While Ligeia was still wondering about the material of the shoes, Grey Rat had already changed his shoes. Is this an enchanted air magic? I feel like I have become lighter. And the grip is just like my feet have become the claws of a beast. Magic. Magic. Lord Tran. Are you really going to give me such expensive shoes? You have done so much for me. And I will give you this pair of shoes and the crossbow. Thank you, Lord Tran. Grey Rat threw the old shoes into the corner without pity. And then said to Ligeia, Miss Blood Falcon, change them quickly. I have heard that the alchemy of Thunder Swamp is very unique. Today I saw that it is really amazing. After putting on this pair of shoes, I think I can also go to the Thunder Swamp Envoy Mansion. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Yinqing also said to Ligeia, it's getting late. Change your shoes and let's go. Ligeia's feet are a pair of alchemical boots enchanted with air magic. She didn't want to change to a new pair of shoes that she had to get used to. But after hearing Grey Mouse praise this pair of shoes so much, she took off the shoes on her feet. After changing, the new shoes tightly wrapped the entire foot. But there was no sense of pressure. The entire sole was close to the instep and played a certain supporting role, making the entire foot more conducive to exerting force when moving. There were other feelings that I couldn't describe. But just like what Grey Rat said, I felt lighter. I thought about running around New Tower City right away. What's wrong with these shoes? I don't feel like they are enchanted. Yinqing said, you ask me? I don't know. I stole these shoes. Let's go. It's a dark and windy night. It's a murderous night. After saying that, Yinqing used his Qin Gong to nimbly jump onto the nearby eaves. Legia followed. Even Grey Rat showed his poor thief skills, and jumped up after a run-up by stepping on the wall. At this time, Yinqing connected to the drone controlled by Chui. The temporary headquarters of the Giant Front Mercenary Group in New Tower City is a brothel, which is also the property of the Giant Front Mercenary Group. The source of income for large mercenary groups does not only rely on earning mercenary bounties. They are comprehensive enterprises with multiple branches. However, because most mercenaries are warriors, they operate more gray industries. A brothel is a place where you can make money and collect intelligence at the same time. The brothel run by the Jufeng Mercenary Group is very large. There are many people coming in and out underground and above ground. And there are many entrances and exits. And the more night it is, the more lively it is here. It is not easy to distinguish who is the guy who robbed the vault tonight among these people coming in and out of the brothel. Yinqing, Ligeia, and Grey Rat hid on the roof of a house not far from the brothel, looking at this filthy place. These Western-style brothels are pure sex trade. Unlike the Eastern brothels where you can listen to music and enjoy dancing. The three of them stared at the surroundings of the building, looking for suspicious people. Chui reported that there were several groups of people nearby staring at the Jufeng Mercenary Group. Yinqing asked, is there anyone else who noticed that the Jufeng Mercenary Group was going to rob the Orc Vault? Chui called up the monitoring data of the Jufeng Mercenary Group during this period and replied, these people have been staring at the Jufeng Mercenary Group for a long time. It should not be that they noticed that they were going to rob the Orc Vault. But it was routine monitoring by all parties. That's good. The conflict between the Jufeng Mercenary Group and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group was exposed. And the Jufeng Mercenary Group would of course be monitored by all parties. Just like his own envoy's residence. There are also fixed personnel monitoring nearby. After knowing that the Giant Front Mercenary Group is related to the short gun, he also asked Chui to install surveillance equipment here. At this time, Grey Rat said impatiently, Lord Tran, there are too many people here. And I have been here before. And I know there must be secret passages leading to other places. There are only 3 of us. And we can't monitor such a large place. Ligeia also said, let me transfer some people here. All of whom are trustworthy. Because the team that receives the elf envoys has changed. The undercover spy team commanded by Ligeia has hidden again. Ligeia was appointed as their commander. And this order is still valid. If there are too many people coming, the Jufeng Mercenary Group will definitely notice it. If there are too few people coming, it will not work. Just leave it to me. I will find the people who are going to rob the orcs as soon as possible. Yinxing answered casually and continued to talk to Chuichu. People who come here are generally familiar customers. They will not run around at night. And their routes will not change easily. Compare the surveillance videos in the database. Retrieve the intelligence exchange database to connect nearby data. And screen people entering and leaving the monastery. The Jufeng mercenary group will not rob the orc vault by themselves. Watch out for strangers and people who intend to hide their identities. Yes, Master. Chuichu retrieved the database file for retrieval and intelligence connection. And asked Yinxing, if the people who robbed the orc vault did not start from here, will we miss the opportunity if we wait here? Yinxing said, for the Jufeng mercenary group. No other place in Nuda City is safe. This place is so chaotic. It is a natural disguise for what they want to do. With the cover here, they will not be exposed when they gather people to rob the vault. The people who rob the vault will definitely go out from here. And the stolen gold will definitely be transported back here. Your task is to find them out. I understand. Master. In Yinxing's consciousness space, it was instantly filled with countless dynamic images. And countless text messages scrolled from top to bottom. As Chuichu identified and connected the information, the dynamic images quickly decreased. And the speed of text information scrolling became faster and faster. The various money-spending behaviors of the Eternal Intelligence Exchange have made the Eternal card very popular in Nuda City, and also allowed Chuichu to master a large amount of personal information. Face recognition finds the identity of the person in the image, and then obtains more information through text intelligence. After a dazzling operation, Chuichu screened out a group of suspicious people, not from the giant front mercenary group, entered the academy for a long time, and did not come out. Heroes, and their strength is quite strong. 2 of them, whether they are brain-dead or greedy, wrote that they have connections with the orcs when entering information. If someone else were to do these things, it would be impossible to remember so many people and things. But the use of big data allowed Chuichu to find these people in just 1 minute. Now that the scope has been narrowed, we just need to keep an eye on the whereabouts of these people nearby. Add more drones to expand the search range. Grey Mouse said, there is a secret passage leading to other places here. So we have kept a close eye on this area. Chuichu stood up and changed his clothes into an Air Force uniform. I guarantee to complete the mission. Master. A group of drones with infrared probes flew out from the envoy's mansion, and a large surveillance network was spread out. Legia and Grey Mouse looked at Yinxing, wondering if he had any way to find the people who robbed the vault among so many people coming in and out. But since Tran said that this matter would be handed over to him, we would just wait for the news. Legia slowly retreated to a place where she could not be seen from all around, and slowly jumped and ran on the spot. She had a feeling that a fight would happen tonight. She needed to warm up and get used to the new shoes she had just put on. These shoes were really amazing. Grey Rat knew that he was weak and didn't dare to make a big noise, so he fiddled with the crossbow. The night was getting deeper. The brothel was still bustling, without any sign of being deserted. The lanterns hanging everywhere emitted dim light, illuminating the people coming and going. At a certain moment, Chuichu reminded Yinxing, Master, suspect number 06 has come out. Suspect number 08 has come out. Suspect number 15 has come out. Chuichu reported 9 suspects one after another. They walked out of the monastery almost at the same time, and came out from several exits. It seemed that they had no relationship, and did not seem to know each other. But as long as we continue to follow the route they walked, we can tell that they finally walked in the same direction. Their clothes were almost the same. After leaving the monastery for a distance, they all put on hoods and tied a blue scarf. It was them. Yinxing said to Ligia and Grey Mouse on the side, we found them. They went to the northeast, in 3 streets. These people are masters. We follow them from a distance. Don't let them find us. Ligia said confidently, I have no problem. Grey Rat, I think you should not go. Grey Rat knew that his strength was not good, and going there would probably cause trouble. But for such a big operation, he would definitely regret not going. When Grey Rat hesitated, Yinxing said, let Grey Rat follow. They won't find us. And when we get there, we also need a lookout. There were drones tracking in the sky, and Yinxing and his team only needed to follow from a distance, and they wouldn't find us. One more person, no matter how strong he was better than having no one to use when he was needed. Yinxing insisted on taking Grey Rat with him, and Ligia didn't say anything more. After all, up to now, My contribution is not as great as that of Grey Rat. Grey Rat said to Yanqing gratefully, Lord Tran. I won't cause you any trouble. Let's go. Yanqing waved his hand and jumped to the roof of another house. And said to the two of them at the same time, there are unknown people monitoring the giant front mercenary group ahead. We have to take a detour. Chapter 262 Mantis catches cicada. Yanqing ran in front. And Lygia followed closely behind. This was the first time she saw the strength of this top thief. And she was amazed. He slowed down his speed to take care of the gray mouse. But his body movements made him look nothing like a thief. It seemed that without exerting any strength, his body could soar into the air. And he jumped between the roofs as if he was strolling in the garden. He did not have the timid feeling of a thief. And his free and easy and elegant manner was like a person from heaven. Lygia ran beside Yanqing, carefully observing his movements. This was the ultimate performance of the use of air magic. The thrust airflow generated by the air magic could be felt at a close distance. But no magical elements could be felt. It means that he can make full use of magic elements. Is this still a human? Lygia's heart was in turmoil. She had never heard of anyone controlling magic elements to this extent. Even if these are not magic, but just tricks. It can be seen that this person understands magic. He is worthy of being the #1 thief recognized by Nudist City. No. If he specializes in magic, he must be a world-famous air magician. Lygia looked back. Grey Rat could barely keep up with him. Yanqing didn't know what Lygia was thinking at this time. He was in the consciousness space, looking at the targets he was tracking. Chui controlled the drone to track the people coming out of the monastery. They started to walk very scattered and carefully, and would suddenly change their route to avoid possible tracking behind them. There was no one in the city late at night, and there was no light except moonlight. The drone flew silently in the air, using infrared probes to monitor. Not afraid of being discovered, these people finally gathered together in a very remote alley, then jumped onto the roof and dispersed, surrounding a nearby courtyard. Found the place. Yanqing slowed down his pace, and after finding the blind spot of these people's vision, he took Lygia and Grey Mouse and slowly moved over. They stopped. Yanqing took out a telescope from his backpack and said to the two people behind him while observing, now there are 9 people who have been found, and they have surrounded a courtyard. This courtyard is a warehouse of a cloth merchant. In a short time, Chui retrieved the information of this cloth merchant. Dublin is a cloth merchant from the Coman province of the Silvermane Principality. The Greta rabbit fur cloth he sells is very popular among the nobles. In addition, Dublin also sells ordinary linen, due to its good quality and low price. It sells very well among civilians, due to the fast trading of goods. Dublin's caravan often travels between the Principality and the Windy Highlands, which makes it convenient for the Orcs' gold to enter Nuda City in a scattered manner. His several cloth shops are scattered all over Nuda City, which also facilitates the transfer of gold within Nuda City. It's just that everyone who has come into contact with Dublin thinks he is a good person. He is rich but not arrogant, and he often helps poor people. Even during the period when prices in Nuda City soared, Dublin's shop did not raise prices significantly. The increased prices were paid to his employees in the form of wages, so that they could support their families in Nuda City with high prices. Such a person does not look like someone who would join the Orcs and help the Orcs kill the human race he belongs to. Did you check it wrong? Yanqing questioned the information provided by Chui after seeing Veblin's information. Chui replied, the information I extracted shows that this warehouse does belong to the cloth merchant Veblin. This warehouse is not often used, but whenever goods are transported in and out of this warehouse, Veblin will be here to supervise it personally, except for those he trusts. Even his hired workers are not allowed to enter. It is indeed suspicious. Yanqing continued to look through the telescope, and the 9 people who were ready to rob arrived at their respective positions. They did not act immediately, but hid their figures and carefully observed the movements in the courtyard. There was indeed movement in the courtyard. Chui controlled the drone to fly over the courtyard and saw 5 freight carriages parked side by side in the courtyard. A group of people hurriedly moved boxes out of the room and put them in the carriage. After each carriage was loaded, someone brought some cloth to cover the boxes. The gold was already being transferred. It seemed that the rumors that suddenly spread throughout Nuda City had made Veblin a frightened bird. If all the people came, I didn't know where the gold was transferred to. Since the mantis hadn't made a move yet, the yellow bird could continue to wait. Yanqing put away the telescope, turned around and said to Lygia and Grey Mouse, the Orcs' vault is here. Let's wait until the group in front makes a move. and then we can fight back. I know some of the nearby terrain. I'll draw it. And if there's anything wrong, you can add it. Yinxing took out a piece of white paper from his backpack and spread it on the flat roof. Then took out a black marker and started drawing on the paper. Lygia and Grey Mouse squatted on both sides and watched carefully. They were all old people in Nuda City. They didn't know the terrain of various places in Nuda City very well, but they were very familiar with it. Therefore, the two of them knew the area quite well. But after seeing the map drawn by Yinxing, the two felt that they didn't know as well as this outsider. Yinxing drew the map given by Chichui, which was taken from the air by a drone, and also found relevant information from the intelligence exchange database. Following the example, the map was quickly completed. In addition to the warehouse and the surrounding houses and roads, Yinxing also marked the height and roof environment of each building, the location of the robbers, the furnishings in the warehouse, and the location of the people inside. Legia looked in the direction of the warehouse and saw nothing. So she couldn't help asking, "How did you know?" "Can you see there?" Yinxing said mysteriously, "This is a little technique I developed. Now is not the time to discuss such things. The people in the warehouse are loading and transporting gold. The people of the giant front mercenary group did not take action. They should wait until they have loaded the car before robbing. Let's wait until they finish fighting before we take action." Then Yinxing told Legia and Grey Mouse about his plan and assigned them their respective tasks. In the cloth merchant's warehouse, the hired workers were still moving boxes filled with gold. Veblen walked around the loaded carriage, checking whether the boxes were covered and whether the ropes were tied firmly. Could the carriage bear such a heavy weight? Time was really too tight. He didn't know how the news of the Orcs' vault spread throughout Nuda City so quickly. But the alertness he had developed from long-term lurking made him feel that the rumors were definitely not just rumors. He was no longer safe here, as the vault secretly placed by the Orcs in Nuda City. Veblen had private financial dealings with many people who served the Orcs. Even if you are careful to hide your identity, you can still be careless. There are so many tricks and spells that can track people. And Veblen thought he must have been exposed. Someone was creating fog in Nuda City to rob here. Therefore, Veblen, who realized that the situation was not good, immediately organized people to transfer gold overnight. But it was too hasty to find too many carriages. Gold is heavier than ordinary metals. 5 carriages are overloaded. I don't know if they can make it to the new warehouse. But time is not waiting for anyone. The enemy will arrive at any time, and may be nearby. Veblen looked up at his men at the high point of the courtyard. He hid in a bunker built with abandoned materials and observed the movements around him. There were no danger signals, which meant it was probably safe. "Hurry up. Hurry up," Veblen urged his men after loading the carts. "Let's leave here as soon as possible. Move gently. Don't damage the carts." It was extremely quiet at night. The wind blew away the remaining clouds in the sky, and the bright moon became brighter, shedding a faint light to illuminate the city. The 5 carriages were finally full. Someone opened the gate of the courtyard, and the coachman drove the carriages out. The vehicles pressed by the gold squeaked, as if they were about to fall apart. The accompanying protection personnel immediately released reinforcement magic on the carriages, allowing the severely overloaded carriages to move forward. The 5 carriages were lined up in a row on the not very spacious road and drove forward. The guards who were originally hidden in the dark appeared one by one, and followed the convoy on the roof to protect the safety of the gold, including the driver. The entire golden caravan had 25 people in total. At least Veblen and his 9 guards were heroes. After all of Veblen's guards appeared, the people of the giant front mercenary group gradually narrowed the encirclement. They were all heroes selected from the short gun. Their confidence in their own strength made them have no hesitation when facing enemies with more than themselves. The attack was launched suddenly, after the encirclement shrank to a certain extent. The 9 attackers released silent magic at the same time. 9 silent barriers unfolded and closed, sealing the caravan in the silent barrier. The already alert caravan guards immediately noticed the magic fluctuations generated by the overflowing magic elements when the magic was released, and then found the hooded attackers. "Hurry up." Veblen ordered the convoy to speed up and leave the silent barrier, since the other party wanted to rob the gold. They would not dare to make too much noise to attract the city defense army. As long as he and the guards could stop the attackers, there was a high probability that the gold could be saved. But a man suddenly appeared in front of the convoy and blocked the narrow road. 3 huge stalagmites emerged from the ground in front of him, just blocking the carriage from passing. The convoy could not help but slow down. Veblen rushed to the front of the convoy. He stretched out his hands and grabbed forward. And the 3 stalagmites blocking the road burst and shattered instantly. "Don't stop. Rush!" Veblen shouted to the drivers, and led the way to rush towards the attackers blocking the road. He chanted the spell, and unfolded the magic circle to construct the magic energy. The surrounding water elements gathered and condensed into large water droplets, which stretched and solidified into sharp ice cones. Opposite him, all the scattered stones floated up. The magic circle unfolded in front of the attacker, and the stones passed from the back of the magic circle to the front. The gray stones turned red and burned, and the irregular solids gradually melted into round lava fire beads. A magician who practiced both earth and fire. Veblen felt the pressure immediately. But behind him was a rushing carriage. There was only one road in front of Veblen, and he had to rush through it. The extreme freezing gun magic was completed, and more than 10 ice cones formed in front of Veblen, shooting one after another at the magician who blocked the road. At this moment, the lava fireballs also rushed over like a swarm of bees. The lava and ice cones collided with each other, and after a series of explosions, they consumed each other and passed through each other. There were only 4 ice cones left, and the volume was reduced by several times. Then they hit a magic shield and shattered and scattered, and then melted into a pool of water, facing the sparse lava fireballs. Veblen also deployed the shield in time. The oncoming fireball hit the shield and shattered into pieces of shining sparks. Blocked. Veblen deployed the magic circle again and trotted forward. As long as he resisted the magic once more, he could protect the convoy and rush forward. However, at this moment, Veblen felt 2 lights passing by the side in the corner of his eyes. Those were 2 stones that had not been completely melted. They were flattened into discs, and their flight paths became arcs when they rotated at high speed. The 2 fire discs passed by the edge of Veblen's magic shield and went around Veblen and cut inward. One fire disc hit the driver of the first car, and the other hit the packhorse of the first car. The unprotected driver and horse were killed immediately. The overweight vehicle deviated from the path and hit the wall on the side of the road. The frame was crushed and shattered, and boxes rolled out of the carriage. The boxes that fell to the ground broke, and large pieces of gold coins fell all over the ground. The road was blocked, and the carriages following behind stopped immediately. The carriages pushed the pack horses forward for a distance under inertia before they barely stopped. 2 of the carriages could not withstand the pressure, and the axles broke. The box containing gold fell out and hit the ground, and a piece of gold coins was scattered. The convoy transporting gold was completely immobile. Veblen immediately changed the prepared attack magic to defense magic. The opponent was in such a situation, and he still had the magic power to do such a delicate operation. Really strong. The defense magic unfolded a larger transparent magic shield, and Veblen took the time to look at the battle in other directions. In a short battle, he lost nearly half of his people. All the opponents were masters, and there was no escape today. Veblen urgently cast a buff magic for the nearby guards, and then focused on the magician in front of him. He is the strongest person in this attack team, and the key to whether he can leave here alive. The magician who blocked the road did not attack when Veblen released the buffing magic for his people. He just stood there quietly, as if he would not attack unless Veblen rushed towards him. Not attacking does not mean not talking. Mr. Veblen, we are reasonable robbers. We only want money, not life. If you give up resistance, we will let you leave safely. Anyway, you can't take this batch of gold away, so you'd better save your life first. Chapter 263 Wandering Tran. White cold fog emerged from under Veblen's feet. The ground was frozen, and crystal snowflakes were floating. A trail of blood flowed along the cracks in the road, dyeing the ice red and the falling snow red. Veblen did not give up resistance because of his opponent's persuasion. "Let us go!" Veblen snorted and laughed. "Let us go. Aren't you afraid that the orcs will find your boss?" The magician who blocked the road asked. "I don't know what you mean, but I really don't want to kill too many people. The gold will stay, and the rest of you can leave alive. You can't fool me. I know your style of doing things. Short guns, and you will definitely kill them all if you do this. You just want us to give up resistance to reduce your losses, and then kill us when we relax. Can you guess who we are?" Veblen continued to gather water elements, ready to fight hard. "Except you. I can't think of anyone who can find me so quickly. You are still spreading rumors about the Orcs' vault in Nuda City. Only if we are all dead, there will be no evidence. When the Orcs track us down in the future, you will have an excuse to stay out of it. Since we joined the wilderness, we are dead as human beings. If you want to get this batch of gold, you must be prepared to die. At this moment, the originally expanding mist shrank instantly, mixed with snowflakes and froze into ice cubes. The ice cubes were embedded and fixed on Veblen's body, and in a short time, they were combined into a set of ice armor. The transparent ice cubes were full of hexagonal snowflakes. Like a dream. Then Veblen stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a magic gem with ice attributes. Then he pulled his hands, and an ice scepter embedded with a magic gem was held in his hand. The spell was recited from Veblen's mouth. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the fog and frost condensed. The magic gem on the scepter emitted a dazzling blue light. And Veblen, wearing an ice armor, walked towards the magician who blocked him like a knight. Go forward without hesitation. It's life or death. Facing Veblen, who was ready to fight to the death. The magician who blocked the road knew that this matter would not be easily resolved. It seems that this mission cannot be completed without the death of several people on our side. Quicksand and earth magic is completed, and the bricks around the magician are all turned into sand, and the sand is combined into 2 sandmen. After the 2 sandmen are formed, they immediately rush towards Veblen. Veblen uses the magic wand to smash one of the sandmen with 1 stick. Then a torrent pours down from above, breaking the other sandmen into pieces. Veblen, who easily killed the 2 sandmen, continues to move forward, but a ball of sand wraps around his ankle at this time. The sand gathers, and the sandman recondenses. When the newly formed sandman is about to grab Veblen's feet and flip him to the ground, a wall of water rushes over and disperses the sandman again. Just when Veblen was entangled by 2 sandmen, the magician who blocked the road cast a layer of stone armor on himself and rushed towards Veblen with a stone war hammer. Yenching, who was hiding not far away and watching the battle, was a little dumbfounded. At the beginning, he thought that Veblen and the man who blocked the convoy were both magicians. The magic confrontation was indeed very exciting to watch. It benefited a lot. But in a blink of an eye, both of them put on armor, and each of them took a heavy blunt weapon and smashed each other. Are you a magician or a knight? Yenching remembered what Count Theodore said to him when he became his apprentice. As a magician, when the old count was young, he liked to wear heavy armor and rush into the enemy group to release the ice magic ring. It turns out that it is not only Count Theodore who has this habit. In fact, while learning magic from Count Theodore, Yenching learned a lot about how battles in the magic world unfold. While melee and spellcasting professions specialize in their own professional skills, they also pay great attention to making up for their shortcomings. When being approached, spellcasting professions must have melee combat capabilities. When being kited by others, melee professions must have long-range attack capabilities. This way, they will not be killed by the enemy targeting their weaknesses during the battle. Therefore, normal battles between heroes are like this, and they can switch between melee mode and spellcasting mode at any time. Yenching was seeing this kind of battle for the first time, so he was naturally surprised. Master Chui Chui, dressed as an electrician, reported to Yenching in the consciousness space. The transmission line has been laid, and the drones have built an aerial power grid in the airspace of the battle. The number 1 generator is running at full power, and the electrical equipment of the embassy is shut down by 20%. When tracking the Jufeng mercenary group to rob the gold man, Yenching gave orders to the embassy. A team of bionic robots carrying wires, transformers, and necessary equipment ran over here. They moved on the roofs of the city, pulling the wires all the way to the nearby area. Then, they connected the transformers and other equipment for assembly, and then divided several lines to surround the entire area. Finally, a drone pulled the wires to set up a huge power grid in the air. The current from the embassy was transmitted, and after the voltage regulation and diversion formed fluctuations, an electromagnetic field appeared in this area. Well done. After hearing Chui Chui lay out the electromagnetic field, Yenching's confidence in the upcoming battle doubled. After seeing the battle in the silent barrier just now, Yenching was scared. After all, he had just been exposed to magic and combat skills for only half a year, and had no practical experience. Even if it was a drill, it was because either he had something to do, or the old Earl and Zybel had something to do. So he never really practiced it. Forcing himself to fight these desperate guys is really a joke with his own life. It's different now. After the electromagnetic field was laid out, Chuichu calculated and dispatched it. I am here. Sir. God. Yinxing stood up from his hiding place. Jumped high with a deep jump. First, he did a flying fairy, followed by a 720-degree turn in the air, followed by the left foot stepping on the right foot, and the right foot stepping on the left foot to rise 20 meters. Finally, he rolled forward 5 times and landed. When landing, there was a jet of air pressure to unload the force, driving the airflow to blow Yinxing's clothes. He fell slowly like a leaf, and one foot touched the carriage of a carriage, and then stood on it steadily. He took out a folding fan again. He opened it with one hand and fanned it gently to remember it. If he were to wear a hanfu, he would really look like Xiang Shui. At this time, Veblen was still hitting the road-blocking magician with his scepter and warhammer, and gravel and ice chips were flying everywhere. Water and mud were rushing against each other. Others fighting were also showing their magical powers, and the fight was extremely fierce. Yinxing just rushed straight into the middle of the battlefield, causing the 2 groups of people who were fighting to stop their actions immediately. Ligeia and Grey Mouse were also dumbfounded. Didn't we agree to wait until they finished fighting before we started? You suddenly changed the plan. What should we do? And although some people on both sides died, there were more than 10 heroes in total. There are only 3 of us, including Grey Mouse. If you go to die, should we follow you or run away now? Ligeia and Grey Rat looked at each other and continued to lie there. They were not familiar with Tran, so they continued to watch. Yinxing just stood in the middle of the battlefield, continuing to gently wave his folding fan. The scene was quiet. Chue reported that a patrol team of the City Defense Army had arrived nearby. If these people were allowed to fight here, even if the sound could be blocked from spreading outward, the magical fluctuations caused by the overflow of magic power might attract the attention of the patrol team. Therefore, Yinxing had to temporarily change the plan made with Ligeia and Grey Rat, and appeared in advance, forcing the 2 sides of the battle to suspend the battle because of the appearance of a third party. Now it seems that his appearance was indeed timely. Veblen and the magician he was fighting with quickly retreated, while the others looked at the dark place with caution. Beware of someone rushing out to attack them. Who are you? Veblen saw the man with the short gun on guard, and knew that this person, who suddenly appeared, was not their reinforcement. Yinxing looked at the patrol passing by not far away through the drone's perspective, and replied to Veblen, I am Tran. Why are you fighting here instead of sleeping at home at night? And what's the matter with all this gold? The good gold coins are not put in the box, but scattered on the ground. This behavior of scattering coins is very bad. Yinxing waved the fan, and his tone was like educating a child who littered. The name Tran made everyone present change their faces. 8 assassins went to assassinate the Thunder Swamp envoy Yinxing, but because of the leak of the Assassins Guild information, 7 of them were arrested as soon as they entered the door. Tran was the only one who escaped from the banquet, and he was also evaluated as the #1 thief in Nuda City because of this incident. As for Tran's strength, although most people have not seen Tran take action, the fact that Donald, the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group, was looking for Tran all over the city shows that Tran's strength is definitely strong. And those legendary deeds that have been spread, a thief who slept with princesses of all races and was still safe and sound. How can he not be strong? But why is Tran here? Sir Tran. Veblen was hoping for a lucky break and asked Yinxing, Nice to meet you here. My name is Veblen. I am a cloth merchant and an honest and respectable businessman. My team and I were transporting some cloth and payment, but we were robbed by bandits. I am issuing a mission to you. Please help us eliminate these bandits. After completing the mission, you will receive a considerable reward. Yinxing replied, I didn't expect that I would receive a commission even when I was out for a walk, but the reward for hiring me is very high. Can you afford it? Veblen didn't expect that Tran would accept his commission. He was really saved from a desperate situation. He knew that with his own and his subordinates' strength, they were definitely no match for these short gun elites. The final result would be to drag a few people down with him, and then lose both people and money. If Tran was willing to accept his commission, the situation would be different. Veblen quickly said, How much do I need to pay to hire Mr. Tran? Yinxing looked around and said, All the gold on the ground is mine. If you agree, I will drive these people away. Veblen looked at the ground. The scattered gold coins were a minority after all, and most of the gold coins were still in the box. It is estimated that about 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins will be paid to Tran. This is a lot of money, but compared with the 1 million gold coins that he transferred, it is worth paying these rewards in exchange for a safe one. Okay. As long as Mr. Tran is willing to help me, all the gold coins on the ground will be yours. After hearing what Veblen said, Yinqing closed the folding fan in his hand and said to the magician wearing stone armor, "Brother, I accept this task. It's not too late for you to leave now. If you fight, you will definitely suffer casualties. For this little money, there is no need to fight desperately." Is this just a little money? Although the chief magician is a little afraid of Tran, the task does not allow him to retreat because of a word. "You said you are Tran? You are Tran?" The chief magician made a gesture secretly, and he continued to attract Yinqing's attention. Let the two sand-counting people gather around him. And the magician said, "I can also say that I am Tran. Wear a hood to cover my appearance, and we can all call ourselves Tran. Your Excellency, if you want money, you can wait until we finish our business and take some from here yourself." The chief magician's casual words caused Yinqing to think carefully. Tran can now be said to be a brand, the first thief known to the whole city. This is traffic, and it is top traffic. After managing this traffic well, people will cry and shout to give money. But looking at myself now, I have no awareness of being a top star. The clothes are ordinary thief outfits, without their own personality and characteristics, and cannot lead fashion. How many fewer clothes and peripherals will be sold? Yinqing, you need to reflect on yourself. As a modern person, do you still need natives to remind you of these things? Are you a qualified capitalist? Start. The traffic industry must be started immediately. Isn't it more comfortable to make money lying down than to be a trader? Just as Yinqing was conducting self-examination, a magician accomplice on a nearby eaves suddenly raised his arm towards Yinqing. A sleeve arrow shot out from the crossbow under his arm, and the sleeve arrow glowed with golden light, which was obviously enchanted with alchemical magic effects such as sharpness and penetration. Although this person's movements were concealed and swift, they could not escape Chui's eyes. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the sleeve arrow that had just been shot, and another bolt of lightning struck the person who stabbed Yinqing in the back. The man's clothes burst. His whole body was black, and he fell straight down from the eaves with black smoke coming out of his mouth. Two bolts of lightning came instantly. One struck the sleeve arrow away, and the other struck the person. There was no escape. No escape. Everyone present was shocked. The speed of electric magic is fast. But how could it be so fast? The scene was extremely quiet. The speed of electricity that Yinqing knew was the speed of light. But the flying speed of electric magic in the magic world is far from the speed of light, because the electrical energy is stored in the magic structure, and the flying speed of this magic structure is the flying speed of electric magic. Just like a thrown battery, it can only show the characteristics of electricity by releasing electrical energy. Real electricity cannot be avoided when it attacks, but batteries can be avoided and blocked. How to make the electrical energy released by oneself not need to be stored by magic structure, and can directly attack the target is a research topic that Yinqing gave to Chuichu after knowing that he could discharge electricity. Chapter 264 Everything on the ground belongs to me. The solution proposed by Chuichui is to establish an electromagnetic field, with the electric energy generated by Yinqing's magic as the center. The electromagnetic field is radiated outward, and then Chuichui calculates and generates voltage at any point of the electromagnetic field through the unfolded magic circle. When the voltage is large enough, a magnetic storm phenomenon can be generated. The principle comes from the magnetic storm coil designed by Tesla. Theoretically, as long as Yinqing unfolds the electromagnetic field, all electric attribute magic within the electromagnetic field can hit the target as soon as it attacks. The current reaches the speed of light, making the target unavoidable. The theory is very advanced, but it is very difficult to implement. Yinqing's magic power cannot generate a large electromagnetic field, and the electromagnetic field has no way to identify the enemy. In the simulated magnetic storm coil experiment, any object entering the electromagnetic field may be attacked by electricity. In order to complete a controllable and independently released electromagnetic field, many magic issues need to be solved. However, Chuichui still gave a temporary alternative. That is, by laying out the electromagnetic field through external force, Chuichui can complete the various numerical adjustments of the current in the magnetic field through electronic equipment, and the electric energy generated by Yinqing's magic can achieve controllable voltage generation. So the current scene appeared. The electricity for laying out the electromagnetic field is pulled from the special embassy through transformer shunting, and then laid by drones. A hemispherical power grid is established to cover the battlefield in the middle. If it was during the day, such a large electric grid would definitely be seen clearly. But it was night. Even with the bright moonlight, people who were focused on the gold did not notice the thin wires intertwined in the air. There was no spell chanting, no casting gestures. Even without moving, the air elemental electric attribute magic was released out of thin air. Just like the lightning in the thunderstorm season. The person had died just like that. I guess he didn't know what happened to him until he died. And didn't know how he died. How to resist this kind of magic. Probably he could only rely on defensive magic against the air system, and his own body to resist it. The two lightning bolts were so powerful that everyone could not help but take 2 steps back to stay away from the extremely dangerous Tran. Yanxing looked at the patrol team of the city defense army that passed by. They were already far away from here, and did not stop because of the lightning just now. Then he could be bolder. There was a crackling sound under the feet of the leader magician. He immediately looked down, and saw a group of jumping electric sparks surrounding him in the middle. Each electric spark would rise to a different height every time it jumped, and would also make different sounds. The sounds made by these electric sparks combined together turned out to be a piece of music. It seemed to be a background music for the scene. It was very exciting. But everyone who saw these jumping electric sparks and listened to the music was more afraid of this first thief. How terrifying was his strength to be able to control the magic power so exquisitely. It can be said that as long as he wanted, these seemingly naughty electric sparks could instantly turn into thunder that devoured people. The life and death of everyone present depended on his thoughts. Yanxing did not speak. He stood tall. Silence accumulated invisible pressure, layer by layer. The last magician leader, who came to rob the gold, finally couldn't stand this pressure. He took off his stone armor, dispersed the Sandman, and saluted Yanxing. Respected Lord Tran, please forgive us for offending you. We will leave now. Thank you for letting us see such a magical magic. Your strength is beyond our reach. Goodbye. I look forward to our more friendly meeting next time. Yanxing waved his hand, and agreed to let them leave. The chief magician stepped out of the encirclement of electric sparks, and saluted Yanxing again. The 5 people who were still alive slowly retreated under the leadership of the chief magician. Then turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Only Veblen and his men, Yanxing, and the gold were left on the field. Thank you very much for your help, Lord Tran. Seeing that the people who robbed the gold had left, Veblen immediately saluted Yanxing to express his gratitude. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to gather the gold coins on the ground, and then said to Yanxing, my people will collect all the gold that fell on the ground, and they are now yours. Now Veblen just wants to leave here as soon as possible, move the remaining gold to a safe place, and then notify the Orcs. Short gun is an act of betrayal of an ally. Veblen's men acted very quickly. They picked up the gold, repaired the carriage, and the surviving guards replenished the magic power of the silent barrier. Just clatter. A box full of gold coins fell from the carriage. The box broke, and all the gold coins inside were scattered. Veblen saw it. He saw that the box was kicked off the carriage by the thief Tran. He immediately understood what the thief meant. Quick! Quick! Move all the gold that fell on the ground over there. These are all from Lord Tran. Veblen thought that Tran must have felt that the commission he gave was too little. So he deliberately kicked down a box. Now is not the time to argue with Tran about the commission. The most important thing is to leave here as soon as possible. But, clatter. Another box full of gold coins was kicked down. Looking at the newly spilled gold coins, Veblen didn't say much nonsense, and continued to let his subordinates move. However, Yanxing kicked down another box. Kicked one after another. Veblen finally understood the intention of the thief Tran. He was not helping him to drive away the robbers. He wanted to take all the gold for himself. Mr. Tran. Veblen finally couldn't help it. He asked Yanxing, how much gold do you want? Yanxing kicked a box off the carriage, and then replied to Veblen, how much gold I want depends on how much gold there is on the ground. This is our commission agreement. Why does Mr. Veblen ask knowingly? Veblen stopped his men from carrying the gold and said to Yanxing, Mr. Tran, you are indeed very strong. But excessive greed will bring you bad luck. Please don't take things that don't belong to you. Sparks jumped and music played, and suddenly stopped at a certain moment. Then, the sudden current rushed like a group of snakes, blowing up all the boxes of gold on the carriage. Wood fragments flew everywhere, and gold coins flowed down from the carriage like water. Only then did Yanxing say, the gold on the ground is mine. I only take what belongs to me, and never be greedy. Before he finished speaking, The electric snakes blew up the wooden carriage again, and all the gold coins scattered on the carriage fell to the ground. Veblen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Fight. I definitely can't win. But do you just admit that this batch of gold was robbed? How should he explain to the orcs? These were transported by the wild orcs through the Silvermane Principality with great effort. At this moment, Veblen already understood that the thief Tran was not just passing by chance. He came here just for this batch of gold. Then he must know who the owner of this batch of gold is. Sir Tran. Veblen changed his awe of the strong. He raised his chest and said with the attitude of a winner, I think you must know that this batch of gold belongs to the orcs. And the orc army is about to break through Storm City, and then occupy Nuda City. At that time, you can't take so much gold away from here, no matter how strong you are. You can't fight against the orc army. I am willing to pay you 30,000 gold coins for your help this time, and promise that you and your property can leave the Windy Heights smoothly when the orcs come. Veblen threatened Yinxing. In his opinion, the orcs' victory was in sight. All the suffering he had endured would bring rewards. At this time, a lightning bolt fell at Veblen's feet. Yinxing stopped acting and sneered, whether the orcs can capture Storm City is your business, and whether they can take away this batch of gold is my business. I want all the gold here. Let your people hurry up and collect the gold early, so that you can leave early. Although the people of the short gun left, they will never let you go. If you want to live, work faster, or I will kill you myself. The threat was ineffective, and the other party knew that those people came from short gun. Veblen tactfully asked his men to continue moving the gold, and then asked Yinxing, who are you working for? Sir? Yinxing replied, I only work for myself. But I am curious. As a human, why did you betray the human race? Help the orcs kill your own people? Veblen looked at Yinxing. Since things had come to this point, there was nothing to hide. While his men were moving the gold, Veblen told Yinxing about his experience. The peasants offered taxes and labor, and the lords provided food and protection. This is the basic rule of human power. Most lords will abide by this rule for their own rule. After all, the God-given gold coins offered by farmers every week are the cornerstone of maintaining the stability of a territory. But different lords have different ideas on how to treat farmers. There are not many lords like Earl Theodore who vigorously develop urban commerce, improve urban prosperity, and make all aspects of the city develop in a balanced manner. Territory location restrictions, product restrictions, environmental restrictions, lord ability restrictions, vassal ability restrictions make the development level of most human territories not high. The prosperity of the city gives little God-given gold coins. Some lords are content with the status quo, and some ambitious lords will do some extreme things to get more God-given gold coins. Farmers raising livestock is not uncommon. In some territories, a large number of farmers are imprisoned like livestock. Their job is to breed farmers and contribute taxes. This brings a negative effect. When the popularity of the territory decreases, the working farmers will find ways to escape the territory. In order to prevent the working farmers from escaping, the Lord will impose heavy penalties on the captured farmers. The entire territory is under high-pressure rule. The business system is broken, and the people are living in poverty. The Lord does not care about business and people's livelihood, but only keeps more farmers and collects more God-given gold coins. Build a stronger army to maintain your rule, or go to plunder. I was once a peasant imprisoned in such a prison. Veblen said, the food produced by a territory is limited, so most of the male babies born by women will be killed. Lord Tran has traveled to so many places, and he must have seen such a prison. I don't want to see the look of that place again in my life. Yes, there are very few such lords, and none of them will have a good end. But such lords have been appearing, and other lords have turned a blind eye to such territories. In the eyes of all lords, peasants are a kind of livestock that can contribute God's gold coins. The only difference is that some lords treat livestock better. I was lucky. The orcs invaded my territory. They killed our lord and took the peasants to the wild grasslands in the north. I thought the orcs would lock up the peasants they robbed and raise them like livestock like my lord did. They would eat them after they died. But the orcs didn't do that. They took us to the wild city and gave us freedom. We could do anything except return to the human territory. The orcs also issued a law requiring all orcs not to bully naturalized humans. I felt like a human being among the orcs. Isn't it funny? Yinxing couldn't laugh. As a human, Yinxing's position is naturally biased towards the human race in the magic world, and he has an innate discrimination against orcs. He thinks that the human society here is so backward. And the orcs are probably just a little better than primitive people. But after listening to Veblen's story, Yinching suddenly felt that the orcs were plotting something very, very big. The human race didn't know how to cherish the treasures they had, and thought that it was natural for farmers to contribute taxes. How to treat farmers depends entirely on the mood and character of the lord. How the orcs treat the captured human race cannot be just based on the words of the Veblen family. But looking at these human races who can fight for the orcs' treasury, you will know that the orcs' policy of accepting human races is very successful. Veblen and his people are definitely not isolated cases. Humans who have lived in such an environment will become diehards as long as they are given dignity. They are farmers. But they can awaken to become heroes or even lords. With a large number of farmers contributing God-given gold coins, the savage orcs can recruit more powerful warriors. Perhaps the savage orcs have already formed a human army loyal to their hatred of humans. Once this kind of army is used by the orcs in the war against humans, I wonder what the expressions of those arrogant nobles will be. Veblen should not be able to see the deeper meaning of the orcs' policy. He can only feel that he has been reborn because of the orcs' rescue. And he is wholeheartedly working for the orcs to attack the human race. Now he said so much to Yinching. In addition to justifying his own behavior, he also wanted to win over this super thief. Yinching listened quietly, and after Veblen finished speaking, he waited for a while before saying, I have no position to judge the right or wrong of your behavior, and I am not too interested in your story and experience. Now I only care about this batch of gold. Don't play tricks on me with money. I hate it most when someone gives me trouble with money. After the work is done, you can all leave. Just pretend we have never met. Chapter 265 Gold in Hand. Seeing that the thief Tren was unmoved by his persuasion, Veblen gave up the idea of keeping the gold. Having wasted too much time here, he asked his subordinates to speed up the collection of gold coins so that they could leave here as soon as possible. Lygia and Grey Squirrel, who were hiding on the side, watched Yinching's performance the whole time. Too strong. Too strong. The air elemental electric attribute magic came instantly without any signs. So awesome. In front of this kind of magic, what kind of person is qualified to be his opponent? Perhaps only those heroes who master level skills, or the strong among the ultimate creatures, can withstand attacks of this speed. Is Thief Tren a master level hero? But he is too young. After reaching level 30, the level of a hero is no longer a key consideration for the hero's strength. Instead, the level of the hero's special skills is used to measure the hero's strength, because only when the hero's strength is improved can he comprehend a certain level of special skills. And the strength growth brought by the hero's special skills is ladder-shaped. The difference in skill strength is more obvious than the level strength. No matter how high the hero's level is, it is still a weakling without the corresponding hero's special skills. And if the hero's special skills are high, the hero's level will not be too low. The master level is the power ceiling of ordinary intelligent creatures in the magic world. For non-ultimate creatures, if they want to reach the master level, they not only need talent, but also need to practice day and night. Therefore, the masters are very old, and almost all of them are in a state of seclusion, and they all want to take a step closer to comprehending higher laws in their lifetime. Lygia and Grey Rat have not seen a master hero, but they have seen a senior hero. Senior heroes cannot release this kind of instant magic. The two are even more in awe of Tren, who has shown his strength. Veblen and his subordinates used magic to carry, and soon piled up 1 million gold coins into a small gold mountain. Then, with Yinching's permission, they left this remote path. The silent barrier dissipated, and the sound of insects not far away came over, making the night even quieter. Seeing Veblen and his people all disappear in the darkness, Lygia and Grey Rat jumped on the eaves several times and finally landed in the path. The short battle left the place in ruins, with large pieces of bricks being lifted up, and fine sand and broken wood scattered all over the ground. There were also bodies of dead people and horses, and the blood that flowed out formed a pool of blood in the depression. In this messy place, the pile of gold coins was particularly eye-catching. Under the moonlight, the golden light was actually a bit dazzling. Yinching jumped off the carriage, walked to the side of the gold mountain, grabbed a handful of gold coins, and sprinkled them down. The gold coins collided and flowed, making a pleasant sound. This batch of gold was finally snatched. Yinching said to Lygia, "How should so many gold coins be divided?" At the beginning, Yinching and Lygia agreed that after finding the orc vault, the gold obtained would be divided equally between the two. Seeing this situation, Lygia immediately said, I have no contribution in this operation. The previous agreement is invalid. All the gold is yours. At this time, Lygia did not have the courage to rob the gold with the thief Tran, for fear that she would have the life to divide the gold, but not the life to take it away. Hearing that Lygia would not divide the gold, Yinqing felt that this girl was very sensible. Before, it was said that everyone would split the money 50-50 because Yinqing felt that he did not have the deep intelligence network of the Assassin's Guild, and hoped that Lygia could do more when looking for the vault. But I didn't expect that Short Gun would expose the matter of the Orc vault because of lack of money. These days, Lygia was only thinking about how to seduce herself, so she had no time to investigate the matter of the Orc vault. If Lygia takes half of the gold, I will be wronged, since she offered not to participate in the gold distribution. Yinqing did not bother to be polite with her. Although you didn't do much, you also traveled so far with me. The gold here? How much you can take away is your dividend. Yinqing threw his backpack to Grey Rat and said to him, you also take some gold coins. If it weren't for the clues you brought, I might not be able to get these gold. I will give you as much as you can pack. This is what you deserve. Thank you, Lord Tran. Praise Lord Tran. Grey Rat was overjoyed when he heard that he could pack the gold here at will. And it was packed in packages. He took the backpack thrown by Yinqing, and fell to the bottom of the gold mountain, and put the gold in his hand into the bag. Lygia symbolically grabbed a handful of gold coins, and put them into her purse. Thank you for your reward. I don't know how you plan to transport the gold. Do you need my help? No, Yinqing replied. At this time, Grey Rat had filled the backpack. He held the backpack with both hands, and his waist was pressed by the weight of gold. Hearing Yinqing's answer, Lygia knew that she should leave. It is better not to explore the secrets of this powerful thief. However, Lygia still said, Sir Tran, are you interested in joining the Nuda City Assassin's Guild? We can give you all the treatment you want, and your joining can bring us glory. Now Yinqing has figured out the relationship between the Assassin's Guild and the Silvermane Principality. Joining the Assassin's Guild in Nuda City means becoming a spy for the Silvermane Principality. There are advantages, such as access to the Silvermane Principality's intelligence network. There are disadvantages, too, as some tasks are difficult to shirk. After thinking for a while, Yinqing said to Lygia, let me think about this. To be honest, I don't want to work for anyone. Now I just want to get this batch of gold out of Nuda City safely. If the Orcs capture this place, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my gold. The Orcs can't possibly get here. They can't even break through Storm City. Lygia said confidently, I look forward to your reply and to working with you again. Farewell, Lord Tran. Goodbye. Yinqing waved at Lygia and said, if you need me for anything, you can find Grey Rat. He knows how to contact me. Goodbye. Lygia saluted Yinqing and left. Yinqing and Grey Rat, who was holding a bag of gold and was reluctant to put it down, were left. Lord Tran. Grey Rat looked around and trembled with nervousness. I carry so much gold. I don't think I can survive in Nuda City for more than 3 days. Lord, is there any way? Grey Rat didn't know how many gold coins he had put in, but he knew that this amount was enough to take his life, or several lives. Yinqing looked at Grey Rat's greedy and worried look, and couldn't help but laugh. Only by improving your strength can you keep the wealth you have. Spend some money to buy yourself some decent equipment, and the rest of the money can be deposited in the Eternal Grain Store, and then transferred to the Crete card. You can spend as much as you want. Grey Rat heard Yinqing actually asked him to deposit the gold in the Eternal Grain Store. He couldn't help but ask, what if I give so much gold to the Eternal Grain Store, and they don't give it to me? Yinqing laughed. They are a big family. Why would they steal so little gold from you? Don't worry. If the Eternal Grain Store dares to steal your gold, just tell me, and I will steal it for you. With this guarantee, Grey Rat immediately said, yes. 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 I will store the gold in the Eternal Grain Store at dawn. Yinqing reminded Grey Rat, keep a low profile these days. I think many people in Nuda City know that you and I are related. I robbed the Orcs' vault, and someone will definitely find you to ask about my whereabouts. If you are really caught by them, don't be afraid. Whatever they ask, just tell them. If they ask you to find me, just notify me. You should know how to find me. Grey Rat lifted the backpack that was about to fall off and replied, I know. Lord Tran. If I need to find you, I will go to room 1024 of the Eternal Intelligence Exchange, where you left the voice storage magic. Tell the story there, and you will know when you check the sound storage magic. Yinxing patted Grey Rat's shoulder, when necessary. Just say you are my man. If anything happens to you, Tran will avenge you. Let's go! Thank you, Lord Tran. Grey Rat happily left with the gold in his arms. With this promise from the thief Tran, it was like adding an insurance to his life. In the future, anyone who wants to touch him must first consider whether he can avoid the revenge of the thief Tran. Grey Rat also left. Yinxing asked Chuichu to remove the electric grid and wires, and he pressed the golden mountain with his hand. And then he and the gold disappeared on the spot. Then Yinxing appeared in his own apartment in the real world. Then Yinxing returned to the magic world alone, returned to the underground vault of the embassy, and transferred all the gold coins to the underground vault. At this point, all the unexpected windfall fell into Yinxing's pocket. The news that the thief Tran robbed the Orc vault of 1 million gold coins overnight spread quickly throughout the city of Nuda like wings. Another legend was added to the deeds of the legendary thief. At the same time, this wealth attracted countless people to look for Tran. As long as Tran was defeated, not only could he get 1 million gold coins, but he could also become famous. The robbery of the Orc vault made the already unstable Nuda city even more restless. The two mercenary forces began to seize some civilian settlements, and some noble private soldiers were frequently dispatched in the name of exercises. The city defense army controlled by Count Theodore gradually shrank, focusing on the important facilities in the city. The underground forces that lost their restraint came out, and the crime rate rose rapidly. And Yinxing accompanied Ligeia in her special embassy, or cook a hot pot. This thing is called bean curd. Use chopsticks to pick it up and blanch it in boiling soup for 15 seconds before eating. It is very crispy. Don't blanch it for too long, or it will not taste good. In the pot, the red oil at the bottom of the pot rolled violently. The fragrant smell drifted with the steam, filling the backyard of the embassy. Yinxing put the blanched tripe into Ligeia's dipping bowl, reminding her to eat it quickly while it tasted best. As an excellent thief, Ligeia quickly learned how to use chopsticks. But she still pretended to be a little clumsy, and put the tripe into her mouth. Wow! It's so spicy! Ligeia drank a sip of water quickly because of the spiciness, and then asked with taste, "What is this?" "It's really delicious. Everything here is very delicious after being blanched in the pot. Hot pot is really amazing." Yinxing pulled a plate of sliced beef into the pot, and put some potato slices, tofu and duck blood in it. "Don't worry about what it is. Just eat more if it tastes good. We don't have so many rules for eating in Thunder Swamp, and we don't know how to make delicious food. We just put edible things into the pot and cook them. I didn't expect that the food tasted good. Yes, hot pot must be eaten with beer. Come on, let's have a drink." Yinxing picked up the beer glass, and a layer of white hops floated on the amber wine. Ligeia also picked up the glass and clinked it with Yinxing. After drinking half of the glass in one gulp, she exhaled a long breath and said, "It's really fun to get along with you. In the capital of the principality, there are rules and etiquette everywhere, and there are people reminding ladies and ladies all the time. I have never drunk as much as I did just now, and I have never eaten such delicious food that I have never seen before. You let me see the swamp civilization, and also let me see a hero who has only existed in my imagination." During this period of practice, Ligeia has become more and more adept at playing the role of a noble girl. She is not as repulsive as she was at the beginning when she came into contact with Yinxing. She has already liked this kind of life. In a romantic atmosphere, she chats with an interesting man. Yinxing has different ways to date Ligeia every day, as if he is fascinated by this beauty and can't extricate himself. He doesn't see anyone, even Count Theodore's invitation, and all his energy is focused on Ligeia. Let Mrs. Carroll relax her vigilance against him, so that Chue successfully tracked her completely. When he saw the elf in the green military coat, Yinxing was so shocked that he couldn't help but spit out the beef balls in his mouth. Ligeia hurriedly said, "What's wrong with you?" Yinxing covered up, "It's okay. It's okay. I was just looking at you and accidentally got burned." Ligeia blushed, hiding her eyes from Yinxing, and asked with concern, "You are not burned. I will use magic to heal you." "Okay." Yinxing stretched out his mouth. Ligeia condensed a healing light ball at her fingertips and gently touched Yinxing's lips. On the other side, Madame Carroll and Prince Alito were conducting the last round of negotiations. According to the peace agreement between the Silvermane Principality and the Snow Elves, the Silvermane Principality promised to secretly give the Snow Elves a huge war compensation and give the Elves a batch of winter supplies every year. These need to pass through Prince Alito's hands, and then be shipped to the northern snow. After Prince Alito returns, the Snow Elves will prepare for the war against the Orcs. The Elven army, which has completed its repairs, will surprise attack the Orcs' high mountain city, and cut off the connection between the Orc army and the wild land. Then the Elves will cooperate with the Silvermane Principality's Windy Highland Legion, which has already seized power, to encircle and annihilate the remnants of the Orc army. The original Orc-controlled area is divided equally between the Silvermane Principality and the Snow Elves. The high mountain city belongs to the Elves. In the subsequent agreement, the Silvermane Principality will discuss with the Snow Elves to form a military alliance to attack the common enemy of both sides from the north and south, the Wild Orcs. Chapter 266 Riot in Nuda City. Finally, Madame Carol signed the contract on behalf of the Silvermane Principality and Prince Alito, the Snow Elves. The covenant came into effect. After Prince Alito returned to the elf-controlled area, he immediately organized the Elven army to attack the Orcs' mountain city. The main force of the Orc army is now near Storm City, and they would never have thought that the Elves would attack from behind at this time. As long as the mountain city is captured, the Snow Elves can spend this winter comfortably. However, at this moment, a violent explosion resounded throughout Nuda City. The ground shook. Strong winds blew over the city, and large clouds of smoke and dust rose up. Just when everyone didn't know what was going on, explosions continued. A team of Griffins on patrol in the air was suddenly attacked by magic from below. Unidentified people appeared at several high points in the city, and used magic and crossbows to bombard the surrounding facilities. The alarm bell of the city lord's mansion rang. This means that all city gates are closed. The city defense army controls the city walls, and Nuda City enters the highest wartime state. No one is allowed to enter or leave Nuda City without the order of the city lord Earl Theodore. Those who went out to inquire about the news came back to report to Carol. It was the Giant Front Mercenary Group that launched a full-scale attack on the Foul Lion Mercenary Group, and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group immediately counterattacked across the board. In addition, there were many noble private soldiers and gang members making trouble. The city of Nuda is now in chaos. Before the spy finished his report, several stray arrows fell in the yard. Carol knew that the Giant Front Mercenary Group and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group were preparing to go to war, but she didn't expect them to start so early. This riot that quickly spread to the entire Nuda City seriously affected Carol's plan. Prince Alito must return to the elf-controlled area with a peace agreement before he can mobilize the elf army to attack Gaoshan City. Now that Nuda City is under martial law, it is not so easy to get out. Mrs. Carol immediately ordered the entourage to protect Prince Alito back to his residence, and went to the Assassin's Guild to see if there is a way to send the elf delegation out of the city safely as soon as possible. When the explosion happened, Yin Xing was still flirting with Legia. Their relationship quickly heated up. But the city was in chaos, and they couldn't eat the hot pot. A subordinate came to report what was happening in the city. Yin Xing asked, "Are you sure it was the Giant Front Mercenary Group that launched the attack first?" The subordinate replied, "My lord, it was the Giant Front Mercenary Group that launched the attack first. They first used magic to blow up a warehouse of the Foul Lion Mercenary Group and attack several bases of the Foul Lion Mercenary Group. The counterattack of the Foul Lion Mercenary Group was very quick. But the Foul Lion Mercenary Group not only attacked the Giant Front Mercenary Group, but also attacked the city defense army camps and various security offices. Some noble private soldiers and gang members also participated in the riot. The Giant Front Mercenary Group launched the attack first. It shouldn't be." Yin Xing knew that the Giant Front Mercenary Group was in great financial difficulty. After the Orcs' treasury was robbed by him, shouldn't he shrink his defense and let the Foul Lion Mercenary Group fire the first shot? And then he should take the moral responsibility to ask the city defense army for help. You are taking the first step now, but it is not necessarily strong. You also put yourself on the opposite side of the city defense army. In the end, the city defense army and the Foul Lion Mercenary Group will attack you. Under the repeated suppression, how many nails can you make even if you are made of iron? Yin Xing couldn't figure out what the purpose of the Giant Front Mercenary Group, or the short gun, was. But since the city is in chaos, it's a good time to catch all those monsters in one fell swoop. At this time, Chue reported, "Master, an unknown armed force is approaching the embassy. You have also seen people with bad intentions gathering outside the various industrial areas in the city. Notify our non-combatants to hide, and close the doors and windows." What's the situation at the grain store? Chue replied, as soon as the explosion sounded. Yonghan grain store immediately sealed the warehouse, according to your prior instructions. Now the shareholders of the grain store are bringing their private soldiers to protect the safety of the grain store together with our guards. Yanxing asked again, where are the mercenaries of the merchant guild? When the alarm bell sounded in Nuda City, and the city was sealed, Eddie led the guild mercenaries to Nuda City. It is estimated that the vanguard will be able to enter the city in an hour. Ganya is gathering troops at the border, and the vanguard has already started to board the car. As long as they receive the master's order, they can cross the border to support Nuda City at any time. Since the riot was expected to happen, the teams that had been deployed long ago were preparing for the war in an orderly manner. Yanxing thought about it for a while, and said to Chue, order Eddie to take over the defense of the north gate of Nuda City when the guild mercenaries enter the north gate of Nuda City. If the defenders have any questions, let them go to the city lord. After taking over the north gate, arrange patrols along the north wall to investigate any suspicious persons. Pay special attention to the elves, and never let any elf leave from the north side of Nuda City. Yes, master. Notify Steel Teeth to continue to be on standby. Without my order, the subordinate troops of Yonghan are not allowed to step across the border. Yes, master. The embassy is on the highest alert. All unknown persons who try to approach here will be warned first, and they can be shot if they do not listen to the warning. Yes, master. Yanxing issued several orders to Chue in his consciousness space, and the outside of the embassy became more chaotic. Yanxing. Not Yanxing. Legia called Yanxing softly, and when he looked at her, she asked in fear, what happened? Are the orcs coming? Yanxing regained his spirit, smiled and said to Legia, it's nothing serious. Just some thieves causing trouble in the city. As the sheriff of Nuda City, I can quickly put down this riot. A violent explosion sounded very close. Legia looked in that direction and said, it doesn't seem to be thieves causing trouble? Yanxing laughed, if I say it's thieves, it's thieves. It's not safe here. Follow me to the top floor, where you can see clearly. Inside the embassy, the werewolf guards acted quickly. All the gates connecting to the outside world were closed and reinforced with magic. On the wall, werewolf warriors and combat equipment were on guard. They held shields and fire axes, and a flintlock pistol loaded with bullets was inserted into the holster on their waists. Inside the wall, the alchemical robot pushed out the artillery shipped from the Eternal Territory. The servants of the embassy were busy carrying various supplies. The rocket launcher was delivered to the werewolf warriors to help carry gunpowder and shells. When Yanxing brought Legia to the roof of the main building of the embassy, a team of 30 griffins just fell from the sky. These griffins were led by 6 newly trained griffin knights from the Eternal Territory and were the air force guarding the embassy. There were also several magicians on the 4 sides of the roof, using the alchemical equipment purchased from the Goblin Alchemy Factory to build a defensive magic wall. In the middle of the roof, a very basic radar lifted the waterproof cloth covering it. Several alchemical robots operated the radar, and the radar antenna started to rotate after a while. All the aerial targets found by the radar were projected into Yanxing's consciousness space and handed over to Chue for analysis. On the side of the roof near the main entrance of the embassy, the servants had built a transparent tent with some equipment piled on both sides of the tent for use at any time. After Yanxing walked in, the servant immediately took out a gun telescope and set it in front of the tent. Yanxing lay behind the gun telescope to check the situation in Nuda City at this time. It was more chaotic than he imagined. Explosions occurred one after another in the city, and various magics shot from the ground into the air. Griffins were crying in the sky, and the comrades, who had patrolled together, were now enemies with swords. At this time, the city defense army had completely lost control of the city. There were only a few places in the city where the flags of the Windy Highland Legion were still flying. The city defense army, which had been severely withdrawn, could not organize a force to quell the riot. Even the city lord's mansion was under siege. Yanxing pointed the artillery telescope at the city lord's mansion and saw 2 griffin teams of different attributes fighting around the city lord's mansion castle. The magic and boulders outside bombarded the defense shield of the city lord's mansion. On the city lord's castle, the defenders shot arrows and returned magic from all the windows. Looking at the battle situation in the city lord's mansion, Yanxing couldn't help but say, a group of mercenaries actually have siege weapons. The Foul Lion mercenary group is very well prepared. At this time, Legia said beside Yanxing, I heard from Madame Carol that The Foul Lion Mercenary Group has the support of the temple behind it. Perhaps the Foul Lion Mercenary Group has received funding from the Nuda City Temple. Legia didn't know how much Yanxing knew about the background of the Foul Lion Mercenary Group, so she couldn't help but tell him some information about the Foul Lion Mercenary Group. Yanxing looked at Legia. You know a lot. Legia covered up. I just heard Madame Carol mention it, While Legia was still trying to explain, a beam of magic flew over from the front and hit the defensive wall of the main building of the embassy. The magic element was smashed into pieces and turned into a flower of light in a wave. Then a huge rock flew out from the residential area in front of the embassy and hit the protective wall, causing a wave. Then more and more magic and boulders flew over. A griffin appeared nearby, and someone climbed onto the roof of a residential building and shot arrows at the embassy. The werewolf warrior guarding the wall immediately took out his musket to fight back. Then he picked up a rocket launcher and bombarded the direction of the magic. The battle started in an instant, and casualties followed. Seeing Yanxing shift his attention to the battlefield, Legia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then reminded herself to pay attention to her position. Don't make such low-level mistakes again. Then Legia paid attention to the strange weapons and fighting methods of the Eternal Territory. The Thunder Swamp Special Embassy in Nuda City was originally a noble villa, facing the street on all sides. The main attack area of the attacker is in the front. Across a slightly wider road is a low civilian area, suitable for hiding a large number of people. The stone thrown from the catapult can directly attack the main building of the Special Embassy without any obstacles. The defenders of the Special Embassy also mainly defend the front line. The equipment of the werewolf warriors in the Eternal Territory is extremely sophisticated in Legia's opinion. Each warrior has 2 sets of armor. One set is worn when on duty. The golden full body armor is very majestic and gorgeous. However, the werewolf warriors all changed into a set of black vest protective clothing when fighting. Legia has seen this protective clothing and touched it. She knows that this protective clothing can be inserted with a special protective plate, which has good protective performance and is very convenient to wear. The impact on movement is far less than that of metal full body armor. Legia once proposed to Lady Carol that the army of the Principality can also use this protective clothing. But Lady Carol said, it can be made, but it is not as strong as the protective clothing of the Eternal Territory. A set of metal armor can be worn for a lifetime if it is well maintained. The father wears it, and the son wears it. However, this kind of protective clothing is very easy to wear after inserting the heavy protective plate, without the fabric and sewing technology of the Eternal Territory. The cost of using this kind of protective clothing is too high. The Principality cannot afford to support an army wearing such protective clothing. In addition to protective clothing, Legia is more interested in the muskets in the hands of the Eternal Territory army. The musket is a weapon that generates gas through the combustion of gunpowder to shoot the bullet in the barrel. Gunpowder is something that the alchemist accidentally obtained when studying alchemy. After obtaining the formula of gunpowder, the goblins invented the musket. Most goblins are equipped with a musket as a self-defense weapon. The goblin musket can only be used for self-defense because its power is too low. It has a short range, low lethality, and negligible accuracy. It is only reliable when spraying people at close range, and it often explodes. Therefore, except for goblins, no one likes to use muskets. However, the musket in the hands of the werewolf warrior of the Eternal Territory exceeded Legia's understanding of this weapon. First of all, its firing rate is very fast. Open the butt, put a bullet in it, raise your hand and aim to shoot. The entire firing speed is not much worse than that of a skilled archer, and the shape of the musket is easier to hide than a bow and arrow. The werewolf warriors put their shields in front of them and shoot behind them. They only need to show half of their heads to complete the shooting action. They can even shoot with just one hand. If they are archers, they must show half of their bodies to complete the action of drawing the bow and shooting arrows. So the current scene appeared. The werewolf warriors on the wall hid behind their shields. The arrows shot from the front knocked on the shields, but they had no way to deal with the werewolf warriors. The werewolf warriors were in groups of 5. After loading the muskets, they aimed and shot at a target at the same time. After shooting, they hid and continued to load. The werewolf warrior groups also cooperated with each other. One group loaded and one group shot, always suppressing the enemy with firepower. The range and power of this kind of musket far exceeds that of the goblins. Legia saw with her own eyes that a mercenary was hit by a bullet fired by a werewolf warrior at a distance of 100 meters. His chest burst open. Blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground motionless. There were too many mercenaries who died like this on the battlefield. In a moment, nearly 100 bodies of mercenaries fell on the roofs of residential houses. And the result of the battle was only 2 werewolves. If the battle continued, all the mercenaries would die under the guns of the werewolf warriors. And they would not be able to break through the wall of the embassy. The enemy commander also realized this. And some magicians turned around and threw magic at the werewolves defending the wall. Chapter 267 Truth Cannon. Some heroes hiding in the dark aimed their magic at the werewolf warriors on the wall. And the werewolf warriors immediately used rocket launchers to counterattack. This simple rocket launcher designed and manufactured in a short time has a short range. But it is enough to deal with the magicians in the residential area. The flames of the enlarged fireworks sprayed backwards, pulling out a long gray smoke and crossing a smooth trajectory to hit the target. Then, in the firelight, the violent explosion was deafening, and the hot gas pushed the steel balls mixed in the explosives to fly everywhere. Faced with this unethical attack, the attacking magicians immediately became much more honest. They dared not hide behind the bunkers and cast magic recklessly. They cast the defense skills they had learned on themselves one by one. Then they cast an attack magic and moved to another place. The habit of mercenaries made the magicians very cunning. The connected residential areas gave them space to move and enough obstacles. However, the rocket launchers used by the werewolf warriors could not blow up the stone houses. At this time, the artillery was ready. The Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory manufactured 188mm caliber smoothbore cannons for the special embassy. Some of these cannons were deployed in the front and backyards of the embassy, and some were deployed in the rooms inside the main building. The windows of the building opened, and the black muzzles of guns peeked out from inside. The detection drone in the air transmitted the target's position to Chue through the data link, and Chue sent the firing parameters to each gun position after calculation. All the guns were divided into 2 groups, one for long range and one for short range. The landing points of each gun position were distributed in a fan-shaped pattern, and the firing angles were adjusted one by one, and the 2 groups of guns squeezed together in the middle. Chue requested to issue a firing order. Yanxing replied, "Fire." The artillery volleys made a deafening sound, and the main building of the special embassy also shook because of the shelling. Some ornaments hanging on the wall fell down, and large chunks of the wall cracked and fell. The building seemed to collapse at any time. Yanxing stood still, watching the results of the bombardment. The 2 target areas were covered by 2 strings of gray smoke, and people could be vaguely seen running around. The werewolf warriors immediately used the prepared rocket launchers to cover the dust area and reap the fruits of the battle in the chaos. The breech-loaded smoothbore guns and standard shells allowed each gun to load the shells very quickly. It took only more than 10 seconds for all the guns to be ready to fire. This time, there was no need to wait for orders, and the guns fired immediately after loading. Flames spurted, smoke rose, and the black projectiles rushed into the residential area in front with an unstoppable momentum. The wall was pierced, and some shells destroyed the load-bearing wall, and the simple house collapsed directly. The catapults that threw stones at the embassy were silent, and the attacking mercenaries were also beaten by this attack method. These guys with weak fighting will only lasted 4 rounds of bombardment before retreating in a hurry. Even the Griffins that approached with a show of force turned away from the embassy in a hurry. The guards of the embassy repelled the enemy's attack once, and the servants hiding in the main building immediately replenished supplies for each defense position, and then carried the injured werewolf warriors to the main building for treatment. The soldiers prepared for the next battle. Lygia looked at the bombardment area still filled with smoke and dust, and her heart could not calm down. This was a way of war she had never seen before. Under the attack of such a powerful weapon, no matter how high your rank or level is, you are still a flesh and blood body. She saw with her own eyes a mercenary hero with multiple defensive magics on his body being directly hit by a shell. The body of the mercenary hero was torn in half like a rag. For a moment, Lygia doubted her previous hard work and training. If the life of a hero is so cheap, what is the meaning of his existence? No! Lygia threw away the confused thoughts in her mind. This alchemical weapon must be very expensive. A small alchemical bomb in the Goblin Alchemy Factory costs 1,000 gold. These powerful alchemical weapons used by the Eternal Territory can only be more expensive. All because Yanxing is rich. It was money that allowed him to win this battle. But he could only win this small-scale battle. Yanxing could arm his personal guards with such expensive alchemical weapons. But it was absolutely impossible for him to arm thousands of troops. Legia comforted herself in this way. Garl comforted himself in this way as well. Garl, the former president of the Nuda City branch of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, was the commander who led the troops to attack the Yinqing Special Embassy this time. But in the first attack, his army was beaten back before they even touched the door of the Special Embassy. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce is really too rich, and it throws out alchemical weapons without saving. If we fight like this, we can win even if we replace the commander with a pig. Gar gathered the defeated mercenary leaders and encouraged the demoralized army, saying, Yinqing uses alchemical weapons to fight, which means we are lucky. Think about how Yinqing uses expensive alchemical weapons without considering the loss. So how huge the wealth he wants to protect must be. Yinqing is very rich. As long as we attack the envoy's mansion, his money will be ours. Gar's words re-energized the mercenaries. But some people still said worriedly, the long-range firepower in the embassy is too strong, and our magicians and archers can't suppress them at all. A forced attack will kill many people. Gar asked, will a normal commander use such dense alchemical weapons at the beginning of the battle? The mercenary leaders shook their heads. The price of alchemical weapons determines that they must be used at key positions and key moments on the battlefield. Spreading alchemical weapons like this at the beginning of the war, I have never seen it before. Gar continued, what you see is what Yinqing wants you to see. I know Yinqing very well. He is a very cunning man. If you are afraid of his alchemical weapons, then his evil plan will succeed. He guards his wealth and will mock our stupidity in the future. I can assure you that Yinqing has absolutely not many alchemical weapons in his hands. He just wants to scare us, so that we dare not attack again. The mercenary leaders nodded one after another. What Gal said makes sense. The firepower just now was just a bluff of the embassy. Thinking of the wealth inside, the morale of the mercenaries has risen again. The leaders dispersed to gather their subordinates, preparing to launch an attack on Yinqing's envoy's residence again. The assembled mercenaries were clearly seen by the high-altitude detection drone. Blow. Prepare to bombard the assembled mercenaries. Deal with this group of enemies as soon as possible. I don't have time to play offense and defense games with them here. Yinqing gave Chichui an attack order, and then said to Ligia beside him, Miss Ligia, wait here for a moment. I will go and get rid of these thieves. Now Yinqing, please be careful. Ligia bowed to Yinqing, and then watched him walk out of the tent. The precious horse Feying fell from the sky. Yinqing turned over and jumped onto the horse, pulling out the sword of glory from the scabbard. Called, Griffin Knights prepare to attack. The Griffin Knights of the Eternal Territory all turned over and rode on the backs of their respective combat griffins. And all the griffins were extremely excited by the excitement of going into battle. The knights drew out their double-barreled lances for air combat, and the cry of eagles was heard everywhere. At this time, the sound of artillery sounded again, and the embassy's artillery group launched a covering bombardment on the mercenary team that was gathering and approaching. The cloud-like projectiles passed over the residential area in front of the special embassy and accurately hit the mercenary group that had just finished gathering. The shells were unstoppable, and would penetrate all the obstacles they encountered wherever they passed. The flesh and blood body was no different from stone in the face of such an attack, and the defensive effect of low-level magic was not much stronger than a piece of cloth. The mercenaries who didn't know what artillery was had no idea how stupid it was to gather within the range of artillery. They were bombarded by dense artillery from the sky, and many people didn't know what happened and their bodies were broken into two. The morale that had just been boosted collapsed in an instant during this bombardment. They dared not think about wealth anymore. They just wanted to escape from here quickly. At this time, a new round of bombardment fell again. Some people died, and the injured were disabled for life. Blood was splattered. Limbs were scattered, and the small gathering place suddenly became as terrifying as hell. The mercenaries fled wailing, but the rain of shells fell again. Gar stared blankly at the tragic scene in front of him, unable to figure out what kind of opponent he was facing. What weapon did Yinqing use? How could he attack so far? While Gar was in a daze, a shell hit the magic shield he released. The sound of the impact, like a bell, showed the power of the shell. Gar's shield blocked the shell, but the momentum still knocked him to the ground. The magic shield shattered, and Gar didn't dare to stay here for long. He followed the mercenaries and fled away from the Yinqing special envoy. But a large number of shells fell in front of him. When the mercenaries stopped in fear, a round of shells fell from their heads. In Yinqing's consciousness space, Chu-Chu faced the Deep Space Whisperer magic book. one hand on the keyboard, and the other hand shaking the mouse. The unfolded magic book was a computer screen, which showed the battlefield photographed by the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Chui used the mouse to frame the artillery deployed in the embassy, and bombarded the mercenaries at the other end of the residential area. She divided the artillery into multiple groups according to the location and angle. Some artillery blocked the escape route of the mercenaries, and some artillery attacked the mercenaries, who stopped and gathered together. The real war here is like a real-time strategy game. Chui even yawned out of boredom, and said to Yanqing, "Master, are these mercenaries stupid? The more I bombard them, the more they gather together. If they scatter and rush forward, this solid shell really can't hurt many of them." Yanqing led the Griffins to take off from the main building of the embassy, and completed the attack formation. After hearing Chui's complaints, Yanqing said, "The fear of unknown weapons will make people rely on each other instinctively. But when they understand our weapons, they will quickly find ways to deal with them. You need to collect data on these weapons in actual combat, and speed up the research and development of weapon replacement. I saw that there is magic that can block artillery shells. The power of our weapons is still a little insufficient." Chui replied, "Yes, Master. The alchemy laboratory is using our existing equipment and alchemy to manufacture a metal bullet production line. Making metal bullets requires a lot of copper and lead. Please pay attention to the reserves. In addition, the production capacity of the bullet production line is limited. I suggest imitating the M1891 rifle first to reduce the consumption of bullets in military operations." Yanqing did not listen to Chui's words carefully. After all, it was not suitable to discuss technical issues during the war. You can handle the weapons research and development yourself. We will arrive above the enemy and provide guidance for air combat. Yes, Master. Chui changed into a female Air Force officer uniform, and more than a dozen screens unfolded in front of her. The bombardment program was handed over to the background to run, and Chui entered the air warning mode. "Master, at 69 hours 34 minutes 78 seconds, there are 13 Griffins circling at low altitude. At 12 hours 89 minutes 45 seconds, there are 21 Griffins staying on the ground. At 98 hours 57 minutes and 32 seconds, there are 7 Griffins on standby at high altitude. The high-altitude Griffins have spotted you, and they are sending signals to their companions." With the sound of blowing, more detailed data appeared in the lenses of Yanqing's protective glasses. Yanqing looked up at the high-altitude Griffins, and all 7 Griffins were framed with red features, and a magical firework exploded in the air. The Griffins hovering at low altitudes formed a defensive formation to cover the resting Griffins for takeoff. The high-altitude Griffin swooped down to interfere with Yanqing's Griffin group. Yanqing was slightly at a disadvantage in the number of Griffins, but the enemy's Griffins were in 3 different states in 3 places: attack, defense, takeoff. Of course, we should first kill the Griffins that are in large numbers, but have not yet taken off. Yanqing glanced at the Griffins in the dive. Speed, engagement time, all kinds of data came into view. Then look at the Griffins that are taking off. The required takeoff distance, takeoff time, time to reach combat state, are all extremely detailed. There are also possible tactics for defending against the Griffins. Chui gave several optional offensive tactics for our side, as well as the possible results and damages these tactics may produce. Yanqing selected a set of plans to implement, and Chui quickly subdivided the combat plan and distributed it to the task charts of each Griffin Knight. Information data was applied to the Griffins' air battles, and Yanqing's Griffins were instantly divided into 6 teams. This kind of subdivision and execution of combat missions is unimaginable in the eyes of the Air Force of the Magic World. The air combat in the Magic World relies more on prior tactical drills and personnel experience. They will try to avoid dispersed combat to prevent the command from being miscommunicated and being eaten by the enemy with superior forces. Once the air combat unit enters the melee, it is even more difficult to change tactics. Either defeat the enemy or be defeated by the enemy. At this time, it depends on the grasp of the battle situation by the aerial beasts, such as Griffins. The Griffins have been together for a long time, and the tacit understanding will allow them to play very exquisite tactical cooperation. However, the tacit understanding of the Griffins is limited to the tactical level, and strategy is not something that the Griffins consider. Yanqing's Griffin team was divided into several teams. This sudden change made the mercenary Griffin Knights, who were preparing to fight, a little confused. Chapter 268 Air Combat. Due to their size, Griffins need a certain distance to run and speed up before taking off. at low altitude and low speed. It is very easy to fail to take off if the griffins resting on the ground are allowed to fly. The Eternal Territory griffins, which are outnumbered, will definitely suffer heavy losses during the battle. And looking at the reactions of these griffins and griffin knights before the battle, Yin Xing is sure that they are not mercenaries at all. This quality should be the warriors of the temple with a new skin. Facing the regular army, they can't let them fly. The Eternal Territory's griffins are divided into several teams to implement a pulling tactic. One to attract the attention of the griffins in the air, and the other to seek opportunities to break through. The best way for the enemy griffins to face such tactics is to split up. However, in the state of war, information communication is inconvenient. Separation is easy, and gathering is much more difficult. The number of griffins in the air is already at a disadvantage. If they are divided again, they will be in danger of being eaten up by the enemy's concentrated superior forces. In the battlefield of air combat, both sides are very fast. A moment of hesitation will lead to major loopholes, and sometimes it is even better to make a wrong decision. Yin Xing led his griffins to split into several formations, and pounced on the enemy griffins that were taking off. The slow reaction of the defending griffin knight was somewhat beyond his expectation. Some of it was beyond Cui Cui's expectations. She had just formulated an offensive strategy based on the reaction of the enemy. And now it seems that the crushing effect of the information-based command system is not a little bit stronger. The reoptimized attack plan was quickly submitted to Yin Xing by Cui Cui, and after Yin Xing approved it, it was assigned to the Griffin Knights, who organized the attack. The formation of the Griffins led by Yin Xing changed again, from the linear formation to the tactics of engaging, and quickly formed a spherical encirclement of the 13 Griffins on the defensive side. In the eyes of the defending Griffin Knights, a magical warhorse that can gallop in the air brought 30 Griffins to the front. Their formation looks scattered, but it gives people the illusion that they are several times larger than their own. It seemed as if it was going to eat itself up in one breath. The mercenary griffins that had deployed a defensive cover formation quickly shrank their formation, preparing for an aerial collision. However, at the moment they shrank their formation, the opponent's griffins changed their formation again, using a high-to-low rate attack formation. With the flying warhorse as the arrowhead, they rushed towards the griffins below that had not yet fully taken off. The continuous formation changes were completed in more than 10 seconds, and the false attack intention successfully dodges the defending griffins, creating an empty space for all members to dive comfortably. This time, the 30 griffins led by Yin Xing attacked the griffins that had just taken off without leaving any restraining forces. According to the data provided by Cui Cui, in the process of completing this attack, the two enemy air forces could not effectively threaten their own griffins. Although the distance between the two sides in the air was so close, Yin Xing chose to believe Cui Cui's calculations. A few seconds of time difference was created. The enemy's griffins took off in a long line and accelerated below. Before the speed reached a certain level, these griffins had no way to make evasive maneuvers. Yin Xing and his griffins cut in from the back of this griffin formation that was desperately flapping its wings. The long sword was swung, and a sword light swept out. The half-moon-shaped edge cut a blood groove on the back of the griffin below, and the castration cut open the back of a fighting griffin in front, and swept the knight on its back. Behind Yin Xing, the griffin knights holding double-barreled lances fired at the enemies close at hand, and the griffins opened their sharp claws to grab the enemies below. The more than 20 griffins in the takeoff state were all targets that would not dodge. The bullets penetrated the backs of the knights and griffins. The griffins grabbed the knights with their sharp claws and threw them from the air, and then grabbed the backs of the enemy griffins again, and pecked their necks with their sharp beaks. The mercenary griffins and knights who were attacked from the air fell down like rain, spraying blood. Facing such an attack, they had no ability to resist, except for 5 griffins that made emergency landings during the attack. All other griffins were destroyed. After completing a round of raids, Yin Xing and his griffins quickly split into several teams and dispersed. One part used the ground buildings to attract the enemy griffins behind a chase, while the other part took the opportunity to climb up and seize the height advantage. Then the griffins that seized the height organized an encirclement. The griffins that attracted the enemy entered the encirclement with their tails, from high to low, more against fewer, peeling the dumplings layer by layer. Facing such an opponent, the mercenary griffin knights found that they could not fight in the air at all. They couldn't figure out how the opponent did it, and made such a complex formation conversion in flight. They couldn't figure out how the opponent used sophisticated coordination to create opportunities for war on the chaotic battlefield. All of his attacks were anticipated by the enemy, and they dodged his magic as if they had eyes on their backs. However, the enemy's attacks could predict his flight trajectory in advance, and sometimes it seemed as if he was crashing into it. After a short aerial confrontation, the mercenary Griffin Knights were completely defeated. They wanted to escape, but found that there was no way to escape. The enemy's Griffins were all around, and they sent a signal to surrender. They had no choice but to surrender. The remaining mercenary Griffin Knights took the initiative to lower their altitude, revealing their backs, and then threw all their weapons to the ground. Yanxing did not kill all the surrendered enemy soldiers. He left 10 Griffins to monitor the captives and flew to the embassy. He led the remaining Griffins to chase the fleeing enemy ground remnants. At this time, the fleeing soldiers attacking the embassy rushed into another residential area, and the artillery in the embassy stopped firing because it lost its cluster target. In a short time, these mercenaries could not organize a counterattack. What Yanxing had to do was to find their commander and behead him, completely disintegrate the threat of this mercenary to the embassy. Yanxing rode Feiying and stopped above the residential area where the mercenaries were hiding, and the Griffin circled around him. Blow. Is your drone still tracking the enemy commander? Several small drones flew over the residential area at low altitude. Chue showed the drone footage and replied to Yanxing, Master, the enemy commander is hiding in this area. He is in the room, and I have no way to lock his exact location. Can the artillery of the embassy hit here? Chue finished the data calculation instantly and replied, Yes. Master. Then blow it up. Blow this guy out for me. Yes. Master. Chue drew the area where the enemy commander was hiding on the map, and then transmitted the data to each artillery group. The artillery in the embassy fired again. From Yanxing's position, he could clearly see the trajectory of large shells flying from a distance. After reaching the high point, they accelerated their descent, passed under the Griffin, and crashed into the house area below. The intensive bombardment directly destroyed the house. In the smoke and dust, there were broken walls and broken walls. One round of bombardment had just ended, and the second round of bombardment followed. Round after round of firepower covered the small area here. At this time, Gal was very regretful. In order to grab the task of leading troops to attack the Yanxing Special Embassy, he made a large donation to the temple. Originally thought that he could make a lot of money after capturing the Special Embassy. Now, he just wanted to escape alive. And he never thought that escaping could be so difficult. He hid in a house, but the powerful weapons in the embassy seemed to have eyes, and fell from the sky. Before he could react, the house had collapsed. If it weren't for the defensive magic, he would have died miserably in the ruins. However, the nightmare had just begun. Just after Gar had escaped from the rubble, he heard a dense roar coming from the direction of the embassy. He knew that after this roar, there must be iron balls falling from the sky. All the houses around collapsed, and Gar, who had no time to dodge, immediately deployed a magic shield in the direction of the embassy. Then there was a bang. The magic shield was hit violently, and Gar was rushed down from the rubble. He quickly got up from the ground. The impact just now made his head a little dazed, and the surrounding scenes were all double images. He staggered to leave here, but there was another burst of dense artillery fire from the direction of the embassy. Gar didn't dare to go any further, and turned around to deploy a magic shield again. Dang! Dang! This time 2 shells hit his shield, and the shield shattered in an instant, and the shells that lost potential energy rolled to the ground. Gar was shocked and fell to the ground, with blood oozing from his nose and ears. But he didn't dare to delay at all. He had to take advantage of the gap between the 2 roars to escape to a safe place. But where is safe? Gar was stunned when he saw the scene behind. All the houses around collapsed, and bricks and rubble blocked the narrow road. He was exposed in this small open space, and the nearby mercenaries fled frantically. No one dared to rescue the commander, who was not familiar with him. A continuous roar sounded again from the direction of the embassy. Gar saw the black iron ball that was like a swarm of bees, and also saw Yanxing standing in the air on a warhorse and looking down at him. He deployed a magic shield and was submerged in the dense falling shells. Master, the enemy commander has no signs of life. Well, Yanxing, who was standing in the air, watched the enemy commander being baptized by rounds of shells, and said in surprise, I didn't expect that he could withstand so many shells head-on. He is a powerful hero. It's just a pity that now I guess I can't even afford to put the corpse together. Let's go. Gather the troops. Eddie's guild mercenaries should be here soon. After confirming the death of the enemy commander, Yinxing led the Griffins back to the embassy. From beginning to end, he didn't know that it was his old friend Gao who led the attack on him this time. It was just that the smoke and dust raised by the shells were too thick, and Gao died too quickly. Yinxing led the army to disperse the enemies attacking the embassy, and the battles in other places in Nuda City were still going on fiercely. Donald, the leader of the Foul Lion mercenary group, personally led a team of elite mercenaries to look for the traces of the elves. The temple didn't know what Madame Carol invited the elf envoy to Nuda City to discuss. But as long as the Silvermane Principality talks with the Snow Elves, it will not be good for the Empire. Especially at this critical time. The Orcs are about to attack Storm City, which will also eliminate a major hidden danger in the north for the Empire. Now as long as the elf emissary is killed, everything he and Mrs. Carol have discussed will be invalid. The hatred between the Snow Elves and the Silvermane Principality will increase, which will speed up the Principality's loss of the Windy Highlands. The plan formulated by the Foul Lion mercenary group is not to occupy Nuda City, but to create chaos to force Nuda City to close the city and trap the elf emissary in the city. Then find him out and kill him in the chaos. But Donald did not expect that the giant front mercenary group would actually attack him first. Anyway, the time of action was similar to the plan made by the Foul Lion mercenary group, and Donald took the opportunity to start a riot in the whole city. As long as he could accomplish this, he could at least get the title of an imperial viscount. The Empire deployed a large number of spies for the ambitious Silvermane Principality, especially for such an important city as Nuda City, where there were spies everywhere. The temple knew the approximate hiding location of the elf envoy. While the city defense army was busy, Donald led his men to conduct a dragnet search for the elf envoy hiding in the snow. While the Rose Court was resisting the attack of the mercenaries, it also guessed the real purpose of the temple organizing this riot. Previously, Mrs. Carol did not accept the elf delegation into the Rose Court due to diplomatic relations, and now she could only send people to rescue Prince Alito with all her strength. At this moment, the Assassin's Guild came out of the shadows they had been hiding in. They used all means to set up false targets and blocking methods to prevent the Foul Lion mercenary group from searching for the elf emissary. In the short time since the riot began, all the forces in Nuda City, big and small, were involved in the battle. At this time, an army riding chocobos entered the city from the north gate of Nuda City. Because this riot was expected, the garrison on the north side of Nuda City has been firmly controlled by Earl Theodore. Therefore, the process of the guild mercenaries led by Eddie entering the city was very smooth. At the moment of entering the city, Eddie took over the defense of the north gate of Nuda City and asked the garrison here to report to Earl Theodore truthfully at the city lord's mansion. My master will explain to the Earl. You can go now. After driving away the guards at the north gate, Eddie divided the 500 cavalrymen he brought into 3 teams. One team guarded the city gate and met the follow-up troops of the guild mercenaries. One team patrolled along the city wall to prevent people in the city from climbing over the wall and focusing on hunting down people who were suspected of being elves. Eddie led 300 cavalrymen to the embassy. Along the way, Eddie saw the tragic situation of the city caused by the riots. There were griffins and human corpses falling from the sky and hitting the ground. There were gang members looting shops and houses along the way. There were houses and high-rise buildings collapsing. There were magic swirled winds, fire rains, ice crystals, gravel. The fire was everywhere, and the smoke was filled with shouts and cries. The scene in front of him made Eddie even more worried about the embassy. Although Chui Chui informed him through the intercom that the master had led the army to defeat the invading enemy, the number of guards at the embassy was still too small. I don't know how many enemies are in the riot. Eddie accelerated the speed of supporting the embassy. He took out a double-barreled cavalry rifle and shot at the people in front. The mercenary cavalrymen fired their guns, forming an unstoppable cavalry stream on the road. Chapter 269 Yinxing's Support. After Eddie led the cavalry of the guild mercenaries to the special embassy, Yinxing ordered him to lead his troops to control the urban area around the special embassy and encircle and suppress the mercenaries hiding in the residential area of the battlefield. As the follow-up troops of the guild mercenaries entered the city, Yinxing's control area in Nuda City continued to expand. He was also able to send people to support his other industries, and at the same time organized rescue of the members of the merchant guild and brought them safely to the special embassy. Yinxing consolidated his control area, occupied high points, and build positions. He was not in a hurry to participate in the battle to quell the rebellion, but continuously sent drones to conduct reconnaissance on the entire Nuda city. The chaos in the city exceeded his and Earl Theodore's expectations. The war in Windy Highlands had been going on for several months, and Nuda city had been under high pressure. Supplies were scarce, and various contradictions were accumulated. At this moment, all of them were released, especially the spread of various bad news. It was difficult to distinguish the truth from the false in Nuda city at this time. Some said that the Orcs were coming. Some said that the Elves broke through the western line and were attacking Nuda city. Some said that the Swamp tribe entered the city. Despair made people crazy. All kinds of evil things were happening in Nuda city. There were only 3,000 guild mercenaries. If they were scattered into Nuda city like this, it would be a drop in the bucket. Yinxing can only take care of himself now. He also has to get in touch with Earl Theodore, and can't just watch the city lord's mansion being besieged. If the old Earl makes a mistake, the only choice before Yinxing is to cross the border and occupy Nuda city. Putting himself in front of many forces is the last thing Yinxing wants to do now. He needs Nuda city controlled by Earl Theodore as a buffer zone between the Eternal Territory and all parties. Fortunately, according to the latest intelligence, the rebels have not yet broken through the solid castle of the city lord's mansion. Yinxing set up the Nuda City Emergency Operations Command in the Special Embassy, and a model of the Nuda City was placed in the command center. The alchemy robot marked the battlefield situation in various parts of Nuda City detected by Chui with small flags of different colors. The main large-scale battle areas are concentrated in the city lord's mansion, various barracks and material storage warehouses, and some important financial and government departments. Some places have already fallen, and important places are in fierce competition. The various forces participating in the war in the city cannot be counted, and it is even more difficult to distinguish between enemies and friends. Mercenaries are fighting each other. City defense forces are fighting each other, and noble private soldiers are fighting each other. Gangs, and those bandits who took the opportunity to cause chaos are even more. Looking at the city war model, Yinxing found that his previous assumptions about this riot were still too optimistic. It is 3 kilometers from the special embassy to the city lord's mansion. Normally, this distance is not far, but the city roads are not used for large-scale deployment. The area around the city lord's mansion is full of rebels. If the guild mercenaries go directly to support, they will definitely be ambushed by the enemy from both sides of the road. The mercenaries use muskets, which are good for fighting at a distance. If it is a close fight, the loss is something Yinxing is unwilling to bear. We still need to play to our strengths. The battle against the mercenaries besieging the special embassy made Yinxing see the power of artillery. Its shocking effect of crushing withering away when firing in salvos is even greater than its killing effect. After cleaning up the battlefield, statistics show that not many mercenaries died directly under the bombardment. They were all scared away by this powerful weapon. It's just that the accuracy of the artillery here at the special embassy is not high, and the bombardment from here may accidentally injure the friendly forces in the city lord's mansion. If Count Theodore is injured, it will be counterproductive. Yinxing walked around the model of the Nuda city, then pointed to a square about 1 kilometer away from the city lord's mansion and said to Eddie, "You immediately organize the army to occupy this square, and then build a 100-meter wide defense belt around it. After ensuring the safety of the surrounding area, allocate 50 artillery from here to establish an artillery position and prepare to provide support for the city lord's mansion. I will lead a part of the Griffins to break into the city lord's mansion and guide the direction of the artillery." Eddie agreed and immediately turned around to mobilize the team to capture the square. Other heroes also prepared for the next stage of the battle according to their respective responsibilities. After all his subordinates dispersed, Yinxing said to Ligeia, who had been following him, "I am going to the city lord's mansion to meet with Count Theodore to discuss joint operations. Now the Rose Court is also under siege by the rebels. It is not safe for you to go back. You should stay here." Ligeia was very worried about the Rose Court. Judging from the battle situation, there were many rebels besieging the Rose Court. "Not Yinxing. Can you lend me an army? I want to support Lady Carol. I am also a hero." A magician. Yinxing looked at Ligeia and considered her request to borrow troops. The battle in the Rose Court was far less dangerous than that in the city lord's mansion. The rebels there just surrounded the Rose Court and carried out some harassing attacks. It seems that they just want to besiege Lady Carol, and they don't plan to rush in a great sacrifice. After all, Lady Carol is different from Earl Theodore. Her power is granted by Grand Duke Silvermane, and her death will not have a big impact on the situation. She can still stir up trouble in Nuda City if she is alive. So sending troops to support is also a favor. In order to make money, it is still necessary to maintain the following business partnership. Besides, Lady Carol hasn't paid the money for 200,000 sets of bedding. Anyway, the troops on my side are still sufficient. Okay, I'll lend you 200 werewolf warriors and 50 werewolf cavalry. When you arrive at the Rose Court, say hello to Lady Carol for me. Tell her that Count Theodore and I will soon be able to quell this riot. After that, Yinxing asked Orf to allocate a werewolf team to Ligeia, and asked her to take it to support the Rose Court. After a short rest, Eddie led 1,000 guild mercenaries from the embassy to the square to be captured. Faced with this large army, the mercenaries and bandits who looted along the way scattered. The square is not a strategic location. After Eddie led his troops to arrive, he quickly occupied the place, and then deployed his forces to occupy the high points of the roof to lay a defense depth. During the period, the mercenaries who were deployed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion encountered a group of rebels attacking the City Lord's mansion. The enemy had few people, and they were shot by the mercenaries with 2 rounds of volleys. And then they fled in all directions. After receiving the news, Eddie sent more people to the defense depth in the direction of the City Lord's mansion, and then used rocket launchers to set up more than 10 anti-aircraft positions, and then reported to Yinxing. The square was occupied by our army. Then, 50 artillery pieces, escorted by a guild mercenary, marched towards the square. Yinxing took off from the main building of the special embassy, riding Feying with 10 griffins. So far, 7 hours have passed since the riot began in the morning. Fires were everywhere in Nuda City, and burning black smoke billowed into the sky. Yinxing climbed quickly with the griffins, and then turned and flew towards the City Lord's mansion. He did not rush into the City Lord's mansion, but circled around it, closing the distance little by little. Count Theodore's City Lord's mansion is an independent castle in Nuda City. The castle is surrounded by a high wall, and is surrounded by open space. Therefore, the rebels can only launch a strong attack on the City Lord's mansion. At this time, the rebels have not yet broken through the outer wall defense line of the City Lord's mansion, and are blocked by archers and magicians on the outer wall in the buildings around the City Lord's mansion. The 4-cornered towers of the City Lord's mansion castle are full of archers, and catapults and crossbow carts are placed on several high platforms, providing support for the outer wall defense from a high position. On the magic tower in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion castle, a magic light ball floats on the top of the tower. This magic light ball can quickly restore the magic power of the heroes in the City Lord's mansion and provide magic power for magic equipment. In short, the current City Lord's mansion looks impregnable. If the attacker does not have several times the strength of the defenders, it is impossible to attack. The attacking rebels also know that the City Lord's mansion is a tough nut to crack, and their tactics are not to rush in a short time. The rebels mobilized nearly 200 griffins to harass the City Lord's mansion from the air, with the intention of consuming the griffins in the City Lord's mansion and eventually gaining air superiority. On the ground, the rebels used catapults to continuously throw boulders at the castle with the cover of the defense zone, while consuming the magic power of the City Lord's mansion. It is a profit to hit people. Anyway, most of the houses in Nuda City are made of stone, so there are as many shells as you want. Then, the ground army constantly launched feint attacks on the City Lord's mansion from all directions, and then used magicians and sharpshooters to eliminate the guards on the outer wall. There were not many casualties each time, but the cumulative loss was also a big drain on the defenders, and it can also put a lot of psychological pressure on the defenders. The rebels attacking the City Lord's mansion are very professional. Yinxing turned a few times in the air and had a general understanding of the battle situation in the City Lord's mansion. It seems stable, but it is very dangerous. Yinxing knows the deployment of Count Theodore's troops. He has few loyal troops under his control, but there are many places to defend in the city. The 4 city gates must be guarded, to prevent people in the city from rushing out and causing greater damage, and to prevent the possible rebels from entering the city. The armory and material warehouse must be guarded. The war in Windy Highlands has not ended yet. After Nuda City puts down the riot, it must immediately supply materials to Storm City. City officials must be protected. Recruitment buildings and important functional buildings must be protected. Soldiers are needed everywhere, and the defense of the City Lord's mansion can only rely on Earl Theodore's personal soldiers. and some of these personal soldiers were sent to protect Zybel. When Yinxing led the team to approach the city lord's mansion, a group of about 30 rebel griffins rushed over. Yinxing did not charge headfirst, but led his griffins to fly in the direction of the embassy. The rebel griffins chased for a distance and then retreated. The battle at the embassy had spread. In less than an hour, the army commanded by Guard to attack the embassy collapsed across the board, and Guard disappeared. All the griffins accompanying the army were killed. The army of Yong Territory became famous in one battle. The powerful alchemical weapons they used in the battle scared many mercenaries, who escaped back and made them insane. Now the news that Yinxing's embassy had received reinforcements has been known by the commanders of various rebel forces. And the rebels attacking the city lord's mansion are even more cautious about the embassy's support for the city lord's mansion. They even formulated an ambush plan to encircle and suppress the reinforcements of the embassy. The rebel army that Eddie's troops encountered was one of the ambush plans. The rebel Griffin knights, who were chasing Yinxing, immediately gave up chasing and retreated after they found that the enemy was leading them to the embassy. They only needed to block all the reinforcements outside the city lord's mansion. Yinxing's luring operation failed, so he continued to approach the city lord's mansion with the Griffin, occupying a high position, circling and approaching the city lord's mansion. The rebel Griffins responsible for interception firmly guarded the inner circle, and as long as Yinxing approached to a certain extent, they would immediately swoop out to seek a fight. If Yinxing retreated to avoid fighting, they would decisively return after chasing for a certain distance, and would never leave their own support range. This is very difficult. Yinxing believed that in this situation, he could not cut off the head of the general in the midst of thousands of troops. Therefore, some means were still needed. Yinxing ordered the Griffin knights, who followed him, to continue to lead the Griffin group to attract the Griffins of the rebels. And he urged Fei Ying to run to a higher airspace. In the eyes below, Fei Ying turned into a black dot and then disappeared in the airspace. After reaching the right height, Yinxing patted Fei Ying's neck, and then unfastened all the buckles on the saddle to fix himself. Then jumped off Fei Ying's back. Yinxing fell from the air. Chuichu in the consciousness space quickly made calculations and said, "Master, the air wing is ready. Do you want to start it?" "Start," around Yinxing, who was falling faster and faster. A combination magic circle expanded from his shoulders. The air elements gathered and combined into a winged suit. Yinxing's body changed from falling to gliding. On the display screen in the goggles, the speed increased rapidly and the height decreased rapidly. At this time, Fei Ying also opened his wings and flew beside Yinxing and dived down together. "Fei Ying, cover me. After I enter the city lord's mansion, you take the Griffin back to the embassy and wait." Fei Ying, who could understand human language, let out a roar in response. Then Fei Ying left Yinxing and dived faster towards the east side of the city lord's mansion. Yinxing shifted his gliding direction to the west of the city lord's mansion. Fei Ying's huge body was soon discovered by the rebel Griffin knights below, and a group of Griffins immediately climbed up to intercept Yinxing. They had not yet discovered that there was no knight on the back of the diving warhorse. Yinxing took advantage of the gap when the rebels were attracted by Fei Ying to accelerate his descent. His size was much smaller than Fei Ying, and it was not easy to be discovered. The rebels' attention was not in this direction. With Fei Ying's cover, Yinxing broke through the rebels' air defense from the air. Shuichi controlled the flying wing to increase the force area, and at the same time assembled the turbocharged jet engine to spray airflow downward to relieve the force. Finally, Yinxing landed heavily on a platform equipped with a crossbow cart on the castle of the city lord's mansion. A crossbow was trampled and fell apart on the spot. The defenders on the turret were all shocked by this person, who fell from the sky. Yinxing stood up from a half-squat position, kicked away the crossbow wreckage at his feet, and said to the guards, "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Go and inform the Earl that I'm here. I've also brought reinforcements. Please come here, Earl. We are going to fight back." The guards recognized Yinxing, and were even happier to hear that he'd brought reinforcements. "Yes, Knight Yinxing. I will tell my master this good news immediately. Please wait." Chapter 270 The City Lord's Mansion Under Siege. At this time, Earl Theodore was dressed in military uniform, sitting on the seat of the City Lord in the hall of the City Lord's mansion, holding a magic wand with many magic gems in his hands. And the other end of the magic wand was a counterweight and a spearhead of the weapon. The rebels outside were attacking their own castle. Without reinforcements, the defenders of the City Lord's mansion could only resist with their limited forces. Even the old Earl was always ready to join the battle. The old butler Adley also changed into a set of chain mail, with a long sword on his waist. Master, I didn't expect that one day we would wear armor again. I really miss the days when I followed you to fight everywhere. The butler standing beside the old Earl looked at the empty hall and couldn't help sighing. Earl Theodore said solemnly, the temple has really carefully prepared a riot. The leader who led the rebels to attack us must be an experienced commander. He knew that we were short of troops and had been carrying out oppressive harassment attacks on us to consume our troops and energy. It was only at night that they would launch a general attack. The old butler had followed the Earl in battles all his life. Even if he was not good at strategy, he could see the current situation clearly by what he heard and saw. If he and the Earl were 20 years younger, they would not be afraid of this rebel army at all. But time is unforgiving. The old housekeeper said, Knight Yinxing's envoy seems to have repelled the rebels who attacked them. The guards at the north gate rushed in to report before the rebels surrounded them. The 3,000 guild mercenaries that Yinxing deployed in the northern suburbs manor have entered the city. I think Knight Yinxing will definitely come to support us. The old Earl shook his head. I hope he won't rush to support us. The city lord's mansion is the focus of the rebels' attack. And there is no way to know how many troops are hidden in the surrounding urban areas. Blindly supporting us will only fall into the trap of the rebels. Yinxing and I both misjudged the strength of the rebels. Or too many people have lost confidence in Storm City, with the Empire negotiating with the Orcs. Many lives and properties can be saved after handing over Nuda City. These hateful traitors. The old butler could not help but curse. And he suggested, the swamp army of Knight Yinxing is at the border. As long as the master orders them to support Nuda City, the rebellion in the city can be easily quelled. Count Theodore thought seriously about the old butler's suggestion this time. The road from Nuda City to Eternal Territory has been repaired, and the Eternal Territory army is stationed at the border. With just one order, the vanguard can enter the city within a few hours. Allowing the Eternal Territory army to cross the border is different from allowing the Eternal Guild mercenaries to enter the city. Since it is a war, there will inevitably be accidental injuries, and there will inevitably be all kinds of crimes committed by the rebels. However, no matter how cruel the rebels are, they are still human. And no matter how minor the mistakes of the Eternal Army are, they are still foreigners. Earl Theodore can die, but his title, family, and fiefdom are still there. No matter how cruel the power and political struggle within the Silvermane Principality is, Earl Theodore has not betrayed the Principality in name. And Grand Duke Silvermane has no reason to take away the honor and fiefdom of the Theodore family. The crime of surrendering the city to foreigners is different. If Storm City falls again, no power, no voice, under the verbal attacks of those political enemies, the Theodore family will bear the infamy for generations. Wait a little longer. Count Theodore sighed. There are too many things to worry about, and he can no longer make decisions as before. The old butler also sighed. In the past, there was only the enemy and me in the war. But in Nuda City at this time, there is the enemy in me and the enemy in me. On the surface, they should be enemies. But they are allies I can rely on the surface. They are in the same camp. But they are enemies who want my life. I don't know how many forces in Nuda City are participating in the rebellion at this time. They all have their own purposes. But they definitely want the Earl to die. At this time, a guard ran in from outside. Report to the Lord. Knight Yinxing is leading a team of Griffins to attack the blockade of the rebels. Soon another guard rushed in. Your Excellency, Knight Yinxing was blocked by the rebels, and he has led his Griffins to retreat towards the embassy. Your Excellency, Knight Yinxing has led his Griffins to break through again. Your Excellency, Knight Yinxing was blocked and has retreated towards the embassy. Your Excellency, Knight Yinxing is at the southeast turret number 4. A man dressed as a crossbowman rushed into the hall of the city lord's mansion and shouted happily. Knight Yinxing said he brought reinforcements. Please go to the southeast turret number 4 to discuss the counterattack against the rebels. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Didn't it just say that Knight Yinxing led his Griffins to retreat towards the embassy when they were blocked by the rebels? How did he suddenly run to the southeast fort number 4? But a small crossbowman would never lie about this. Count Theodore stood up happily, handed the staff to the old butler, and walked quickly to the road leading to the southeast fort number 4. At this time, Yinxing was holding a telescope on this commanding height to observe the enemy situation around him. There were more people attacking the city lord's mansion than those attacking the special envoy. And they were more elite. They were scattered in the city buildings around the city lord's mansion, attacking from all sides and retreating quickly, making it difficult to grasp their exact number and distribution. More than 1,000 meters east of the city lord's mansion was the square occupied by Eddie's army. From the square to the city lord's mansion, there are densely packed buildings, and the terrain is extremely complex. If you don't want to get stuck in street fighting, you need to find a suitable time to advance. Notify Orf to lead all the werewolf warriors and werewolf cavalry in the embassy to support the square. Dispatch a squadron of tactical drone bombers to Nuda City on standby. Move the artillery in the embassy to a position that can support the square. After seeing the environment around the square in person, Yanqing felt that it was not safe to defend there with only mercenaries, who had only received preliminary training. When the square artillery bombarded the rebels around the city lord's mansion, the rebels would definitely try to get rid of this artillery position. The fighting will of the mercenaries composed of the children of the merchant guild is questionable, so it is better to transfer the werewolf warriors to add an insurance. The rescue of Earl Theodore is related to the battle situation in Nuda City. If the city lord can walk out of the city lord's mansion, it will be a great deterrent to the rebels. It can also improve the morale of friendly forces. At the same time, it will prevent more people from leaning to the side of the rebels. The sooner Earl Theodore is rescued, the sooner the riot can be ended. The key to whether the siege of the city lord's mansion can be lifted is the artillery position deployed in the square. During the period from the beginning to the end of the shelling, there must be no mistakes in this place. Yanqing issued orders in succession to continuously reinforce the protection of the artillery position in the square. Count Theodore also climbed onto the fort at this time. My mentor, Yanqing, saw that the old count was safe and sound, and stepped forward to give him a big hug. Regardless of the interests of the eternal territory, Yanqing had great respect for this mentor, who led him on the right path of heroism. In his heart, he really didn't want him to make any mistakes. Chapter 271, Make a Bombardment Plan. Count Theodore patted Yanqing on the shoulder, feeling relieved. He didn't know how Yanqing broke through the rebel blockade and rushed into the city lord's mansion. But it took great courage to rush in alone. You make me proud. Yanqing looked at the armor on the old count and smiled. Although I really want to see you wearing heavy armor and fighting with magic, I'm afraid there is no such opportunity. I brought reinforcements. We must defeat the enemies besieging the city lord's mansion as soon as possible, and let those who participated in the riot know. Nuda City is still Nuda City of Count Theodore. Count Theodore said, I am very happy that you can lead troops to support. But our enemies must have set up an ambush on the road you are supporting. If you rush over, you will only suffer heavy losses. I suggest you support other enemies first and gather the troops that are still loyal to me. Wait until I consume some more rebels here, and then you can attack us. Count Theodore's suggestion can be said to be very safe, but he doesn't know what Yanqing's support is. Yanqing replied, Don't worry, mentor. The support I give you can't be stopped by the rebels. I now need to know where the rebels around are concentrated. I am not familiar with how to fight, and I need you to guide me in the direction of attack. Count Theodore didn't know what Yanqing was talking about, but since his embassy was able to defeat the besieging rebels so early, there must be some secret weapon. Count Theodore remembered the dense roars coming from the direction of the embassy. Bring the topographic map around the city lord's mansion. Count Theodore did not waste time asking Yanqing. The count's followers were all veterans, who had followed him, and knew what to carry on the battlefield. Upon hearing the order, the followers immediately unfolded a portable command table, and found the corresponding map, and spread it on the table. Some tools were in a place where they could be used at any time. The count looked at the map, and carefully put down some chess pieces representing the enemy. As a general who has fought countless battles, Count Theodore is very clear about the tactical arrangements in various scenarios. The rebels besieging the city lord's mansion seem to be attacking from all sides, but there must be a concentrated departure point in the rear, because if the enemy troops are really all scattered in such a large city, the efficiency of conveying orders is really too low. Therefore, the rebels must have a gathering point. After the order is issued, the rebels who execute the attack order move forward. They move forward and disperse at the same time. When they attack near the city lord's mansion, it seems that they are everywhere. In addition, the enemy commander must have arrangements for support in the direction of the special embassy. The places suitable for ambushing hidden soldiers have also been marked one by Count Theodore. While marking, Count Theodore explained to Yanqing why the rebels were here. This was equivalent to opening up another field of knowledge for Yanqing, most of which could not be learned from books. While Count Theodore was explaining, these locations were also recorded by Chichui. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft on standby in the air conducted reconnaissance in these areas. With a clear detection area, They indeed found traces of a large number of rebel actions. Then, based on the magic trajectory and the stone trajectory, they reversed to find the location of the rebel magicians and catapults. A large number of attack points were marked on the tactical map in Yenshing's consciousness. Chichui assigned the attack order and the attack ammunition to these targets, or fled the wolf warriors to support. The squadron of drone bombers from Yunhyang arrived. The embassy support artillery arrived at the square. Count Theodore also finished marking the rebel concentration locations. He said, "These are the possible gathering areas of the rebels. The enemy commander is a general with actual combat experience. No matter how your army attacks, be careful." Yenshing glanced at the map marked by Count Theodore, and then looked at the artillery instruction map in his mind. He said to the old Earl, "I said, my support, the rebels can't stop it." At this time, Shuei reported, "Report to the master. The artillery position in the square is ready. The first target of attack is the enemy's 47th cluster. If no special attack targets appear, the square artillery position will attack in sequence according to the attack sequence in the list." Shuei's priority attack target did not choose the enemy's catapult position, although the square artillery can easily destroy the catapult position. The energy of the city lord's mansion's protective shield is stable, and the stone bombardment has no substantial damage to the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the attack speed of the catapult is so slow that the threat is not as great as it seems. The first attack of the artillery will definitely cause a lot of casualties to the enemy. Of course, it will attack more valuable targets. If the bet is won, the enemy's headquarters will be bombarded. That would be a big win. Yenshing felt that there was no problem with the order of bombardment set by Chichui, and then announced that the firing was allowed. Count Theodore was very curious about the support Yenshing mentioned. What kind of support was that the rebels could not stop? When Yenshing walked to the edge of the fort's wall, Count Theodore followed him. The attendants set up large shields around them, and the magician strengthened the defensive magic on the fort. Count Theodore looked towards the square in the east, where Yenshing had just said the reinforcements he brought were. It was just that due to the obstruction of the buildings in the middle, it was impossible to see the exact situation there. Suddenly, the continuous roar that had been heard in the direction of the embassy sounded from the direction of the square. Then I saw something flying over there in groups. They drew arcs in the sky, flew at a very fast speed, and then crashed into a residential area near the city lord's mansion. Smoke and dust rose, and a group of houses collapsed one after another. What kind of magic is this? The attack range of magic is limited, and the attack range of ordinary magic is mostly within 400 meters. If you want to increase the attack range of magic, you need to set up an auxiliary magic circle in advance and use multiple magicians to cast spells together. This consumption is undoubtedly very large, and it is mostly used to release strategic level magic. If used for tactical magic to attack only predicted enemies, or when the enemy is hiding under cover, it's really a waste. Not only the rare alchemical resources consumed to maintain the operation of the magic circle are wasted, but also the more precious magic power of the magician. Rare alchemical resources can be bought as long as you are willing to spend money. But once the magic power of the magician is consumed, it cannot be replenished in a short time. On the battlefield, the magic power of every magician needs to be carefully calculated, and no waste is allowed, in order to attack an enemy stronghold that only exists in the prediction. Yenshing used such a large-scale magic long-range attack. Can his magician withstand such consumption? Chapter 272, Square Defense. Count Theodore's face did not show joy at the reinforcements' attack on the enemy, but a face full of worry. He whispered to Yenshing, "I can still hold on here. You don't need to rescue me so urgently. If your magician uses up all his magic power, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop the enemy's counterattack." Just as Count Theodore was speaking, another round of roars came from the direction of the square. A black object flew a distance in the air and crashed into the ruins that had just been bombarded. The previous smoke and dust had not yet settled, and the new smoke and dust surged up again. Several more buildings collapsed. Magic? Yenshing smiled after hearing what Count Theodore said. Yes, it is magic. But the way to release this magic is not what you think. You don't need to worry about the consumption of magic power. My weapon is enough to flatten the place where we think there are enemies. Before the conversation ended, a series of roars sounded from the square. The flying shells once again baptized the target area, because he was born with a fear of insufficient firepower. Yenshing reserved enough ammunition for the artillery for this battle. Now the army under the Eternal Territory controls the road from the north gate of Nuda's city to the Eternal Territory, and the newly developed trucks are transporting newly produced artillery and ammunition to Nuda City. Therefore, Chue was very generous when making the bombardment plan, and at least 10 rounds of bombardment were to be carried out on the key target areas. 50 guns fired 10 rounds of bombardment, which would fire 500 shells, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. Even if solid shells were used, this density was already quite terrifying, especially against the enemy's defenseless dense cluster, facing the shells falling from the sky at a speed of nearly 300 meters per second. The stone houses could not provide good protection for the people inside. The shells could easily penetrate the walls and ceilings, and then change direction and rebound in the narrow space. The sudden attack caused a large number of casualties to the assembled rebels, who did not even know what they were being attacked by. All I know is that something got into the house, and some of my companions were torn apart. Even wearing heavy armor is useless in the face of such an attack. Some houses collapsed, and a group of soldiers were buried underneath. The stunned rebels didn't know what happened or what to do, and new attacks came from the sky. The soldiers who finally woke up hurriedly looked for a place to hide, and the heroes who served as middle and lower level officers deployed magic shields upwards to provide magic protection for their soldiers. The attack came again, and the short interval was terrifying. This time, some magic shields blocked the terrible iron balls, while some magic shields were smashed by the iron balls with huge momentum. The heroes' protection did not bring much sense of security to the soldiers. The speed of the attack made them feel that they had no breathing time. So most soldiers just wanted to escape from this nightmare place as soon as possible. A rebel gathering area was in a rout, and the artillery bombardment continued to crush it. After 10 rounds of bombardment, the artillery positions set up in the square changed their targets. The sanctions that fell from the sky fell on the heads of another group of rebels. Count Theodore, standing on the 4th turret in the southeast of the city lord's mansion, was stunned. This enemy force gathering area is located in the middle of a residential area with complex terrain. If the normal attack method is used, at least 1,000 soldiers will be deployed to fight for each house one by one. Whether it can be conquered is still unknown. As a result, Yinxing did not use any soldiers to fight on the battlefield, but used magic to flatten it. The results of the battle are still unpredictable. At least it is not so easy for this part of the enemy to reorganize after being dispersed. And looking at Yinxing's appearance, it seems that, as he said, the consumption of this round of long-range attack is not large. Could this be a new type of alchemical weapon developed by Thunder Swamp? When Earl Theodore was considering what changes this weapon would bring to the situation in Nuda City, and even the Windy Highlands, the square artillery position was carrying out a fierce bombardment on the 2nd bombardment area. The same scene was staged again, and no one could stop such an attack. The ambush circle set up by the rebels for Yinxing's reinforcements became a decoration. Their attack plan for the city lord's mansion was also greatly affected. If these unknown alchemical weapons were allowed to continue bombarding, there would be no orderly attack on the city lord's mansion. The rebel commander's reaction was quite fast. After the artillery position in Yinxing Square destroyed the 3rd target and eliminated all the rebel catapults, a large number of rebels launched an attack on the square defended by Eddie. This was the first actual combat experience by the Eternal Merchants Guild mercenaries since their establishment. However, the first unit to move was the drone bomber group on duty in the air. The bombs used by the Eternal Leader's drone bombers are now improved incendiary bombs. The new type of incendiary bombs has a longer burning time and stronger adhesion. The attack of the drone bomber controlled by Chichui was not aimed at the attacking rebels, but chose to block the roads. The rebels could not reach the square quickly, and the troops would be crowded in the narrow area. The next to arrive was the artillery bombardment from the embassy. The shells formed a barrier in front of the square defense circle. They destroyed the houses to make the rebels lose their concealment, and the deterrent force made the rebels dare not easily enter this barrier. The attacking rebels concentrated and were exposed to the guns of the guild mercenaries. The guild mercenaries occupying the high ground lay behind the built bunkers and shot at the rebels below, used dense bullets to block the limited passage. The rebels' first attack on the square was easily repelled. The artillery in the square continued to call the target area in an orderly manner. Soon the rebels organized a second attack. This time, they were more dispersed and made a detour to the 2 wings of the square. A group of griffins flew in to prepare for the battle, and some magicians quietly arrived at the front line to prepare attack magic. Threatened by the griffins, the drones had to retreat to higher airspace, and the accuracy of the bombing was naturally greatly reduced. Fei Ying immediately led 15 griffins to support. On the ground, the guild mercenaries manually set fire to establish a barrier and used thick smoke to offset the rebels' air advantage. He also raised a rocket launcher and fired double-kick firecrackers into the sky, creating a barrage barrier to prevent the rebel Griffins from threatening the artillery positions. The rebel magicians launched an attack together, and the mercenary magician group immediately launched a magic confrontation. Then the rebel ground forces attacked from 3 directions, and the musketeers guarding the positions fired at the charging enemies. Both sides showed their magical powers and fought back. Magic shone, eagles cried continuously, and 2 artillery guns roared alternately. As the scale of the battle continued to expand, the focus of the battle shifted from the city lord's mansion to the square. Chapter 273 Rose Court. While Yinxing was commanding his army to rescue Count Theodore, Ligeia led the werewolf warriors of the Eternal Territory into the Rose Court. Rose Court is a living garden. It was originally built as a palace for Grand Duke Silvermane. Therefore, Rose Court has beautiful scenery and various enjoyable facilities. There are very few defensive buildings that affect mood and vision. There are no high walls and fortresses, nor castle arrow towers. In the rebellion in Nuda City, although the rebels did not attack Rose Court, the harassment attack still caused great damage to this exquisite garden. A shocking crack was cut in the middle of the smooth lawn, with large pieces of burn marks and some ice crystals that had not yet melted. The fountain in the front yard was smashed down by a huge rock, and the walls of the main building were full of feather arrows. Black smoke was coming out of the windows of some rooms, and explosions were heard from time to time. There were corpses lying on the ground everywhere. The guards of the Rose Garden had abandoned the undefended outer garden area and retreated to the relatively solid buildings to defend. Ligeia rode on a chocobo and led the werewolf warriors to disperse a group of rebels attacking the Rose Garden, and drove straight into the grass. When they rushed to the main building, Ligeia asked the werewolf warriors to rely on the main building to defend outside, and she jumped off the back of the chocobo to find Madame Carol. The werewolf hero who followed Ligeia drew his saber and roared at his warriors while riding on the chocobo. Werewolf warriors of the Eternal Tribe, set up a defensive line and eliminate all enemies that enter your field of vision. Werewolf bravery. Werewolf bravery. The werewolf warriors, who received the roar skill of the werewolf hero, raised their weapons and roared in unison. Then, the werewolf warriors used their bulletproof shields to form an arc-shaped protective wall. They half-crouched behind the shields, with flintlock pistols in their hands, and watched the front vigilantly. All the werewolf cavalry got off the backs of the chocobos. First controlled the chocobos to lie on the ground, and then they rested on the chocobos. The werewolf trainers accompanying the army released the poisonous flies they brought, and then released some defensive magic to bless the army. During this period, the werewolf commander used his command terminal to contact Chui Chui, requesting reconnaissance drone support and tactical unmanned bombers to patrol on duty in the war zone he was responsible for. Chui Chui replied, "Reconnaissance drones and tactical unmanned bombers are in place. The new artillery and artillery crew are on the way, and it is expected that they will receive a certain degree of artillery support in 4 hours." After seeing Ligeia, Mrs. Carroll frowned and asked, "Why are you here? You should be by Yinxing's side at this time." Ligeia saluted Carroll and replied, "Yinxing is rescuing Earl Theodore. He went to the city lord's mansion. I don't have much significance in the embassy. I think you need me more now. I brought a reinforcement." Mrs. Carroll, standing by the window, looked at the werewolf warriors outside, and her tone became a little relaxed. "You said Yinxing went to the city lord's mansion? Were the rebels who attacked the embassy defeated by them?" Ligeia replied, "When the embassy was attacked, Yinxing defeated the attacking rebels in less than an hour." "So fast?" Mrs. Carroll couldn't believe it. Urban street fighting is not a plain encounter. In a complex urban environment, it takes a long time to defeat an enemy army even if you have an advantage. Not to mention that the embassy is so special that it must be the rebels' main target. Facing superior enemies, Yinxing's embassy defeated them in less than an hour. How did he do it? Due to the siege of the rebels, Mrs. Carroll's access to external intelligence was greatly restricted. Now all the intelligence channels she can use are serving to protect Prince Alito, and she has no power to collect intelligence from other places. But even if Mrs. Carroll is unwilling to believe it, Yinxing can send his werewolf warriors and Ligeia to support. It fully shows that the threat from his side has been eliminated. Mrs. Carroll's expression was within Ligeia's expectations, and even she was still shocked by what she saw at that time. "Madam, this is one of the reasons why I'm in a hurry to come back. Ligeia told Mrs. Carroll what she saw at the embassy, and described in detail the use and power of artillery. There are also new muskets used by the warriors of the Eternal Territory. Mrs. Carroll glanced at the werewolf warriors on guard outside and said, "Are the weapons in their hands the improved muskets you mentioned?" Ligeia replied, "Yes. In the past few days, I found that Yinxing has a very close connection with the goblins. Perhaps these new weapons are related to the goblins." Carroll recalled the intelligence she had collected about the Eternal Territory, and Yinxing was indeed cooperating with the goblins. They have a factory in the Eternal Territory, but the defense of that factory is very tight, and the spies of the Rose Court can't get in at all. Moreover, the anti-infiltration ability of the Eternal Territory is very strong, and it is difficult for the spies sent there to find useful things. But now is not the time to consider new weapons in the Eternal Territory. In order to complete the strategic layout of the Principality on the Windy Highlands, Prince Alito must be protected from leaving Nuda City as soon as possible, since the temple is looking for the elf emissary. This plan cannot be delayed. Ligeia, I have a new task for you. Madame Carroll ordered Ligeia to activate her subordinates' Principality spies to rescue Prince Alito. If there is a chance, send the prince out of the city and escort him to the elf-controlled area. Yes, ma'am. Ligeia accepted the order, and then after thinking for a while, she said, "I hope ma'am can allow me to seek help from a friend." Ligeia said this, which means that her friend is an outsider. If it was before, Madame Carroll would never allow an outsider to know about the elves. But things have developed to this point. Alito is being chased by the Foul Lion mercenary group and hiding everywhere. If there is a reliable foreign aid, it has to be used. Who is it? It's the thief Tran. Is it him? The thief Tran is so famous in Nuda City that Carroll certainly knows this legendary thief, especially since he robbed the Orc vault a few days ago. His fame has reached its peak. If the thief Tran is willing to rescue Alito, the chances of them escaping successfully are still very high. Lady Carroll asked, "Are you still in touch with him? Is he reliable?" Ligeia thought for a moment, took out a gold coin and said to Carroll, "I also participated in Tran's robbery of the Orc vault. He is very strong. So strong that he can kill me instantly if he wants. He does not belong to any force. I think I can trust him." Chapter 274 Counterattack. The room fell silent. Gunshots were heard outside. The rebels launched another attack on Rose Manor. Their archers entered the courtyard from various gaps and shot arrows from a distance. The werewolf warriors immediately fired back. The mercenary archers retreated in a panic after leaving behind several corpses. At this time, the chocobos carrying the werewolves jumped out from the shield. They charged at high speed with long legs and chirped. The werewolf cavalry drew out their double-barreled lances and shot at the fleeing mercenaries. The bullets splashed blood from the mercenaries' backs. The mercenaries who were shot fell to the ground and struggled in pain. After firing 2 bullets, the werewolf cavalry drew their sabers and continued to charge forward. They chopped down all the slow-running mercenaries. After driving out all the invading mercenaries, the werewolf cavalry retreated immediately according to the warning of the reconnaissance drone. On the way back, they also brought the bodies of the dead mercenaries. They cut off their heads and hung them on the shoulders of their mounts. The entire battle process was extremely short and quick, showing the ferocity of the werewolves to the fullest. It also made Carroll see the power of the musket. The Thunder Swamp may bring unprecedented prosperity to the Principality, or it may be a major concern for the Principality, whether it is to seize the benefits of the Windy Highlands in the present, or to suppress the development of the Thunder Swamp in the future and let it be used by the Principality. They all must form an alliance with the elves. Prince Alito cannot make any mistakes in Nuda City. It is difficult to rescue the prince by relying solely on the power of the Rose Court. Is Tran really trustworthy? Carroll's repeated questioning made Ligeia think about this question carefully. She didn't have much contact with Tran. So is he really trustworthy? Finally, Ligeia replied to Carroll affirmatively, "My intuition tells me that he is trustworthy." Intuition? Mrs. Carroll smiled and said, "Give my regards to Mr. Tran. I am willing to pay all the expenses for hiring him this time. Go change your clothes." Ligeia got a new task in the Rose Court. Yinxing's battle in the City Lord's mansion also reached a climax. The combat quality and fighting will of the mercenaries fighting against him were very high. They gradually adapted to the combat methods of muskets and artillery in the battle. The attacking rebels were more scattered. They advanced with the cover of houses and tried their best to use the bunkers to protect themselves. Sometimes they would take the initiative to destroy the house and pass through the middle. Everything was to shorten the distance with the mercenaries as much as possible and fight close hand-to-hand combat. At that time, the power of muskets and artillery would be reduced to the minimum. Facing the fierce attacking enemies, the problem of short training time of the mercenaries was exposed. The defense line was breached one after another. If Orf had not led the werewolf warriors to come up immediately, the mercenaries would have suffered heavy losses. While the werewolf warriors were blocking the rebels' attack, Eddie organized the retreating mercenaries to redeploy their defenses. The supporting artillery fire from the embassy prevented the rebels from following up. The artillery in the square was replaced with shotgun shells, and was pushed to the front by the alchemical robots, and fiercely bombarded the rebels who were pressing in. The bayonets on the artillery. No one could stand up in front of the shotgun shells. The terrifying lethality knocked down the rebels' offensive arrogance in one fell swoop. The rebels who had just rushed and attacked fiercely, looking at the black muzzle of the artillery, all ran back like crazy. The artillery that was too close to the front line was immediately hit by magic. When the artillery was withdrawn, a total of 12 guns were damaged. The battle continued. The corpses filled the entire battle line. The drone in the air faithfully recorded the cruelty of the war. And Yanxing watched with a heavy face. "Didn't you just say that you wanted to see me wearing heavy armor and fighting with magic?" Count Theodore, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, said to Yanxing at this time, "You will see it soon." Yanxing's thoughts were pulled over by the old Earl, and he asked, "Teacher, are you going to fight?" The old Earl took the magic wand from the butler and said to Yanxing, "The rebels have invested too many troops in the square. If our opponent still had the same number of troops left to guard against us, he would have already launched a strong attack on my city lord's mansion with his entire army. My army has many places to defend, and the rebels have many places to attack. The enemies here will not exceed my expectations of them. Now is the best time to counterattack them. Come with me." After saying that, the old Earl jumped down from the turret. The old butler led the Earl's followers to jump down one by one. Yanxing looked down and saw that they had all landed safely on the ground more than 10 meters below. There were guards who brought fighting griffins for them. The knights and soldiers gathered behind the closed door at a very fast speed. Yanxing smiled. The old fox was going to use his old tricks. Yanxing jumped down from the turret. This height was not dangerous for his body at this time. Feiying was not there, and a servant also brought a fighting griffin for Yanxing. Yanxing climbed on the back of the fighting griffin and stood side by side with the old Earl. The magician standing on the tower cast magic for the army that was about to go to battle. Magic beams of different colors shot down from above. Then, they exploded to form pieces of magic fountains, sprinkling the magic effect like water columns on every soldier. A magic shield appeared on the side. A halo unfolded under his feet. The whole body was full of colorful magic luster. Count Theodore also raised his magic wand. Pray a golden beam of light from the sky, and an angel's projection sprinkled blessings on the army below. The warriors raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory!" The gate of the city lord's mansion slowly opened. Count Theodore urged the battle griffin to rush out of the gate first. Yanxing was also infected by this high fighting spirit and was extremely excited. He rode the battle griffin and followed the old count closely. Other knights riding battle griffins and war horses rushed out. The battle griffins flapped their wings in the run-up and made high-spirited cries. They ran with the knights on their backs, and their 4 hooves gradually left the ground. The heavy knights galloped and caused the earth to vibrate. A group of griffins rushed out from the city lord's mansion and joined the knights riding the battle griffins. The old Earl was still in the front. Like a fierce general who had fought against thousands of enemies, he returned to the battlefield he dominated. He waved his magic wand, and a row of ice crystal spears condensed, and then swept at the rebels below. Facing the group of rebel griffins coming on, his charge did not slow down at all. The dense magic focused on him, hitting the magic shield in front of him, splashing a brilliant light like fireworks. He continued to charge, wearing windproof goggles in front of his eyes. His white hair and beard were flying in the wind. Closer, closer. When it was close enough, a circle of frozen ice rings expanded rapidly with him as the center. Ice Magic Ring. Chapter 275 Rescue. The magic ring with freezing cold air exploded, and those griffins that did not have a strong enough magic immunity state were instantly frozen by the freezing cold. Several griffins fell downwards. The rebel griffin knights urgently released contact freezing magic for the fallen griffins. But 3 griffins still fell to the ground. Those griffins that were barely rescued also staggered in flight. They retreated under the cover of their companions, and went to find a healer to heal their injuries. They would not be able to participate in this air battle for a while. The elderly Earl Theodore led his troops to attack, which was beyond the expectations of the rebel commander. It is really not suitable for him to fight in the battlefield at this age. But Count Theodore showed the rebels what it means to be strong even at old age. He still rushed to the front and released powerful magic at the place where the rebels were most concentrated. Through the gorgeous and powerful magic, one can imagine how brave he was on the battlefield. Butler Atlee and his followers followed the Count closely. They guarded the Count's flanks and rear, not giving the rebels any chance to attack the Count. Yinqing was a little behind this team that cooperated well. He didn't know what he should do. Yinqing lagged behind for a while, and the baby horse Fei Ying ran below. Yinqing jumped off the back of the battle Griffin and landed on Fei Ying's back. The alchemical saddle fixed Yinqing on the horse's back. Fei Ying neighed and increased his speed to climb high into the sky. The Griffins belonging to the Eternal Territory came to join and formed an attack formation with Fei Ying. Let's fight according to our order. Yinqing saw that all his Griffins were in place. So he said to Chichui, the target is the rebel Griffins. And formulate an attack plan. Yes, Master. Chichui activated the Air Combat Information System and formulated an attack plan based on the battlefield intelligence collected. Count Theodore's Griffins have tied up most of the enemy's Griffins. I suggest that we implement a cutting tactic against the enemy Griffins from the outside. Create a local advantage to annihilate the separated enemy Griffins. The goal is to kill 3 to 4 Griffins at a time. Our ground forces can provide a certain degree of support. Yinqing took the opportunity to pay attention to the ground battle. The defenders of the city lord's mansion rushed out and stabbed into the back of the rebels like a chisel. The pressure on the square defenders was greatly relieved. Eddie was organizing a counterattack and cooperating with Count Theodore to attack the rebels from both sides. Some rocket launchers can cooperate with the Griffin troops in combat. Yinqing saw the tactics that Chichui brought out and confirmed the execution without objection. Chichui subdivided the responsibilities of each unit in the tactics into the terminal task list of the Eternal Territory Griffin Knights. After circling in the sky, Yinqing rode Fei Ying and led his Griffin group to dive down in 3 teams. The tactics to be implemented were: Chichui determined the target, and Yinqing led the team to bite the target and pursue. The other 2 teams formed a pair of scissors from the left and right in the air to separate the target from the rebel Griffin group. Then Chichui gave the defense and attack distribution. Choose a team to contain the rebel Griffin group, and the other 2 teams will eliminate the separated Griffins as quickly as possible, and then support the cover team to retreat. The whole tactic is to create a time difference. Use Chichui's powerful computing ability to find fleeting attack opportunities and complete all attack actions in the shortest time. On the ground, a team of werewolf warriors carrying rocket launchers set up a safe zone. If the rebel Griffins chased out, their own Griffin Knights could lead the enemy into the ground ambush circle. Let the rocket launcher teach them a lesson. In one execution of the cutting tactic, Yinqing and his Griffin group destroyed 4 Griffins without damage, including a Griffin Knight and the combat Griffin he rode. Seeing that the tactic was effective, Yinqing continued to lead the team to cut at the periphery of the air battle. Count Theodore led his Griffin group to rampage in the air. He knew that his body and magic power were not enough to fight such a high-intensity battle for a long time. So he needed to defeat the enemy's air force as quickly as possible. Seize the air superiority, and the rest of the battle will be easy. However, the number of Griffins led by him is ultimately at a disadvantage, and the enemy is also an elite Griffin unit. Moreover, although the enemy commander went to the battle, he was very cunning. He led a Griffin squad, and did not confront Earl Theodore head-on, using mobility, defensive magic and cannon fodder to consume the Earl's magic and physical strength. Even though the old Earl and his elite Griffin Knight team had a high casualty ratio, the situation was not optimistic. The only consolation was that Yinqing's army deployed in the square began to counterattack. If they could hold on to the ground and win, the rebel Griffins would have to retreat. Yinqing? Where is he? After launching a charge, the old Earl paused for a moment to reorganize his troops, and then looked for Yinqing's position. His magical horse that could run in the air was very easy to identify. As a general who had been in battle for a long time, the old Earl only took a glance to see the exquisiteness of Yinqing and his Griffin's execution of tactics. It was like dancing on the edge of a sharp sword. The strength and timing must be just right, and the slightest mistake will trap them in the enemy's siege. And Yinqing and his Griffins are like the most elegant hunters, like a dragonfly touching the water. It will leave as soon as it touches the water. take away the lives of several Griffins, and then leave calmly. How did he do this? Earl Theodore believed that the Griffins he led were elite enough, and the cooperation between them was also honed through many battles. But it is absolutely impossible to complete such precise attack and defense and multi-directional seamless cooperation. These are only more than 10 Griffins. If he is given hundreds or thousands of Griffins, who can compete with him in the sky? Master. The butler flew close with a sword, unfolded a magic shield to block an attack for the Earl, and then shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you?" Count Theodore knew that he was distracted. He used a staff to cast magic on the surrounding followers and shouted, "Contract defense and respond to the enemy with a circular defense formation. Pay attention to the position of Yinxing and his Griffin group. If we want to win, we must contain the enemy and create attack opportunities for Yinxing." Following Earl Theodore's orders, the Griffins of the City Lord's mansion no longer attacked and rushed, but formed several circular formations with the Earl as the center, forming a defensive sphere. In this way, the rebel Griffins faced a tortoise formation that was difficult to bite. The best way to deal with the circular defense formation is to surround and slowly wear it down. As long as you have patience and don't rush, you can bite it open in a little time. But at this time, there is still an annoying existence in the air. Yinxing and his Griffins took a small bite at a time, and they had killed more than 10 rebel Griffins. The rebel commander wanted to consume Earl Theodore, and when his magic power and physical strength were exhausted, he would destroy him in one fell swoop. His mission was completed. The death of Earl Theodore was enough to dampen the morale of all the city defense forces that were still resisting, and the temple could take the opportunity to take over the rule of the city. Yinxing's embassy was not trapped yet, but who would have thought that Earl Theodore, who was always known for his bravery, would actually start to defend? "Didn't you charge very hard just now?" Earl Theodore started to defend, making the rebel Griffins extremely uncomfortable. "Attack, but can't get in." We also have to be wary of Earl Theodore turning defense into offense. Outside, Yinxing bit slowly, and no matter how the rebel Griffins were arranged, he could always take a bite and then retreat. Our reaction was half a beat slower, and we couldn't surround them. And if they were chasing, they would lower their altitude and fly close to the ground buildings. If the chasing Griffins did not retreat in time, they would be attacked from the ground by the enemy's alchemical weapons. That kind of alchemical weapon was powerful and had a wide coverage. The tiny steel balls would penetrate any gaps, and once they broke through the defense of the magic shield and injured the wings, the Griffins would fall. This battle situation made the rebel Griffins extremely uncomfortable. In the end, before the situation deteriorated irreversibly, the rebel commander decisively ordered a retreat. Since the combat mission could not be achieved, it was better to preserve strength. As long as his army was there, Earl Theodore could not quickly quell the city riots. The minimum goal of High Priest Lancelot for this riot is to find and kill the elf envoy. It would be better if he could break through the City Lord's mansion and kill Earl Theodore. If the attack on the City Lord's mansion is blocked, the minimum goal must be achieved. The elves must die. As several large magic fireworks exploded in the air, the rebels attacking the City Lord's mansion began to retreat. The rebels' Griffins left the battle in an orderly manner to cover the retreat of the ground army. Yinxing stopped the guild mercenaries from chasing. The buildings in Nuda City are densely packed, and chasing too closely may be counterattacked by the enemy. Anyway, his main goal is to rescue Earl Theodore. It is not his business to quell the rebellion. The army of the Special Embassy is a deterrent force, and it only needs to protect its own industry. As the last group of rebels withdrew, the battle around the City Lord's mansion ended. What was left were ruins. The artillery had caused great damage to the building complex. In the short battle, 1/3 of the buildings between the City Lord's mansion and the square were destroyed. Riding a battle Griffin and flying over the ruins, Count Theodore did not feel the joy of victory. He watched this city being built, watching this place become prosperous little by little. Every house here was his hard work, and it was so easy to destroy them. Count Theodore's body shook. This battle pushed his mind and body to the limit. The old butler flew close, cast a few spells for the Earl, and said, "Master, let's go back to the City Lord's mansion." Go back. Count Theodore knew that he must not let anything happen here. He raised his head, turned the flying direction of the battle Griffin, and flew towards the City Lord's mansion. The Griffins lined up in a long line behind him and cried victoriously. On the ground and on the high walls and towers of the City Lord's mansion, the heroes and soldiers cheered. Count Theodore, who returned to the City Lord's mansion, Immediately summon important personnel to the hall. The defense of the city lord's mansion must be strengthened to prevent the rebels from returning to attack again. The ruins in the battle area need to be cleared. Move the bodies. Search for the wounded. Put out the fire. The civilians affected by the battle also need to be rescued and comforted. The battle mainly took place in the civilian area, and there must be many civilians who died and were injured because they did not have time to escape. Rescue the civilians, and recruit a group of young and strong men to join the army. Even the first-level peasants are a fighting force. Then find a way to notify the city defense forces in other places to let them know that the city lord's mansion is still there, and Earl Theodore is still the lord of Nuda City. Then prepare to quell the rebellion. When Earl Theodore issued various orders, the night gradually enveloped Nuda City. The people who fought for a day were tired, and the battle was suspended. But occasionally magic still cuts through the darkness. After dealing with urgent matters, Count Theodore dragged his tired body into his study. At the moment when the study door was closed, he finally couldn't help but let the butler support his body that was almost tilted. Yenxing, who had been waiting here for a long time, also rushed over to support the old count, and together with the butler, helped him sit on the chair. Old? Really old? The old count exhaled heavily and said self-deprecatingly, I didn't expect that old age would be so useless. I've only fought for such a short time, and I'm so tired. Back then, I could fight for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, and I still felt full of energy. Now, any unknown little character can bully me. You can swagger away in front of me. The butler helped Earl Theodore take off his heavy armor piece by piece, and his worried tone was a little choked. Master, you must take good care of yourself. You can just let us go in this kind of battle. We are all soldiers trained by you, and we will not embarrass you. After taking off his heavy armor, Earl Theodore stretched his body and said, this battle is too important. One more or one less of me may have different results. Fortunately, we won. The rest of the rebellion is just a matter of time. Yenxing, what do you think of the next battle? Yenxing saw that Earl Theodore seemed to be in good health, so he was relieved. Teacher just said that it is only a matter of time to put down the rebellion. And this riot also exposed the true colors of everyone in Nuda City. Friends and enemies are clearly distinguished, and it is a good thing to sort out the mess of Nuda City. But the source of this rebellion points to the temple. Teacher, have you thought about how to deal with this big cancer? Listening to Yenxing's answer, Earl Theodore nodded. This rebellion is not all bad. Those who usually hide very deeply, but have evil intentions all jumped out. There was no excuse to deal with them before, and now it is a good time to settle accounts. It's just that small fish are easy to deal with, but temples are not easy to deal with. As long as the temple is still there, Nuda City will sooner or later return to its old appearance. After thinking about it, there is really no good way. Behind the temple is the Griffin Heart Empire. They did not openly participate in this riot, so we can't touch it. But this time we have eliminated all its followers. And High Priest Lancelot should be quiet for a while. The key is Storm City. Only when Storm City is in the hands of Marquis Anderson, Nuda City will be safe. Alas, the temple did not choose a random day to launch a riot. These 2 days must be the most critical 2 days in the situation of Storm Highlands. And we don't know what is happening in Storm City. I have done everything I can. Earl Theodore sighed and looked out the window. In the dark night, only the lights of the embassy competed with the stars. Chapter 276 Appearance Fee. After having dinner with Count Theodore, Yenxing returned to his embassy. The weapons sent by Yongheng Territory arrived just in time. The use of muskets, artillery and rocket launchers was the key to Yenxing's victory in the 2 battles during the day. The use of such weapons resulted in a large consumption of weapons and ammunition. Now Yongheng Territory's newly built arsenal is running at full capacity to prepare for the next stage of the battle. With the support, the artillery was replenished. Yenxing replenished the artillery of the square artillery position to 50 guns. This place can provide firepower support for the city lord's mansion and the embassy at the same time, and is a very important strategic point. Eddie, who was in charge of guarding the square, said people to blow up the houses around the square at night, to prevent the rebels from sneaking in and attacking in the dark. The industries of the Eternal Territory in Nuda City were also strengthened. A large number of drones patrolled and investigated in the sky above the city. Just when Yenxing was checking the defense system, Chue reported, Grey Rat left a message at the intelligence exchange. And Blood Falcon wants to see you. The master. Blood Falcon is Ligia. Didn't she give her an army to lead to rescue the Rose Court? What did she do to Tran in the middle of the night? Seeing that there were no loopholes in his defense, Yinxing decided to meet Ligia as Tran. Find out what Rose Court wants to do. Yinxing changed into a set of clothes. This is a set of clothes designed by him for thieves to wear with reference to many magic games, while allowing thieves to continue to maintain mystery and practicality. It fully explores the beauty. In addition, Yinxing also designed a set of backpacks and leather bags for small tools for thieves, which can be tightly tied to the shoulder straps and belts without affecting the movements. The means of covering the appearance is no longer to use a hood that affects the vision, but to choose a headgear that only exposes the eyes. Anyway, these things can be said to be stolen from the embassy. Yinxing has thought it through. Yongyong territory must lead the clothing trend of this era. Stand at the forefront of fashion, control the traffic password, and make a lot of money from the rich. The first thing to promote is the professional uniforms for each profession. The legendary thief trend personally endorsed the thief professional uniforms. Therefore, when Yinxing, whose image had changed greatly, stood in front of Ligia and Grey Mouse, he asked the two to identify them carefully. Lord Tran. Grey Mouse circled around Yinxing and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this set of clothes from?" "I stole it from the Thunder Swamp Special Envoy. It feels better than the previous clothes. Everything is placed close to the body, not like before. Short weapons can be inserted into the leather sheath on the outside of the thigh, which is more convenient to use than before, and it will not affect the movement. Wearing a mask is also more convenient than wearing a hood." Yinxing actively promoted the product to Grey Rat. Ligia said at this time, "Grey Rat, you can go back. I have a private mission to entrust to Lord Tran." After that, Ligia threw a gold coin to Grey Rat. "Thank you, Miss Blood Falcon. Goodbye, Lord Tran." After Grey Rat got the commission, he saluted Yinxing and turned away. In the shadowy corner of the house, only Yinxing and Ligia were left. "What do you want to find me for?" "You know the situation in Nuda City. If you want to hire me for something, you have to pay more." Ligia asked with a smile. "You robbed the Orcs' vault. Are you still short of money?" Yinxing laughed and said, "Money is something I always lack. If you have anything to say, please tell me. I wonder if your Assassin's Guild can't solve the problem in Nuda City and needs to find me." Ligia knew that time was running out, so she didn't say anything else and went straight to the point. "I want you to help our Assassin's Guild rescue someone and escort him out of Nuda City." "Who?" "I can't tell you the identity of that person yet, and I hope you don't delve into it. All I can tell you is, he is an elf." "Elf?" Yinxing and Count Theodore had long guessed that the Silvermane Principality must have been in contact with the Snow Elves in secret. It's just that they can't be sure whether the elves are in Nuda City. Now listen to the meaning of Ligia's words. The elf envoy was not only trapped in the city, but also faced a danger that the Assassin's Guild could not solve. Ligia knew that the relationship between humans and elves was not good. So she explained, "This elf is a friend of our Assassin's Guild and provided us with a group of very powerful elf assassins. It's just that he has some hatred with the Foul Lion Mercenary group and is being hunted down by Captain Donald. Although we are trying our best to protect this elf friend, the power of our Assassin's Guild is not enough to fight against the Foul Lion Mercenary group. So we would like to ask for your help. The Assassin's Guild is willing to pay you 50,000 gold coins as commission for this mission, and will not charge any additional fees or deposits. If you hadn't mentioned the deposit, I would have almost forgotten about it. Your Assassin's Guild has not paid me back the 30,000 gold deposit it owes me. And this time I was given such a dangerous mission, only 50,000 gold. Do you think I'm someone who needs 50,000 gold?" Ligia also felt that her offer was not enough to impress Tran, who had just obtained the Orc vault. She asked, "Name a price." 200,000 gold. Yinxing asked a big price, treating the Assassin's Guild like a fat sheep. 200,000 gold. Ligia felt that her heart was struck. She did not reveal the identity of Prince Alito, so she felt that offering 50,000 gold coins to rescue an elf was already very high. Unexpectedly, the thief Tran raised the price by 4 times as soon as he opened his mouth. Did he see something? 200,000 gold is too much. This elf is just a friend of ours. Yinxing said, "I don't care who you want me to rescue. The offer of 50,000 gold is simply looking down on me. I am now a famous thief. If you want to hire me, the appearance fee must be at least 150,000 gold. Add the 50,000 gold you offered. It is exactly 200,000 gold. This is just for your sake. Otherwise, just because the opponent is the Foul Lion Mercenary group. At least another 100,000 gold will be added. Yinxing is now sure to defeat Legia. The boss behind the Foul Lion Mercenary group is the Temple, which can use the elves captured by Donald himself. It is definitely worth 200,000 gold. If the Assassin's Guild? No, if the Rose Court is unwilling to take this money. Let the elves die in the hands of the Foul Lion mercenaries. Anyway, Count Theodore must also want these elves to die. Okay, follow me. We will go find the elves. Legia was afraid that the thief trend would increase the money to 300,000. So she agreed to his offer. To rescue the elf emissary. Everything is worth it for the Silver Mane Principality. Yinxing followed Legia and jumped onto the roof and ran towards a certain urban area. Above their heads, several drones turned on infrared probes to locate and warn Yinxing. Chapter 277 Anjik Castle. The city of Nuda was blocked due to internal riots. And it was difficult for people and news inside the city to leave. It was also difficult for people and news outside to enter. The situation in the Windy Highlands was quietly changing. Anjik Castle under the night was rare and quiet. This solid fortress blocking the storm city had changed beyond recognition after experiencing continuous attacks by the Orc army. The front wall almost collapsed. And it was only because the Earth Magician used magic to fill the gap at any time that a usable wall was maintained in front of Anjik Castle. Zybel, wearing a suit of armor, walked on the uneven wall to inspect the city defense. After a whole day of fighting, the human defenders were all exhausted and leaning against the parapet to rest. Wherever they passed, they could hardly see anyone without injuries. There were no reserve troops in the fortress to replace them, and the soldiers who could stand were all on the city wall. There was no one to clean up the bodies inside and outside the city wall. The soldiers also turned a blind eye to the bodies of the orcs and comrades around them. No one thought that they could still defend Anjik Castle tomorrow. If they couldn't defend it, what did it matter whether the bodies were cleaned up or not? Zybel walked in silence. In the past, she thought that war was romantic. A poem of blood and iron. When she first climbed the wall of Anjik Castle and looked at the orc army rolling in front of her, her heart was full of longing for battle. She believed that she would definitely become a famous general. However, at this time, her face was blackened by smoke and dust, and the solid platinum armor was full of shocking damage. Her momentum was no longer ostentatious, and her restrained coldness made people dare not approach her. Zybel didn't know how many orcs she had killed, nor how many human warriors died around her. She felt that she was very numb now, and the look in her eyes must be the same as that of other soldiers. There was no fear of death, nor was there a yearning for life. Like a war machine without emotion, fighting until death. This is probably why my father never let me go to the battlefield. Zybel stopped and looked outside the city. You can't see too far in the night, and you can vaguely see the orc totem erected in the distance. Orcs are all brave warriors, respectable and terrible enemies. Miss Zybel. Donna caught up from behind. She was holding a tray with baked bread, sausages, and a bowl of vegetable sweet soup. Zybel promised Yinxing to help train Donna, and she brought Donna with her when she was transferred to Storm City. Later, when she followed Marquis Anderson to Anjik Castle to participate in the war. Donna has always been Zybel's attendant. Although Donna is not very old, she has changed a lot after experiencing this cruel war. The test of life and death also made her strength grow by leaps and bounds. Zybier asked Donna to put the plate on the wall, then took the bread and broke it open, and stuffed a sausage into the sweet soup. He took a bite and chewed it and asked Donna, "Does the Marquis have any orders?" Donna answered truthfully, "Since the orcs retreated in the evening, I haven't seen the Marquis again. The Marquis's followers haven't seen him either, and no one knows where he went." Donna's answer stunned Zybier. Marquis Anderson, as the commander of the Windy Highland Legion, was able to stop the orc army's attacks again and again because he led the troops to hold on to Fort Anjik. Every time the orcs retreated, Marquis Anderson would issue many orders to strengthen the city defense and allocate troops to prepare for the next battle. Sometimes he would walk around the city wall to inspect and encourage the soldiers. This time, not only did no orders come from him, but even his people disappeared. What happened? Such an abnormality made Zybel not in the mood to continue eating dinner. She wanted to find Marquis Anderson, but her duty was to guard this section of the city wall to prevent the orcs from attacking at night. Where did he go? At this time, Donna said, "Miss, I think today's battle is easier than the previous few days. Does it mean that the orcs have no strength left? And is the war about to end?" Listening to Donna's question, Zybel smiled and said, "Silly child, the orcs have much more troops than us. They can attack in turns, and there are always some orcs resting in the back. Unlike us, we really have no strength. You think it was easy to fight today because..." Zybel suddenly paused here. It was indeed easier to fight today than the previous few days. Although the orcs attacked non-stop from morning to night, it was obvious that they were not determined to attack in the afternoon. In the evening, they retreated early. This is very abnormal. Zybel looked outside again, and the outer side of the city wall was full of orc corpses. Usually at this time, the orcs would send people to collect these bodies. They would not bring weapons, and the defenders in the city would not attack them, and would throw the bodies of the orcs in the city out. The orcs would not only collect their bodies, but also put the bodies of the human soldiers together, waiting for the defenders in the city to collect them. During this period, the orcs would not launch sneak attacks. Both sides were mortal enemies on this battlefield, but they gave the greatest respect to the dead warriors. The battle ended early today, but the orcs have not sent anyone to collect the bodies until now. Something must have happened. Zybel stretched out his hand and fired a beam of lighting magic toward the outside of the city. The beam flew forward and then gradually extinguished. This distance was not enough for Zybel to see the situation on the orc side, but she could feel that those standing totems were so lonely. A premonition grew stronger in Zybel's heart. She picked up the whistle on her chest and blew it, and soon a huge figure landed beside her. Zybel jumped onto the back of the Royal Griffin. When the Royal Griffin was about to take off, Donna shouted in surprise, "Miss Zybel, what are you going to do?" "Marquis Anderson's last order is, no one is allowed to leave the city." Zybel looked at the darkness in the distance and said to Donna, "I'll go see what's going on with the orcs and come back soon. You wait for me here." After saying that, Zybel urged the Royal Griffin to jump down from the city wall. Then the Royal Griffin spread its wings and flew in the direction of the orc army. Donna didn't dare to let Zybel go out alone. She blew her whistle to summon a combat griffin to ride on. She shouted to the nearby defenders, "Miss Zybel has left the city. You immediately go and inform the on-duty Griffin Knight to pick her up. Everyone prepare for battle." After giving the order, Donna rode the combat griffin out from under the city wall and chased after Zybel's back. The Royal Griffin was very fast, and it carried Zybel over the top of the orc totem. The place where the orc totems were inserted was the starting point of the orcs' attack. There was always a team of elite orcs protecting the totems, and there was not a single orc near these totems. Something must have happened. Zybel was more certain of her guess, and she urged the Royal Griffin to speed up and fly towards the orcs' camp. Chapter 278 Orcs Withdraw. When Donna caught up from behind, she saw Zybel riding a Royal Griffin hovering over the orc camp. She was not attacked, because the entire orc camp was empty. There was no guard here. It can be seen that the orcs retreated very hastily, and many things were left here, even very valuable siege weapons and alchemical weapons. Donna approached Zybel cautiously, and she could see that the lady was very excited. The orcs actually retreated. Something must have happened in the wilderness. Zybel checked every corner of the orc camp to confirm that this was not an ambush. Donna was also very happy. She asked Zybel, "Miss Zybel, did we win?" "We won," Zybel said affirmatively. "The orcs' attack during the day was just to cover their withdrawal. They gave up the baggage and lightly moved. We should immediately organize troops to pursue them and delay their time. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity to severely damage the main force of the orcs." Zybel looked at the direction of the orcs' retreat. Along the way, there were all kinds of things discarded by the orcs. It can be seen that in order to move faster, they threw away everything that could be thrown away. The orcs were in such a hurry to leave. If we can stop them, we may be able to achieve unexpected results. At this time, a group of griffins flew over from Angic Castle. Zybel immediately went to meet them, and saw that they were all the followers of Marquis Anderson. He immediately said, "Knight Fusher, please go to Marquis Anderson and tell him about the urgent retreat of the orcs. The rest of you, follow me to chase the retreating orc army and wait for an opportunity to delay them." But the Griffin Knights, who came, surrounded Zybel and Donna together. Knight Fusher said to Zybel, "Miss Zybel, the Marquis has ordered that no one can leave Angic Castle. Please go back with us." Zybel said anxiously, "Didn't you see? The orcs retreated very quickly this time. Something must have happened behind them. If we seize the opportunity, we can completely inflict heavy damage to the main force of the orcs." The Griffin Knights were unmoved. They continued to surround Zybel, and even began to prepare magic. "Miss Zybel, Please obey the military order. If you have anything to say, you can wait until you see the Marquis. Zybel asked, Where is the Marquis? Nightfusher said, The Lord has arrived in Storm City now. He was afraid that the news of his return to the city would be leaked. So he didn't tell others. Miss, the Marquis doesn't want you to be in any danger. Please come back to the city with us. Marquis Anderson went to Storm City? Why did he go to Storm City at this time? Did he know about the retreat of the Orcs a long time ago? So he left Angic Castle with confidence. What happened? More questions arose in Siebel's mind. She glanced at the direction of the Orcs' retreat, and then reluctantly followed the Griffin Knights, who surrounded her back to Angic Castle. As for the Orcs' withdrawal, no news leaked out because Marquis Anderson did not allow anyone to enter or leave Angic Castle. Everyone believed that the war in Angic Castle was still going on, and the Orcs would capture the fortress at any time and march to Storm City. New Tower City was closed because of the riots, and even at night, there were still sporadic battles, especially in the residential area near the city wall in the northeast of the city. The battles were frequent and extremely fierce. Captain Donald stood on the top floor of a tower, surrounded by the supporters of several elite heroes of the mercenary group. Looking at the dark houses below, his men have surrounded the elf envoy in this small area. Although the spies sent by the Rose Garden to protect the elves fought hard, they still couldn't stop the encirclement from shrinking. A lighting magic rose into the air, and several spies hiding in the shadows of the roof immediately appeared. And then a piece of attack magic hit them. These spies jumped off the roof in a panic with magic shields, and the elite of the Foul Lion mercenary group dispersed and surrounded them. After several houses were cleaned up, the subsequent mercenary groups went in and searched carefully to see if there were any secret rooms and secret passages where people could hide. After confirming that there were no elves hiding, the encirclement shrank a little. Although searching for people in this way is a bit slow, it can ensure that the elves in the encirclement will not slip out. Captain, at this speed, we can complete the task assigned to us by High Priest Lancelot before dawn. At that time, Captain, you will be Viscount Donald. Donald was very pleased with the flattery of his subordinates. After dawn, the glory of the family will be revived in his hands. After I am conferred the title of Viscount, I will accept you as my retainers and confer you the title of Knight. You offer your loyalty to me, and the Donald family will grant you honor. Several heroic mercenaries saluted Donald together, as if they had already been awarded the title of Knight. Donald continued to look at the city below with high spirits. The elf envoy was already trapped. At this moment, Prince Alito sat on a chair in a simple house, looking at the open door outside with an expressionless face. Including this place, he has changed 6 hiding places. There are only 4 elf guards left. Like Prince Alito, they wore green military coats and stood at the door and in the yard with hunting bows in their hands. The elf was tall and thin, handsome, and wore an ordinary military coat in a fashionable way. From time to time, various colored magic flashes lit up in the night sky outside. Prince Alito said to the human spy who had been standing by his side, I came to Nuda City because I believe you can guarantee my safety. But now it seems, you can neither keep the secret of my being here nor protect my safety. The Foul Lion mercenary group came here with such a clear purpose, obviously knowing that I was here. This made Prince Alito very angry. And not only did the Rose Court have a traitor who leaked the secret, but it also didn't have the ability to protect itself. Facing Prince Alito's anger, the head of the spy was also very aggrieved. The assassination of Yen Xing triggered the Assassin's Guild's leak. The Assassin's Guild has been investigating for so long, but it has not found out who leaked the secret. But the suspects are getting more and more. How could it be possible to use those suspected people for such an important matter as protecting the elf emissary? Therefore, the Rose Court's manpower, although it can guarantee their loyalty, is too small. Please rest assured, Prince, everything is under the control of Madame Carol. We will also do our best to protect your safety. Before the head of the spy finished speaking, a spy rushed in from outside. His clothes were full of holes of various sizes from the fire, and there were large marks of fire on his face. Let's go. It's not safe here. The head of the spy's face became even uglier. Prince Alito chuckled, stood up and walked out. Chapter 279, Substituting One Thing for Another. The battle that took place when the Falshi mercenary group was searching for the elf emissary was seen by Yen Xing, who had been lurking nearby. Through the reconnaissance of the drone, it can be seen that the Falshi mercenary group is very cautious. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, they set up 3 encirclements in this small area. It prevents people inside from rushing out and outsiders from entering. Legia squatted beside Yinxing, looking anxiously at the residential area in front. There are 15 spies lurking around. They belong to a lurking group and accept Legia's command. Sir Tran, when are we going to rush in? Wait a moment. Yinxing answered. This area is not small. And there are mercenaries from the Foul Lion mercenary group and spies from the Rose Garden everywhere. The alchemical robot has no way to set up an electromagnetic field without being discovered. Without an electromagnetic field, Yinxing dared not play around. After comforting Legia, Yinxing asked Chui, can you find a route to sneak in and quietly pick people up? Chui analyzed the information he had reconnaissanced and answered awkwardly, Master. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can only detect people exposed outside and cannot see those blocked by houses. Even if using micro-drones for reconnaissance, it is difficult to find a safe and accessible route. Then find a point with relatively weak guards. Yes, Master. While Chui was planning the route, Yinxing turned to Legia and asked, do you know where your elf friend is hiding? Legia replied, I don't know. He must have moved to multiple hiding places under the protection of our people. So, even if we rush in, we have to look for them aimlessly. Legia said, as long as we can get in, I can find them through the secret code they left behind. You may also bring the people of the Foul Lion mercenary group with you. Yinxing's words made Legia a little speechless. She asked, what should we do? If we delay any more time, the elves will be found by the Foul Lion mercenary group. After Yinxing saw the infiltration route that Chui had planned, he said to Legia, I have a plan. As long as you all listen to me, you can ensure the safety of your elf friends. Legia replied, okay. We will all listen to you. Yinxing told Legia his plan, then jumped off the roof first and moved forward in the shadows. Legia used secret language to notify her subordinates, and then caught up with Yinxing. The spies followed them carefully. The belly of a drone above their heads opened, and more than a dozen micro-drones flew out. These micro-drones flew in front of Yinxing, and they went through the halls and rooms and reported every person they found to Chuichu's database. Then Chui arranged for the micro-drone to monitor the target and then reported the target location to Yinxing. Yinxing walked along the corner with the lightest footsteps. After reaching a location, he turned over and went into the room next door through an open window on the wall. Legia carefully observed the surroundings and also went in through the window. Then she saw two people lying on the floor of the room. Yinxing put the dagger back into the leather sheath, pointed at the two corpses on the ground, and said to Legia, let your people come in. Change these two sets of clothes, and then guard here. Legia didn't know how Yinxing knew that there were people from the Foul Lion mercenary group in this room. Nor did she know how he killed them silently. Anyway, everything in this operation is up to him. Legia used a secret signal to let all her men come in, and then picked two spies with a body shape similar to the corpse, and changed them into the clothes of the Foul Lion mercenary corps. The clothes of the Foul Lion mercenary corps are of the same style and color. After the two spies changed their clothes, they stayed in this house. Yinxing opened the door and walked out, jumped onto the roof, bent over and walked forward along the ridge. Legia continued to follow. Soon, two more corpses fell at Yinxing's feet. Let your people change clothes quickly. We must complete the preparations before the Foul Lion mercenaries discover the elves. A fierce battle broke out not far away, and many Foul Lion mercenaries could be seen supporting it. Yinxing's plan must be implemented without the elves being discovered, so the preparation time must be accelerated. After saying that, Yinxing went to the next location without waiting for Legia. With the assistance of microdrones, Yinxing can easily find the Falshi mercenaries guarding here nearby, and then attack and kill them when they are unprepared. The whole process does not make any sound. Yinxing tries to kill one or two mercenaries to reduce the chance of being exposed and collect more clothes of Falshi mercenaries. Legia followed Yinxing, amazed at his silent killing skills. Even the magic fluctuations could not be felt. Moreover, the killing speed was so fast that when he arrived, he could only see the fallen bodies, as if these Falshi mercenaries were standing there waiting for him to kill them. All he could do was to let his men change the clothes of the Falshi mercenaries as soon as possible. Yinxing led Legia and her subordinates and easily broke through the first encirclement. He broke through the second encirclement. The spies who changed their clothes stayed where they were, waiting to execute the plan. Yinxing entered the third encirclement. The third encirclement was the smallest, and the mercenaries of the Falshi mercenary group were more dense. and there were many powerful heroes among them. It was specially prepared for the search and killing of the elf envoys. At this point, it was difficult for Yinxing to find a suitable target for assassination. Even with the help of micro-drones, they would be discovered by the Falshi mercenaries, who controlled this place at any time. At this time, 13 of the 15 subordinates brought by Legia changed into the uniforms of Falshi mercenaries. Almost done. If you delay, something will happen. Yinxing took out an alchemical bow handle and shook it to turn it into a hunting bow. This is the alchemical bow commonly used by elf heroes. Yinxing had seen it in the hands of Aranda and thought it was interesting. So he bought one from the Goblin Gaga. I didn't expect to use it this time. Pull the bowstring and a magic arrow is generated. Inject lightning energy and the magic arrow becomes a lightning arrow. With the help of Chuchui's aiming, Yinxing shot an arrow at a Falshi mercenary standing on the eaves. At close range, the mercenary did not react at all, and was pierced through the chest by the lightning arrow. The body fell down. Yinxing's attack was the action order. Legia and the other 2 spies immediately showed their weapons, released magic and combat skills to attack the nearby Falshi mercenaries. After killing 5 or 6 mercenaries in a row, Yinxing led the 3 of them to jump onto the eaves and ran to the periphery. Along the way, Falshi mercenaries jumped out from everywhere to surround them, and shouted loudly, "Elves! Yes, elves! There are 4 elves!" In the dark, the Falshi mercenaries looked down on whether the 4 people fleeing in front were elves. But they believed that the companions blocking in front must have seen clearly. So more people shouted, 4 elves were found. More Falshi mercenaries chased after them. Chapter 280. Escape. A lighting magic shot into the sky, and the 4 figures running along the eaves could not escape. The Foul Lion mercenaries jumped out from their guard positions in front, behind, and on both sides. They surrounded and blocked them, and used crossbows and magic to shoot at the elves who broke through. The sudden situation immediately attracted Donald's attention. It seems that the elves could not hide during the search and chose to break through by force. Moreover, these 4 elves were very strong, and the Foul Lion mercenaries, who blocked them along the way, could not stop them at all. And they were rushed all the way. If the elves rushed out, it would not be so easy to find them again. Think about the promise he made to High Priest Lancelot, and the Viscount's crown that will soon be worn on his head. Chase! Donald, with murderous intent in his eyes, jumped down from the tower, and his subordinates jumped down from above. Several fighting griffins flew over, caught their respective masters, and chased in the direction where the elf escaped. Other Foul Lion mercenaries gave up the search and followed Donald's direction to support. Prince Alito, who was on the move, didn't know what happened. Why did all the mercenaries who were searching for him run away? Although the head of the spy didn't know what happened, he knew that the opportunity was not to be missed, and immediately took Prince Alito to evacuate in another direction. Yinxing knew from Chui's drone that the Foul Lion mercenaries were attracted to him, and the siege of the elf emissary was naturally lifted. But the troubles all came to him. Moreover, the griffins of the Foul Lion mercenaries flew over and arrived above them in an instant. There were also arrows and magic that kept coming, making Yinxing feel like he was running in a hail of bullets. Chui's database was running at high speed. The eye of the air was turned on, and the number of reconnaissance drones increased to 35, collecting data on the situation around Yinxing from multiple directions and angles. Now all the hostile targets found were locked, and the database could judge their flight trajectories based on the collected video data and the shooting points of arrows and magic. Filter out arrows and magic that will definitely miss the target, and predict and defend against attacks that may cause harm to Yinxing. At the same time, there are 7 circular magic shields surrounding Yinxing. These shields, under the precise control of Chui, block all attacks that threaten Yinxing. With Chui responsible for defense, Yinxing can do a lot. He first looked at Li Jia and the other 2 spies. Li Jia showed much more practical experience than Yinxing. She also ran forward, but her body was very erratic, and the enemy could not find the pattern of her landing point. This greatly reduced the number of attacks that could threaten her. Then try to use the terrain as your own cover, and use magic to create some smoke to affect the enemy's vision. The other 2 spies also used the same method to avoid the attack. However, these evasive methods will inevitably affect the speed of advancement. Some Foul Lion mercenaries are crossing the 2 wings, trying to complete the interception in front. At the same time, the Griffin group also arrived above their heads. A piece of lightning first fell. If Yanqing and his 4 people were blocked by the electric magic this time, they would be immediately surrounded by the foul line mercenaries. Maybe Yanqing can use his own methods to escape, and Ligia and the other 2 spies will definitely die here. At this time, Yanqing suddenly thought, the employment agreement agreed with Ligia was only a verbal agreement. If she died here, who should she ask for the 200,000 gold coins? Keep running. Don't stop. Yanqing shouted at Ligia and the 2 spies who wanted to slow down to defend. Ligia and the 2 spies immediately sped up and rushed towards the falling electric net. Yanqing threw several lightning chains into the sky. These lightning chains hit the falling electric magic one by one with precision, using negative voltage to divert the magic power. The lightning that fell hit the surroundings of the fleeing team, causing a series of explosions. After blocking the magic attack for the team, Yanqing shouted to the other 3 people, "Go down. Go down. Follow me." At the moment when the Griffin swooped down, the 4 people jumped from the eaves to the path below. Ligia looked at the Griffins looting from overhead and asked Yanqing, "What should we do? We will soon be surrounded by the foul line mercenaries. Running on the roof is a straight line movement, and it is not easy for the foul line mercenaries to surround them. On the ground, they are facing a rugged and narrow road. The foul line mercenaries, who control the high points, can easily surround them." Yanqing did not waste time here, running forward along the road, and shouted to Ligia and the spy behind him, "Follow me closely." Then Yanqing broke the window and got into a house. Ligia and the 2 spies followed closely. Chu retrieved the intelligence exchange database and retrieved all the data related to this urban area. According to the existing urban data, a route between residential houses with high connectivity is planned. At the same time, the reconnaissance drones will release all the micro drones to conduct further reconnaissance on the route. Ensure that Yanqing can travel unimpeded in the shortest distance when traveling between residential houses. A 3-dimensional map of the route is constructed, and as more and more information is collected, the 3-dimensional map becomes more detailed. Yanqing takes Ligia and 2 spies off the road and travels quickly and unimpeded between residential houses. In this way, the Falshi mercenaries cannot intercept the 4 of them by surrounding the road. On the contrary, due to the obstruction of the buildings, it becomes more difficult for the Falshi mercenaries to find them. Donald rode a Griffin and circled in the air. He stared at the city below. His face turned very ugly. He didn't expect that the 4 elves would be so difficult to catch. And how did they know the roads between the houses? The houses in Nuda City did not have a unified plan and style. Basically, they were built as they wanted. New, old, renovated, and abandoned. Most houses cannot be connected to each other, but there are always broken walls, holes, and openings. However, these accessible places are basically difficult for outsiders to know except for the nearby residents. Moreover, they can know so much. Donald felt that he underestimated the Rose Court. The Assassin's Guild's investigation of the interior of Nuda City was very thorough. It became difficult for the Falshi mercenaries to hunt down the elf. And some residents, who were driven out of their houses and ran around, also seriously distracted the mercenaries' attention. Could they just let the elf emissary escape from under their noses? Donald mobilized more mercenaries to form a siege to start the search for the elf emissary, and then search one house at a time. At this time, Ligia, who was walking between the houses behind Yanqing, was also amazed at his familiarity with the terrain here. It seemed that he had walked through this residential area specifically and found this unobstructed route. Now they were out of the sight of the Falshi mercenaries and moved through the houses. It has been a while since we saw the Foul Lion mercenaries. Lord Tran, have we escaped? Ligia couldn't help but ask Yanqing, who was walking in front. Yanqing walked to a low wall and swiftly climbed over it. He first contacted Chui to confirm the surrounding situation, and then said to Ligia, who climbed over the wall, "The Foul Lion mercenaries are mobilizing people to set up a blockade. We need to speed up and run out before they build the blockade. Otherwise, you will be trapped like your elf friends. Stand close to the wall. A Griffin is coming." Ligia and the spy quickly stood close to the wall like Yanqing, hiding themselves with the shadow formed by the wall. Then a battle Griffin carrying a Foul Lion mercenary slowly flew over from the sky. The place where Yanqing and his men were hiding was just in the blind spot of the Foul Lion mercenary and the Griffin. How did he see the Griffin flying from that direction? Ligia had another question for Tran. "Let's go." After the Griffin flew over, Yanqing kicked open the door and walked in. When he saw the residents in the house, He used magic to make them fall asleep. Just now, in order to distract the foul lion mercenary, he drove all the residents he met outside. Now these residents can't expose their current location. When Legia and the spy walked into the house, they saw not only a few civilians who had fallen asleep, but also saw that Yanqing had opened a hole in a wall. With the help of Chue, Yanqing was able to evade the pursuit of the foul lion mercenaries and move between houses as if he had turned on perspective and wall penetrating. He led Legia and the spies out of the encirclement of the foul lion mercenaries. After Legia gathered all her subordinates, she found that no one was dead. You should know that after she gathered the people, she was prepared to rescue the elf envoy, with the mental preparation of the whole group being wiped out. Now under the leadership of Yanqing, not only the elf envoy was rescued, but there was no sacrifice. Too strong. Standing on the periphery, looking at the foul lion mercenaries, who were searching the encirclement, Legia couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what Captain Donald's expression will be when they search the last house and can't find us. Yanqing, who was standing beside Legia, said, if your elf friend was not stupid, he would have run away long ago. My mission is completed. I will settle the account with you someday. Legia said, Sir Tran, we hired you to rescue the elves being hunted by the foul lion mercenaries. Now the foul lion mercenaries just found the wrong place, and the hunt for the elves is still going on. You can only complete the mission if you protect the elves and leave Nuda City safely. Is this the mission? Yanqing recalled. No matter. Anyway, the north gate of Nuda City is under his control, and it is not a difficult task to cover a few elves out of the city. The territory to the north is all theirs. It is no problem to let the elves go all the way north through the Thunder Swamp to the elf control area. Of course, the elves must not be allowed to pass through the Thunder Swamp, since the Rose Court can let the elves pass through the human control area to Nuda City. There is naturally a way to send them away. I just need to escort the elves out of the city. 200,000 gold coins were easily obtained. I know that there is a problem with the detection enchantment of a section of the city wall. I can take the elves out of the city. Really? There are many arrangements on the city walls to prevent heroes from going high. There are griffins patrolling in the air and magic eyes monitoring. There are detection enchantments and magic traps on the city walls. Therefore, it is not easy to enter and exit the city silently through the city wall. Moreover, there was a riot in the city, and the city wall defense reached the highest level. There were special magicians to supervise and repair the city defense magic system. The city defense was still in the hands of Earl Theodore, and they were all troops loyal to the Earl. No matter how powerful the Rose Court was, it was difficult to send the elf envoy out of the city without alerting the city defense army in this situation. Tran knew the safe route out of the city, which was definitely good news for the Rose Court. The sooner Prince Alito could return to the elf control area, the sooner the elves could be organized to attack the orcs. And since the temple knew that Madame Carol had a secret meeting with the elves, it should send Prince Alito away as soon as possible. Delay will lead to changes. Let's go find our elf friends immediately. Legia took Yanqing to find Prince Alito, and a group of spies disappeared in the darkness. The foul lion mercenaries continued to hunt for elves with great fanfare. Yanqing did not side with Earl Theodore on the issue of elves. As he had said to Earl Theodore before, the key to this incident was not the elves. It was whether Marquis Anderson could both stop the attack of the orcs and maintain control over Storm City. If Marquis Anderson lost his military power, and he betrayed the elves here, the orcs would be the only ones to benefit in the end. If the orcs captured Storm City, his life would be difficult. Therefore, it is in Yanqing's interest to send the elves out of the city as soon as possible. The spies of the Rose Court have their own unique way of contact. Legia took Yanqing around the city, and after walking through several complicated Z-routes, they finally found the elves in an abandoned house near the city wall, when an elf wearing a green military coat stood in front of Yanqing. His eyes twitched violently. Although Yanqing had seen elves wearing coats before through secret photography, but after seeing it with his own eyes this time, Yanqing's imagination of elves was completely overturned. In Yanqing's impression, elves should be Legolas in The Lord of the Rings, or Illidan, Maiev, Tyrant in Warcraft, or the elf lady in a well-known web game advertisement. But you are just like this. It's too much. They are both princes. Why is there such a big difference? But think about it, and you can understand it. After all, the elves in film and television works have a lot of artistic processing. In this magical world, the elves have a hard time. How can they have the energy to do art when they can't even fill their stomachs? The level of civilization is there. Even if they are princes, their aesthetics are naturally not that high. Think about the clothes of the elderly in my family when life was not good in the past. Green was really fashionable at that time. Now look at these elves wearing military coats. Each one is still very energetic. After all the 200,000 sets of military coats are delivered, they will definitely form a different landscape in the elf kingdom. Be sure to take more photos at that time. Chapter 281. Suppressing the Rebellion. Ligeia had been hiding the identity of Prince Alito from Yinxing, and Yinxing pretended not to know. After a few casual greetings, Yinxing led the elves and the principality's spies out of the city. With the cooperation of the guild mercenaries deployed at the north gate and outside the city, the group's process of leaving the city was very smooth. After confirming safety, the head of the spies led the remaining spies to escort the elves to the north. Yinxing took Ligeia back to the city. Thank you, Ligeia, who had completed the task. Thanked Yinxing sincerely. Yinxing replied, You're welcome. I'm doing this for money. When the matter is done, I'll pick up the bill. Although Yinxing asked for a high price for this mission, Ligeia knew that the price paid by the Rose Court was too insignificant compared to the interests and things paid for the principality. Please rest assured, I will prepare the money soon. Thank you again. I think you will soon know who was rescued this time, and the impact of this rescue on the situation in Windy Highlands. Your legend will add another story. Yinxing smiled. Master, of course I know what a great thing I have done. Isn't it just a shabby elf prince? Ha ha ha. If you really want to thank me, let me see your true face. My intuition tells me that you must be a very beautiful woman. Yinxing's words made Ligeia lower her head immediately. This kind of teasing made her a little overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Lord Tran. I admire you very much. Your strength and command are worthy of your identity as a legendary thief. I shouldn't have refused your request, but I still have an important task to perform, so I can't disclose my identity. Please understand. It's okay, just ignore me, Yinxing said generously. After a busy work, acting with a beautiful woman is also a good leisure. Ligeia saluted Yinxing. Lord Tran, I'm going to report to my boss that the elves have been successfully escorted out of the city. I will inform you as soon as your gold coins are ready. As soon as possible. Standing on the roof, Yinxing looked at the dark city and said meaningfully, The wind is going to blow. After the storm, it will be sunny. Yinxing and Ligeia parted ways. After confirming that he was not being followed, he returned to the embassy. After nightfall, weapons from the Eternal Territory continued to be transported to Nuda City. The number of artillery increased to 200. Other weapons and ammunition were also enough for the guild mercenaries to consume in 3 days of fierce fighting. Yinxing was preparing for the worst situation. If Storm City really changed hands and was occupied by orcs, his army would have to take on the responsibility of defending Nuda City. It must be an extremely difficult battle. Fortunately, when winter comes, the orcs will be unable to attack, and they only need to defend for a month. But facing the long-term blockade of the orcs in the future, their lives will definitely be difficult. Yinxing is preparing for the difficult war in the future. Ligeia reported to Lady Carol what happened tonight in the Rose Court. 200,000 gold coins is a lot of money. You can buy 200,000 sets of high-quality bedding from Yinxing. It can let the Windy Highland Legion spend a comfortable winter. Prince Alito's safety is the most important thing. You have completed this task very well. Lady Carol did not intend to default on her debt. Being able to have a good relationship with such a powerful thief would only benefit the principality and not harm it. After Carol praised Ligeia, she said, Tell me about Tran. From when you met him, I am very interested in this legendary thief. So Ligeia briefly described to Carol how she met Tran, the assassination of Yinxing, the robbery of the Orc Vault, and the rescue of Prince Alito this time. Mrs. Carol listened very attentively, interrupting Ligeia from time to ask for more details. I thought to myself that if he could be used by me, he would definitely enhance my strength. One night, it is estimated that few people in the entire Nuda City could sleep peacefully. The next morning, Count Theodore began to suppress the rebellion. He first issued a citywide magic notice, requiring all those who were still loyal to the Theodore family to immediately launch a counterattack against the rebels. Then he led the peasants he had recruited overnight to attack a nearby barracks. After recruiting the soldiers in the barracks, he continued to attack the next place. Yinxing allocated 70 artillery pieces and 700 guild mercenaries to follow the old Earl's army. When the Earl's army encountered a building that was difficult to conquer, they would send someone to notify the artillery team behind. The artillery team that received the support information would contact Chue, with Chue giving accurate information about the target. The artillery group adjusted at the right angle could smash the rebel strongholds. With the assistance of artillery, a siege weapon that can follow the speed of infantry movement. The Earl's army was very smooth in clearing out the rebels. One stronghold after another was breached, and the size of the Earl's army expanded rapidly. In the afternoon, the defenders of Nuda City began to launch a full-scale attack on the rebels. Those mercenaries who participated in the riot for money surrendered one after another when they saw that their side was doomed. In the end, the backbone of the Foul Lion mercenary group fled into the temple. The leader of the giant fraud mercenary group was assassinated, and the remaining personnel fled and disappeared. Those who were still making trouble were bandits, who took advantage of the chaos to rob, and they could not cause any big waves. By the evening, Earl Theodore had basically regained control of Nuda City. He sent people to put out the fire in the city and rescue civilians who were injured and lost their houses. On the one hand, he sent troops to surround the temple and asked the high priest to hand over the people of the Foul Line mercenary group. At the same time, a team of Griffins left Nuda City and flew to Storm City. In the past 2 days, the connection between the two cities was cut off. Earl Theodore urgently needed to know if there was any major event in Storm City. He also invited Yinxing, who made a great contribution to the suppression of the rebellion, to come to the city lord's mansion to have dinner with him. In the huge restaurant, only the old Earl and Yinxing sat at the table. There were only 4 servants serving. The siege of the city lord's mansion caused heavy casualties among the servants and guards. In the next battle, the Earl's followers rushed to the front again. This certainly accelerated the failure of the rebels, but also caused great losses to the city lord's mansion. It's not just the city lord's mansion. The entire Nuda city was severely damaged in the riots in the past 2 days. The city defense army, which was already understaffed, was now cut in half, and less than half of the soldiers were left to fight. And even this small half of the city defense army had to maintain order in the city, guard the prisoners, and finally guard the temple. If there was any bad news from Storm City, how could Nuda City in this state resist foreign enemies? Earl Theodore and Yinxing were silently cutting the steaks on the plates, and the metal knife hit the porcelain plate, making a very pleasant sound. But the atmosphere in the restaurant was very solemn. Butler Adley held a plastic bucket and poured red wine into the 2 people's glasses. Count Theodore took a sip of wine from his glass, breaking the silence of the restaurant. I hope nothing happens to Zybel. If I die, she will inherit my title and lead the Theodore family. The housekeeper quickly said, Miss is protected by Marquis Anderson. Nothing will happen to you. The master. If the master feels that the affairs of Nuda City are bothering you, you can ask Lord Yinxing to help you share more affairs. After experiencing this rebellion, it is enough to prove that Lord Yinxing and you are of one mind. Count Theodore waved his hand and said, I know my body. If it weren't for Zybel and the family, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. But at my age, I have nothing to regret even if I die. The only thing I am worried about is Zybel. She is young and impulsive, and she is so powerful. I am afraid that if I don't control her, she will be taken advantage of. The housekeeper followed the old Earl's words and said, Then find a young man of the right age, with brains and strength, to be the lady's husband as soon as possible. With the 2 of them to share your worries, the master can enjoy himself to the fullest. Alas, Count Theodore sighed, such an excellent young man is not easy to find. You also know Zybel's character. Yinxing chewed the meat and listened to the conversation between the old Earl and the housekeeper. I thought, you 2 old foxes are playing a double act with me here? Just because I am a diamond bachelor, you want me to marry into your family? What a joke. With Zybel's character and martial arts, a good brother is definitely a friend who can stick with you through thick and thin. As a wife, in the future, can I still stand up at home? You 2 have a good plan. I will never accept it. Yinxing changed the subject and said, Teacher, now you have surrounded the temple. If Archpriest Lancelot does not hand over the people of the Foul Lion mercenary group, what should we do? Seeing Yinxing talking about the temple, Earl Theodore couldn't continue to guide the topic just now. He thought for a while and said, The military force in the temple is very strong. We must preserve our strength and try to avoid direct conflict with the temple. How to resolve this matter still needs to wait for news from Storm City. If the Orcs capture Storm City, the temple will definitely protect the Foul Lion mercenaries. if Storm City is in the hands of the Marquis or the Principality. High Priest Lancelot knows how to resolve this dispute. Without the capture of the elf emissary, the Foul Lion mercenaries are no longer useful to the temple. The reason why Donald's mercenaries are protected now is actually a statement to the various forces that are inclined to the temple. If they serve the temple will protect them. Of course, the temple will not protect people unconditionally. If the Silvermane Principality still has considerable power in the Windy Highlands, the temple will take the initiative to reconcile with Earl Theodore and continue to drive a nail here. At that time, High Priest Lancelot would offer the heads of the Foul Lion mercenaries. Therefore, Earl Theodore invited Yinxing to dinner this time, just to wait for the news from Storm City together. Countermeasures can be formulated according to the changes in Storm City at the first time. Yinxing analyzed the current situation in Nuda City in his mind, and said to Earl Theodore, "I want to go into the temple and talk to High Priest Lancelot." Earl Theodore did not expect Yinxing to make such a request. He asked, "What do you want to talk to him about?" "Let him hand over the people of the Foul Lion mercenary group." Yinxing said, "Whether the temple protects the Foul Lion mercenaries or kills them all in the end, the temple will be the winner of this rebellion. They can do whatever they want in Nuda City, and we can do nothing about them. The rebels are hiding in the temple, and they can protect or kill them as they please. Although you seem to have quelled the rebellion, your prestige has suffered a great blow. The temple will do the same thing in the future. We may not be so lucky next time." Count Theodore understood Yinxing's meaning. Only by forcing the temple to hand over the people now can we hit the temple's arrogance. But the temple's excuse for taking in the Foul Lion mercenaries is that God is protecting his believers. Behind the temple is the Empire, which has its own army. If we attack the temple, it will inevitably lead to direct intervention from the Empire and the temple. Neither you nor I can bear the consequences of doing so. Yinxing smiled and said, "Teacher, you can't bear the consequences. But I can. Withdraw your troops that surrounded the temple and replace them with my people. I will go to talk to High Priest Lancelot about the compensation now." Yinxing's suggestion made Earl Theodore think for a while. After weighing the pros and cons of many aspects, he finally agreed, "Okay. You can try. But I hope you know the bottom line. The situation in Storm City is unclear now, and Nuda City cannot suffer any more major unrest. I know what to do." Yinxing picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth, stood up and saluted the old Earl. "I will go to see the High Priest now, and try to get things done before dawn." After finishing speaking, Yinxing left quickly. Earl Theodore and the old butler looked at each other in bewilderment. "Master, didn't we agree to discuss the marriage between Master Yinxing and the young lady?" Earl Theodore came to his senses. "Oh no! This little fox must have seen something, and found an excuse to run away. Then what should we do?" The old Earl finished the red wine in the glass and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. It is most important to solve the temple issue now. I hope this kid can give me another surprise." At this time, a guard rushed in from outside. "Report to the master. There is news from Storm City. Marquis Anderson arrested Count Theo, who had just arrived in Storm City, on charges of colluding with Orcs, and executed Count Theo at noon today. Now Count Theo's body and the charges have been sent to the capital." Hearing this news, Count Theodore was surprised at first and then happy. He asked again, "Are Zybel and the Marquis together?" The guard replied, "Miss Zybel is still fighting against the Orcs in Angic Castle." The old Earl's smile suddenly disappeared on his face. He asked anxiously, "What is the current situation in Angic Castle?" "My lord, Marquis Anderson only said that Angic Castle is still resisting the attack of the Orcs." "You mean, you met the Marquis, and he is still in Storm City now?" "Your Excellency." "Yes. The Marquis is still in Storm City to reorganize the army and investigate the traitors who colluded with the Orcs. After I arrived in Storm City, the Marquis met me in person. The Marquis asked me to tell you, please don't worry about Miss Zybel. She is safe." The old Earl was stunned. Chapter 282 Debt Collection. Yinxing, who had left the city lord's mansion, did not know what had happened in Storm City. He rode his beloved horse Faying to the outside of the temple and looked at the magnificent arch building. The temple of Nuda City was one of the few places that was not affected by the riots. The clergy of the temple and the guards directly under the temple were fully armed and confronted the city defense troops that surrounded the place. Compared with the city defense troops that had just fought for 2 days, the temple army was well equipped and well rested. The guild mercenaries received Yinxing's order and rushed over. The city defense troops also received the order from Earl Theodore. They handed over the task of surrounding the temple to the guild mercenaries, and retreated to the second line. Yinxing rode fading to the high steps of the temple, and a team of temple knights blocked his way. The temple is a place to serve God. No one can enter without an invitation. Behind Yinxing, Eddie and a team of mercenaries riding chocobos also approached. They pointed double-barreled shotguns at the temple knights, as if they would shoot as long as Yinxing ordered. These temple knights participated in the battle to attack the city lord's mansion, and knew that the power of this musket was far more powerful than the goblin musket. The temple knights immediately cast a magic shield on themselves, and drew their swords, to prepare for battle. But when they saw what the guild mercenaries pushed out again, they could no longer remain calm on their faces. The muskets might be able to be resisted by the magic shield, but the artillery is definitely the nightmare of the temple knights, who participated in the attack on the city lord's mansion. This nightmare came again. A row of artillery was pushed forward, with the muzzles pointed at the temple knights and the temple behind them. Another row of artillery was pushed over from the darkness behind. A row. Thinking about the houses flattened by these weapons, I wonder how many rounds of these artillery attacks the temple can withstand, no matter how strong it is. Knight Yinxing. The temple knight finally lowered his posture. The high priest has rested. If you have anything to do, please wait until dawn to see the high priest to decide whether to see you. Yinxing said expressionlessly, "It's so noisy outside. I don't believe that High Priest Lancelot can sleep. And I have no intention of disturbing the High Priest. As long as you hand over the people who owe me money, I will take them away immediately, and let you all sleep well." The temple knight understood what Yinxing meant. But High Priest Lancelot said that before the situation in Storm City is clear, the people of the Foul Lion mercenary group must be protected. "I'm sorry, Knight Yinxing. I don't know who you are talking about. But worldly disputes are not the responsibility of the temple. If anyone owes you money, you can go to Earl Theodore. I think with your relationship with the lord of the city, he will definitely do something that will satisfy you." Seeing that the temple was so cunning, the ball was raised to Count Theodore. Yinxing sneered, "Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. You hand over the people of the Falshi mercenary group to me, and I will take them to the city lord's mansion to settle the money they owe me." The temple knight refused very straightforwardly. There are indeed some Falshi mercenaries in the temple. They are devout believers of God, and they are praying to God in the temple. Prayers cannot be interrupted. Otherwise it is a blasphemy against God. If you want to take the Falshi mercenaries away, please wait until they finish praying. The temple knight brought out the god, clearly unwilling to hand over the Falshi mercenaries. Yinxing took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. At this time, a roar was heard not far away, and a cannonball came and hit a building near the temple. The temple knight was shocked. He didn't expect Yinxing to dare to really attack the temple, although this shot did not hit the temple. "Knight Yinxing, are you ready to be the enemy of the temple? Can you bear the consequences?" Facing the threat of the temple knight, Yinxing exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Don't be nervous. The Eternal Merchants Guild mercenaries received an order from Earl Theodore, asking us to assist the city defense army in quelling the city riots. Since it is a war, there will inevitably be some accidental injuries. Earl Theodore said that the buildings destroyed in this rebellion will be rebuilt with funds from the city lord's mansion. If your temple is destroyed in the rebellion, the city lord will definitely build you a better one." The temple knight said sternly, "There are no rebels near the temple. If you dare to attack the temple again, it will be a declaration of war on the temple." "Declare war?" Yinxing flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Are you qualified to define a declaration of war? Can you bear the consequences of declaring war on me? Young man, don't say anything beyond your authority. You may die because of your stubbornness, and your death will be meaningless." The temple knight knew that he had said too much. Yinxing is not Earl Theodore. He represents Thunder Swamp. If he really launched an attack on the temple's power in the Windy Highlands was not strong, and there was really nothing they could do to him. If he destroyed the Nuda City Temple under the pretext of suppressing the rebellion, and the temple had no way to punish him, it would definitely be a serious blow to the temple's majesty. Think about Yinxing sending troops to support the Rose Court, and Lady Carol often stayed in his embassy, with the Silvermane Principality blocking it. The Griffin Heart Empire had no way to restore the majesty of the temple. The temple knight knew that the matter was not something he was qualified to handle. He said to Yinxing, "Please wait a moment." The temple knight sent someone to the temple to report what happened here to the high priest. He continued to lead the team to block Yinxing. Yinxing threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and waved his hand to let his subordinates put down their guns. Serve the gods with all your heart. If you use the name of the gods to make profits for yourself, it is the greatest blasphemy to the gods. Yinxing said slowly to the temple knights in front of him, how many innocent people have died in the past 2 days? And how many are still buried under the ruins? How many people will not be able to spend the coming winter safely because of losing their houses? How many people are devout believers of the gods? How many people have come to the temple to pray, praying that the gods will give them a happy life? What role did the gods play in this disaster? How will your temple tell the gods what happened here? Yinxing's series of questions made the faces of the temple knights look very ugly. They all knew that the riot in Nuda City was secretly launched by the temple, and some of them even disguised themselves as mercenaries to participate in the riot. The temple knights have received systematic training in the temple since childhood. In addition to learning combat skills and magic, they also have to learn how to become a devout believer. Faith makes them more determined and more willing to sacrifice for the temple. They have never doubted the temple. The temple is the representative of the gods in the mortal world. It is the object of their loyalty. And Yinxing's questioning of these temple knights as a third party has a great impact on them. Seeing that the temple knights were speechless, Yinxing continued, Earl Theodore handed over the reconstruction project of Nuda City to my eternal chamber of commerce. I think that is God's servants. Since you did not save God's people in this disaster, you might as well help them rebuild their homes. There are still many people waiting for rescue in the ruins, and some may not survive tonight. I hope to solve the problem here as soon as possible so that my people can be involved in the rescue. I also sincerely invite you to save God's people together. The temple knights looked at the dark knight, and their faces became complicated. Yinxing seized the opportunity to launch a psychological offensive against the temple knights. There was a reply from the temple. High Priest Lancelot invited Knight Yinxing to come in for a discussion. Yinxing chuckled, everyone knows what happened, so don't play these tricks. I, the sheriff of Nuda City, and the president of the Eternal Traders Guild, invite High Priest Lancelot to come here to discuss. I don't have time to waste here. If the temple doesn't care about God's people, then I will save them. The temple knight who had been blocking Yinxing said at this time, please wait here, Knight Yinxing. I will go to talk to the high priest. The knight jumped off his horse and turned to walk up the steps to the temple. Several other temple knights also jumped off their horses and followed the knight to see the high priest. This time the wait was a little longer. After waiting for about an hour, High Priest Lancelot came down from the temple surrounded by a group of priests and temple knights. Finally came out. Yinxing jumped off Fei Ying's back. The attendants immediately brought folding tables and folding chairs to set up a negotiation venue on the spot. After High Priest Lancelot came down, Yinxing saluted him and said, it's really too difficult to see you, High Priest. I just heard that you are still resting. I hope I didn't disturb you. Please sit down. Please sit down. High Priest Lancelot's face turned green, and he was obviously trying his best to suppress his anger. The High Priest sat down heavily on the chair, and then questioned Yinxing. The temple is a place to serve the gods, and no blasphemy is allowed. Withdraw your troops immediately, or you will bear all the consequences. Yinxing sat down and replied with a smile, High Priest, you are wrong. The people I brought are not soldiers, but victims. The Foul Lion mercenary group owes us money, and we are here to collect the debt. High Priest, please take a closer look. There is no one here who is a city defense soldier. High Priest Lancelot looked at the people behind Yinxing. Their clothes and armor are better than those of the city defense soldiers. They hold guns in their hands and cannons behind them, and they are very aggressive. The people of the Foul Lion mercenary group are praying. The High Priest wanted to make excuses again, but Yinxing interrupted and said, this is your fault. It's so late. Even the High Priest has gone to sleep. How dare you disturb the gods' rest? Wow! I seem to have discovered something very serious. High Priest, you don't seem to be pious enough. The Emperor is working. And you, the eunuch, dare to sleep first. Yinxing put a big hat on the High Priest Lancelot. The High Priest's face changed color instantly. Don't use sophistry to question my faith. Then don't disturb the gods at night. I look for you at night, and you have this expression. Aren't you afraid that the gods will be angry if you find someone to whisper in the ears of the gods at night? The gods are kind, and will not blame his believers. Yinxing retorted, the gods are kind, and will not blame the interruption of prayers. High Priest, please ask Donald to come out. I will talk to him about the debt, and then let him go back to pray. Lancelot didn't know when Donald owed Yinxing money, but just come out to talk about the money. If money can solve this matter, it can be discussed. The high priest remembered that Yinxing was a businessman, and it seemed that he was a very greedy businessman. He must want to take the opportunity to extort money, and he has a great influence on Earl Theodore. It is not a solution to secretly pay some money to settle such a difficult matter. Yes, God is merciful. Lancelot asked someone to call Donald, and then said to Yinxing, if the Foul Lion mercenary group really owes you money, I will definitely let them pay you back. Thank you, High Priest. After a while, Donald was brought out by 2 temple knights. Donald was in a bad mood. The surrounded elf emissary just ran away from under his nose. In order to make it easy for him to capture the elf emissary, the temple even launched a riot to create an opportunity for him. As a result, hundreds of Falshi mercenaries could not catch 4 elves. Now the city riot was quickly quelled by Earl Theodore. The Falshi mercenary group was dispersed, and Donald fled into the temple with only some of his confidants. After knowing that the city defense army surrounded the temple, Donald has been worried about his fate. Although the high priest promised to protect his safety, Donald knew that this guarantee was not safe. But staying in the temple can still try your luck. If you fall into the hands of Earl Theodore, you, the mastermind of the rebellion, will be dead. Therefore, Donald at this time was not as high-spirited as before. He walked behind the high priest timidly and whispered, High Priest, what do you want me to do? High Priest Lancelot said, This is Knight Yinxing of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. He said you owe him money? Is there such a thing? Owe money to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce? Donald didn't expect that he was called out for such a thing, but he immediately figured it out. Yinxing must want to use this excuse to trick him out and then hand him over to Earl Theodore for trial. He immediately said, No, I definitely don't owe the Eternal Chamber of Commerce any money. After hearing Donald's denial, the high priest said to Yinxing, Knight Yinxing, you said that the Far Lion mercenary group owed you money. Do you have any proof? Of course I have. Yinxing took out a piece of paper and read, The Far Lion mercenary group owes the Eternal Territory 300,000 gold. If it can't be repaid, it can be repaid with labor. The Far Lion mercenary group will go to the Eternal Territory and work for Lord Yinxing for 30 years to pay off the debt. During the debt repayment period, the Far Lion mercenary group guarantees absolute loyalty to Lord Yinxing. Lord Yinxing will also provide the Far Lion mercenary group with funds and weapons for the development of the mercenary group, and pay the members' salaries and bonuses. At the same time, they provide protection for the Foul Lion mercenaries. There is also your signature at the back, Captain Donald. You can't deny it. After Yinxing finished reading this IOU that didn't look like an IOU at all, everyone present understood the purpose of Yinxing's debt collection. At this time, Eddie behind Yinxing shouted, Master Yinxing, keep your word. All the guild mercenaries shouted in unison, Master Yinxing, keep your word. Chapter 283 Concealing the Truth. After listening to Yinxing read the IOU, Captain Donald immediately felt that his fate was back in his control. The Foul Lion mercenary group fled into the temple, and of course they knew what they would face. The chances of life and death were 50% each. Everything depended on the needs of the temple's interests. But if he accepted this IOU, although it was a 30-year indenture, this indenture could 100% save his life and the lives of his fellow mercenaries. It was better than waiting here for Lancelot to decide his life or death. Moreover, he had no grudge against the Eternal Territory, and Yinxing had a relationship with Earl Theodore, so saving the Foul Lion mercenary group was just a matter of words. For Donald at this time, joining the Eternal Territory was just a change of backer. Donald weighed the pros and cons of accepting the IOU, and observed the reaction of High Priest Lancelot, secretly preparing for battle. Yinxing put the IOU on the table, and everyone could see that the so-called IOU was actually a blank piece of paper without any words. It was this blank piece of paper that made the situation of this negotiation delicate. For Yinxing, Donald and his Falshi mercenary group did not have any hatred with him. Even if the mercenaries attacked the embassy, they were defeated cleanly by him. The embassy did not suffer much damage. Recruiting the Falshi mercenaries was the result of Yinxing's careful consideration along the way. Donald's desire to restore the glory of his family is understandable. What's wrong with a fallen noble wanting to regain his title? Apart from this obsession, we have to admit that Donald is a very capable person. Although he has the support of the temple behind him, he can manage the Foul Lion mercenary group into the second largest mercenary group in the Windy Highlands in such a short time. which shows how powerful Donald is. When rescuing the elf envoy, Yinqing personally felt the organizational ability of the Foul Lion mercenary group. If it weren't for the plug-in from the real world, he would not have been able to rescue Alito from such a tight siege. This made Yinqing feel a love for talent. The Eternal Territory also needs a mercenary group directly under its own jurisdiction to complete tasks that are inconvenient to use the regular army and guild mercenaries of the Eternal Territory. Therefore, Yinqing decided to keep Donald and the Foul Lion mercenary group. I have to persuade Earl Theodore. And now it depends on whether Donald will accept this olive branch. If he insists on clinging to the thigh of the temple. No! Yinqing believes that a person who is fanatical about the honor of the family knows how to choose. Even if the temple finally saves him for the sake of face, he will not be reused again. The scene fell into a long silence. High Priest Lancelot looked at the white paper on the table, and almost slammed the table in anger. This was definitely the most serious insult to himself. But he also knew that he had already lost the moment Yinqing finished reading this IOU. No. He had already lost the moment he asked Donald to come out. He lost completely. He knew what choice a man like Donald would make. Donald did not disappoint everyone present. After thinking it over, he walked out of the team in the temple, and knelt on one knee in front of Yinqing. I, Eric Donald, am willing to fulfill the debt agreement with Lord Yinqing, and lead the Foul Lion mercenary group to be loyal to the Eternal Lord. Get up. Yinqing asked Donald to stand up, and then said to High Priest Lancelot, High Priest, please let the other Foul Lion mercenaries, who are praying in the temple, come out. Don't disturb the rest of the gods. We will come to listen to the teachings of the gods another day. Donald took the initiative to follow Yin. Archpriest Lancelot had no excuse to keep him, nor did he have the strength to do so. Instead of continuing to be humiliated here, it is better to lift the siege outside the temple as soon as possible and stop the loss in time. Archpriest Lancelot stood up and left without saying a word. After a while, the elite backbones of the Foul Lion mercenary corps all walked out of the temple. They didn't know what happened yet. There are more than 100 Foul Lion mercenaries, and they are all hero units, including powerful heroes. If it weren't for this special situation, how could so many mercenaries with rich combat experience easily join him? Yinqing was very happy, but his expression remained grim. He said to Donald, It's over. You should immediately go and collect those scattered Foul Lion mercenaries and restrain them from causing more damage. All those found should register with my embassy, and then go to clean up the ruins and rescue civilians. For the damage and harm you have caused, make up as much as you can. You should also think more about the crimes you have committed here. All this happened under the watchful eyes of the gods. Yinqing didn't know whether the mercenaries would reflect on what they had done, and his last words were not said to the mercenaries. Lancelot left for the high priest. The temple knights who were confronting the guild mercenaries were still there. Yinqing glanced at the temple knights and sneered, Retreat. We're going to save people. As Yinqing's orders were issued, the guild mercenaries retreated layer by layer with caution, and finally disappeared in the dark city. The temple knights looked at the city in the distance. There were still many fires burning. Yinqing returned to the embassy, and just as he said, he called on all the people he could call to join in the cleanup of the ruins and the rescue of the trapped people. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce took out a batch of tents to collect the homeless refugees and distributed some blankets to the refugees. Yangheng Food Store distributed food to refugees for free, and also took out a sum of food coupons to buy medicine and some daily necessities. Yinqing was busy with the post-war cleanup all night. Ligeia came to the city lord's mansion in the morning, and saw that Yinqing's eyes were already red. Ligeia walked to Yinqing's desk with a cup of tea. She put the tea down and asked with concern, Didn't you sleep all night? I haven't slept since the rebellion, and I have only meditated a few times. Yinqing drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, and continued to look at the rescue reports fed back by all parties without raising his head, and said to Ligeia casually, I didn't expect that the post-war cleanup work would be more troublesome than fighting. It's really easy to destroy but hard to build. Ligeia sat down on the chair opposite Yinqing, and she asked curiously, War must cause destruction. And it's a war in the city. Why are you so active in rescuing refugees? Shouldn't the city lord's mansion handle these? Yinqing replied, The city lord's mansion will handle it, and I will have to provide supplies and personnel in the end. I don't know how much time it will take to exchange information. I have taken over the rescue and aftermath work from Count Theodore, which is also my contribution to this city. After all, a large part of the damage to the city was caused by my guild mercenaries. The use of artillery in urban warfare certainly drove out the rebels hiding in solid buildings. But the damage to the city was very great. Yinqing knew that such destruction in the war was inevitable. And he had no mercy at the time. But after the war, he only wanted to make some remedies, as much as possible. Ligeia didn't expect that Yinqing was so active in helping refugees for this reason. This is a war. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Yinqing looked up at Ligeia and smiled. I don't blame myself. Whoever died in the war was unlucky. But after the war, there should be no more unnecessary casualties. Every life that does not affect my survival is worth saving. Ligeia was stunned by Yinqing's words. She seemed to understand, but could not fully understand Yinqing's thoughts. Finally, Ligeia said to Yinqing, Is there anything I can do? I also want to contribute to saving lives. Yes. Yinqing didn't have many people around him who could help in this regard. He took out a few signed documents and handed them to Ligeia. Take these forms to Eden and ask him to give you everything on them. If you don't have enough manpower, go to Eddie for help. The form has the location for the distribution of supplies. And these necessities will be distributed to those who need them. Okay. I'll do it right away. Ligeia walked out with the form. And Yinqing continued to look at the file. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce and the Eternal Grain Store directly carried out the rescue, which reduced the time for coordination in the middle, making the rescue very fast. Donald led the heroes of the Foul Lion Mercenaries to search for survivors in the ruins, and the use of magic rescued many people buried under the ruins. Gradually, some knights and priests from the temple also spontaneously joined the rescue. When Nuda City entered the vigorous post-war rescue and cleanup work, the city lord's mansion became abnormally silent. Count Theodore did not issue any orders. Busy Yinqing did not pay attention to the abnormality of the city lord's mansion at first, until the butler Adley sent someone to secretly deliver the news. The Earl is seriously ill. Yinqing was shocked to hear the news. The last time they had dinner together, the old fox looked pretty good, and even played a double act with Adelaide to trick him into marrying Sibyl. Why is he sick now? Could it be that Storm City was breached by the Orcs? No. If Storm City was breached by the Orcs, the housekeeper would not have only sent the news that the old Earl was ill. In any case, let's go to the city lord's mansion first. Yinqing asked Ligeia to take over the rescue work, and he rushed to the city lord's mansion in a hurry. When he saw Earl Theodore, he was indeed haggard and seemed to be dying at any time. Earl Theodore, who was lying on the bed, was very surprised to see Yinqing coming. Then he scolded the butler beside him. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone about my illness? Cough, cough. Before he finished speaking, the old Earl started coughing violently. The butler immediately brought a glass of sweet wine for the old Earl to suppress his cough and rubbed his back. Master, I know you must have something important on your mind, but I am stupid and can't share your worries. But Knight Yinqing is smart, and he is your disciple. I think no matter what the problem is, Knight Yinqing can definitely help you. It's not good for your health to hold it in like this. Yinqing walked to the bedside and stretched out his hand to press on Earl Theodore's pulse, and said to the old Earl, Teacher, Adley is right. You have been through so many storms. What else can knock you down? Even if the Orcs attack, Nuda City will block them if we can. If we can't, we will retreat to Thunder Swamp. Earl Theodore didn't know why Yinqing pressed his wrist, but his trust in Yinqing made him not withdraw his hand. The Orcs shouldn't come. Yinqing asked Chichui to record Earl Theodore's pulse and analyze the old Earl's condition at this time based on the stored Chinese medicine data. The Orcs are not coming? Yinqing said with some surprise. According to our judgment, the Orcs should be able to fight for a while. Earl Theodore didn't know what he should say to Yinqing. He waved his hand and asked the butler to tell Yinqing the information from Storm City. The intelligence said, the Orcs are still attacking Fort Angic, but Marquis Anderson is in Storm City. Count Fio, the new commander of the Windy Highlands Corps appointed by Grand Duke Silvermane, had just arrived in Storm City and was caught by Marquis Anderson, who suddenly returned to Storm City before he took out the Grand Duke's appointment letter. Then Marquis Anderson produced evidence of Count Fio's collusion with the Orcs and immediately sentenced Count Fio to death. The latest intelligence shows that Marquis Anderson is still in Storm City to reorganize military affairs, while he was purging officers who colluded with the Orcs. He blocked the road between Storm City and the mainland of the Principality to prevent reinforcements from entering Storm City. At this time, Storm City was really swept by a storm. Yinqing heard the trick. If the Orcs were still attacking Storm City, Marquis Anderson would never dare to purge the Windy Highland Legion. Without enough commanders at all levels, he would not have the power to resist the Orcs' attack. Therefore, the information that the Orcs were still attacking Fort Angic was wrong. It was deliberately released by Marquis Anderson. The Orcs retreated? Why did the Orcs retreat at this time? Yinxing immediately remembered that Mrs. Carroll had secretly met with the elf envoy, and the military simulation he and Count Theodore had done based on the known information. The Orcs knew that the elves were about to attack the Orcs from behind, so they withdrew in such a hurry. Marquis Anderson learned this information from Earl Theodore, and then told the Orcs this information to urge the Orcs to withdraw. This is a very normal operation. Will it make the old Earl sick? However, Yinxing soon thought of something. The riot in Nuda City was not first provoked by the Foul Lion mercenary group, but by the Giant Front mercenary group. Behind the Giant Front mercenary group is the short gun that has been colluding with the Orcs, but dared to rob the Orc vault. Also, the Giant Front mercenary group has been suppressing the Foul Lion mercenary group during this period. In the past, Yinxing and Earl Theodore were both surprised by the behavior of the short gun. Now if we connect the dots, if the real backer behind the short gun is Marquis Anderson, everything will be explained. Marquis Anderson has been in collusion with the Orcs for a long time. Perhaps the Orcs and most people in the short gun do not know that the intelligence in their hands was actually deliberately taken out by Marquis Anderson. But the Orcs relied on this intelligence to block the advance of the Windy Highland Legion's fortress. As for the new Tower City, the short gun tried its best to suppress all forces that wanted to destroy the logistics of the Windy Highland Legion. There was no psychological burden in robbing the Orc vault, and there was no fear of Orc revenge. As for, why did the Giant Front mercenary group provoke the new Tower City riot again? Because Anderson knew that the new Tower City riot, Earl Theodore would definitely block the city. People outside the city can't enter, and people inside the city can't leave. The elf envoy was trapped in Nuda City. If the elf envoy can't go back, the Elven army will not know that they have reached an alliance with the Silvermane Principality. Now the main force of the elves is still fighting against the Windy Highland Legion on the western front, thinking that they and the Orcs are still allies. The Frostleaf City, which is connected to the snowy land by the Windy Highlands controlled by the elves, is extremely empty of troops. Calculate the time. If the Orcs rioted in Nuda City, they would quietly retreat from Fort Angic. If the Orc army abandons all the baggage and rushes, at this moment, the position of the Orc army should be in the Frostleaf City in the north. Chapter 284 Blackmail. Yinxing knew why Earl Theodore suddenly fell ill. The old Earl's biggest hobby was to hold banquets and brag to the guests about his previous achievements in battle. The enemy he fought was naturally the Orcs. Marquis Anderson was the old Earl's son-in-law. In order to support him in obtaining the Windy Highlands, the old Earl could be said to have put the whole family on the line. Now that it was known that Marquis Anderson had colluded with the Orcs for a long time, the blow to Earl Theodore was more serious than a major defeat. But think about it again. This outcome was the most beneficial to Marquis Anderson. By destroying the alliance between the Snow Elves and the Silvermane Principality and forcing the Orcs to give up attacking Storm City, he could free up his hands to stabilize the military power of the Windy Highlands Legion. Regardless of whether the Orcs can capture the Elves' Frostleaf City, they don't have the strength to attack Storm City. Winter is coming soon, and the Windy Highlands, which has been fighting for several months, will usher in a few months of peace. The Silvermane Principality will not turn against Marquis Anderson for the strategic location of Windy Highlands. There are only 2 players left on Windy Highlands, and the Orcs taking Frostleaf City is equivalent to carrying a heavy burden. Marquis Anderson will be more comfortable playing the balanced game on Windy Highlands. Brilliant. Really brilliant. After figuring out the meaning of this series of actions, Yinxing couldn't help but exclaim, Marquis Anderson really killed 3 birds with 1 stone this time, turning defeat into victory, and firmly grasping the initiative of Windy Highlands. We can feel at ease in Nuda City, knowing that Yinxing had figured out what was going on. Earl Theodore couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what path Anderson will take us on. He has crossed the bottom line of being a human noble. I can't see what the future of the Theodore family is. And honor may leave me. Yinxing patted the old Earl's hand and said comfortingly, there is a future only when people are alive. Marquis Anderson must have a bottom line when he uses the hand of the pistol to do things. Mentor, your illness is caused by overwork these days. It's not a big deal. I will let my people bring you some medicine and food. You will recover soon if you eat on time. The most important thing now is to bring Miss Siebel back as soon as possible. Earl Theodore didn't know when Yinxing would see the doctor, but after hearing his last words, he suddenly realized, I was confused. Adley, Send someone to pick up Sibyl immediately. Bring her back even if you have to. Marquis Anderson didn't tell Earl Theodore about his connection with the Orcs because he knew his old father-in-law very well. Earl Theodore also knew Anderson. He also knew his daughter. In order to prevent any trouble, it is better to bring Sibyl back as soon as possible and keep her by your side. Storm City. Let's talk about it after the storm dissipates. Yinxing bid farewell to the old Earl and left the city lord's mansion. Count Theodore's health is not as optimistic as Yinxing said. The old man in his 70s has been working hard and fighting in the battlefield. For the already poor organs, it has added a great burden. What the old count needs most now is careful care. Yinxing is going to buy some medicines for the old count's old age diseases from the real world. In the future situation, Nuda City cannot do without the old count. Returning to his embassy, Yinxing saw Ligeia, who was concentrating on her work. The sun shone in through the window and shone on her face. The charm of her profile was heart-stirring. Yinxing sat in his seat. Ligeia. Ligeia looked up at Yinxing and said, "You're back. Is there something urgent that the city lord wants you to come over?" "Nothing serious. Just to discuss how to quickly restore order in the city." Yinxing didn't tell Ligeia about the old Earl's illness. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Can Prince Alito come to Frostleaf City now?" Ligeia wanted to find out about the situation in the city lord's mansion. But after hearing Yinxing's question, her face turned pale instantly. Ligeia stammered, "I don't know what you are talking about. Who is Prince Alito?" The change in the situation made Yinxing decide to confront Ligeia temporarily. "Ligeia, I am very happy to be with you these days. Although you have other purposes for approaching me, I didn't want to expose you so quickly. But the question I asked is very important. Can Prince Alito come to Frostleaf City now?" Ligeia is now tense, ready to release magic to fight at any time. She doesn't know when her identity was seen through by Yinxing. But since he asked Prince Alito, it means that he knows that the elf envoy came to meet with Lady Carol. How much does he know about the content of the meeting? Please send me back to the Rose Garden. In response to Ligeia's request, Yinxing said, "I can ask Lady Carol, but she will definitely ask me something that I can't tell you now. I need to first determine where Prince Alito is now, and then decide what to say to Lady Carol. It's up to you to decide whether to tell me or not. But you can't leave here without an answer." Ligeia looked at Yinxing, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Prince Alito is definitely not in Frostleaf City now. He should be in the battle zone between the elves and the Windy Highlands Legion at this moment. He will restrain the main force of the elves to retreat and rest. Now Yinxing, you should know that the Principality has reached an alliance with the Snow Elves. The Principality will regain control of the Windy Highlands Legion. Lady Carol admires you very much, and is willing to promote a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship between the Principality and Thunder Swamp. Prince Alito is not in Frostleaf City. Frostleaf City is unaware of the enemy's change, and is likely to be attacked and captured by the Orcs. Then the main force of the elves will become an isolated army cut off from the mainland, even if the Orcs and humans do not attack them. When winter comes, a heavy snowfall will destroy the main force of the elves without winter supplies. And the only one who can save the elves is Madame Carol." A blackmail plan quickly took shape in Yinxing's mind. Yinxing took a cloak from the coat rack and threw it to Ligeia, saying, "Come on, take me to see Madame Carol." Ligeia didn't know what Yinxing meant, but seeing that he looked very happy, he should not go to Madame Carol to question her. Ligeia, with a question mark on her face, followed Yinxing out and rode her mount straight to the Rose Court. The damage to the Rose Court during the riot was not that great, especially after the werewolves moved in. The rebels did not launch any decent attacks. At this time, the servants of the Rose Court were cleaning up the remnants of the battle, and Lady Carol was drinking tea in a pavilion in the garden, and waiting for news from Storm City. Storm City was sealed off, and it was said that it was very chaotic inside. It should be the newly appointed Earl Theo, the commander of the Windy Highland Legion, who was trying to seize control of Storm City. Anjik Castle was still under attack by the Orcs, and it was estimated that Marquis Anderson, who was busy defending the city, did not know what was happening in Storm City. Prince Alito should have taken over the command of the Elven army. After a short rest, they will march towards the Orcs' mountain city. The Orcs in the mountain city don't know that the Elven allies have turned against them, and they will definitely be defeated by the elves in one fell swoop. At that time, even if the Orcs conquered Anjik Castle, they still had to face the strong city of Storm City. Attacked from both sides, the Orc army had no way to go. When winter comes, A heavy snowfall will destroy the Orc army without winter supplies. Make an alliance with the Snow Elves. Assist the Principality in controlling the Windy Highlands. Severely damage the Orcs' military forces. For such a great contribution. I wonder what reward the Duke will give me. I am one step closer to revenge. Mrs. Carroll picked up the teacup and took a sip. She looked at the chrysanthemums in full bloom in the garden. She smiled. But her eyes were filled with hatred. When she saw Lygia and Yinxing coming over, Carol immediately put down the teacup and her expression returned to its former nobility. "Now, Yinxing, I want to thank you for your support to the Rose Court." Mrs. Carroll extended her hand, waited for Yinxing to kiss the back of her hand, and said with a smile, "I wonder if the bedding I ordered from you has arrived. If it weren't for the riot, you should have delivered it. Sit down and talk." Yinxing and Lygia sat down. Carol poured tea for the two of them, and also noticed that Lygia looked unnatural. Yinxing said, "I dare not delay the things you want. 200,000 sets of bedding are in my warehouse, and they will be delivered immediately after payment. They can also be delivered to your door. I just don't know whether these beddings, are they sent to the south or the north?" Mrs. Carroll was stunned, and then looked at Lygia's expression. She smiled. "It seems that you know. At this time, I don't need to hide it anymore. These 200,000 beddings are indeed given to the Snow Elves. I have signed an alliance with the Snow Elves on behalf of the Silvermane Principality, and the Elf army should be on the way to attack the Alpine City. Count Theo also blocked the military power of Storm City to seize the Windy Highlands. The war is over. I am the final winner. You should reconsider your relationship with the Silvermane Principality and Count Theodore." Yinxing was glad that he asked Lygia first. Madame Carroll's half-truth and half-false words would really make him misjudge. "What? Prince Alito has led the Elven army to attack the Orcs' Alpine City?" Lygia said that the Elven army will retreat first and then reorganize, and will march to the Alpine City tonight at the earliest. If the Elven army really moves westward, away from the Thunder Swamp and runs to the vicinity of the Alpine City, it will be difficult to save them. If you know you can't save them, there is no need to take this job. Yinxing wants to talk about something else. The war is indeed over. Yinxing picked up the teacup and drank it slowly, then slowly put it down. "But the information I got is, Marquis Anderson killed Count Theo on the charge of colluding with the Orcs." "What? This is impossible." Mrs. Carroll stood up in shock. "The Orcs are besieging Anja Castle. Anderson can't return to Storm City at this time." "You lied to me again." Yinxing held the teapot and poured tea for himself, saying, "I got the news from Count Theodore. The people he sent to Storm City met Marquis Anderson. I don't know if your people met Count Theo in Storm City." Lady Carroll fell back into her chair. Storm City was sealed off, and no information could be transmitted from inside. But since Count Theodore could send people in, it meant that Storm City was under Anderson's control. How could he be in Storm City? If he was in Storm City, how could Fort Angic stop the attack of the Orcs? Unless, Lady Carroll thought of the most terrible possibility. Anderson colluded with the Orcs. Yinxing immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense without evidence." However, if the main force of the Elves is really on the way to Gaoshan City, it is estimated that they can't be pulled back. There is a strong city in front of them, and if the road behind is cut off, they can't be saved even if they want to. It's just a pity that my 200,000 sets of bedding will be wasted. Mrs. Carroll originally thought that the Orcs simply retreated, but Yinxing told her a more serious possibility. If the Orcs attack Frostleaf City, then the chess game on the Windy Highlands will be completely lost. What will happen to me when I return to the capital? Mrs. Carroll thought of the details in Yinxing's words and asked, You said, can the Elf army be saved?" Yinxing continued to drink tea slowly, and Mrs. Carroll waited patiently no matter how anxious she was. After drinking a cup of tea, Yinxing said, "If the Elf army has already marched towards Gaoshan City, it can't be saved. If the Elf army is still near the front line, they can get the protection of Thunder Swamp by marching eastward. The situation is urgent." And Mrs. Carroll tells Yinxing the truth. "I just lied. The Elf army should not have marched westward yet. If the Orcs really occupied Frostleaf City, can Thunder Swamp really protect this isolated Elf army? Yes. Why not?" Yinxing was waiting for Carroll to say this. He said, "Thunder Swamp is friendly to all races and is willing to make friends with everyone. If the elves are willing to enter the swamp as guests, I will definitely protect their safety and entertain them well. However, you also know that the swamp is poor in resources. and it is a very large expense to raise so many elves. We also need to open up a place suitable for the elves to live, and clear and drive away the poisonous flies and monsters in the swamp. We also need to appease the disturbed werewolves and swamp people. Alas, Yenshing sighed, looking like he was willing but unable to do anything. As long as Thunder Swamp is willing to accept this elven army and protect their safety in this swamp, the Silvermane Principality is willing to pay all the expenses. Looking at Yenshing's expression, Carol knew that there was no problem. Just the money. For the Silvermane Principality, the existence of such a large-scale elven army in the Windy Highlands means there is a possibility of a comeback. They are always threatening the Orcs and Marquis Anderson. I can operate from it. As for the cost of raising this elven army, didn't the Silvermane Principality promise to give the Snow Elves a wintering fee every year? The Snow Elves certainly don't want to see this elven army die in the Windy Highlands. I also want to retake Frostleaf City. Then persuade the Snow Elves to spend this wintering fee on this elven army. Hearing that Mrs. Carroll gave the money so straightforwardly, Yenshing smiled and said, "That's no problem. The elves can live in the swamp as long as they want." Chapter 285 Class Concept of Snow Elves. After Yenshing and Mrs. Carroll agreed to accept the elf army, Rose Court immediately sent personnel to the elf camp on Griffins, in order to catch up with the elf army when it sets out or soon after it sets out. Yenshing also took out his own letter. In this way, the messenger of Rose Court can change to a battle griffin with sufficient physical strength in the Eternal Territory and Blood Crown Mountain City, and catch up with the elf army at the fastest speed. Watching the messenger riding the battle griffin fly away, Mrs. Carroll was slightly relieved. Looking at Yenshing again, she showed a bitter smile on her face. "I didn't expect that my carefully formulated plan would become so vulnerable. Without your help, I'm afraid the Principality would have completely lost the Windy Highlands this time. I just don't know why you helped me. This is not in the interests of Anderson and Theodore." Yenshing drank tea and said, "Their interests are their interests, and my interests are my interests. I have common interests with them, and I also have common interests with you. Doing business. It's better to have more friends than more enemies. Aren't you afraid that the two of them will be angry with you because you accept the elves?" Yenshing also thought about how much trouble he would bring to himself if he accepted the elves. But the rewards would be greater. Besides, on the Windy Highlands, the more chess players there are, the more room he can maneuver. Otherwise, the Eternal Territory would definitely not have an easy time if they were caught in the middle by Anderson and the Orcs, who were secretly communicating. After all, personal relationships are personal relationships. In the face of the general trend, personal relationships may be nothing. By taking in this elven army, the Silvermane Principality and the Snow Elves can intervene in the situation in the Highlands from a distance. Together with the Thunder Swamp, it can be regarded as maintaining a three-legged situation. Yenshing would certainly not say what he thought, even though he knew that Mrs. Carroll was asking knowingly. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. But I can't bear to see you, Carroll, being punished for what happened in the Windy Highlands. I will definitely do anything I can for you." Carroll looked at Yenshing, and after a while she smiled and said, "I'm getting more and more interested in you. I will definitely do what I can do for you in the future." Yenshing did not stay in the Rose Court for too long. Receiving tens of thousands of elves is not something that can be accomplished smoothly with just a few nice words. Lygia returned to the embassy to continue to oversee the rescue and cleanup of the city. Madame Carroll wanted to determine the situation in Storm City and whether the Orcs had captured Frostleaf City. Yenshing left the Rose Court and went directly out of the city to return to the Eternal Territory. The Eternal Territory's army deployed on the border withdrew. The territory's war status was downgraded, and order was gradually restored to normal production. In the meeting hall of the Eternal Territory's Lord's Mansion, Yenshing summoned the elf Aranda. When Aranda walked into the meeting hall, she heard Yenshing talking to Gosper. "Send 50,000 sets of winter bedding to Bloodcrown Mountain City as quickly as possible, as well as a month's worth of basic food and heating fuel for a total of 50,000 people. You go to Bloodcrown Mountain City in person, manage the construction there, and coordinate the relationship between the Werewolf tribe and the Lizardman tribe." Yenshing plans to place the elves he receives in Bloodcrown Mountain City, which is under construction, in the entire Thunder Swamp. Only here has enough houses and facilities to support the lives of nearly 50,000 elves. But to accept so many alien species, it is necessary to coordinate the relationships within the swamp. Therefore, Yenshing sent Gosper to Bloodcrown Mountain City first to prepare for receiving the elves. Gosper accepted the order and left the meeting hall. Alanda walked up to Yenshing and said, Sir, Alanda has arrived. Please tell me if there is anything. Yinxing looked at Alanda and asked, Do you know Prince Alito of the Snow Elves? Alanda did not expect that Yinxing summoned her to ask about the snow. She replied, Prince Alito is the fourth son of His Majesty the Elf King, and is known for his bravery and fighting skills. That's all I know. After all, I am just the lowest elf. Yinxing didn't know much about the Snow Elves. I only know that the Snow Elves are a relatively loose tribal alliance with strict class. The hereditary Elven King is the leader of the Snow Elves, and the Elven royal family is naturally the noblest elves. Below are the ruling class of each Elven tribe, the Druids, who are high elves and control the politics, economy, and culture of the elves. The lowest level is the low elves. The elf class is very solidified, and there is almost no path to upgrade from low to high. Although the class of the human race is also very solidified, there is still a path for civilians to be promoted to nobles. And there are also a large number of cases that stimulate civilians to compete for the single plank bridge to become aristocratic class. For example, Donald. If Yinxing had not intervened in the situation in Nuda City, he would probably be a viscount now. Moreover, the Orcs are even more so. They have no concept of family at all. The chieftains can't figure out which of their tribe members is their own child. So the Orcs practice the abdication system. Orcs advocate force. And the Orc chieftain is often the strongest warrior in the tribe. Compared with humans and Orcs, the Elves attach great importance to bloodline. Elves with high bloodline do have a higher growth space. In order to ensure the purity of bloodline, Elves basically only marry within the same class. Even if there are very few female high elves who marry into the royal family, they will not get the status of royal elves. As for low elves, there is no possibility of being accepted by high elves and royal elves. Once there is an act of defilement of noble blood, the relevant elves will be executed, no matter what the identity of one of the elves is. For Yinxing, this system is unreasonable. But since it exists, it naturally has its own rationality. The potential of high elves is high, and the starting point is a hero unit. The snowy environment is harsh and resources are limited. A high elf who is a hero unit at birth, and a low elf who is not sure whether he can become a hero. Of course, resources should be given priority to the high elf. High elves naturally have to ensure their own bloodline to ensure that their next generation is 100% heroes. The environment has created the class system of snow elves. There is an unbridgeable gap between low elves and high elves, not only in consciousness, but also in appearance. Low elves like Aranda are not allowed to get tattoos casually. Only those who have made great contributions and are recognized by high elves can have designated patterns tattooed on their faces. High elves and royal elves can have tattoos representing their identities tattooed anywhere. Moreover, this kind of tattoo is blessed with secret words, which not only helps to identify the identity, but also provides a solidified gain state. In appearance, high elves and royal elves are whiter because of their pampered life, while low elves have skin color closer to humans. Therefore, Aranda disguised himself as a human for so long without being discovered. Chapter 286 Preparation for Diplomatic Relations. Aranda is a low-level elf. Even though he is a powerful assassin hero, he is still at the bottom of the snow elves, since the elves have accepted this class concept since childhood. Aranda's tone is respectful when he mentions the royal elves. Yinxing said to Aranda, You don't know much, but you definitely know more than I do. I have something to meet Prince Alito. You change your clothes and go with me. At this time, the alchemical robot Laura opened the side room, which was a cloakroom. Aranda didn't know why Yinxing suddenly wanted to meet Prince Alito, but she was still very happy to see her compatriots and walked into the side room. Soon, Aranda changed into a new set of clothes and came out. The temperature has been getting colder recently. The north wind has been blowing for the past few days, and there may be a significant drop in temperature. The Eternal Territory has prepared a batch of winter clothes for its subjects. As a member of the cabinet, Aranda's clothes must be different from those of ordinary subjects. Moreover, this time she was going to meet the Prince of the Snow Elf Kingdom, a formal diplomatic event, so her clothes naturally could not be too casual. After changing her clothes, Aranda wore black slim pants and round-toed high heels on the lower body, a knitted high-necked wool sweater, and a waisted small suit on the upper body. She wore a 5-pointed star pendant around her neck and a lady's watch on her wrist. She wore a tweed coat that matched her hair color on the outside. The 2 pointed ears showed through the hair, and Yinxing couldn't help but take out his phone to take a photo. Very good. I don't know if Yinxing is complimenting Aranda or the clothes. Aranda looked a little restrained in her new clothes. She could feel that the clothes were very high-end, and the clothes-fitting tailoring showed all the feminine characteristics. This was very different from the work clothes she wore before. Even with a tweed coat on the outside, it was still difficult to hide her figure. Sir, do I really want to wear this dress? And these shoes? Aranda felt like she would fall down at any time when she put on high heels. Yinxing asked Chuichu to scan the documents in his hand, and prepared to deal with them on the way. He stood up from his seat, lit a cigarette and walked out. He said to Aranda, if it's hot, you can take off your coat. You can also wear more comfortable shoes. Laura, pick a few pairs of casual shoes for Aranda. Let's go. Yinxing had already walked out of the door after speaking. The alchemical robot Laura came out of the side room with 4 robot servants and pulled a few suitcases, and handed a pair of flat shoes in her hand to Aranda. Aranda quickly changed her shoes, and then caught up with Yinxing's team with her high heels. Outside the Lord's mansion, a convoy was already on standby. Yinxing was riding in a large carriage pulled by 4 demonized horses. In front of the convoy were werewolf cavalry riding chocobos, and behind the convoy were 10 modified trucks carrying military supplies and werewolf warriors. Finally, there were human cavalry riding chocobos. In the air, a fully assembled Griffin troop was hovering. In the higher airspace, a formation of drones was ready to provide early warning for the team at any time. Yinxing and Aranda got into the carriage. The team slowly started and drove out of the city. The smell of smoke in the carriage made Aranda cover his nose. Yinxing pinched out the cigarette, but with his fingers, and threw it out of the window, saying to Aranda apologetically, I'm sorry. I've been too tired these days, so I'm used to lighting a cigarette to refresh myself. Aranda could see Yinxing's mental fatigue, and she said, you are the Lord, and you have the right to do whatever you want. May I know why you went to see Prince Alito? Yinxing didn't know the situation in Frostleaf City. It was not certain whether the elves could defend Frostleaf City, so he couldn't talk about taking in the trapped elf army. Of course, we will talk about diplomatic relations. The Snow Elves are the northern neighbors of Thunder Swamp. Now that Thunder Swamp Avenue is open, it is natural to trade with each other. You should have many specialties in the snow that are not available in the south. Without the information Yinxing knew, Aranda would never have thought of the desperate situation the elf army was facing. Hearing that Yinxing wanted to do business with Shueti, Aranda really thought about it seriously. Finally, he said, I really can't think of any special products in our Shueti. Yinxing yawned. How can there be none? It's just because you haven't discovered it yet. If I say there is, it must be there. I'm really sleepy. Take a nap first. Wake me up when we get to Blood Crown Mountain City. Yinxing closed his eyes. He hadn't slept for several days and nights, and even if he used meditation to restore his energy, he couldn't hold on. Aranda said, Aren't you afraid that I will kill you when you fall asleep? There are only you and me here. Yinxing didn't say anything. He fell asleep leaning against the carriage. Aranda just sat opposite Yinxing and looked at him. The image of her sister's death appeared in her mind again. For Aranda, this was the best time to kill Yinxing to avenge her sister, even though she was still wearing an anklet that could restrain herself. The distance was so close that it should be enough for her to take revenge. Aranda just sat there. After a while, she stood up, took off her coat, and covered Yinxing with it. Then Aranda sat back in her seat and looked out the window. The convoy was leaving the Eternal Territory through the city gate. Sister, what should I do? 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this time, on the Griffin Island in the real world, Tong Yitong walked barefoot on the white beach. The clear sea water rushed up again and again, erasing a row of footprints behind her. Continuous cries came from the sky. 2 griffins were flying in the air, fighting to tear a big sea fish. On the sea in the distance, a patrol boat quickly slid across the water. The griffin breeding project is still in preparation, and many personnel and equipment have not yet landed on the island. As the person in charge of the project, Qinshi is now flying around the world as a representative of Yinxing. Tong Yitong's work is relatively easy, but she can't leave the island at will. Therefore, Tong Yitong regards this period of time as a vacation. Take a walk on the beach or ride a griffin for a circle. She found that these days, the griffin seemed to be getting closer and closer to her. Could it be because she smelled like him? Thinking of Yinxing, Tong Yitong felt sweet in her heart. Although she was with Yinxing because of gratitude, the seeds of love would quickly sprout and grow once they were planted. It had been a while since I saw him. Where was he? What was he doing? However, while Tawny Tongue was walking and daydreaming, 3 people in diving suits suddenly stood up from the water beside her. They grabbed Tawny Tongue and dragged her into the water without giving her a chance to call for help. The griffins in the air threw away the sea fish and swooped down with a fighting cry. But when they rushed to the beach, they had completely lost track of Tawny Tongue. Yenshing, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He said to Aranda, who was wiping her tears, "I have something to do. You go to Blood Crown Mountain City by yourself. If Madame Carol arrives, and I haven't come back yet, you will follow Madame Carol to see Prince Alito on my behalf. Madame Carol will tell you what to do." After saying that, without waiting for Aranda's consent, Yenshing disappeared in the carriage. Chapter 287 Hostage Tawny Tongue. The connection line established by Chue between the real world and the magic world triggered an alarm, and Tawny Tongue was abducted by an unknown force. Yenshing, who received the information, quickly returned to the real world and then took a private plane to Griffin Island. At this time, Chinshur had arrived. He took Yenshing, who had just got off the plane, to a room. The projector played the picture of Tawny Tongue being abducted. Soon Feng Tingyu, who was in charge of the Griffin breeding project of Renluin Company, also arrived. "I'm sorry. This is our negligence. We have now started the investigation of this incident, and these are the clues we can find now." After seeing Yenshing, Feng Tingyu apologized first. The security of Griffin Island was entrusted to Renluin Investment Bank. Now that such a big thing happened on the island, Renluin Investment Bank cannot escape the blame. Yenshing took a stack of documents from Feng Tingyu with a bad look on his face. There were photos of the scene and underwater photos, analysis of the robbers' retreat route, and satellite images. It can be seen that Renluin Investment Bank used all the resources it could to find Tawny Tongue in such a short time. "Tell me about your findings." Yenshing looked at the documents and said to Feng Tingyu. Feng Tingyu answered based on the clues she had. The other party's method is very professional, and the diving equipment is not something that ordinary robbers can get. We did not find the boat the robbers were riding in the nearby waters, so we infer that they should have sneaked in on a small submarine. The sonar detection network around Griffin Island has not been completed yet, and it is not ruled out that an insider leaked the route from underwater. We are investigating internal personnel, hoping to find the insider. Chinshur said at this time, "I held a video conference with the directors and heads of various departments on the plane. Many people at the meeting questioned the ability of Renha Investment Bank. If Renha Investment Bank cannot even protect such an important person as Miss Tong, how can it protect the safety of Griffin Island?" Feng Tingyu did not answer. This situation made Renluin Investment Bank very passive. In the face of such a major safety accident, any explanation would be useless. The scene fell into silence for a while. "What do you think is the purpose of the other party kidnapping Tawny Tongue?" Yenshing did not discuss the issue of accountability in depth. The most important thing now is to rescue Tawny Tongue as soon as possible, and the issue of responsibility can be left to the end. Feng Tingyu replied, "So far, we have not received any calls from any organization, so we cannot determine the other party's true purpose. We can only infer that the other party may want to use Miss Tong to exchange our griffins." Yenshing thought for a while and said, "Exchange griffins? Exchange 1 or 2. They should know that Tawny Tongue cannot exchange 6 griffins. With less than 3 griffins, it would be difficult for them to reproduce. When the griffins die, they will have nothing. It is the best choice for everyone in the world that all 6 griffins are on Griffin Island. Only if we can breed griffins in large quantities can we meet the needs of collectors. Although it is not ruled out that there are extremely paranoid idiots. I think the direct relationship between the kidnapping of Tawny Tongue and the griffins should not be great." Chinshur on the side asked thoughtfully, "Then what do they want?" "I don't know." Yenshing glanced at the projection screen and said to Chinshur, "Griffin Island is operating as usual. The other party took so much effort to kidnap Tawny Tongue, and there must be a next move. Now we can only wait for them to make the first move. Arrange a room for me. I will stay here for the next few days." Chinshur took Yenshing to rest. Feng Tingyu recalled what Yenshing had just said, picked up the encrypted intercom and said, "Arrange personnel to strengthen the protection of Mr. Yenshing. The kidnappers kidnapped Tawny Tongue most likely to lure Yenshing out. Continue to search the surrounding islands, and also search Griffin Island to see if there are any underwater caves. Investigate the Zhao family, especially the branch in Country M. When Renluin Investment Bank was looking for Tawny Tongue everywhere, Tawny Tongue had just woken up from a coma. She found herself in a secret room. A strong light was shining on her head, and the glare and high temperature made her feel very uncomfortable. She wanted to stand up, but found herself tied to a metal chair fixed to the floor. In front of her was a metal interrogation table, and opposite her was a mirror that filled the wall. It looked like an interrogation room in Western movies and TV series. The mirror should be a one-way perspective mirror. At this time, there should be a rebellious boss looking at her on the other side of the mirror. Tong Yitong realized that she shouldn't think about these things at this time. She should shout and cry like a normal woman. But why was she so calm? Did she still have the potential to be an agent? Tong Yitong found that her thoughts were off track again. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Tong Yitong saw a spherical camera in the corner and stared at it and asked. The room was silent, and there was no response. Tong Yitong stopped talking. Based on her experience of watching so many American TV series, she knew that the other party must know that she had woken up. Then just wait. Sooner or later someone will respond to her. As time passed, Tong Yitong sat there quietly, reviewing similar scenes in American TV series in her mind. It was quite interesting. As time passed, Tong Yitong felt that a kind of power was stimulated in her body. She didn't have any fear. But under her quiet appearance, a kind of crazy thought was growing. It seemed that there was a sealed demon, and the restraints were being untied layer by layer. It was getting more and more interesting. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the closed metal door opened with a sound, and a blond man with a Western face walked in. He closed the door, looked at the mirror on the wall, and then sat down opposite Tong Yitong. Miss Tong, I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you can cooperate a little. The blond man said in very standard Mandarin. This will save you a little pain. I hope you can speak to me in English. Tong Yitong stared at the man, with a strong evil spirit in her eyes. She spoke in English, and her tone was very frivolous. I can practice my spoken English. The man was shocked by the woman in front of him, and the momentum he had built up when he came in was instantly punctured. What happened? The information about Tong Yitong is that she is a very docile little girl from Country Z. Why is she like this? Is this the docility of Country Z? No matter. Let's ask all the questions we should ask first, and see how much useful information we can get from her. Well, this is a good start. The blond man turned to English and asked Tong Yitong, according to the information we have, you were one of the first employees when Yanqing founded Yongling Trade, and you are also very respected by Yanqing. There is also a further relationship. When you were dating Yanqing, did he mention surlaming to you? I suddenly think we should use Z language. Your English pronunciation is too unstandard. Chapter 288 Messenger Alanda. In the magic world, the convoy from the Eternal Territory arrived at Blood Crown Mountain City. Alanda walked out of the carriage alone. The convoy received an order from Yanqing on the way. Alanda was fully responsible for the meeting with the elf prince Alito, as a temporarily appointed diplomat to perform diplomatic missions. The other party was a snow elf, which made Alanda very nervous. I don't know if I can complete such an important task. And Lord Yanqing didn't even tell me what the task was. What should I do? Alanda had to go to Blood Crown Mountain City first, and wait for Madame Carol to arrive. She should be able to give me an answer. Blood Crown Mountain City is a city built on the side of Blood Crown Mountain by the Eternal Territory as a third-party force in Thunder Swamp after the werewolves and lizardmen reached a ceasefire agreement. Thunder Swamp Avenue passes through the middle of Blood Crown Mountain City, dividing the city into two parts, east and west. There are representatives of the werewolf tribe in the West City District, and representatives of the lizardman tribe in the East City District. If there are any disputes, the werewolves and lizardmen can entrust the representatives of the Eternal Territory to act as arbitration for negotiation and resolution. However, now the werewolves and lizardmen are engaged in production and construction with the support of the Eternal Territory, and no one has the energy to cause trouble for each other. The construction of Thunder Swamp Avenue brought a large amount of supplies to the werewolves and lizardmen involved. The tribesmen not only had enough food, but also obtained a lot of daily necessities, which greatly improved the lives of the tribesmen. These werewolves and lizardmen, who had tasted the sweetness, supported the construction of the Eternal Territory with all their heart and soul. When Master Yanqing asked them to build roads, they built them. When Master Yanqing asked them to dig pits, they dug pits, reclaim paddy fields, raise fish and shrimps, collect herbs, and go to Blood Crown Mountain City to exchange for good things. At this time, Blood Crown Mountain City was the largest market in the Thunder Swamp. And it was a place where werewolves and lizardmen wanted to move in and live. If you want to let tens of thousands of elves live in, there are many things to do. This is also the reason why Yenching sent Gosper, the most important minister in his cabinet. Supplies are being transported from the Eternal Territory to Bloodcrown Mountain City. The houses where the elves live need to be coordinated with the werewolves and lizardmen to give up some. And more need to be built immediately. But Yenching did not tell Gosper who these things were prepared for. Aranda naturally did not know. She wandered around Bloodcrown Mountain City all day, amazed in her heart. There is such a prosperous city in the barbarian swamp. It seems that wherever Lord Yenching goes, he will leave behind wealth. The situation in Windy Highlands developed so quickly that Aranda did not have too much time to rest. The next day, Madame Carroll landed in Bloodcrown Mountain City under the escort of a team of griffins. Mrs. Carroll was not too surprised about Bloodcrown Mountain City. She had seen too many miracles from Thunder Swamp and Nuda City, and knew that Yenching had built a road that ran through the north and south of the swamp in just a few months. There was a prosperous city here, so what was there to be surprised about? The only thing that surprised her was probably meeting Aranda here. The Emerald Sisters were elf assassins sent by the Snow Elves to serve the Rose Court in the assassination attempt on Yenching. The elder sister died at the hands of Yenching. The younger sister Aranda escaped from the pursuit of the Rose Court. Carol did not expect that she would meet Aranda here, and that she became the director of the Eternal Territory Immigration Bureau and one of Yenching's cabinet ministers. What's going on? Madame Carroll pretended to meet Aranda for the first time in the reception room of the Government Affairs Hall of Bloodcrown Mountain City. She asked Aranda, who was dressed in a strange outfit, "Where is Night Yenching now?" Although the Emerald Sisters had been lurking in Nuda City for a long time, they never knew who they were working for. Aranda was very unfamiliar with Madame Carroll. She only knew that she represented the Silvermane Principality, and was a partner that Yenching valued very much. "Hello, Madame Carroll." Aranda saluted Carroll very appropriately, and said truthfully, "Lord Yenching appointed me as the plenipotentiary representative to meet Prince Alito this time, because he had something very important to do temporarily." Hearing that Yenching would not accompany her to see Alito, Madame Carroll could not help but frown and asked, "What is so important that made Night Yenching leave at this moment? He should know how important it is to see Alito this time. Where is he?" "I'm sorry. I don't know where Lord Yenching is," Aranda replied, "but since Lord thinks what he is doing now is important, it must be very important." Madame Carroll was speechless. Since Yenching is not here, she can only take Aranda to accept the elf army. "Did Night Yenching say why he went to see Prince Alito this time?" Aranda replied, "Master Yenching didn't tell me. He said that when you come, Madam, you will tell me everything." Alas, Yenching really does things as he pleases. Such a big thing. Madame Carroll thought about it again. It was a big deal for him to take in the elf army. But for Yenching, it was a natural thing. It can be done by sending anyone. He went to give Alito a face. If he didn't go, Alito would not refuse to enter the Thunder Swamp because he was neglected. "Okay, I'll tell you what happened." Madame Carroll told Aranda the intelligence she had collected in the past 2 days. Marquis Anderson was indeed in Storm City, and had the Storm Highland Legion firmly under his control. The Principality's reinforcements were blocked outside the city. If Grand Duke Silvermane didn't want to completely fall out with Anderson, he could only withdraw his troops and admit the crime of communicating with the Orcs to Count Theo. In addition, as Yenching expected, yesterday afternoon, the Orc army that was supposed to be in Anja Castle in the south of the Highlands suddenly appeared in Frostleaf City at the northern end of the Highlands. Frostleaf City was poorly defended and was captured by the Orc army. The Elves' nearly 50,000 troops on the Windy Highlands became an isolated army without logistics and support. Now the Orcs and Marquis Anderson are very likely to tacitly join forces to annihilate the Elven army caught in the middle. This elite elf army is in danger. Lady Carol came to Bloodcrown Mountain this time to meet with Yenching to meet Prince Alito and bring the demoralized elves to Thunder Swamp. Aranda was dumbfounded. She could receive some news about the battle in Windy Highlands in Eternal Territory. Didn't the Orcs say that they were about to capture Anja Castle and then attack Storm City? Didn't the Orcs and Elves say that they were allies this time? The army of Eternal Territory was still stationed on the border, ready to march into Nuda City after the Orcs captured Storm City. How? The Orcs stabbed the Elves in the back and captured Frostleaf City. The noble Elves actually sought shelter in the swamp. The honor of the Elves? Lady Carol, you are not kidding me. Chapter 289, Welcoming the Elf Army. I also hope this is a joke. Madame Carroll smiled sadly. But the elf army is indeed waiting for us to rescue them. If Knight Yinching really can't come, we will set off now. Alanda didn't waste time. She took Madame Carroll to ride on Yinching's exclusive carriage. After the team arrived, the convoy started to leave Blood Crown Mountain City and continued to move north along the Thunder Swamp Avenue. Madame Carroll sat in the carriage and looked carefully at everything she saw. The civilization of Blood Crown Mountain City is very extreme. Most werewolves and lizardmen are uncivilized barbarians at first glance. They are rude and reckless, naked, and use bone and stone tools. A small number of werewolves and lizardmen wore clothes or armor with the characteristics of the Eternal Territory. Their demeanor was extremely high, and they walked on the road like a hero, showing their proud mentality. And Mrs. Carroll also noticed that the currency used for transactions here was all the grain coupons of the Eternal Grain Store. After leaving the Blood Crown Mountain City, you can see large areas of reclaimed paddy fields and ponds. The snakeskin bison and swamp lizards worked in the ponds driven by the trainers. And from time to time, golden carps as big as wheels jumped out from under the ponds. This kind of carp was introduced by Yinching from the real world. It was first cultivated in the ponds around the Blood Crown Mountain City to observe what changes the carp in the real world would have in the magic world. Just like chickens and horses, a large number of carp from the real world soon became demonized. The demonized carp became larger and released water magic. Fortunately, in a small pond, these demonized carp could not cause big waves. After the second generation of carp, the probability of demonization will drop significantly. At that time, this fast-growing freshwater fish that has been improved by modern methods can be widely cultivated in the swamp. With the experience of carp, Yinching also plans to gradually introduce fish and shrimp from different water layers to make full use of the water space. The prototype of a land of fish and rice has already appeared around the Blood Crown Mountain City. Mrs. Carroll also seemed to see the future prosperity here. Yinching is already so powerful now. When he taps the production potential of Thunder Swamp, I wonder what kind of giant he will face at that time. Miss Aranda, are these alchemical transport vehicles behind you the trucks made by you and the Goblin Alchemical Factory in cooperation? Mrs. Carroll has a strong interest in trucks. This kind of vehicle with a large load capacity and no need for animal power has extraordinary strategic significance. If the Silvermane Principality has a large number of such trucks, it can transport a large number of troops to Storm City at the fastest speed. Perhaps it can change the situation in Storm City at this time. If Marquis Anderson owned the truck, his supplies and personnel could move quickly in the built road network and gain more initiative. If the Orcs owned the truck, the northern border of mankind would never be at peace. What kind of monster did the Eternal Territory create? Aranda did not have the long-term strategic vision of Mrs. Carroll. In her eyes, the truck was a high-speed, cheap, and high-capacity means of transportation. Because Yinching was interested in promoting trucks, Aranda told Carroll something about trucks. She first introduced the process of Yinching and the Goblin Gaga cooperating to establish a Truck Transformation Research Institute. She also explained some truck parameters in detail. The more Mrs. Carroll listened, the more frightened she became. She originally thought that this alchemical vehicle must be a high-energy consuming alchemical equipment like the heavy alchemical puppet. But who would have thought that this truck driven by rare alchemical resources would have an unimaginably low energy consumption? For long-distance transportation, the transportation cost of using a truck is even lower than using animal power. How is this done? Mrs. Carroll couldn't figure it out. Because according to alchemical experience, the larger the size of the mechanical motion alchemical equipment, the more the loss in the drive will inevitably increase in a step-by-step proportion. One of the main reasons why the heavy alchemical puppet is not used on a large scale is that it consumes too much energy. Aranda didn't know how to answer Mrs. Carroll's question. I don't know how Lord Yinching did it. The alchemy of Eternal Territory has been subverting my understanding of alchemy. Perhaps only the alchemists of the Cloud Tower can understand such superb alchemy. Mrs. Carroll also sighed. Yes. The alchemy mastered by Eternal Territory is comparable to the Cloud Tower. I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Why? Facing Aranda's question, Mrs. Carroll just smiled and didn't answer. The Thunder Swamp Avenue had just been repaired not long ago, and the road was very smooth. The swamp tribes encountered along the way all consciously retreated to both sides after seeing the convoy of Lord Yinching of Eternal Territory. The horse-drawn team was moving very fast, and it came out of the northern end of Thunder Swamp in the evening. On the northern edge of Thunder Swamp, a horizontal road was being built. This was the northern section of the outer ring line of Thunder Swamp planned by Yanqing. The east and west lines were also under construction. There was also a highway that ran through the swamp from east to west, forming the main road framework of Thunder Swamp. The road under construction in the eyes of the team was heading west, and the werewolf laborers, who were summoned, were gathered along the way. They gathered in temporary engineering camps on the roadside, lighting campfires and cooking. They sang traditional ballads with rhythmic howling. It can be heard that the werewolves are very satisfied with their current lives. Soon they reached the end of the road and entered the grassland, where the speed of marching slowed down significantly. However, after the night was completely dark, they met the elf vanguard, who was marching. The elf warriors were all in a very low mood. The retreat was cut off, and the future was bleak. It was difficult for the arrogant elves to accept the protection of the swamp tribe, facing the unknown army that suddenly encountered at night. The elf vanguard immediately took a fighting stance. A team of elf heroes riding unicorns stood in front and jointly formed a continuous defense wall. Behind the unicorns, the elf hunters lined up in 3 rows and pulled their bows to the full, with the arrows pointing diagonally upwards. Then the elf sword dancers spread out to both wings. The druids chanted spells, releasing defensive magic and buff magic for the entire army. The Pegasus Knights took off, circling and forming a circular defense formation to provide air cover for their own army. At the end, the more than 10-meter-tall tree spirits slowly walked forward. The branches on the tree spirits were full of delicate flower fairies. Elf forces. First level flower fairies. Second level flower demons. Third level sword dancers. Fourth level war dancers. Fifth level elf hunters. Sixth level secret archers. Seventh level druids. Eighth level advanced druids. Seventh level Pegasus Knights. Eighth level silver Pegasus Knights. Ninth level unicorns. 10th level silver unicorns. 11th level tree spirits. 12th level ancient tree spirits. Encountering an excellent army at night made the elves a little panicked. A strong wind blew again in the wilderness, and the whistling sound seemed like enemies pressing on from all sides. Chapter 290 The Prince's Situation. The retreating elf vanguard took a fighting stance, like a frightened bird, and the Eternal Territories team also reacted extremely quickly. The truck drove from the back to the front, and the body of the truck was laid horizontally to form a steel defense line. The werewolf warriors in the car got off the car and built another defense line in front with shields. The werewolf archers in the car half-crouched and pointed their muskets at the elf array. The human cavalry were deployed on both wings of the array. The werewolf cavalry assembled into an assault formation on the side away from the array, ready to fight in a roundabout way at any time. The poisonous flies that came with the army hid in the grass. A small number of griffins circled in the air. The howling of wolves rang out in the team one after another, and the werewolf heroes used war howls to bless the warriors to enhance their combat status. The scene was extremely tense, and the battle seemed to be imminent. Fortunately, Mrs. Carroll stepped forward in time. She walked out of the carriage and used the amplification magic to shout to the sensitive elves, "Elf friends, we are the team of Thunder Swamp, and we are here to welcome you into the swamp. Is Prince Alito here? Tell him Carol and the representatives of the Eternal Territory are here." Carol's words eased the tense situation a little, but the elves still did not relax. The armies of both sides continued to confront each other. After a while, a silver Pegasus with bright armor landed in the open space in the middle. Prince Alito, wearing a green military coat, jumped off the silver Pegasus and walked towards the team of the Eternal Territory with his guards. He saw Lady Carol standing in front of the army and said from a distance, "Let Thunder Swamp give me a vassal army. I can take back Frostleaf City." Lady Carol stood there without answering. Aranda stood beside Lady Carol. She looked at the Supreme Prince of the Elves and felt humble and wanted to bow down. But she knew her current identity. She represented the Eternal Territory and Lord Yanqing. Aranda sorted out her clothes and waited for Prince Alito to arrive. Without getting a response from Carol, Alito walked in and said angrily, "Nuda City is closed, and I am being hunted. At this point in time, the Orcs attacked our Frostleaf City. It was you who leaked the information and caused all this. You have to take full responsibility. Now that the Orcs have just captured Frostleaf City, I still have a chance. Let Thunder Swamp give me a 20,000-strong vassal army." Aranda stood up and said to Alito, "Dear Fourth Prince, Thunder Swamp follows the principle of neutrality in the Windy Highlands. We don't want to be enemies with anyone." Before Aranda finished speaking, Alito scolded, "Low-level elf. You have no right to speak here. Back." Aranda's face turned red. The elf's solidified level made her not know how to face a royal elf. At this time, Madame Carroll smiled and said to Prince Alito, "You can't chase Lord Alanda away. Let me introduce him. This is Alanda Emerald, Director of the Immigration Bureau of Eternal Territory and Minister of the Cabinet of Lord Yenching. Lord Alanda is representing Lord Yenching this time, and is responsible for receiving friends from the Snowland to visit Thunder Swamp." Alito's expression became frozen. The elves need the shelter of the swamp, which has made the elf prince feel very embarrassed. Now the one who receives him is actually a low-level elf. The dignified elf prince has to bow to an inferior race. A low-level elf. It's really a double blow. Alito said to Alanda, "Elf, you have to know that you come from the Snowland. Now, the despicable orcs have attacked our Frostleaf city. The noble elves must take Frostleaf city back. Since you are the cabinet minister of the Eternal Territory, organize a swamp servant army and follow me to counterattack Frostleaf city. The loss of Frostleaf city is an extremely serious blow to Prince Alito. The Elven King of the Snowland Royal Court is old, and the fight for the succession to the throne is gradually becoming fierce. The warlike Prince Alito is a strong contender for the throne. This time, we will form an alliance with the Silvermane Principality and capture the Orcs' High Mountain City. Not only will it form a strategic advantage over the Orcs, but it will also receive a large amount of winter expenses from the allies every year. Such a merit will definitely allow Prince Alito to rub his butt against the throne. But I lost Frostleaf City. The Orcs' opposition to the Snowland formed a strategic advantage. Moreover, the elite elves led by me became an isolated army that could be eaten at any time, causing great damage to the national strength of the Snow Elves. If I just escape back to the Snowland, I will be imprisoned when the new king ascends the throne. The best outcome for me is exile to the far north." Prince Alito was unwilling to accept this. Along the way, he was always thinking about how to counterattack Frostleaf City. But the probability is not high. However, if there are 20,000 or 30,000 cannon fodder, maybe they can fight. Therefore, Prince Alito repeatedly wanted to send a vassal army to Thunder Swamp. Even facing Aranda, he showed the power of the Prince Elf. Aranda replied, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I just said that Thunder Swamp is unwilling to be enemies with anyone. The Eternal Territory accepts the elves with goodwill, and I hope Your Highness will respect us. Today's swamp is not the swamp you imagined. The clothes you are wearing are the items of our Eternal Territory." Prince Alito was stunned, and he looked at Carol. Mrs. Carroll shrugged and said, "Lord Aranda is right. Thunder Swamp is no longer the swamp we know, and the clothes you are wearing are provided by the Eternal Territory. Put away your arrogance and enter the swamp with a normal heart, so that you will not be hit too hard. Put away your weapons, and let's go into the swamp together. Let me say something that only friends would say. Your Highness, what you need to consider now is not the counterattack on Frostleaf City, but how to keep this army. With this army, you have a future." Madame Carroll's words finally calmed Prince Alito's restless heart. It has already happened. Complaining and blaming allies will not do you any good. The most important thing now is to keep this army. Take advantage of the loss of contact with the snow and firmly grasp the hearts of this elite elf army. Then in the competition for the throne, you still have a chance. If you attack Frostleaf City at this time, even if you take it down, it will not improve your situation much. Forbearance is also a necessary quality for a king. Lord Aranda, I just offended you. Please take us into the swamp. I will restrain my subordinates and will not cause you any trouble." The military order was issued, and the warriors of both sides lifted their fighting postures. The elf army followed the convoy of the Eternal Lord to the Thunder Swamp Avenue. The real world. Tong Yitong was transferred to an iron cage prison, surrounded by guards standing and watching her from all sides. There was nothing in the iron cage prison. Tong Yitong sat cross-legged on the ground, her body covered with blood. She held a bloody ring in her hand, because the ring was for men. The inner diameter was slightly larger. She tried it on her hand and barely put it on her thumb. Then Tong Yitong seemed to be completely unconcerned about her situation and admired the ring. Chapter 291 Demonization. Chuichu is still perfecting the connection structure between the real world and the magic world. Yenching can roughly know what happened in the Eternal Territory through this connection line. The latest news is that Aranda and Carol have met Prince Alito. The elf army is entering the swamp along the Thunder Road. Bloodcrown Mountain City is ready to welcome new residents. Storm City lifted the blockade, and Marquis Anderson announced the Orcs to retreat. The war in Windy Highlands is over. A cold current quickly moved south. And winter came much earlier than in previous years. The war is over. And all parties are preparing for the early arrival of winter. Yinxing, who felt that nothing major would happen in the near future, stayed on Griffin Island with peace of mind. While waiting for Tong Yitong's news, he dealt with many affairs of Laning Company. The shareholders of the company have stationed their own representatives on Griffin Island. The representative of the Zhao family is Zhao Hongyi, the eldest son of Zhao Gutai, and the representative of the Zhao family's M-country branch is Zhao Hongsheng. The two of them are very loud in Laning Company, and Qinshi sometimes can't suppress them. However, the two Zhaos seem to be on the same front. But in fact, they have their own interests. Yinxing learned about the current situation of Laning Company through Qinshi's narration. At the same time, Qinshi also suggested to Yinxing not to interfere too much in the internal struggle of the company. There are many factions in a large company, each with its own interests and ideas. It is a foolish dream to expect everyone to unite and contribute to the company. Sometimes big leaders have to pretend to be confused. The main task is to steer the ship and prevent it from deviating from the course. Yinxing is actually not very interested in managing Laning Company. As long as the method of rapid breeding of griffins is studied, you can do whatever you want. But you can't do it to yourself. Renluin Company's further investigation results show that the kidnappers, who kidnapped Tong Yitong, may not have left. They should be hiding somewhere on Griffin Island or surrounding islands. Renluin Company is sending people to search these areas. But the area of Griffin Island is too large. It is extremely difficult to find someone in a forested mountain with an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers. However, since the bandits can hide near Griffin Island, the Zhao family is highly suspected. 2 days have passed, and there has been no news from Tong Yitong. No kidnappers have come forward to negotiate terms. But he didn't know that the kidnappers didn't want to talk, but found that they couldn't control Tong Yitong at all, since Tong Yitong was captured. For kidnappers have died, and all of them were killed with bare hands. For Tong Yitong, handcuffs are just a thin rope that can be broken at will. She can lift a strong man weighing nearly 100 kilograms with one hand and throw him out easily. The gangsters had never thought that the superhuman who only existed in the movies would appear in front of them. For people were killed in an instant, and their deaths were horrible. The kidnappers used a large dose of anesthetics to subdue the violent Tong Yitong. But the effect of the anesthetics only lasted for 3 minutes. It was only enough for the kidnappers to transfer the person to a special prison. The cage was welded with steel pipes as thick as arms, and was powered by high-voltage electricity. 8 masked strong men holding anesthetic guns stood around the cage, looking at the woman trapped inside with horror. The woman behaved very quietly, and her body was covered with blood from the people she killed. At this time, in the eyes of the kidnappers, Tong Yitong's value was greater than those griffins. If we can figure out why this woman is so strong, we will definitely be able to reshape the world. But how can we transport her away? There is no way to get close to her now. Tricky. Let's catch Yinxing first. Day passed, and night enveloped Griffin Island. Yinxing left his residence and walked on a beach. 3 bodyguards followed him, looking around vigilantly. One of them even reminded Yinxing, "Mr. Yin, it's not safe here. Please go back." They are professional guards arranged by Renluin Investment for Yinxing, and they are professionals transferred from various actual combat fronts. Yinxing said, "I don't have time to waste here with the kidnappers. Since they arrested Tong Yitong to lure me here, I will cooperate. You go back and ask everyone around to evacuate. I can handle it." The bodyguard conveyed Yinxing's intention to his superior. After about 10 minutes, the bodyguards and the people who secretly protected Yinxing all evacuated. Master Chichi, dressed in special forces uniforms with oil paint on his face, saluted Yinxing and shouted loudly, "The Eye of Air has been opened. The magic sentinel has been deployed, and the surge touch is ready. Stand by." After Yinxing gave the order to Chichui, he walked on the deserted beach. The scene at this time was seen by the periscope protruding from the sea in the distance, and several drones were conducting reconnaissance on the surrounding situation. Yinxing actually asked all the bodyguards around him to withdraw. Could this be a trap he deliberately set? But even if it was a trap, the mission must be carried out. Capture Yinxing and ask for information about Sir Laming. Maybe we can also ask about Tong Yitong's situation. An action team quickly approached Yinxing, who was walking on the beach from underwater. In the room where Tong Yitong was imprisoned, another middle-aged man walked in from the door. He was wearing a black t-shirt, with muscular body and a pair of exaggerated chest muscles. The man held a tablet in his hand and walked around the iron cage where Tong Yitong was imprisoned. Don't think we can't do anything to you. You are no longer of much value to us now. There are only two ways in front of you. Cooperate with us. You can have more wealth and status than now, and become one of the few people standing at the top of the world pyramid. If you refuse, I will have to kill you. Is this a wedding ring? Tong Yitong's attention is still on the ring in her hand. The man replied, yes. The man you killed just got married, and his wife is pregnant. He loves his family very much. But you punched out his heart. You can rest assured that as long as you agree to our request, I will not hold you responsible for killing my colleagues. It's really pitiful that he has a colleague like you. You are not still thinking about living in his house, sleeping with his wife, and letting his children recognize you as their father. Tong Yitong's words made the man frown. And he said, you have serious mental problems now. Maybe this is a side effect of your superhuman strength. We want to help you, but there are no equipment and personnel to provide you with treatment. For your life safety, you need to cooperate with us. Mental problems? In my opinion, you have mental problems. I don't even know how powerful I am. And you are still confident enough to threaten me? To tell you the truth, I have been very restrained. I am willing to be locked up here by you, just because I don't want to hurt you. Leaving here as soon as possible is your best choice. Tong Yitong looked at the man through her messy hair, with a wicked smile. The man looked at the high-voltage electric cage, still confident that no one could threaten him from inside. I know what you are thinking. Are you waiting for Yanqing or Sir Laming to rescue you? Let me tell you, we have captured Yanqing, and we will find Sir Laming soon. You are not worth much anymore. Cooperating with us is your only way out. In order to prove what he said, the man took out a tablet and showed it to Tong Yitong. In the image, Yanqing, who was in a coma, was tied to a metal chair with iron chains. Seeing Yanqing being caught, Tong Yitong's eyes suddenly became sharp. Her black pupils turned into ice white. She stood up from the ground and walked towards the man, her eyes always fixed on Yanqing on the screen. The surrounding guards simultaneously pointed their tranquilizer guns at Tong Yitong in the cage. At this time, the temperature in the room dropped rapidly. The guards breathed nervously, and the water vapor they exhaled turned into a ball of white mist. Suddenly, several halos appeared around Tong Yitong. The guards who realized the danger wanted to shoot Tong Yitong, but those halos instantly condensed into sharp ice blades, and then shot out fiercely to nail the guards to the wall one by one. The man holding the tablet was frightened and stepped back repeatedly. Tong Yitong walked to the edge of the iron cage, and she stretched out her hand to hold the iron pipe. Pure water condensed into an insulating ice layer under her palm, and she bent the iron pipe easily with both hands. Tong Yitong continued to stare at the man. She stepped out of the cage, walked in front of the man, and put her hand on his chest. The white frost radiated rapidly on the man's body with her palm as the center. The man turned into an ice sculpture without experiencing too much pain. At this time, the cold had frozen a layer of white frost on the inner wall of the room. The blood of the guard, who was stabbed to death on the wall, was all frozen into ice. I just said, I don't want to hurt you in there, Tong Yitong said, and let go. The man's body fell to the ground and broke into pieces. After killing people, Tong Yitong kicked the door open and walked out. A killing feast unfolded in this secret base. Master! Master! Chuchui alerted Yanqing. A strong suspected magic fluctuation was detected, and the center of the fluctuation is very close to us. Yanqing, who was pretending to be unconscious, asked in disbelief, how is it possible? There is no magic element in the real world. How can there be magic fluctuations? Master, this type of magic fluctuation is somewhat different from the magic fluctuation in the magic world. I can't determine the source and cause of this energy for the time being. I suggest that the master take action immediately. Well, since they have brought us here, Tong Yitong should be here too. Chui, prepare for battle. Yanqing gave the order. Chui used Yanqing's magic power to activate the electric field and connect it with the power grid inside the base. All the monitoring equipment in the room was burned by the overloaded current. Yanqing exerted force with his arms and easily broke free from the chains tied to his body. Where there is electricity, there is an electric field. With Chui's assistance, Yanqing in the electric field is an invincible god. The metal chair fixed to the ground was pulled up by the magnetic force, and then hit the wall after a short acceleration of the electromagnetic track. A big hole was broken in the wall, and Yanqing walked out. Outside was a closed passage, and gunshots were heard from the other end of the passage. Then, there was a chaotic footsteps running. Several guards holding guns bumped into Yanxing. The panicked guards raised their guns to shoot, but a flash of lightning appeared before them. The lightning passed through the guards. Their hearts stopped suddenly under the stimulation of strong voltage, and their bodies fell to the ground like dominoes. Yanxing looked at the fallen guards and was stunned for a moment. He knew how powerful he was in this real world full of electricity. But after seeing what he could do, he was also terrified by this power. The death of these people really depends on one's own thoughts. The weight of life is so light. Are all the cameras here destroyed? Yanxing didn't know what impact his power would have on the world when it was revealed to the world. He just wanted to make this happen later. Master, all the cameras I can find have been burned. Now I am reviewing the circuits here and looking for cameras with independent power supplies. Well, try to find them all. Yanxing reminded Chuichu again. Yes. Master. Master, the suspected source of magic energy fluctuations is approaching. Right in front of us. Yanxing looked up and saw Tong coming out from the corner at the end of the passage. A cold air rushed towards him. Flames burst out around Yanxing, and the heat wave pushed the cold air back. Xiao Tong, what's wrong with you? Yanxing shouted at Tong, who was walking towards him step by step. Tong seemed to have lost her consciousness at this time. Her white pupils stared at Yanxing, and the cold air on her body competed with the fire waves released by Yanxing. No matter how Yanxing shouted, she still had no intention of stopping. Master, Chue said at this time, Tong situation should be demonization. Yanxing cast fire magic to block the cold air from Tong. Although the power of magic in the real world is discounted, it is still easy to deal with Tong's attack. Hearing Chichui say that Tong's situation is demonization, he asked, demonization? Although Tong and I have been to the magic world once, how can a person be demonized? Master, there is no precedent for this kind of thing, and I don't know how to explain it. But Tong's demonization is somewhat different from the demonization in the magic world. What she is releasing now is not magic. It is an ability that is closer to a skill. What do you mean? Yanxing was confused by Chichui. Chichui accelerated the modeling and calculation, and answered Yanxing's questions based on his own predicted results. What Tong is releasing now is not magic, but something that comes from her instinct. She has no magic power in her body, but she can use this instinct to complete elemental changes similar to magic. If you need an analogy, this is more like a superpower, a mental ability. It may be a change in adaptation to localization caused by demonization in a non-magical world environment. Yanxing cursed in his heart. After being extremely careful, the real world was still affected by the magic world. Chapter 292 Rescue. There are too few clues, and what Chue can analyze is limited, and it is unknown whether it is accurate or not. Now we still have to control Tong first, and find out what happened to her. But at this moment, with a series of explosions in the passage, a large amount of seawater seeped in from the cracks in the wall. Yanxing then thought that this secret base was built below the sea surface. After the wall was frozen and roasted by fire, it would be strange if it didn't crack under the water pressure. Tong no longer used the freezing ability, but instead controlled the seawater. Her ability is similar to water magic, and the water environment is her home. The incoming water quickly destroyed the power supply system here, and Yanxing's environmental advantage was gradually weakening. The lights in the passage went out. The red light from Yanxing and the pure white light from Tong collided with each other. Under Tong control, the seawater spun rapidly in the narrow passage, making people feel like they were in a drum washing machine. Yanxing stopped releasing fire magic and instead released air magic, which he was more proficient in. The airflow in the passage was driven by his magic power to rotate in the opposite direction, and the friction and collision between air and water made a sound like a jet engine. How could a cement-poured passage withstand the impact of such power? The walls were peeled off layer by the air and water, and then collapsed. Stones and steel bars were crushed and twisted in the stirring, and the underwater base was opened from bottom to top. A big hole was opened on the top of the base, which was 5 meters underwater. More seawater pipes poured in. The power supply was flooded, and the power supply of the base was completely terminated. Yanxing gathered all the air he could collect around himself and continued to release magic to fight against Tong. Between the two of them was a turbidity stirred up by air and water, like two high-speed grinding machines, grinding everything inside into powder. On the contact surface, the heat energy generated by friction sprayed sparks that were dazzling. The outer seawater was also stirred up by these two rotating forces. Yinqing controlled the airflow to squeeze the upper seawater. The sea surface was separated, and the outside air was replenished. The power of air magic became stronger, resisting the pressure of seawater. In addition to using airflow defense, Yinqing did not do anything else. With his and Chuichu's abilities, it would not take so much effort to deal with Tong Yitong, who had just transformed. Yinqing was very curious about Tong Yitong in this state, and wanted to test her limits, and let Chuichu collect as much data as possible. Tong Yitong, who had lost her mind, did not use other skills. Under Yinqing's pressure, she did not dare to withdraw her energy from the formed water vortex to do other things. She could only be forced to fight with Yinqing here. With Chuichu's help in solving the calculations, Yinqing could exert 100% of his magic power, and the efficiency of energy utilization was far greater than that of Tong Yitong, who only knew how to use brute force. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the water force driven by Tong Yitong obviously weakened. Yinqing also correspondingly weakened the cyclone he released. The rolling sea surface gradually calmed down, and Tong Yitong fainted from exhaustion. Yinqing grabbed her with the hand of a mage and took her out of the water. After landing on the beach, Tong Yitong's body was limp in Yinqing's arms, and her clothes were soaked and dripping. Yinqing's body was not touched by any sea water. After a simple examination, Tong Yitong's body should be fine, and the abnormal changes in her body also changed back as the supernatural power faded. At this time, a helicopter came from a distance. After Yinqing disappeared, everyone on Griffin Island was looking for him. The strange scene that just happened in this sea area was photographed by a passing drone, and a team of fully armed guards rushed over by helicopter. The guards on the helicopter recognized that it was Yinqing and Tong Yitong on the beach. They fired a flare into the sky and then landed on the ground along the zip line. The guards looked around with guns in hand and approached Yinqing quickly. The helicopter maneuvered and hovered at low altitude, and the machine gunners on both sides of the hatch monitored the sea and the shore respectively. The guards who arrived near Yinqing set up a cordon. Soon a large group of backup arrived in 3 helicopters. Tong Yitong was carried onto a helicopter and sent to a hospital on the island for treatment. A small boat came from the open sea, and the divers on the boat and the guards on the shore conducted a careful search of the area. Yinqing stood on the beach, lit a cigarette for himself, looked at the dirty sea, and took a deep breath. Feng Tingyu came over, and the airflow driven by the helicopter propeller blew her long hair. When she got closer, she asked Yinqing, "Mr. Yin, are you okay?" "No, but we are in trouble." Yinqing pointed his finger at the sea in front of him and said, "There is a secret base below, and there is a group of well-trained armed personnel inside." Hearing that there were a large number of armed personnel nearby, Feng Tingyu took out the walkie-talkie to warn his subordinates. Yinqing said again, "Their base collapsed, and seawater poured in. It is estimated that there are no living people inside. Don't make too much noise. Just be careful." "Okay, Mr. Yen." Feng Tingyu informed the relevant personnel of the underwater situation through the walkie-talkie, and then said to Yinqing, "I don't know if the Zhao family has anything to do with this underwater base." The underwater base was flooded, and it was very difficult to obtain evidence from it. However, since someone was able to build an underwater base here, it is very likely that the Zhao family was involved, but it is not ruled out that they were unaware. After all, Griffin Island is so big that Zhao may not have been able to see everything about it before. Yinqing walked towards a helicopter and said to Feng Tingyu, "This is your business. I don't want similar things to happen again in the future. It was windy in the evening, so I went back to sleep. By the way, Sir Lei Ming entrusted me to sell another 3 tons of gold. Are you still interested in Renlun investment?" Hearing that there were 3 more tons of gold for sale, Feng Tingyu immediately said, "If you are interested, we want all of it." Yinqing was already sitting in the seat in the cabin, and a guard fastened his seat belt for him. He threw away the cigarette butt and smiled at Feng Tingyu and said, "Okay. All for you. Work hard. There is still a lot of gold." The helicopter started and carried Yinqing to the living area on the island. A guard came to Feng Tingyu with a tablet computer. "Sister Yu, take a look." The tablet computer played the images taken by the drone. The sea surface was rolling, and there was a crack that seemed to split the seawater. Feng Tingyu looked at the helicopter that had gone away, took the tablet computer and put it away, and told the guard, "Don't tell anyone about this." Add more people to search this area. And seal up any suspicious items. At this time, a miniature underwater escape boat quietly sailed to the sea away from Griffin Island. Boss, our base on Bombardment Island was destroyed. Except for the 3 of us. All personnel died. Yes, it was Tong who did it. We have no way to fight against that kind of power. She is too strong. I brought out Tong's blood and tissue samples, and the monitoring data. I'm sorry. We didn't ask Yanqing for information related to Sir Laming. But we think that Tong's changes should be related to Sir Laming. Sir Laming commissioned Yanqing to study the breeding of griffins here. Perhaps not just breeding griffins. Yes, I understand. 2 gunshots were heard in the submarine. Chapter 293 Acceptance. Tong was rescued, but fell into a coma for a long time. Griffin Island has a complete medical system and newly recruited senior medical personnel. Tong will be well taken care of here. Renluin Investment Bank also sent more people to protect Tong. The island's defense system is being deployed faster. And this incident is also under investigation. Yanqing did not stay here to wait for Tong to wake up. The elf army entered the Blood Crown Mountain City. And it would be too rude for his master not to show up. Moreover, what Marquis Anderson did made Yanqing much more vigilant against him. You must be on guard against others. Yanqing told people to take good care of Tong, and then left Griffin Island. After returning to Zhejiang City, he returned to Yongheng Territory with a batch of supplies. Then he rode his beloved horse Feiing to Blood Crown Mountain City. The sky was gloomy, and the cold north wind was biting. The elves who entered Blood Crown Mountain smelled the smell of ice and snow in the air. The north must have been covered with heavy snow, and the windy highlands will soon usher in the first snow. Aranda organized the distribution of winter bedding to the elves. She had experience in receiving refugees in Yongheng Territory, so the whole distribution process was in order. Gosper prepared food for the elves and tried his best to arrange houses for the elves to live in. The government office of Blood Crown Mountain City issued a task to the neighboring werewolves and lizardmen to collect dry wood for the elves to burn for heating. When Yanqing arrived at Blood Crown Mountain City, he saw elves wearing green military coats all over the city. Some elves were settled. Some elves sat under the eaves in coats and blankets, chewing the food they received. Nobility belongs to royal elves and high elves. Low-level elves are satisfied to have a full stomach and warm body in this weather. After arriving at Blood Crown Mountain City, Yanqing did not rush to meet Prince Alito and Lady Carol. He first called Alanda to his side and asked about his absence these days. The elves have a strong sense of class, and Prince Alito has the highest status here. With him as an example, the elves are very well behaved. My lord, Thunder Swamp is in a geothermal environment. Even in the coldest winter, the water here will not freeze. The clothes and shelter we provide for the elves are enough for them to spend this winter safely. It is much better here than the snow. Yanqing can feel that it is much warmer inside Thunder Swamp than in Eternal Territory. If it were not for the high humidity here, it would be a good place to spend the winter. I see many elves still sleeping outdoors. Let them all move into houses as soon as possible. If it is too late to build a house, transfer a batch of tents from Eternal Territory. Prepare more wood and light a fire to dry out the moisture. Also, pay attention to the physical condition of the elves. This is a swamp after all. If you find an elf sick, send it to the Eternal Territory for treatment immediately. The most important thing is, let the elves try not to leave the Blood Crown Mountain City. The swamp tribe has its own customs. In the Blood Crown Mountain City, I protect the safety of the elves. Outside the Blood Crown Mountain City, the life and death of the elves have nothing to do with me. Listening to Yanqing's instructions, Aranda was very grateful to him. Although he worked for the Eternal Territory, the snow is his hometown, and the elves are his compatriots. There is a natural sense of intimacy in his heart. Yes, sir. I will tell the elves your request. Sir, Prince Alito has been asking to see you. Madame Carol is also waiting for you. Yanqing, who came to Blood Crown Mountain City, saw that the elves were relatively well behaved, and were not so eager to meet Prince Alito. You inform Prince Alito and Madame Carol that I will prepare a banquet to entertain them tomorrow. Letting Alanda continue to do her work, Yanqing immediately sent a group of communication soldiers riding griffins to fly out of Blood Crown Mountain City. What Yanqing didn't expect was that an unexpected guest came to Blood Crown Mountain City at night. Teacher, why are you here? After seeing the burly figure of Earl Theodore, Yanqing immediately welcomed him into the Lord's mansion of Blood Crown Mountain City. The old Earl also came with Zybel. And Donna, my lord. Donna, dressed in armor, saluted Yinching with a knight's salute, then knelt on one knee and presented her sword with both hands. Zybel said to Yinching solemnly, Donna Isabel performed excellently during her time as my squire. In the defense of Angic Castle, she was my most reliable support, and her performance did not undermine the honor of the Eternal Territory. She is a natural warrior, a partner who can entrust her life. In Angic Castle, I allowed her to become a knight, but she hopes to be canonized by you. Zybel is the champion knight of the Silvermane Principality, and has made a name for herself in Angic Castle. She gave Donna the highest praise, and there was a sour feeling in her tone. It seemed that he wanted to snatch Donna from Yinching. Yinching looked at Donna. The last time he came out of the Thunder Swamp, Yinching had just arrived in Nuda City, and Donna happened to go to Storm City with Zybel. Later, Donna followed Zybel to Angic Castle to participate in the war. As the war intensified, the contact was intermittent. Although Donna in front of him was still a little girl, she had been on the most tragic battlefield and had become more calm. In modern terms, she had the style of a general. Donna knelt down, raised her head, and looked into Yinching's eyes. Just like the day she was chosen by Yinching as a maid, she stared and said that she wanted to be a militia. Yinching smiled and took the sword in Donna's hand, and put the sword's spine on her shoulder armor. I, Yinching, in the name of the Lord of Eternal Territory, grant Donna Isabel as my knight. Welcome back, Donna. Congratulations on finally fulfilling your wish. Yinching returned the sword to Donna, and said, Go to Gosper to get a set of clothes. When we come back, we will wear our own armor. Yes, sir. Donna is still a little girl after all. She jumped up happily after being canonized as a knight by Yinching. She put away the sword and ran to find Gosper to get clothes. After Donna walked out, Yinching said to Count Theodore, who had already sat down, Teacher, you are not in good health. If you have anything, let me go to Nuda City. Why did you come to Blood Crown Mountain City? Yinching asked his followers to light the fire in the fireplace, and asked someone to bring a blanket. Count Theodore looked at the room and said to Yinching, I think I came at the right time. Otherwise, based on other people's descriptions, I would never have imagined the scene I saw along the way. Yinching, you really shocked me. This place is completely different from the outside world. Where are you from? Yinching said with an awkward smile. I am a human lord from Thunder Swamp. I want to make some money from the special products in our Thunder Swamp and improve our lives here. Count Theodore knew that Yinching was talking nonsense to him, so he did not ask in detail on this issue. Then, can you explain to me why there are so many elves in your city? Chapter 294 The Earl's Visit. After a series of operations, Marquis Anderson firmly grasped Storm City and completely controlled the Windy Highlands Legion. The next thing is naturally to eliminate the remaining elves trapped in the Windy Highlands and completely disintegrate the secret alliance between the Snow Elves and the Silvermane Principality. In this way, although the Orcs have formed a strategic advantage over the Snow by conquering Frostleaf City, they have also lengthened the battle line. For Marquis Anderson, Windy Highlands has greater operability. For the Silvermane Principality, it can continue to nurture the enemy and protect itself. After experiencing this incident, the last bit of friendship between Marquis Anderson and Grand Duke Silvermane was completely gone, and Anderson had no psychological burden to do something else. If Grand Duke Silvermane does not want the actual division of the Windy Highlands, which would affect the strategy and pattern of the entire principality, he must appease Marquis Anderson. The supply of materials to the Windy Highlands will not be cut off. On the surface, the relationship between the king and the ministers is still the same. Marquis Anderson has gained a strategic advantage over the wild Orcs. The Orcs and the Elves have fallen out, and the Orcs will not easily give up Frostleaf City. The Wilds have limited support for the Windy Highlands. The troops that used to guard such a small area could not guard such a large area. Therefore, the Orcs can only concentrate their troops in Alpine City and Frostleaf City, and then ensure the traffic lines between the two cities. The Windy Highlands Legion has recaptured all the lost fortresses. In addition to the support of the Silvermane Principality, there is also the mature logistic city of Nuda City in the rear. If the Orcs don't want to look bad on the Windy Highlands, they can only cooperate with Marquis Anderson secretly through the pistols. As for the Snow Elves, they can also talk. After all, with the Elves' military strength, it is almost impossible to recapture Frostleaf City by attacking the Windy Highlands from the outside. If the Elves want to recover from the strategic passivity, They can only think of a way with Marquis Anderson. Therefore, this isolated elf army on the Windy Highlands must be eliminated as soon as possible. There are many dreams at night. After controlling the Windy Highlands Legion, Marquis Anderson prepared to annihilate the remaining elves, while ordering the Eastern Front troops to prepare for the attack. He sent pistols to secretly contact the Orcs to attack the elves together, completely eliminate this hidden danger. In this war on Windy Highlands, he repelled the Orcs' attack on Storm City on the Western Front, and completely annihilated the elite forces of the Snow Elves on the Eastern Front. This kind of record will surely bring his prestige to a new peak if it spreads to the Principality. But Short Gun got the news from the Orcs the day before yesterday. The remnants of the Elves are heading towards Thunder Swamp. Marquis Anderson, who received this news, immediately informed Earl Theodore, Thunder Swamp is very likely to accept the main force of the Elves, so let Yinching hand over the Elves. Otherwise his safety on Windy Highlands will not be guaranteed. After confirming this matter through his own intelligence channels, Earl Theodore decided to meet Yinching in person to talk. After meeting Earl Theodore, Yinching knew that Marquis Anderson must have known about his affairs with the Elves, but he didn't expect him to know so quickly, considering that the Silvermane Principality and the Snow Elves were in secret alliance. Yinching did not drag Lady Carol into it, and took all the responsibility himself. After all, you should be grateful to those who have taken from you. The Silvermane Principality gave too much. Teacher, you know that my territory has always been short of laborers. Yinching asked the maid to pour mead for Earl Theodore to moisten his throat, and explained, most of the werewolves and lizard men in the Thunder Swamp are not smart, and can't do complicated work. They can only build roads and dig ditches. Now there are more and more industries in my territory, and the labor shortage is too big. A few days ago, I was patrolling the Thunder Swamp and happened to find some homeless elves at the north end of the swamp. So I took them in to work in my territory. I happened to find homeless elves. It's weird that Count Theodore Xi and Yinching said such nonsense. I know you are very smart and can guess the purpose of your taking in elves. But in this case, you are playing with fire. While talking to Yinching, Count Theodore looked at Zybel, who was sitting on the side. This daughter, who he loves most, should understand politics. The burden of protecting the family will fall on her shoulders sooner or later. Seeing that Zybel was listening carefully, Count Theodore knew that the war in Fort Angic had made her grow up. The old Count whispered to Yinching, in the Windy Highlands, you put yourself on the opposite side of the human race and the Orcs. Anderson was very angry when he knew that you took in the elves. I came here as your last chance. Yinching could hear the old Count's concern for him. He asked Theodore in return, if I don't take any elves, will I be safe? If you were Marquis Anderson, would you allow the Thunder Swamp to be by your side today? How much influence do you have on Marquis Anderson now? If you are gone one day, how can I survive under the siege of him and the Orcs? Count Theodore could not answer Yinching's questions. What happened in the past few days made Count Theodore feel alienated from Anderson. He was getting older, and his value to Marquis Anderson was rapidly decreasing. Although there was still a layer of kinship, some of the things he did were kept secret from him. Yinching was right. Marquis Anderson would not allow a thundering swamp with huge potential to develop around him. He would definitely kill this enemy before it became stronger. And the Theodore family was probably a delicacy in Anderson's eyes. Especially the champion knight Zybel, who performed brilliantly in Angic Castle. If I die that day, it will be difficult to protect her. In fact, although Marquis Anderson is now in a good position, he is also standing next to the cliff. Earl Theodore has seen the rise and fall of too many families. What do you want to do? What is your purpose in doing this? You must tell me your thoughts truthfully, so that I can make a decision based on my interests. Earl Theodore's words revealed a lot of information to Yinching. He thought about Earl Theodore's position at this time for a while, and then told him his true thoughts. I just want the Windy Highlands to have a long-term peace, rather than periodic wars. War is of no benefit to Thunder Swamp. The severance of trade routes has caused me to lose a lot of benefits. At least the new Ice Jade Porcelain auction plan has to be interrupted. I want to build the Windy Highlands into a free zone. Humans, Orcs and Elves do not use the Highlands for military purposes, so its strategic value does not exist. Hearing Yinching's idea, Earl Theodore shook his head. Your ideal is very good, but it is almost impossible to achieve. There are not many resources on the Windy Highlands, and its value is for war. None of the three tribes can give up seizing this strategic location, unless one tribe completely controls it. The war cannot stop. Then force the three tribes to give up the war. Chapter 295 Meeting with the Elf Prince. Yenxing's answer caused a long silence in the room. This was the first time he revealed his ambition for the Windy Highlands. He felt that Earl Theodore was an ally worth winning over. The old Earl did not show much emotion. After a while, he asked, "Do you have the strength?" "I think we can give it a try," Yenxing said confidently. "The Windy Highlands are so small. Swamp control will not harm the 3 tribes." Earl Theodore began to consider the situation where the Windy Highlands were controlled by Yenxing. The Windy Highlands is an enclave. It is not large in area, and its resources are not rich. The fight for this highland is a huge burden for the 3 tribes. In order not to be passive in strategy, the 3 tribes have to invest a lot of resources in the fight for the highland. If the Windy Highland is controlled by the swamp, the 3 tribes can save a lot of resources. The swamp can't pose a substantial threat to the 3 tribes if it obtains this isolated land. The premise is that the swamp must truly abide by neutrality, which can't convince the 3 tribes by just talking. War is inevitable. No. Earl Theodore shook his head and said to Yenxing, "You can't even convince me." Yenxing smiled and said, "Then don't listen to me. Look at what I do. Since you are in Bloodcrown Mountain, you can stay here for a few days. I have some things to discuss with the elves Prince Alito. And Madame Carol is here too. You can just sit in on the discussion. And you can give an explanation to Marquis Anderson." Count Theodore knew that Yenxing would never hand over the elves, and he was skeptical about the future situation of Windy Highlands he proposed. But it was worth the trip to Thunder Swamp to hear what he talked about with the elves. It was a good opportunity to get a close look at this mysterious force that had emerged. The next day, all the people invited by Yenxing arrived. On the werewolf side, more than a dozen chiefs led by Chief of the Whispering Tongue came. And on the lizardman side, more than a dozen chiefs led by Chief of the Sidefoot came. These were all representatives of the Swamp Tribe, who were close to the Eternal Territory. The werewolf tribe of Eternal Territory came with Broken Ear, Sharp Claw, and Steel Fang. The elves were represented by Prince Alito and several elf generals. Lady Carol and Count Theodore were guests visiting Bloodcrown Mountain City. The meeting was held in the government hall of Bloodcrown Mountain City. Abbot Yenxing was there to discuss the many problems that would arise from the elves entering Thunder Swamp. Donna changed into the combat uniform of Eternal Territory and stood behind Yenxing with Orf. Elite werewolf warriors were responsible for the security of the meeting. In the spacious conference room, the round conference table looked very grand. Representatives from all parties sat down under the guidance of the alchemy robot, and the attendants distributed printed documents and purified water for quenching thirst. The entire venue was a brand new experience for the representatives who were attending the Eternal Territory Conference for the first time. Under the illumination of the large ceiling lights, there was a sense of civilization that made people admire. The werewolf chiefs and lizardman chiefs seemed a little at a loss. The elves did not have a sense of superiority. Madame Carol and Count Theodore looked at each other. Their expressions were also surprised and puzzled. Only the heroes from the Eternal Territory behaved normally. The chief with broken ears raised his head very high, looking down at these bumpkins. Elves? Humans? Compared with my master, they are just SOSO. All the people who came to support the scene were here. And Yenxing announced the start of the meeting. First of all, let's warmly welcome our elf friends to visit Bloodcrown Mountain City. The werewolves and lizardmen applauded. Yenxing had greeted them before, saying that as long as the elves stayed in Thunder Swamp for one day, all the swamp tribes would benefit. Gold, cloth, food, all great. The werewolf and lizardmen leaders finally knew what a good life was after following Yenxing, and they all had more yearning for better days. It's just letting a group of elves live in Bloodcrown Mountain City. Live. You can live as you like. Live as long as you want. The werewolves and lizardmen who got the benefits warmly welcomed the guest elves. Only Count Theodore and Lady Carol did not express their opinions. Neither of them could express their attitudes publicly. Yenxing pressed his hands, and the applause stopped. Then Yenxing said to Prince Alito, who was sitting opposite him, "Elf friends can live in Bloodcrown Mountain City with peace of mind. The Eternal Territory will provide you with shelter, clothes and food, and will also provide you with security protection. However, given the current situation in Windy Highlands, I'm afraid that neither the Orcs nor Marquis Anderson want the elves to stay in Thunder Swamp. When necessary, the elves also need to contribute to the safety of Thunder Swamp." When Prince Alito saw Count Theodore here, he realized that the Eternal Territory was threatened by Marquis Anderson. Now, the elves and the swamp need to unite against the common enemy. Only by joining forces can they deal with the dual threats from the north and the south. Prince Alito expressed his position. Thank you for inviting us to the Thunder Swamp for the winter. The elves regard Lord Yinxing as our best partner. While staying in the Thunder Swamp, the elves will face threats from any direction together with the Eternal Territory. The enemies of the Eternal Territory are our enemies. Faced with external pressure, the elves decided to join forces with the swamp for warmth. The swamp has the advantage of terrain, and the elves have experience in large-scale combat. Facing this hard bone, the orcs and humans have to weigh whether they will break their teeth if they force themselves to eat. Yinxing told Count Theodore that it was a fact that he accepted the elves and had the strength to deal with external threats. Let him have an excuse to Marquis Anderson. However, he also poured cold water on the elves who thought they were safe. Prince Alito, there is one thing I need you to know. Thunder Swamp invites elves to visit in order to make friends. And we also have goodwill towards orcs and humans. I will never allow any force to use Thunder Swamp to attack my neighbors. If the elves violate this principle, I will have to let you end this journey early. Just now, Prince Alito was still secretly happy. If he stationed his troops in Thunder Swamp, he would be invincible on the Windy Highlands. Using the Thunder Swamp, he can attack from all sides. He can attack whoever he wants, making it impossible for the human race and the orcs to defend themselves and exhausted. First, use the entire winter to launch a sneak attack on the orcs. When spring comes, he can join forces with the snowy direction to attack Frostleaf City. He can also take the opportunity to alienate the current relationship between the Eternal Territory and the human race, and force the Swamp Tribe to his own command. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to seize the entire Windy Highlands? With such an unprecedented great achievement, the throne is within reach. However, the request made by Yinxing completely dispelled Prince Alito's delusion. While the elves are in the Thunder Swamp, they can only defend and not attack. If you want to fight, just leave. Chapter 296 Griffin Armor. Earl Theodore and Lady Carol were only listening in the meeting, but they were the protagonists of the meeting. All the agendas of the meeting were to let Marquis Anderson and Grand Duke Silvermane behind them see and hear the attitude of the Eternal Territory towards the elves, draw the bottom line, and make the red line public to avoid misjudgment of the Thunder Swamp by all parties. Try to minimize the damage caused by the elves to themselves and maintain a maneuverable space for all parties. Let the development of the Eternal Territory not be disturbed too much. Yinxing's proposal was based on the interests of his master, and Prince Alito, as a guest army, had no capital to refuse. He could only accept it. The two major tones were set, and the next meeting was to discuss the various issues that would arise from the elves entering the Thunder Swamp. Swamps have their own customs. Elves also have their own customs. It is unrealistic to lock up nearly 50,000 elves in Blood Crown Mountain City. Something will definitely happen over time. Prince Alito hopes that the elves can have more room for activities in the swamp. And Blood Crown Mountain itself is a very sensitive place. Yinxing decided to set up more than 10 settlements for the elves on both sides of the road between Blood Crown Mountain City and Red Mud Wetland. The Eternal Territory has a slightly stronger control over this direction, and can coordinate with nearby swamp tribes to give the elves a certain area for activities. At the same time, Yinxing suggested that Prince Alito let the elves participate in the large-scale production in the Thunder Swamp. You are idle anyway, so why not make some money for yourself during this period of refuge? It can be used to improve food and buy daily necessities. After all, according to the agreement, the Thunder Swamp only provides the most basic living guarantee for the elves, and the Silvermane Principality cannot spend money to provide the elves with good food and drink. All the snow elves are soldiers. In wartime, low-level elves accept the call of high-level elves to join the army. In leisure time, they go to the snowy jungle to be self-reliant. Elves are a relatively loose society, and they may run around when they are not fighting. And the current situation requires the elves to concentrate their forces to deal with various emergencies. It would be good to find something for the elf soldiers to do. It can make money and restrain them. Prince Alito agreed to Yinxing recruiting elves for non-combat work, but 70% of the commission must be paid to the Elf Military Committee. Yinxing had no objection. How to distribute the commission is an internal matter of the elves. He only needs labor. There are too many things to do this winter. The more preparations are made in winter, the more harvests will be in the coming year, and the Eternal Territory will have stronger strength to solve the current dilemma. 4 days later, a heavy snow covered the entire Windy Highlands. The cold and snow greatly reduced the scope of activities of all parties outside. Neither the Orcs nor the Windy Highlands Legion had the ability to enter the swamp to fight in the severe winter. Marquis Anderson could only accept the fact that the elves existed in Thunder Swamp. Eternal Territory became his second most important opponent in Windy Highlands. Count Theodore, who had a close relationship with Yin Xing, also aroused more suspicion from him after returning from Thunder Swamp without success. The situation in Windy Highlands was more complicated than before the war. Thunder Swamp went from being a neglected force to a force that no party dared to despise. In the next stage of the competition, Yin Xing had to step out from behind the scenes. Therefore, after dealing with the elves' resettlement issue and sending away the old Earl and Mrs. Carroll, Yin Xing immediately returned to Eternal Territory, dived into the new truck R&D center established in cooperation with the Goblin Alchemy Factory. The mature technical combination of both parties has made the speed of truck modification very fast. Now 3 to 5 trucks can be modified every day. The modified trucks driven by magic have greatly enhanced the transportation capacity of Eternal Territory. This is mainly due to the machine tools and a full set of vehicle maintenance equipment purchased by Yin Xing from the real world. The goblins love these tools that can easily lift and disassemble machinery weighing several tons. They not only use these equipment to develop and modify trucks, but also transfer part of the production line of alchemical products here. The production speed and production cost have been greatly reduced, allowing the goblins to make a fortune from the war. Now the Goblin Gaga and Chue Chue are working together to research the industrialization of alchemical raw material processing. If cheaper and more efficient bionic alchemical muscle fibers can be developed, large-scale production of alchemical robots can be achieved. At that time, Eternal Territory will not only be able to solve the labor problem. More advanced alchemical robots can also serve as soldiers to expand the military strength of Eternal Territory. The artillery unit of the alchemical robot tasted the sweetness in the battle in Nuda City. However, there are still many technical problems to be solved in the large-scale production of cheap alchemical robots. Now alchemical robots can only meet the needs of technical workers. While the Goblin Gaga uses Yin Xing's equipment to take private jobs to make money, he is also very active in helping the Eternal Territory Alchemical Laboratory solve alchemical problems. The official version of the Turbojet Engine 2.0 can only be quickly developed from the experimental model to the finalized production stage after the Goblin Alchemy Factory provides a lot of alchemy technology. Yin Xing, who attaches great importance to the construction of the Air Force, has been paying attention to the progress of this project. One of the purposes of coming to the Truck Research Institute this time is to see the actual installation test of the turbojet engine. Because the materials and material processing technology of the magic world are not up to standard. 95% of the parts of the turbojet engine are ordered from the real world. After enchantment and alchemy transformation, they are finally assembled to connect the internal magic circuit. In comparison, the technical content of the Griffin armor is relatively low. The technology of the real world and the alchemy of the magic world can both reach the technical indicators of the Griffin armor. The combination of the two technologies complements each other, greatly reducing its own weight while improving comfortable operability. Yin Xing arrived at the Truck Research Institute, where the alchemy robots and goblin engineers were putting armor on a combat griffin. It was similar to the style that Chichui designed at the beginning. A metal keel extends from the neck of the griffin to the tail, providing support for the entire set of armor. The keel is hollow inside, with equipment pipelines and magic array circuits. The helmet covers the entire head of the griffin, with a terminal smartphone inside, and multiple information collection systems, communication equipment, breathing systems, and holographic projection masks on the outside. Griffins are very smart. Chue Chue has developed an auxiliary flight system specifically for griffins based on the scope of griffins' recognizable capabilities. In an air combat environment, griffins can better understand the surrounding situation through the equipment on their helmets. Extending outward from the keel, there are metal flight wings, high-speed defense armor, night-fixed saddles, turbocharged jet engine hanging slots, stable horizontal tails, and power-assisted exoskeletons. When performing bombing missions, 2 50-kilogram bombs can be hung on the abdomen. When the combat griffin is wearing armor, Chue Chue connects to an alchemy robot to introduce the now perfected griffin armor to Yin Xing, as well as her next stage of griffin armor design imagination. Master, for griffins, flying with knights is actually a burden. In addition to increasing the load, it also greatly reduces their maneuverability in the air. The G-force that griffins can withstand far exceeds the upper limit of what humans can withstand. It's just that griffins can't fight independently without the command of knights. In the future, when we collect enough air data, We can develop an intelligent brain to replace the knights and cooperate with griffins. If the flying nature of the griffin and the rigorous intelligent brain can achieve a balance, it will definitely greatly improve the griffin's air combat capability. At this time, the griffin armor was put on, and the logistics alchemy robot and the goblin engineer were testing the various functions of the armor. 2 turbocharged engines are ready to be installed in the belly hanging slot of the armor. Yenshing, with the assistance of Chue's alchemy robot, wore the knight armor that matched the griffin armor and said to Chue, "The current griffin armor can already meet our current needs. The unmanned griffin armor can be used as a subsequent development project. But I ask you to focus more on improving the flight speed of the griffin armor. Only when the speed is increased can our limited air force control a larger airspace. Now that we have aviation engines, it's time to design larger and higher load bombers. All types of drones should also be produced by ourselves as much as possible. With the engine, it shouldn't be a problem to make missiles." Chuichu replied, "Yes, Master. The unmanned griffin armor is indeed too advanced. Even in the real world, there is not a mature technology for automatic unmanned combat. I will keep this research at the stage of data collection and verification. High-speed griffin armor requires the development of a set of fully wrapped armor, and the engine also needs greater thrust. Some parts cannot be processed by ordinary manufacturers and need to be ordered from real-world military enterprises. If the bomber only needs to reach the level of World War II, we are now capable of manufacturing it. There is no problem in making simple missiles. It's just that the purchase price of some core accessories is very high. According to our current available funds, griffin armor, bombers and missiles cannot be mass-produced. The current Eternal Territory has no modern industrial foundation, only primary material processing technology. Yenshing does not intend to carry out an industrial revolution in the magic world, so he insists on purchasing all core materials from the real world to prevent the leakage of key technologies. Therefore, although the goblins can use the machines of the Eternal Territory to speed up production and reduce costs, once they leave the Eternal Territory, they can only restore the manual workshop production model. Materials and parts are all purchased in the real world, and there is no limit to the money spent. Many inconspicuous parts are easily thousands or tens of thousands. The cost of a set of griffin armor alone is several million, not including research and development, man-hours and subsequent maintenance. Yenshing plans to equip 200 sets of griffin armor first, and more than 1 billion funds must be reserved. Building aircraft and missiles are both expensive. In the real world, these are things that only big countries can afford. The money that Yonghing Territory made from Yenshing's agarwood, red wine and gold is really just a small amount of money in the face of weapon modernization. Besides, Yonghing Territory still needs to develop, and the money to be invested in it is not a small amount. Prioritize the manufacture of griffin armor, and air supremacy cannot be lost. Other things can be done according to one's ability, and making fewer can also serve as a deterrent. Yenshing, who had no money, could only settle for the next best thing. After the installation and debugging of the griffin armor was completed, the Goblin Gaga personally checked the alchemy system of this set of armor. After Yenshing came over, he looked at the brand new combat griffin and couldn't help but admire. Being able to participate in the design and manufacture of this new griffin armor must be something worth bragging about in my life. Here I saw the pinnacle of alchemy for material processing. If someone had told me before that there was a metal that could rotate at a very high speed for a day without deformation and wear, I would definitely laugh at him with the most sarcastic words. But everything here overturned my understanding of the limits of materials. There is also processing technology, the precision of which cannot be described with a hair. Your place is definitely a holy place that every goblin yearns for. I have no doubt that all goblin fantasies about machinery can be realized here. Goblins are obsessed with machinery. Goblin Gaga and the goblin engineers here spend almost the whole day in the research institute. The more they come into contact with modern machines, the more they can't extricate themselves from them. Yenshing turned over and jumped onto the back of the battle griffin, and said to the Goblin Gaga, "I still have a lot of powerful machines that haven't been transported here, but I'm afraid that you can't operate them with so few people. If you can find more goblin engineers to the Eternal Territory, I will let you see more powerful things." Really? When the Goblin Gaga heard that Yenshing had an even more powerful machine in his hand, his eyes lit up. "When have I ever lied to you? You should move your alchemy factory to my place, and recruit more goblin engineers. Together, we can definitely create alchemy products that will drive the world crazy." After saying that, Yenshing activated the flight system of the armor, Without waiting for Gaga's reply, the armor was embedded with the keel of the Griffin armor, and the man was firmly fixed on the back of the Griffin. The holographic helmet established a data connection with the Griffin helmet, and detailed data was presented in front of Yanqing. Kira, get ready to take off. Kira is the name of the combat Griffin that Yanqing rode. It has been following the progress of the Griffin armor research, doing various experiments to adjust the equipment. Therefore, Kayla did not resist when she put on the Griffin armor, and she cooperated very well. Yanqing's instructions were transmitted to Kayla's ears from the communicator inside the Griffin helmet, and Kayla immediately stepped forward and accelerated along the clean runway. The extra assistance provided by the mechanical exoskeleton helped Kayla share the weight on her body, so her footsteps did not feel heavy at all. The acceleration was very smooth. After the speed reached the usual takeoff speed, Kayla spread her wings and flapped. The wing frame provided assistance synchronously. At the same time, the twin turbojet engine started, and the powerful thrust pushed the Griffin's body off the ground. It spread its wings and climbed upwards at almost a right angle. It soared into the sky and soon disappeared in the sky. When the Griffin Kira switched to level flight, Yanqing's holographic helmet showed that the altitude had reached 7,890 meters. This altitude is a height that large flying creatures such as Griffins cannot fly at all. They mostly move in the airspace below 2,000 meters, which saves more energy. The maximum flight altitude of the Griffin Kira is 4,000 meters, and it must lower its altitude if it cannot last for more than 3 minutes. After reaching this altitude, the current Griffin Kira still has a lot of room for ascent. However, for the safety of the Griffin, it is not recommended to exceed the upper limit of 8,000 meters before the full coverage of the Griffin armor and a better life support system are developed. At this time, the synthetic sound of the flight system sounded in Yanqing's ears. Now testing supersonic flight. Please deploy the magic shield. And please build the shield into the prompt shape. If the magic shield cannot be detected within 10 seconds, the system will automatically exit the supersonic flight mode. Please pay attention to the magic energy reserve. When the sound ended, Yanqing immediately felt a strong push on his back. The twin turbojet engines were powered up, and the Griffin's flight speed increased rapidly. The oncoming wind pressure increased. On the projection of Yanqing's holographic helmet, the 10-second countdown began, and next to it was a water drop-shaped magic shield structure diagram. Chapter 297 Future Magic Equipment Project. The Griffin equipped with a twin-turbo jet engine can easily reach subsonic flight cruise, while supersonic and subsonic are two completely different experiences. Before the perfect knight protection device is developed, the knight must find a way to protect himself. If the knight is a hero, he can build a magic shield to provide temporary protection for himself. If the knight is not a hero, the flight system will automatically exit supersonic acceleration if it cannot detect the shield during the boost process. This is a protective measure for the Griffin Knight, and to build a teardrop-shaped magic shield. It is also a great test of the hero's spellcasting ability. Whether the shape meets the standard determines the final flight speed and energy consumption rate. With the magic of blow, Yanqing can easily build a water drop-shaped magic shield. The corresponding magic circle is displayed in front of Yanqing, and as the magic floating patterns inside move, a water drop-shaped shield unfolds in front. The light flows, and the color is like amber. Protect the Griffin and the knight behind the shield. Then, there is a sound explosion, and the Griffin Kira breaks through the sound barrier and enters supersonic flight. In Yanqing's helmet, the magic energy storage bar drops rapidly, which is several times more than the consumption at normal speed. The aerodynamic layout of the Griffin armor is not perfect. Forcing it to enter supersonic speed is really a waste of money. Not only does the energy use up quickly, but the turbocharged engine also wears out badly. Fortunately, facing the current air combat situation, subsonic speed is enough. Supersonic speed can be used as a supplement in an emergency. After experiencing supersonic flight, Yanqing released the supersonic state. Griffin Kira returned to normal cruising speed, and a cry of relief sounded in Yanqing's ears. The flight just now was also extremely exciting for the Griffin. After letting the Griffin adapt to the current speed for a while, Yanqing began to test the maneuverability. The Griffin can crush all aircraft in terms of maneuverability with just its movable wings. It can reduce its speed to 0 in a very short time when moving at high speed. It can continuously make sharp changes of direction. It can pull up when it is almost touching the ground during a dive. Yanqing rides on the back of the Griffin and experiences extreme maneuvers. Compared with this, roller coasters are really just children's play. However, This has not yet reached the limit of the Griffin. As Chichui said, it is the knight on its back that restricts the Griffin's maneuverability. In short, Yanqing is very satisfied with this set of Griffin armor. Its entry into the ranks allows Yongheng to use a disadvantageous number of Griffins and gain a certain air advantage within a certain airspace. What is the weapon? Yanqing looked around and found no weapons. So he asked Chichui. Chichui replied, Master, the airspace and flight speed of ordinary Griffins can barely be used for air combat using double-barreled shotguns. In high-speed and large-scale air combat, the weapons we have now are not suitable for this kind of Griffin armor. I suggest that these weapons be replaced by the real world. In the magic world, the air combat of the Griffin Knights is mainly close combat and the use of crossbows, and the hero units can use magic. In the Battle of New Tower City, the Eternal Territory Griffin Knights took a great advantage by using double-barreled shotguns. If you use the shotgun you developed after equipping the Griffin armor, it would be a shame for such an expensive thing. And since the cost is so high, you must pay attention to offensive efficiency and cannot use it as a consumable equipment. Weapons can be purchased from the real world. There is a suitable and reliable way now. The security forces of Renluin Investment Bank are really armed to the teeth. The arsenal of Griffin Island is full of good stuff. Talk to Feng Tingyu. Yanqing finished testing the Griffin armored weapons, and he likes this equipment very much. Test for a while longer. Solve all the problems found. And then we can mass produce it. Yongheng Air Force ordered 200 sets. Deliver as soon as possible. Train as soon as possible. And form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. In addition, design a set for my Feiying, the master, and use all the good materials and technologies that can be used. After flying the Griffin, Yanqing still didn't forget his beloved horse Feiying. Feiying's maximum air speed is not as fast as the speed of sound. Yanqing felt a little uncomfortable because he couldn't outrun the Griffin. The armor used exclusively by Feiying must be arranged. Chui added this research to his own process. After experiencing the Griffin armor, Yanqing came to the next factory accompanied by the Goblin Gaga. The Magic Shield is one of the cooperative development projects of the Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory and the Goblin Alchemy Factory. It is one of the truck transformation plans. The purpose is to develop a reliable armor plate for new trucks that takes into account both defense and lightness. When attacked, you can escape safely with goods and personnel. If it can be successfully developed, this kind of magic shield can be used in many places. Not only in truck manufacturing. The Eternal Territory Alchemy Laboratory provides high-strength alloys and alloy processing. And the Goblin Alchemy Factory is responsible for developing enchantments that can be matched with alloys. After a period of cooperative development, the Truck Research and Development Institute finally came up with a feasible finished product. Chui controlled the alchemy robot to bring a book-sized magic shield. Yanqing took it and found that the weight was much lighter than he thought. After flipping it over, it can be seen from the side that this shield is divided into 3 layers. The outer 2 layers are alloys, and the middle is a slightly thicker gray ceramic layer. Gaga, the goblin sitting in the alchemy chair, said excitedly, the metal provided by Miss Chichui is very hard. It is a very time-consuming project to engrave the magic array on it, which is not conducive to the mass production of truck defense plates. Fortunately, Miss Chichui thought of a good idea. We first laid out the magic array in the soft clay, then fired it into a pottery plate, and then glued the 2 metal plates and the pottery plate together. After testing, this magic protection plate has doubled the defensibility of similar metal plates of the same thickness, and the weight can be reduced by 1/4. Chichui has been using the body of the alchemy robot to conduct research here with the goblins. Her computing ability and design ideas have subdued the goblins here. Even Gaga, who is very conceited about his technology, has to respectfully call her Miss. Chui said to Yanqing through the alchemy robot, we can process this magic energy protection plate into any shape and thickness. If we can get a better formula and alloy, the performance of the magic energy protection plate can be further improved. Master Gaga and I will also try our best to optimize and industrialize the enchanted magic array and develop the next generation of magic energy protection plates. Chui said it more clearly in Yanqing's consciousness. The formula of the ceramic plate used in the magic energy protection plate is what she searched on the internet. Ceramic plates made with different formulas and processes have different hardness and magic conductivity. Chui hopes Yanqing can help her get more advanced ceramic plate formulas for the testing and development of the new generation of magic shields. Another thing is alloy. The alloy that Chui can get is the limit of the civilian version. If you want better alloys, you have to go through a special channel. In addition to the special parts and weapons before, Yanqing felt that he should have a good talk with Renluan Investment Bank. However, such sensitive things will definitely not be given easily. Therefore, it is necessary to take out what they want in exchange. Yanqing weighed the magic shield in his hand and asked Chui, if you disassemble this thing, can you find the magic circle inside? Chui replied, after the enchantment is completed, the magic array will penetrate into the carrier. If you don't use alchemy to peel it off, the magic array inside cannot be found by ordinary disassembly. And this kind of passive enchantment uses energy to absorb the energy applied to itself to activate the internal magic array. Energy absorption and release are completed instantly, and no additional energy source is required. Not bad. Not bad. Yanqing seemed very satisfied with the magic armor in his hand. Let's start making it. First, replace the protective plates inside the bulletproof vests on the soldiers. After we develop the next generation of magic protective plates, we can consider making armored vehicles and tanks. Yanqing's mind has already imagined the armor torrent. But Chui said, Master, I think the direction of our future weapons development should not be thermal weapons. Why do you say that? Yanqing was very puzzled by Chui's statement. After all, in his cognition, guns are king, and atomic bombs are justice. Chui said to Yanqing, Master, in this magic protection plate in your hand, we have engraved 3 magic arrays on such a large ceramic plate to double the defense of the entire protection plate. If we can engrave 30 magic arrays on it, what kind of magic properties can it achieve? If we can engrave 300 magic arrays on it, 3,000 magic arrays, 30,000 magic arrays. When we apply integrated circuit technology to alchemy enchantment, we can give it any attribute we can imagine. I don't know what weapons in the real world can penetrate this protective plate. I only know that the only weapons that can penetrate it are weapons that also use integrated enchantment technology. Blowing words made Yanqing get rid of his fixed cognition of weapons, and a whole new field of weapons appeared in his mind. Alchemy in the magic world is very advanced, but it is limited by the backward basic technology. And enchantment is a pure manual work. You can imagine, if the circuit of a computer CPU is laid out by hand, how big will the CPU be? Similarly, if integrated circuit technology is used to set up a magic circle, the magic equipment manufactured can only be destroyed by magic equipment manufactured with the same technology. Conventional thermal weapons can only make noises when used against such magic equipment. However, Yanqing still said to Chui, the future is unpredictable. We don't know whether integrated enchantment technology is feasible. So if there is a ready-made successful development path, we should follow it. Set this project as top secret, and you will be responsible for mobilizing resources for research. The development of thermal weapons will continue. We will not use them in the future, and we can sell them out. Yes, Master. The communication between Yanqing and Chui was carried out in consciousness, and the Goblin Gaga was a little anxious. Master Yanqing, when will the machine you mentioned be delivered? Yanqing ended his conversation with Chui and said to Gaga, soon. Let's recruit more goblin engineers. More machines will require more people to operate them. Accompanied by Chui and Gaga, Yanqing inspected the Truck Research Institute. After looking at all the ongoing projects, Yanqing returned to the real world with a magic shield. News came from Griffin Island. Tong woke up. Yanqing immediately set off for Griffin Island. He had many questions waiting for Tong to answer. The private plane landed at the Griffin Island airport. Shinshur, who met him at the airport, took Yanqing to the island hospital. Feng Tingyu had been waiting here for a long time. You all go out. Xiaotong and I have something to say. Yanqing drove Shinshur, Feng Tingyu and the doctor out, leaving only him and Tong in the ward. Tong, who had just woken up, was very weak, pale, with chapped lips and dull eyes. She looked at the sea outside the window and didn't say anything to Yanqing. Yanqing sat on the chair next to the bed and said to Tong, what's wrong with your body? Tong didn't answer, nor did she look back at Yanqing. She stared out the window, and after a while asked, what am I now? Superwoman. Yanqing's answer made Tong laugh out loud. She turned her head and looked at Yanqing, smiling like a flower. Just an ice cone appeared in the air and stabbed at Yanqing's neck. Yanqing stretched out his hand and grabbed the ice cone in his hand. The flame burned in his hand, burning the ice cone into steam. What are you? Tong asked Yanqing with a smile on her face. I'm your boss. Yanqing didn't expect Tong to attack him while she was conscious. If he didn't have some skills, he would have been pierced in the throat by her. He shook his hand and said to Tong, "What's wrong with you? Your personality has changed a lot compared to before." "Nothing. I just want to try if it was a dream." "If it was a dream, nothing would happen. If it was not a dream, I would not be able to kill you," Tong said easily. "As for why I became like this, I still want to ask you. Why did my view of the world change completely? This bothers me very much." Chichui told Yanqing his analysis, and Yanqing told Tong at the same time. "Your ability comes from your mental power, and your mental power comes from your brain. While you have superhuman power, this power also affects your brain. I think this may be the case. Ordinary people may have abnormal mental fever when they have a fever. It is normal for you to have some sequelae because your brain suddenly has such a strong power." Yanqing felt that Chichui's explanation was more reliable. It could explain why Tong lost consciousness and ran away, and even attacked him. Her temperament has changed a lot now. Tong stared at Yanqing with innocent thoughts in her eyes. She suddenly became aggressive and asked, "Have you ever experienced my situation? Why do you look more normal than me?" Yanqing took an apple from the table and handed it to Tong, and replied, "My situation is a little different from yours. I think you better let it go. If you think about it carefully, your temperament hasn't changed drastically. At most your personality has been magnified." Chapter 298 Meeting Feng Tingyu. Yanqing could only comfort Tong in this way. Besides, his situation was indeed different from Tong, and he could not use his own experience to explain this alienation. Yanqing gained power step by step, improving level by level, and with the guidance of mentors of the level of Count Theodore and Siebel, everything came naturally. And Tong situation was similar to Demonization. She suddenly gained powerful power, and the impact on her body and mind was naturally great. Tong took the apple handed over by Yanqing, and an ice blade appeared in her hand. This time she did not attack Yanqing, and used the ice blade to carefully peel the apple. Finally, he cut the peeled apple in half and handed half to Yanqing. "Okay. I'll believe you for now. I should be in great danger now, and there are always some crazy ideas coming out of my mind. What should I do? Before you came, Captain Feng asked me a lot about what happened that night. She must know something." Yanqing took the apple and took a bite. The juice was sweet and refreshing. "When the trade route is open, we can sell a batch of fruits to the people of the Yonghing Merchant Guild. They work hard for me, so we should give them some sweetness. I'm thinking too far." Yanqing took another bite of the apple and said to Tong while eating, "If you know, you know. Anyway, there are so many things to do. This one is not a big deal. If Feng Tingyu or anyone else asks you something, push it to me and let them come to me. You should take good care of your body and get familiar with the superpowers you have acquired. Be more careful in the future. This is not our country, and I don't think this matter is over yet." Tong was also eating an apple and thinking about the process of her kidnapping. After Yanqing finished speaking, she replied, "I know. The people who arrested me. I feel that they are not ordinary kidnappers." "Of course not ordinary kidnappers," Yanqing said. "That base is a bit old. In other words, we accidentally stumbled upon it, and the organization behind them all set their eyes on this island. It is still uncertain whether this group of people has any connection with the Zhao family. I have asked Feng Tingyu to investigate this matter. It is a pity that the base was flooded by seawater. I don't know if any useful clues can be found. You don't have to worry about this matter. Focus on healing. I still have a lot of work for you to do." "Yes, boss." Tong agreed readily, as if she had returned to her previous state. After eating the apple, Yanqing and Tong chatted about some company business and left the ward. Seeing Feng Tingyu still waiting outside, he said to her, "Let's go to my office. It just so happens that I have something to talk to you about." "Let's talk about it." "Yes, Mr. Yan. The entire Griffin breeding research base is now a large construction site. The cargo ship at the dock brought building materials and equipment from the mainland, and the trucks transported containers between the base and the dock. The funds of Laming Company are very sufficient, so the progress of all construction projects is very fast. It is expected that some of the main functional facilities will be put into use in 3 months. The research on Griffins can be officially launched. Then we will continue to build auxiliary facilities, as well as tourist attractions, and supporting functional buildings after the opening of Griffin Island in the future. The office of Laming Company is now temporarily set up in the original villa on the island. As the chairman of Laming Company, Yinxing naturally has his own office here. The room was not big, but it was very clean. Yinxing sat down. Feng Tingyu closed the door and sat down opposite the desk. Are there any listening devices here? Yinxing asked first. What we are going to talk about will be very sensitive. Feng Tingyu could feel something big was coming. She said very seriously, Mr. Yin knows what kind of background our Renluen investment bank is. We attach great importance to our promises, and will not interfere with your life in any way, and will never do anything to undermine the trust between us. This room will be divided into multiple periods every day, and we will send people to check it. At the beginning, we found some listening devices every day, but there are none these days. Please rest assured of our professional level. Mr. Yin, Yinxing is absolutely confident in the professional level of Renluen Investment Bank. Just like handing over the construction projects of the island to Renluen Investment Bank. So many people are working here, and the Griffin is flying in the sky. But there is no news on various media platforms outside. It can be seen that professionals are professionals, and the confidentiality measures are very well done. It is not their fault that Tong Yitong was kidnapped. Since there is no monitoring here, we only know what we talk about. Yinxing put the magic energy protection plate he brought on the desk casually, and said to Feng Tingyu, I hope you don't ask her about what happened to Tong Yitong. She doesn't know anything, and I don't plan to tell you now. Of course, I won't interfere with anything you find out. Feng Tingyu could hear the dissatisfaction in Yinxing's tone. She knew that she had crossed the line a little bit in this place. But during the search of the underground base, many things inside could not be explained in a conventional way. For example, many people died from ice piercing. The big hole above the base did not look like it was blown out by an explosion. Not to mention the twisted steel bars and cement ground into slurry. This supernatural phenomenon must be related to Yinxing. Feng Tingyu wanted to investigate it clearly, so she privately questioned Tong Yitong before Yinxing arrived. I'm sorry, President Yin. The company's emphasis on Yinxing made Feng Tingyu, who knew she had made a mistake, immediately stand up and apologize. I promise that such incidents will never happen again in the future. Sit down. Yinxing didn't intend to pursue the blame, and Feng Tingyu didn't ask anything anyway. Let Feng Tingyu sit down. And Yinxing continued to say to her, Tong Yitong's body has undergone major changes, and this is the time when she needs help the most. If she is not guided, she may go astray. I have talked to her, and she will cooperate with you to check her body. Whatever you can research is yours. Really? Feng Tingyu thought that she would be scolded by Yinxing and punished by the company when she returned. But she didn't expect a big surprise. When Tong Yitong was unconscious, many strange phenomena appeared around her body. Combined with the search and discovery of the underground base, many things can be inferred. At least it can be concluded that Tong Yitong is no longer a normal human being. But because of the relationship between Tong Yitong and Yinxing, they dare not do anything too outrageous. Now Yinxing actually asked Tong Yitong to cooperate with the research, which is definitely a huge gain. Yinxing replied, of course it's true. Xiaotong is a good girl and simple. I thought some things were too simple, and she was dragged down by me. If there is a chance to start over again, I will not let her come to Griffin Island. Ordinary life is more suitable for her. But since it happened, I will be responsible to the end. Take good care of her and guide her thoughts. You should be more professional than me. Chapter 299 Magical Energy Shield. Feng Tingyu stood back and forth again. She stood like a soldier and saluted like a soldier. Please rest assured that we will not do anything to hurt Miss Tong. Sit down. Sit down. Our company is to the company, and we have a tacit understanding not to cross the line. Feng Tingyu sat down embarrassedly and said with a smile, I am too excited. I don't know how to repay. Boss Yin, if you have anything for us to do, as long as we can do it, we will definitely do it beautifully for you. Yinxing put a list in front of Feng Tingyu and said, I want to buy some things that can be solved with gold. Feng Tingyu took the list in front of her, just glanced at it, and her face became very strange. Boss Yin, what do you want these things for? There are many sensitive things on them, and they are not easy to handle. Yinxing laughed. Nonsense. How can they be easy to handle? I'll ask you to find a way? Feng Tingyu said with embarrassment, these light weapons are easy to handle. The guys in the island security forces arsenal can be allocated to you. It's just that these machines and process formulas Are you going to build an arsenal? And these conductive parts? Do you want to make missiles? If you don't explain their uses and have our people supervise them, you really can't make them. Yanqing said, I know these things are sensitive. And I don't want very advanced things. I don't mind low-end, obsolete things. I paid with gold. And a lot of gold. Gold made Feng Tingyu hesitate again. Gold is the ballast of global strategy. Of course, the more the better. Boss Yin, you must tell me where these things will go and what they are used for. I want to make sure that these things will not fall on my head in the future. Feng Tingyu insisted on the bottom line. Yanqing knew that if he didn't use his big move, he would not get what he wanted. He pushed the magic energy protection plate on the table in front of Feng Tingyu and said, let someone check the performance of this plate first. And then we will continue to discuss this business. Feng Tingyu picked up the magic energy protection plate and looked at it over and over again. It is a relatively common composite armor plate. There is also a piece of paper on one side of the armor plate, on which the materials of the 3 plates are written. Feng Tingyu didn't know why Yanqing took out such a thing, but her intuition told her that it must be a treasure. So Feng Tingyu picked up the armor plate and walked out. Yanqing waited for Feng Tingyu's message in the office, and turned on the computer on the table to handle the business of Yungying trade. The winter snow in the windy highlands came too quickly, and there was a big gap in winter supplies everywhere, especially on the Orc side. The baggage was thrown in Anja Castle, and became the spoils of Marquis Anderson. Now the road is blocked by heavy snow. The supplies from the wild land cannot be transported, and the life of the Orcs on the highlands must be miserable. If the Eternal Caller appeared in front of the Orcs with supplies at this time, wouldn't a trade route be opened? Military coats are a good warm item, and there are as many as you want in the real world. It's just that the Orcs are a complex race, with different body shapes, and the style of the coat may not be suitable. But in such a cold weather, it's good to have a coat to wear. What else is there to be particular about? If it's too big or too small, can't you modify it yourself? That's it. 80,000 sets of military coats and blankets of the same style as the elves. This time, I can't sell it to the Orcs for 1 gold coin per set, but at least 2 God-given gold coins per set. Never bargain. Don't worry that the Orcs won't buy it. If some Orc warriors freeze to death in one winter, when the flowers bloom in the spring next year, it won't be a matter of hundreds of thousands of God-given gold coins. Buy some more food and winter supplies, all sold for God-given gold coins. Such a good opportunity to rip off customers is hard to come by. So we must let the Orcs bleed. Yanqing happily entered the purchase task on the company's back end, and gold coins rained down in his heart. Suddenly Feng Tingyu pushed the door and rushed in. Boss Yin, if we provide you with special alloys and high-strength ceramic formulas, the hardness of the composite armor plate you make can also be doubled. Increased by half, and 30 is also okay. Just now, Feng Tingyu took the magic energy protection plate to find the weapons expert in the Griffin Island security force. The expert didn't need to look at the material list. Just by looking at the texture and luster, he knew that this composite armor plate was made from an online store. And the ceramic plate accounts for too much. This certainly reduces the weight a lot, but it is easy to break in a large area after being impacted, thus affecting the secondary defense effect. It was just that when testing with a gun, the armor plate made by this online store product greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The rifle bullet could not penetrate it. After continuous shooting, the ceramic plate in the middle did not break, and the defense effect was extremely strong. Later, a sniper rifle was used to penetrate this armor plate. The defensibility of the armor plate made of this material is already so strong. If a better material is used to make the armor plate, what tank gun can penetrate a tank covered with this kind of armor? Not just tanks. Composite armor that reduces weight can also be used to manufacture armed helicopters and ships. Feng Tingyu's hasty arrival was within Yanqing's expectations. He saved the company's procurement task and then said to Feng Tingyu slowly, of course, the better the material, the harder the armor plate. It's just that I don't have the materials. The formula, the machine. There are too many things I don't have. I can't make it even if I want to. Please rest assured, President Yin, we will provide whatever you need. Just now, Feng Tingyu had asked the company's leaders about the composite armor plate, and also told them the list Yanqing gave her. War is a contest between spear and shield. The defensive power of the armor plate given by Yanqing is beyond the scope of modern science and technology. Renlun Investment Bank does not know who the Thunder Lord behind Yanqing is, but from all indications, he has mastered technology beyond this era. He can make materials disappear out of thin air. He can create the mythical species Griffin. He can make Tong Yitong freeze water into ice. Now this armor plate is taken out through Yanqing's hands. What else does he have? Continue to cooperate and maintain friendly relations. The results will naturally come out little by little. The company leaders agreed to Yanqing's procurement requirements. Feng Tingyu said to Yanqing, Mr. Yan, our Renlun investment bank will contact a third-party friendly unit to provide you with this batch of materials and settle in gold. We also hope that after you develop a better armor plate, Renlun Investment Bank can become its global general agent. Shuichu finally got what he wanted. As for Renlun Investment Bank's request for the global general agent of the magic energy protection plate, Yanqing did not argue with Feng Tingyu. As long as you give me a fair price, you can sell it to whoever you want. No problem. The global general agent of this new type of composite armor plate is given to you. Yanqing extended his hand to Feng Tingyu. Feng Tingyu shook hands with Yanqing to reach an agreement. Happily said, thank you, President Yin. Chapter 300 Frostleaf City. The Wild Orcs are a multi-ethnic tribal alliance. Depending on the size and strength of the tribe, the names of the tribal leaders will be prefixed with small, large, and old. Chief Little Leah, who was previously associated with the short gun, was the leader of a small big-eared monster tribe. The commander of the Windy Highlands Orcs is Old Mom. Old Mom is an ogre. He is powerful and a well-known warrior in the wild. In this Windy Highlands battle, Old Mom commanded the Orc army to attack Storm City. When he was almost victorious, he received news from the short gun that the elves were treacherous and wanted to attack the high mountain city. At first, Old Mom didn't believe it. After all, the short guns are human after all, and it is not certain who is behind them. If this is false information, he will become a sinner in the wilderness. But the cautious Old Mom immediately used the intelligence power in his hands and tried his best to confirm the credibility of this information. Various clues show that there is indeed an elf envoy in Nuda City who has contacted Lady Carol of the Silver Mane Principality. At the same time, the main elf force responsible for attacking the Eastern Front seems too passive, although there is no clear evidence to prove the elves' betrayal. As a commander, Old Mom still made a decision in the shortest time. The Orc army retreated from the front line of Anja Castle and attacked the elves' Frostleaf City at the fastest speed. At the same time, Short Gun also proposed that they would trigger a riot in Nuda City and force Earl Theodore to seal the city. Delay the elf envoy to buy time for the transfer of the Orc army. The whole surprise attack process was very smooth. The defenders of Anja Castle were successfully deceived and had no idea that their opponents had left. The elves of Frostleaf City did not arouse enough vigilance against the small number of Orc scouts that appeared around. The elf scouts on guard outside Frostleaf City were lured and surrounded by a small number of elite Orcs. The Orc vanguards touched the underground of Frostleaf City without being discovered by the elves guarding the city. The following siege was a foregone conclusion. The defense of Frostleaf City was already weak, and it was captured by the Orc army in one fell swoop. At this point, the Orc army was no longer able to launch an attack on the human race. The Orc army, which had just experienced a war, was stretched to its limits just to garrison the two big cities of Alpine City and Frostleaf City. But before the Orcs could transfer supplies from Alpine City, a heavy snow blocked the road between the two cities. The main force of the Orcs was trapped in Frostleaf City. The snow went from small to large, and from large to small, alternating and falling without stopping. And it was unknown when good weather would come. Since Frostleaf City was the main city built by the elves on the Windy Highlands, the supply reserves here were quite rich. There was no shortage of food and drink, but there was a lack of cotton clothes and blankets to keep out the cold. In order to keep warm, the Orc soldiers looted everywhere in Frostleaf City. They robbed the clothes of the elves and wore them on themselves, and smashed many houses to collect wood for heating. However, the real winter has not yet arrived. If the road to the wilderness is blocked for a long time, Gaoshan City will not have enough supplies for the Orc army to survive the winter. Old Mom stayed in Frostleaf City to restrain his army, thinking about how to let these little cubs survive this winter. Chief Liao, is Short Spear still unwilling to provide us with some winter supplies? Old Mom walked on the wall of Frostleaf City, and the inside and outside of the wall were all white. Following Old Mom was Chief Little Leah, who was in charge of communicating with Short Gun. Little Leah was a big-eared monster, and his height could only reach the waist of the ogre. He moved his calves quickly, following Old Mom closely, and replied, "Yes, Marshal Old Mom. Short Gun rejected our request to purchase supplies from them. These hypocritical humans. If they hadn't robbed our gold in Nuda City, the money would not have been lost. That's 1 million gold coins. Enough to buy several sets of bedding for our soldiers. When talking about Short Gun, Chief Little Leah was very angry. He tried his best to transport the gold vault in Nuda City bit by bit. These are all the wealth of the wilderness. And now they are all lost. If it weren't for the war, the heavy responsibility would have fallen on his head. Fortunately, Short Gun sent intelligence about the elves and the Silvermane Principality spies in time, which allowed Chief Little Leah to make up for his mistakes. Hearing that Short Gun refused to provide supplies to the Orc army, Chief Old Mom paused and continued to walk along the city wall. Little Leah, who do you think is behind Short Gun? Little Leah replied, I have been checking, but there is no clue yet. Old Mom smiled and asked, this war is over. Who do you think has benefited the most? Little Leah thought for a while and replied, first of all, it is definitely not the elves. If we take Frostleaf City, the Snowland will lose its foothold in the Windy Highlands. As for the remaining elves who entered the Thunder Swamp, they will probably be eaten by the swamp barbarians without leaving any residue. The elves will definitely suffer the most damage. The second is Marquis Anderson. Although he managed to save Storm City, he killed Count Theo, and his relationship with Grand Duke Silvermane reached a freezing point. The two of them may break up at any time, which may trigger a civil war in the Silvermane Principality. We will definitely benefit the most. Taking Frostleaf City is equivalent to strangling the throat of the Snowland elves. If we can force the elves to migrate to the north, it means that we have snatched a large piece of fertile land for the wilderness. Little Leah talked eloquently, looking very excited. But Old Mom said, I don't think so. Chief Little Leah asked doubtfully, if we are not the biggest beneficiaries, then who is? Old Mom said, Chief Little Leah, you have been in contact with humans for a long time, but you still don't understand them. Humans are always cunning and hypocritical. Marquis Anderson and Grand Duke Silvermane will not break up. At least not in the short term. Fighting a civil war will not benefit them, so they will endure it. As long as we are on this high ground, the Principality of Silvermane will definitely support the Windy Highland Legion, and Anderson's strength will soon recover. And we were pinned down by Frostleaf City. We were already at a disadvantage against humans on the Highlands, and now without our elf allies, we can no longer pose a threat to Marquis Anderson. This early winter can greatly weaken our strength. When spring comes, Anderson will definitely attack us, force us to the narrow strip of land between Alpine City and Frostleaf City. In this way, Marquis Anderson actually controls the entire Windy Highlands, and we are the weight he uses to balance the relationship with the Silvermane Principality. Now you know why Short Gun is so determined not to give us winter supplies. After listening to the words of the old Chief Mom, the green face of the little Chief Leah turned a little blue. Old Marshal Mom, you mean, the man behind the Short Gun is Marquis Anderson? How is this possible? We almost killed him several times in the Battle of Angic Castle. This is what scares me about Anderson. Chief Mom sighed. Keep in touch with the Short Gun. Whether we can live decently in the Windy Highlands in the future depends on Marquis Anderson's mood. Little Leah nodded frustratedly. He no longer had the excitement of conquering Frostleaf City. This is a shackle on the neck of an orc, and he put it on himself. It must not be taken off. Who can I give it to? Old Marshal Mom. How can we solve the problem of winter supplies? Chief Mom walked for a while and said, be patient and see if the road to the wilderness can be passed. If not, confiscate all the clothes of the elves and captives in the city. It is better to freeze them to death than to freeze my soldiers to death. I hope this winter will not be too cold. Yes, Marshal Mom. Little Leah agreed. And at this time a magic flare rose and exploded in the snow far outside the city. This is the signal sent by the patrolling orc scouts. Does it mean that a small number of people are coming to Frostleaf City? In this weather, who would come to Frostleaf City? Old Mom looked outside the city, and Little Leah jumped onto the parapet and looked at the snow outside. Soon, a group of wolf riders came running from a distance. The wolf ran on the snow, leaving long trails. Behind the wolf was a caravan. The sturdy horses pulled the sleds, and the people standing on the sleds were werewolves. Werewolves. Old Mom and Little Leah looked at each other. The werewolves were once a member of the wild orcs. Later, because they were excluded, they left the wilderness and migrated into the swamp, becoming a branch of the swamp tribe. What did the swamp werewolves do in Frostleaf City? Could it be related to the elves who entered the swamp? The caravan was getting closer and closer, and you could see a sleigh carriage pulled by 4 horses behind the caravan. The decoration outside the carriage was very luxurious. Look at the werewolves' clothes, which are strange but very imposing. And they look very elite. These are definitely not the werewolves rolling in the mud in the swamp. Werewolves from the Eternal Territory. The two orc chiefs made a judgment at the same time. Old Mom said puzzledly, "What is the Eternal Territory doing in Frostleaf City?" Little Leah said, "According to the information sent by our spies in Nuda City, Yinching from the Eternal Territory is a man of means. He has a very good personal relationship with Earl Theodore. It is precisely because of his actions that Nuda City was able to quell the riot so quickly. And Yinching is very rich, has food, and many strange alchemical products. My subordinate Gustav was killed by him, thinking of the death of his beloved general." Little Leah could not help but cast a hateful look at the oncoming convoy. Not only did he kill Gustav, he also chopped off his head and sent it to the Thornstake Castle to humiliate himself. Old Mom has been busy commanding the army to fight, and doesn't know much about the Eternal Territory. I only know that Lord Yinching came from the depths of the Thunder Swamp and has a certain strength. Do you want to kill these werewolves and the people in the carriage to avenge Gustav? Old Mom asked Little Leah. Little Leah knew that his killing intention was noticed by the old general. And he quickly said, "You kill me on the battlefield, and I kill you. And it's a waste of death. Since the Eternal Territory has said people, we must first ask about the situation of the elves who entered the swamp." Old Mom was very satisfied with Little Leah's ability to understand the overall situation. He said, "Visitors who can come in such a heavy snow are our distinguished guests. Get ready to welcome the envoys of the Eternal Territory. This winter may not be too cold." Yinching sat in the carriage, and there was a heater in the middle of the carriage. Aranda sat next to Yinching, and the chief of the Claw sat opposite him. The three of them roasted the fire and chatted. Yinching suddenly asked Claw, "There is something about you werewolves that I have never asked. Why were your ancestors excluded by the Orcs? As a race of the same initial level, werewolves are much more powerful than the first-level big-eared monsters of the Orcs. How come you werewolves were driven away? It was a long time since the werewolves left the wilderness." And Lizwa didn't hide anything. He told Yinching everything that happened. Yinching explained that the Orcs were doing a great job. "I thought of many reasons, but I didn't expect it to be because of this. A long time ago, the races in the Orc forces were much more complicated than they are now. It was only later that the theory of racial superiority and inferiority emerged, which divided the Orcs into two factions. One is human-like Orcs, and the other is beast-like Orcs. In summary, it all depends on the face. The face close to that of a human is a smart and excellent Orc. The Orc with a beast head is not smart at first glance, although the individual strength of the big-eared monster is not as good as that of the werewolf. Who can blame him for having a smart face? And those Orcs with beast heads certainly don't think they are born idiots. So the Orcs began to split up, and the two factions of Orcs attacked each other. And finally the smart Orcs drove away the foolish Orcs. The werewolves went to the swamp, and the Tauren went to the dungeon. There were also many Orc races that were scattered and disappeared. Then the originally powerful Orc kingdom was defeated by humans, and the smart ones retreated to the wilderness and gave the rich land to humans. Later historical materials prove that the separation of the Orc kingdom was a very successful differentiation strategy of the human race. The human race used the simple rhetoric of appearance determines wisdom to perfectly differentiate the powerful Orc forces. Let the Orcs use all their bravery on themselves, tear themselves apart and abandon the other half in a mocking manner. Yinching couldn't help but sigh. History always repeats itself, whether in the real world or the magic world. It just changes its appearance and story. Absurd, sad and pitiful. After listening to the history told by Claw, Yinching asked him if the Orcs are willing to accept the return of werewolves. "Are you willing to go back?" Claw answered decisively, "No. Following the master. You eat well, wear well, and have such great weapons. Why go back to the wilderness? After hearing that I was going to escort you to Frostleaf City, I told the wolf cub who came with me this time. This time when we enter Frostleaf City, we must let the Orcs have a good look at what we werewolves are like now. This time when we came to Frostleaf City, Lizwat changed his usual calmness. He was holding back his anger and wanted to let the Orcs see how powerful the werewolves that were pushed out by them were now. Yinching then realized why the werewolves he brought with him were so excited. It turned out that he had been holding back his anger for who knows how long. And finally, he could vent it to the real owner. Ha ha ha. Yinching laughed and said to Lizwa, "Yes. Bring out the momentum of our eternal werewolf tribe, and let these wild barbarians open their eyes."